Yo, we say them hypocrites and pussy, you know one them around with. Yeah, we can't get me vexed and I can't get pissed off with. Yeah, man, just let them know the eagle and the out them surround with. Yeah, bad man can't stop you, man. You hear me? G Block is unstoppable. You can't fuck with the block. Yeah, you cannot do it. So don't do it. Oh, trick him. Oh, blood clot trick him. Yeah, man. Trust me. Yeah, man. You must drink mad horse piss. You get me? You get me? This guy's I get cuff quite quick. Mad thing. You can't diss this thing round here, so man. But boy, here we go. Part two. Part two, Tuesday. You get me? Yeah. Them man are drinking mad puss piss out here, yeah? They're sipping the urine of a mentally ill cat. Yeah, because a guy named Good Game shall report you. All right, say nothing, G. Yo, Annabelle, your camera's on, gang. Yo, yo. What's popping, man? Yo, Annabelle. Don't talk, man. We can't take no chances with no boy, you see? You have to talk in the first 10 seconds, cuz if you don't speak in the first 10, you're getting dash out, bro. I'm saying, you see me? All right. We're waiting for my man. Where we going, man? Yo, so what going on, though, man? Is anyone else there? Can you hear me?
I was talking to my
I'm
video,
here.
don't mean us.
Yeah, I'm here.
Everyone's on mute and
Blue
shit.
Race here.
Mhm. Yo, Annabelle. One sec. Yo, Annabelle, turn your camera off, cuz, so I know it's you. What's on this brother, man? These brothers take too long hard hearing. Yo, gang. Mm. So, yeah, man. Yeah, we're going beach now. Push the button in it down there. Across the road. Yeah. So, what going on, man? Where's the people then? You're dragging that towel on the floor, man.
Mine's is still.
Yo. So, what you saying? We're having a meat party, yeah? You're not gonna talk?
No, sir. No, sir. I was
Just gonna
waiting for
fucking
him to
everyone
say that.
celebrate.
I got orders
Yeah?
from James Jones. Shut up.
Isn't there a question
Alright.
of the day today, though?
Yeah, man. The question of the day is there holes in the narrative?
Is there holes in the narrative? Wow.
Mm-hmm. 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 So, and also there was another question. There's two questions there. There's the question of the day is there holes in the narrative? The third question, the second. Hey, we doing? Move, man. Huh? Yeah. But the first question of the day was: should you fear fake gangsters, real gangsters, or no one at all?
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I thought we never fear them, never fear them. You know what I mean? Yo. So yeah, that's it, man. That was it, really.
Okay.
In what sense? In what sense do you mean gangsters? Do you mean like what they could do to your community? Uh, if they're coming after you, what kind of? I don't understand.
Really, it's just taking the piss in it, man. Because a couple people are making threats onto Veli. How they want to mash up Veli.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
some of them have said they're real gangsters.
The internet gangsters, you
Yeah,
mean? Okay.
Keyboard
yeah.
warriors.
E-Tug. Call that E-Tug.
Yeah.
Big up G Block every day.
Oh,
Come
fun.
on.
Mm.
Well, I don't think
What's
so
going on,
because Raj
fam?
should have. Oh, there you go.
What's going on,
Yeah, man.
fam?
I mean, hey, man.
Good, good.
You get me? Walk on, man. You got the fucking long delay for talking and that.
Yeah.
Man.
Sorry, my internet connection was going a bit slow.
Okay. Yeah,
Can you repeat the question first, the main question, please?
Yeah. So first question is should you fear fake gangsters, real gangsters, or nobody at all? And the next question is, are there holes in the narrative?
What says fear nobody, fear nobody. Real gangsters don't talk. Real gangsters do. Real gangsters don't talk. You get me?
Yeah.
So there's nothing to fear. There's nothing to fear, fam. There's nothing to fear.
The,
Bad man not
the
talk.
holes in.
Bad man not talk.
This side. What you get? Oh, one second. Let me go on mute.
Bad man not talk. You get me? Simple things. The real bad man, they just do what they need to do. You get me? They don't talk. Cause I know some real bad man. I'm telling you. Yo.
What's all of this bad man to it though? Why are you talking this bad man to it? Talk to me. I'm confused.
No,
Because that's
because
the question,
I asked Veli what the question of the day is today, and he said one is there holes in the narrative, and the second question was should we be afraid of real gangsters or fake gangsters? So that's what all the bad
I
man
ain't
chat.
scared of no one. You know, like that. I wouldn't advise anyone to be afraid. But we'll have fear. Like fear is a good thing to have, you know, because as a creature in this, you know, thing we call Earth or the world, whatever way you want to describe it, you know, we have to respond to the different stimulations around us. Otherwise, you know, we leave ourselves open to demise, isn't it? Like, come on, man. Like, if you don't respond to danger, you just got no fear where you're gonna walk into a fire. You know, like just gonna jump off a boat into a pool of piranhas and stripping it. You see people do that stuff though, isn't it? Like the guy goes up to the alligators and that. I ain't got time for that though. I ain't got time for that. But like exercise caution, but don't be like fearful, like to the point where you won't respond and protect yourself. Look after yourself. Don't just let no one get you. Like that.
Okay, the only fear we should have is of the Most High. That's the only fear. The Most High. That's the only fear we should have.
Real talk.
If you don't fear the Most High, you're dead already. You're a dead man walking.
That's that. There's an argument for that. Definitely an argument. Because
that's
what
just
I was
my
trying to get
opinion
into,
anyway. Just my opinion.
I'll be honest. You see, what I was trying to get into previously, is that when people like, for instance, like Belly tries to say that, how can we prove the existence of religion? And then I tried to explain to him that religion is people realigning to something new. I tried to break it down to him for what the word means. And then we can get into why it's transliterated, then, isn't it? Because it has to be transliterated because it's been taken from somewhere else. So, like, even the thing is now, when we get into it now, you have to understand the oldest versions we have of these religious books are transliterations. And this is why when I'm telling people, like, like when, for instance, when Israelites say, like, we are the people of the book or whatever, like, that's why we was left out of the book. Because we're the ones they took it from, innit? Like, and it now starts to make sense. But a lot of people ain't going to see it like that because they saying, I don't know, they ain't woken up yet. But it's so evident. Like, it's so evident. Because how can it be a transliteration unless it was taken from somewhere else? That's what transliteration is it not? It's like when I said to people about what was it, Semitic, and I said to a man, "What's Semitic?" And a man, I can't remember who it was. I think it might be Raj or someone said that Semitic is a language, and I said, "No, Semitic ain't got nothing to do with language. Semitic has got to do with lineage and bloodline, because the word Semitic is coming from the original word would have been Shemitic, and that's coming from the line of Shem. You understand? So when we can deal with the words properly and the transliteration properly, and then we can do some proper footprint and trace the history back properly. Like I'm saying today, you know, a lot of people didn't know that it's possible that some of these ancient Romans we talk about and ancient Greeks and whatever else, it's possible at one time they were black and then they were conquered and then the white ones took over, or what we know to be white people. Yeah. So when we get into this properly, that's what we're going to be dealing with. We're going to be dealing with a lot of literacy, you know, issues that people have. We're going to be dealing with, you know, a lot of transliteration and, you know.
Yeah, this is why I say we need wisdom and understanding, because
Yo,
as
man,
you
them,
said,
hold on a sec. Let me just shoot you the shooters. Yo, near you. What's your name?
Yeah, we're good.
Huh?
Yo, it's me, L Dot.
What's your name?
L Dot. Yo, what's
L Dot.
good?
Walk on. What are you telling me?
Can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. What you come around there for, man? Eh? Yo, can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you, fam. We can hear you.
Yeah, I'm talking
I
to the
know,
new
I
you,
know,
man.
I know.
Walk on for the new. He's that tough, man.
As I was saying, this is
Yeah,
why
man.
wisdom and understanding is so important, because as the brother said, we're reading from translations and the mistranslations, and once you change one language into the other, you are gonna lose meaning. You're gonna lose
Man,
understanding.
listen, man. The thing's a fucking joke, bro. Man's following something from like thousands of years ago, like it's today. It's a joke thing, man. Tell me, with respect, man. Of course, man's gonna laugh. Crazy.
Yo, can you hear me? Yeah, it's gone quiet.
Yeah, I
Now.
don't know what happened there, but ultimately, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear
did
me?
you hear what I said about the translation
Yo,
bit? Yeah, yeah. Did you hear me?
yeah, of course. I think Gully just cut out. Yeah, I heard you still.
Yeah. You know, this is why I was saying wisdom and
But yeah,
understanding is so important, because everything we're reading is coming from translations, and when it comes to languages, we're gonna lose meaning through translations. You know, that's bound to happen.
but when you say, but you see, the thing is now, my brother, now, yeah, this is the problem that I have now. So now that we're awake to the conversation, what I want to say is this. You see, when we're dealing with the word translation and transliteration, these words sound similar, but they're two different things. You understand? Because a
Yeah.
translation, yeah, of something, for instance, now, yeah, like I use the word computer. Is there a word? What language do you speak other than
Sorry.
English? Do you speak any other language other than English?
Yeah. I speak Portuguese. Portuguese.
All right. So in Portuguese, what's the word for computer?
You say computador. Computador.
Computador. All right, computador. So either way, there's a word that literally translates. It's just literally a translation of the word computer is computador. What is it? Computador.
Computador.
So
yeah.
computador, yeah. So computador and computer even sound similar. So we can probably trust that translation. Now, when we're dealing with translation, we're dealing with things we now have to trust as well. This is an issue that we have to now raise, a trust issue. Now, at the end of the day, if we're transliterating, it's something completely different, because in one language, a word may exist that doesn't exist in the other language. Full stop. So now we get into the realm of transliteration, where they've had to put their idea of what they thought it meant in their language. Now, regardless of whether they've put their idea or whether they've inserted their idea, At the end of the day, that's the part where there's a problem, because now we're dealing with transliteration. It's no longer a translation. And, you know, if it's no longer a translation, you know, it can only be trusted so far. You know, so when you go to the extreme with certain things, I don't understand the extremism with religion. I think the understanding and building that understanding, like I said to Veli, you know, if you want further insight, you have to look for insight. You can't just want insight and just sit there talking about it. That don't make sense, you know. And you can't then, you know, deem something unworthy, and you have no insight. You have no understanding. You know, you never studied it really. Like, people have said that to me, and I believe in the Most High. You know, I've had people come to me and say, you know what, you don't read no book. You don't study
But
the
let me
Bible.
ask you the same question again, though, Chipper. Where do you get the insight from you to get this understanding that you keep talking about?
Where do we
does
get the
this
insight from? Everything comes out of books.
Yeah.
Where did you learn everything from?
Everything we know comes from books. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? That's facts.
Exactly. So you learn everything from a book. That's why
but wait, hold on. Yeah, but
not everything's on Google, isn't it?
Listen. Let me show you something though. Yeah. With, say, stuff that we're learning like maths, English, or science or whatever, yeah, there's actual a result that you can show that shows that the thing's true or false. You can falsify the claim that man's making.
Or if it's true,
no, wait,
if
let me
false,
finish.
or if it's a theory,
Hold on. Let me
or
finish.
if it's a theory, if it's likely.
Yo.
Add that one in
This is
though.
what I realized about you, man. Yeah, you man don't like hearing the truth, innit?
No, we're hearing the truth. I'm just saying, add that one in, the theory as well, because it does rely on theory also.
Scientific theories works on probabilities, isn't it? So it's more probable or
That's
less.
Right, probability.
Yeah?
Thank you. There we
theory
go.
works on probability, yeah?
Thank you.
So it shows you what's probable
I'll agree.
to be likely to have happened. Yeah. Religion works on false facts. So God is definitely true, and there's stuff that you have to do with no proof to it.
There is proof,
It's not the same as science.
I've just given you proof. Listen, the thing is, you're saying
science. It's not the same as maths. It's not the same as English, bro. When you do, what can you do? Listen. You show me an action that you can do in religion that brings you closer to God, or makes you show that God is actually could be real, or it's got a probability of being real.
My answer to your question is this: the fact that it's a transliteration, yeah, and you know, like someone that quite humbly pointed out the other day, you know, if you look at like the stories of Noah, and we can trace back a story like, right the way back to Samaria, that, you know, they can kind of balance out and say they sound so similar, that must be who they was talking about. Then we can get into the realm of, if the Bible is transliterated, then that can actually now be accurate, because it's been transliterated from that into now Noah, and what you know as Noah. You understand? So we can authenticate that these things are way before any of your theories, your scientists, your atheists, your and whatever, your biologists, whatever the hell they are, whatever ologists. It don't matter which one, your biologist, your chemist. You understand? They was raised long before any of them, and they were doing the chemistry. They just weren't calling it chemistry. And in fact, if you check it out, really, what is chemit? What does that even mean? They're talking about chemists, like chemists, chemetic, all of these things, like. And then you check out like the history. That's why things like go that way, isn't it? That's why so many people gravitate towards it still, because they know there's some truth to it. It's not because we just think, because we know. Like when I'm saying, when people are talking about, you know, they know that Jesus was black and this person was this, and they came from this region, and where they can show you the region. Listen, they can listen.
Show us.
Listen.
Show me. Listen. Let me.
I'll show you.
Let me say something in the words of my Uncle Ty. Yeah. Show me 7/8 swine. Show me.
I'm gonna show me
7/8 swine. Show me, bro. Because you're just gassing right now, fam. You're not showing me nothing. You're just saying
that's not real,
or it's true.
That's not real.
It's real.
That's not real. That's real. That's real writing. That's real ancient writing. Yeah. All right. Watch this. I'm gonna show you. You said you want me to show you. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna pull up some pages. I'm gonna show you some stuff. Yeah. Because this guy, like, so I mean, you man talk. You do a lot of talking, but at the
show me 7/8 swine. Show me.
If these things are transliterations, either way, when people are saying this in the religions, in the actual things themselves, go and ask them. They're going to tell you the similar things. Do you know like that? So there must be some truth to it.
I'm just going to keep saying, show me.
Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna show you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Do you know
what
what that
you have
is?
to do
Do
now.
you know
Yeah,
what that is?
is show
Do
me.
you know what that is?
This way, what you have to do
I'm
now,
showing
cuz.
you
Yeah,
things.
this is what you have to do.
I'm
Hold on,
showing
let
you
me
things.
tell. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, cuz. Yeah, what you have to do. Yeah, is show me how what you're showing me now. Yeah, makes God or Jesus or whoever, Allah, Muhammad or whatever, more likely to be true than less likely.
Bro, watch. Look. Are you reading this? Can you see what it says?
What's it say?
Read it.
What does it say? I can't read it properly. It's blurry.
All right. All right. I'm gonna tell you what that says. Yeah. This is. I'm gonna tell you what this is now. Yeah. Let me just turn off my camera now. So, long story short, this is bronze pruta minted during the Jewish war against Rome, proclaiming freedom of Zion. Yeah, that's what that is. Yeah, so they have artifacts, like official artifacts, minted coins, where they've gone this civilization that you lot tried to
So
say didn't
wait, you're
exist.
saying you got a minted coin that says Jesus was here.
No,
What
it
you're
doesn't say
saying?
Jesus was here, does it? Now this is a Jewish coin, or what they would call Jewish, or
Yeah, and what does that say?
Israelite coin.
So what does
What does
that
it say?
mean though?
What
The
does that
Israelite
mean? It
coin.
means that there
Yeah.
are artifacts, historical artifacts that prove the existence of these people.
Yeah, but it doesn't prove that who these people are though.
What do you mean that
That's
prove
the
who they
truth,
are?
man.
They was
It
going
doesn't
to war
because
with Rome.
because you're
They
saying
weren't Romans, innit? Bro, listen, wait, let me finish.
you're
Listen, wait. They was
let
going
me
to
go on mute.
war with Rome, yeah? They was not Roman, for one, yeah? Now, we know that Europe was conquered by Rome, yeah? And now, because I'm on here now, yeah, and there's people in the background, people are sending me messages, you know? I don't usually do this, but I'm going to read out one thing that someone sent to me now, yeah? Because a man saying that, where is the message now? I need to find it. So basically, they went to war with Rome, innit? They can't be flipping Romans and gone to war with Rome. And remember, the Romans, their empire went all over Europe, yeah? Because the original Romans, like, what I was going to read out in the message, basically is like the spin off of it is this. Like, the original Romans and the original Greeks were black, innit? Yeah? And they was warring with the northern tribes, yeah? And the northern tribes then took them over, the pink skins or whatever you want to call them, innit? So that's why they was warring with them after, innit? Because that's where they would have run to, innit? They'd have run back to Africa. You understand? Yeah? So when we're putting this in perspective now, yeah, you as a black man saying all of this with your chest, it just look like, I'll be honest, like it sounds different to me. It sounds weird because that's where you come from and that's your people's thing. That's what they're taking and trying to make into themselves because they even
Bro,
saw
listen,
how
no one in my
authentic
family
it
never
was.
told me we come from Israel or
Brethren,
Jerusalem, bro.
all right, cool,
I don't know
cool.
why you keep saying you was a black man,
Brethren,
so and so.
at the end of the
All
day,
people in
if
my
you're
family have told
African,
us we come from Africa when they've ever said anything about
but if you are
Israel
African,
and Jerusalem,
if you are African, you should.
Mesopotamia or any of that shit. They ain't
But listen,
telling me nothing
if
about
you
that.
are African,
Man are telling
if
me
you are,
about the west coast of Africa, cuz.
but bro, if you are
And you
African,
man are
full
talking
stop,
about
yeah.
Jerusalem, fam. So to
No,
me,
but bro,
it seems weird that you, as a diasporan African, keep talking about Jerusalem and all
bro,
these other places,
look,
Mesopotamia,
when they
everywhere
show you
else,
pictures in the
Atlantis
book, yeah,
even.
listen,
Man's even
when
gonna
they show you
claim
the pictures in the
Atlantis
book, yeah,
before man's gonna
listen,
claim the blood clot
Yo,
place
one at a time,
where
one at
they
a
mostly
time,
comes from.
please.
listen. You see when they talk about stuff in the Bible,
Maza,
yeah, and listen, you see when I tell people, when they talk about stuff in the Bible, yeah, I tell people, listen, what you need to do, you need to look, like, properly at what's going on. It says, like, what's this? In agreement with the Bible's report that Pharaoh had a chief cupbearer, grape harvesting and wine making are depicted in a tomb in Thebes. Yeah, that's one thing
okay,
there, yeah? And hold on, wait. Where's Thebes? Do you know where Thebes is?
again?
Do you know where Thebes is? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, fam.
I was asking Veli if he knows where Thebes is. Yeah, but what I was trying to show him is, yeah, like, there's a picture in this book here that I was just trying to show you, yeah. If you could see the page properly, because it's on, like, right now, I don't know why it's not even letting me flip the camera to go to the better camera. But long story short, you look at this picture, yeah, and you as a black man know yourself, innit? Because If I look at this picture, I'm going to tell you this picture has got a whole heap of black people in the picture. Yeah, that's what it's got in it. That, like, when I look at all of the pictures, and then when these men are telling me, oh no, they weren't black people, but hold on, we can find and trace their footsteps all throughout history and see them. Whole heap of black, Nubian looking, dark, and all sorts, chocolate, brown, all sorts. Do you understand?
Bro, listen.
So I don't know what you're talking about.
You got yeah, but bro, listen, like I'm saying, yeah, you've got to search hard.
I ain't searching hard, bro. I got one
anything,
book.
but listen. Let me finish my statement, cuz. Yeah, because you're searching hard and far for anything that might even closely relate you to it. Yeah, when there's a whole continent of fucking evidence that shows that you're more likely to come from this side than that side. So why don't you take the majority of evidence than the minority of evidence? Then, if that's what you're working with.
What do you mean come from this side and that side? Explain yourself.
Yeah, because there's hardly any evidence that shows that you or any of the black people come from Israel or Jerusalem. There's a multitude of evidence which will show that you and the other black people come from Africa. So why aren't you taking that evidence rather than taking the evidence that's minimal? You're taking
because
minimal evidence over the multitude of evidence.
No, because you're taking it wrong. No, do you know what it is? You're taking it wrong. We were in Africa too. We were everywhere. This is the point I'm making. You know, we were travelers. We would go everywhere. We was in everywhere long before anyone else got there. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
But I was gonna say, you know, Jerusalem is in Africa anyway, so
that's right.
No, man. Jerusalem ain't in no fucking Africa, man.
Of course it is.
Jerusalem's in the Middle East, man.
No, the Middle East is a made-up concept. It's made up. There is no Middle East. It's all Africa. All of that was Africa, and it's Africa.
Get out of here, man. There ain't no fucking Middle Eastern part of Africa, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Middle East is a made-up concept.
No Middle Eastern part of Africa.
Made up.
Made up concept, yeah?
Yeah, there is no Middle East. It's all Africa.
Alright, who made it up?
I don't know who made it up, but it was made up concept.
Why is it made up concept? You don't even know who made it up. So why is it a made up concept?
Because all of that was Africa. It's Africa right there. If you look at the plates, it's all Africa. All Africa.
Do you know? Do you want me to just read out something for you, man? Like, because like I can show you where the atheists are in the book, where we can find you. Do you know, like that? If we just want to be controversial, like there's loads of things that contradict everything you're telling people to do. Do you know, like that? Because like it will make you sound weird. I'll be honest, I think. Like, but I don't really want to do controversy today. I'm just more trying to have a conversation and say, like, you have to be respectful for things, innit? Learn about them first. You know, do a bit of study. You know, I'm not gonna come on here like I've said this much, yeah. Like when Shakara's been speaking about African spiritual system, I've said I don't know enough about it. You know, it's something that I can agree with, and I've said that some of it sounds controversial, but I'm not gonna write it off completely and say that it's not even connected. Do you know, like that? Because Shaka said certain other things, and I said, hold on, well, some of those things sound a bit similar. Do you know, like that? So, you know, who knows? Maybe that, you know, was the basis of something that is in the same, you know, it's a principle of, or who knows? I don't know. You know, like that. I even got the right words to put to all of this right now. I'm a bit confused. Like, but what I was gonna say is that, Billy, like, when you're challenging God, like continually challenging God, challenging the Most High, not even going into God, because if we're gonna go into God, we're gonna have to go into the fact that, you know, God is not the Most High's name. Again, we're gonna have to go into that again,
see,
and then
that's another thing, though. Yeah, really and truly, yeah. The man them don't challenge. The man them ain't made a challenge towards God. Yeah, we're saying the narrative that's been put out there that says there is this God that knows this, that, and the other seems highly unlikely. Like, it's more unlikely than it is likely. That's why man is saying that man don't believe.
Is that not challenging God though? Talk to me.
No, because you can't challenge something if you don't believe it exists.
You can challenge something if you listen, you can challenge something if you don't believe it exists, because let me explain something to you, yeah? I'm going to just read something out to you, yeah? Watch this. I could read the whole thing if I could read a little bit more actually, because otherwise you're not going to
Like
get
what?
the context. Um, it says the Bible, in lifting the veil to give a glimpse into heavenly affairs, reveals that Satan later, as a rival of God, appeared before Jehovah in heaven, challenging Jehovah to his face, saying that he could turn God's servant Job, and by implication, any servant of God, away from him. He charged God, in effect, with unrighteously giving Job everything, along with full protection, so that Satan, could not test Job and show what was really in his heart, which in Satan intimated was bad. He implied that Job served God primarily for selfish considerations. Satan made this point of his argument clear when he said, skin in behalf of skin, and everything that a man has, he will give in behalf of his soul. For a change, thrust out your hand, please, and touch as far as his bone and his flesh, and see whether he will not curse you to your very face. Yeah, that's Job 1 6, 12, and 2 1 to 7. Job 1 6 to 12, and Job 2 1 to 7, and see sovereignty. Yeah, and it says, in this special case, Jehovah allowed Satan to bring calamity upon Job by not interfering when Satan brought about a raid from Sabine marauders, as well as destruction of flocks and shepherds by what Job's messenger called the very fire of God from the heavens. Whether this was lightning or other fire, it is not stated. Satan also brought a raid by 3 bands of Chaldeans, as well as a windstorm. These things caused the death of all Job's children and destroyed his property. Finally, Satan inflicted a loathsome disease upon Job himself. Job 1:13 to 19 and Job 2:7 and 8. It says, these things reveal the might and power of the spirit creature Satan, as well as his vicious, murderous attitude. It is important to note, however, that Satan recognized his impotence in the face of God's express command, for he did not challenge God's power and authority when God restricted him from taking Job's life. Job 2:6. Continued opposition to God. By his challenge of God and his charging God's servants with lack of integrity, Satan lived up to his title devil, meaning slanderer, which title he deserved for having slandered Jehovah God in the Garden of Eden, which is the first point that I would be making. And then it says, joined by other wicked demons. Before the flood of Noah's day, it appears that other angels of God left their proper habitations in the heavens, as well as their assigned positions there. Materializing human bodies, they came to dwell on earth, marrying women and producing offspring called Nephilim. So like that's just going on, but I think you kind of get where I'm coming from, in a sense of you're saying that you're not going against God, but you are going against God because you're slandering God, in it, and you're saying God doesn't exist, but you don't know that God doesn't exist. And is that not what slander is? When you're saying something, but you're not really 100%.
No,
Shifter,
that's
I
not
would
it.
say that
What it is,
my
yeah?
man is not even slandering God. What he is that he's living in the flesh.
Listen,
And when you live in the flesh is totally opposite to the spirit.
let me give my answer for
And
what I'm doing.
he's living in the flesh, and that's why he talks like that.
All right, let me tell you
Let him
my
have
answer.
his
You know?
answer.
So,
Yeah, let him have
Not
his
living
answer.
in the
Though. Let him
spirit.
talk. Let him talk. Let's see what he
hold on a
says.
sec, yeah. Listen.
Go on.
Shifa.
Yeah, go on.
Have you ever heard of or found any bones that are called these so-called Nephilims? Have you ever found that? Is that true?
I'll be honest with you, yeah. Like this is the honest,
Has that
this
been
is the honest
discovered?
truth, yeah. If you want to get into this conversation, big and serious, yeah. I was watching a video a little while ago, yeah.
Aye.
I was watching a video a little while ago, yeah, on YouTube, yeah. This is a video, yeah. This is only a video one though, but there's also some books on this as well. So go and do your research, like discoveries of giant bones. Now, when we're dealing with Nephilim, that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with giants. Yeah, we're dealing with things like, for instance, when you look at this is why even like when you look at that these Greeks and whatever and the things they spoke about, things like that definitely reflect on Nephilim and other beings that have come down and impregnated, because that's what they're talking about as well. They're saying the same thing, and this is what a lot of people miss. So although you call them pagans or whatever, it's paganism, whatever. All right, cool. Let's have a fun and dance and laugh and whatever. But then let's get serious for a second and actually look at what's going on. Have they just taken the same thing and put it into their own words? And maybe, I don't know, who knows if they got it right or wrong? I don't know, innit? Like, you don't really know. What we do know is they whitewashed everything, innit? So you go throughout
So that was
Greece.
basically you just gave a long no, innit? So you've never discovered no Nephilim, yeah? So
they have discovered
you ain't
Nephilim.
ever discovered the Nephilim. Where?
Not me
Where
personally. Not me personally, but they've been discovered.
Who has discovered Nephilim and where are they?
People have discovered them. I'll find one for you. Hold on, stay there. 1 second.
Nephilim, yeah. I'll wait. You got me. I will wait.
Since Schiffer is an expert on nationalities, so how did the white people come about? Hello? Anybody?
Yeah, he's finding Nephilim.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, Schiff. How did the people from other cultures come about? Like, since everybody was from Africa at the time of, I mean, we're talking about 2,000 years ago, right? Because you said up to the point of Christ, everybody's still from Africa. So at that point, 2,000 years ago, Rome, Greece, Jerusalem, everywhere was African people, right? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, or at least African. Even if they didn't call themselves African, they were African looking.
Okay, so that whole area 2,000 years ago, all of Europe basically was from, a migration of Africa into that area. Yes?
Say that again?
A migration of people from Africa moving upwards into Europe, including the Hebrew Israelites and all that stuff. So my question is how, where did the Caucasians come from to switch that whole area to white in a period of 1,500 years?
From Northern Europe. Like I said, if you go and look like Banksy,
so from the north, they came from Northern Europe. They came down.
Yep, they came
into
down.
Israel.
That's right.
And
not
what
into Israel. They came down into what they would now call Greece. And there was a point where even if they were
who are they? Who are they? What are the English?
At some point,
who are these people?
When you say
we had armies. So Schiffer, you had armies from the north.
First. Wait 1 second. One question.
But I need to know. I mean, you're just saying these people came from the north.
No. Walter. You see your 10 question thing, yeah? Do them one at a time. So your first question was, where did those people from the north? Who were those people from the north? Sorry, you said who? Am I correct? Is that what you asked?
Yeah, I mean, I need to know who are these armies from the north who came down into.
So the armies from the north that came down, I'm going to tell you who they were. They were the Germanic tribes.
The Germanic tribes.
Yeah, they were the Germanic tribes. And then what you're going to notice is when you go back in through the history and you start looking at the history, you're going to realize that the Romans themselves, at certain points, they're just at war with the Germanic tribes. Not at war with no Africa, no war with no one else. Just at war with Germanic tribes. That's what they're at war with. Yeah? So that's the consistency there. And then secondly to that, what you're going to have to understand about the Germanic tribes in comparison to the Romans is that they describe themselves differently to the Germanic tribes. They saw them different. When you talk about the Greeks and the Macedonians with Alexander the Macedonian. Remember, the Macedonians didn't see
We're talking
Alexander
about
as one of
2000.
them.
We're talking about 2,000 years ago. Okay, let's just say.
Talk to me.
Let's
You
just
ask your
say
questions, I'll
we
answer.
know yeah, but you're moving from 5,000 to 2,000, from 5,000 to we're talking about the earliest
I didn't
time,
move to
like
no 5,000, 2,000. I said in
But how
one
are you going to go to
sentence,
Egypt?
I said, listen, this is what I said in one sentence. I said the original Romans, yeah, were at war,
Original.
yeah, with the original Romans, yeah, the original, yes, original, yes, but the original.
When were they
Romans,
original?
were
When
at
were the
war.
original Romans?
The original. They were the first Romans, the first people.
When?
To
What year?
Romans. Which year?
What year?
Well,
Original Romans.
This is a good question. Well, let me find a year for you because that is a good question. I don't want to give you the wrong year.
That's why I'm saying, are we switching 2,000, 5,000, 7,000? Like,
I don't know.
I'm just wondering the years.
Just relax, find that. Yes, I'm going to find it for you. I'm going to come back to you and find out the information. I'm going to get it wrong for you. All right? You see what I'm done though?
No,
you better have some answers to some questions.
Yeah. You got no evidence, yeah. You just got hearsay. Hey, but listen though, yeah. Our battery's on like 50%, yeah, and obviously I'm quite far away.
I produced the evidence, yeah. It's just that he wants a particular date in it, so I'm gonna find that particular date.
Yo,
I just want to see how you put it together.
Shout me from YouTube if anyone needs to be added though, yeah. And I can add them still. Yeah, pick up everyone in the place. Yeah, you know how we do.
Yo, this man's they trust science. Yeah, even though science is always changing, so it's like it don't make sense.
Hey, wait, hold on a sec. So what do you wait?
Science is always changing.
What do you use? What do you use?
Huh?
You don't use science, yeah?
I use yeah, we use science, but what I'm saying, science always changing, G. Always.
Science, but science is always changing.
Like what we know today, it might be different to what we know tomorrow.
Yes, with new discovery. Basically, yeah, with a scientific theory, like I was trying to explain to someone the other day, yeah, it works on probability. Yeah? So which one's most probable to be true, yeah? So if another theory comes out, yeah, that's 99% probable when the other theory was 89% probable, they're going to go with the 99% because obviously that's more probable to be true. So it's not really...
That's what I'm saying. So what you're saying to me is that...
That's improvement.
No, you're saying that the theory of yesterday is rubbish compared to the theory of
How
today.
does say the theory of yesterday is rubbish compared to the theory of today? It means that the theory of yesterday has been improved on.
Because you're saying the theory of today...
For you to be able to get a better result today.
Yeah, you call it improved. I call it nonsense.
You call it nonsense. So what theory do you use to determine what's true or what's not true?
You're ready. 1 second.
No, wait. Let my man answer that, yeah? Hold on. Let my man answer that question there, yeah? What theory does Animal use to find out what's true or what's not true? What could more likely be the answer to a question that needs
anti-atheism?
One thing I don't do, G, is that I do not lean on my own understanding. That's one thing I don't do.
What? So now we've moved. Now we've used that.
Wait. No.
Listen, he uses anti-atheism.
No.
We're done.
Wait there, man. Wait there. Because you're done. You was already cooked there.
I'm not done. Listen, I've got facts and figures. You lot asked for a year.
Yo.
Let me pull out the year then, innit? Like, come on, bro.
Hold on.
Like, you're gonna make me lose my train of thought.
Chill out. Yeah, but you have to chill out, bro, because you're cutting into a point that I'm trying to make, innit? Yeah? I'm already talking to a man, and you're trying to
allow it, man.
Allow it, man. My man's in the whisking bowl right now. I'm trying to make another cake. You get me? Like, I'm out here baking. I'm out here making pies. You get me? Flipping pies early in the morning and shit in the beach. You get me, cuz? Yeah? So, boom, let me flip this next pie around there.
Hey, can you see what it says that? Can you see what that says?
Yeah, saying that, yeah. It says saying that. That's all I can see on it still. But boom.
Hold on.
Animal. But let me know what theory or what method you use to discover what's true.
I've told you one thing I don't do.
You don't lean on your own knowledge, yeah?
I don't lean on my own understanding.
So
I don't lean on my own understanding.
No, would never be true then if you don't lean on your own understanding?
No,
Truth
truth is
is self-evident. How
self-evident.
do you
That's the way I see
how
it.
do you
Truth
determine
is
what's true and what's
self-evident.
false?
I
You don't
don't
lean on
lean
your
on my
you
own
don't lean on your own
understanding, that's for
understanding. What does that
sure.
mean?
It means that I look for other sources that have been here before
Oh, so
me
you think that
so I can
something
see whether it's
because
true
something's
or it's
older,
not.
that means that it's more factual. Is that what you're trying to say?
Oh yeah, definite.
So something is older just means it's more factual.
I think something that is old has got more
You're animal.
credibility
You're animal.
than
Animal.
something
It's
that
more
is
experience
new.
Fine,
is the
wait,
word
hold
we're
on,
looking
hold on,
for.
hold
It's
on,
more
hold on, hold
experience,
on,
isn't
hold
it?
on,
I
hold
lie
on.
though.
So when let me get to this next point then. Yo, hold on, chill
Of
out, man. Let me
course.
get to this next point, you man, yeah? Let me get to this next point then, yeah? So you're saying that things that are older are more credible, okay? Yeah? That's right, yeah?
Not just more credible, but more experienced and more. What's the
So
word?
you go with the
They're
theory that
more.
with you,
They're more
because
weathered.
obviously you're
They're more weathered.
proportional, yeah? Wait,
No,
hold on,
I'm
you're
saying they're more
proportional,
weathered.
yeah?
They
You're,
weathered the storm.
shush,
They
man.
weathered the storm more.
Bruv, stop caping, man. Chill out, man. You're gonna get your turn, man. You're on the shelf waiting for the icing, man. I'm gonna put the icing on this cake next year. This other cake's just in the fucking whisking bowl, man. I'm dashing eggs and flour and everything there. You get me? Couple sugar and you get me? Let me whisk up this next one, yeah? So we can get 2 cakes. We can even have a birthday party and shit. You get me? Or make a wedding cake. Yeah. Alright, so boom. Yeah, go on then. Hannibal, we answer that question then.
Yeah, go on.
What
What
theory
was
do
the
you use
question?
to determine what's true?
As I said, I don't lean on my own understanding. That's one first and
Hey,
foremost.
Alright, so wait.
Also, Schiffer,
Thanks.
so because you're saying that was
Alright,
Caesar also of African
wait,
descent?
hold on a sec, yeah? Let me ask you this then, yeah? Because you're saying, because that was the question I asked you first of all. Yeah, obviously you're a Portuguese guy, innit, yeah? So your guy with that older theory is more relevant than the new theory. So you still believe that the earth is flat then, yeah? Like the Portuguese believe at one time.
Well, I can't go outside into space and
So you
see
think
whether
the
the
earth
Earth
is
is flat, but according to what I
Are
see,
you
I
going to
can see
debunk
things
yourself,
are flat.
Hannibal?
The
Are
Earth
you going
is
to debunk
flat.
yourself, yeah? Because you know that the theory for the earth is flat came first, didn't it? So you, by your standards, that theory must be true.
I don't have the evidence, but according to what I know, I would say the
According
Earth
to what
is
you know, the
flat.
earth is flat.
Yeah, but I don't have the evidence. I don't have the evidence.
So
Just according, I'm
on a
going on
flat
my
earth,
own
yeah,
understanding,
could you
really.
explain how tornadoes happen?
They just happen, B.
I don't really know much about it, to answer
On a
It's
that.
the
flat
wind,
earth,
isn't it? The
can you
wind.
tell
The
me?
wind.
Listen, on a flat earth, can you tell me how we can have the summer in the southern hemisphere and the winter in the northern hemisphere at the same time?
Because the sun moves, isn't it?
I'm really not an expert on that, I'm not an expert on
Can we move on
on
now?
the flat Earth.
I think this
Can we
cake
move
is
You
ready
just
on
for
now?
the oven, yeah? Let me slap this one in the oven. Bing! Yeah?
You didn't do nothing there, man. You didn't do
Yeah.
nothing. You
Let
didn't
me
do
slap.
nothing.
Let me get this next cake out now, yeah? Come on,
You ain't doing nothing around there. I'm waiting for Walter.
This is
I'm trying to talk to
semantics. You're
Walter. You
playing
don't even
Let me get
listen.
this
semantics,
next
Kelly.
cake out, man.
Your time is over. Listen,
Nah,
I've
man, you're
given
done
you
out here,
the
man.
reason
Listen,
why.
you just
Listen,
need
I
some.
told you.
You
Listen,
just need some pink
you're
icing on
slandering.
you right now, man.
Listen,
You
you're
get me? You
slandering
need
the
some
Most
pink
High. Yeah,
icing right
listen,
now with a yellow banana
cuz,
clan writing, and then you're done out here. You get me, cuz?
fam. What you need is to stop. Put some respect on the Most High's
D
name.
Block is living
Stop
in the
slandering the
flesh.
Most High.
That
Like you
is
don't
what it
slander in
is.
it.
D
Don't
Block,
slander.
Don't slander what?
you're
You don't
living
know in it.
in
You're
the
slandering because
flesh.
you're saying that the
You
Most
know what
High
I mean?
don't exist, and that's slander because you don't really know, and you shouldn't say these things
Yeah,
unless you
because
really know.
listen,
What you
when I
should say
remember,
is you
I
don't
asked you
think.
for,
You
I
don't
asked you
think.
for lithiums, yeah. I asked you for the Nephilim, yeah, people, yeah, and you still
Yeah,
haven't produced no evidence for that.
I haven't
So
been
you're
given
stuck
a
at the
chance
first
yet.
hurdle.
I've not been given a
Bring
chance
out
yet.
where's the Nephilim then, man?
What, the giant bones?
Yeah,
All right,
the
so
giant Nephilim. Where they at?
If you want to know about giant bones, yeah, like what you're gonna have to do, yeah, like there's loads of things on there. There's loads of things like you're a Google man, innit? Like you got Google, innit? Yeah. Um, 5 meter tall human
Show me
skeleton
7/8
unearthed
swine.
in
Show me.
Australia. Listen,
Show
there's a
me
thing.
7/8 swine. Show me.
You want me to show you? Fucking
Mm.
hell, bro. Like, all right, cool. This is gonna be difficult though because the camera's not working. Look, what am I supposed to do? Shit. Well, the camera's
So
working,
what's
but
the
like,
piece that
what
you're
more do
talking
you
about
want?
there? Then?
That's what it is. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, fucking hell, bro. Look,
That
it
a
says,
fucking
look,
YouTube video. That
this
says
is an old
Nephilims are
phone as
real.
well, so it's broken. Look, it says, was a
Right there.
5 meter tall
So
human
listen, yeah.
skeleton
You know, if
unearthed.
Nephilims
It's
were
not on
real, yeah,
YouTube.
there was old
It's not
school
YouTube.
giant humans like that,
It's
yeah.
not YouTube, man.
There would be the bones of them in fucking
Alright.
museums all over the world. How come there's not one set of
Because
bones
they're trying to hide it in it. Because they
all
got to
over the
hide it
world,
in it.
but there's dinosaur bones? Why is there
Because they got to
dinosaur
hide
bones
it.
and no Nephilim?
Because they got to hide the truth and give you the lies. And you
They
believe
gotta hide
in
the
the lies.
truth, yeah.
And give you the lies. That's the truth. They got to hide the truth and give you the lies. It's like when for instance, Walter said to me, like, Walter, what did you just ask me? Because Walter's asked me a question before, and I don't want to get into that too much mix
I said Nephilim, you know.
No, I just wanted to know
yeah.
if you're in your timeline, Caesar was also of African descent. Since you say that the Germanic people, you said that Germanic people moved in, started conquering Rome, took over and Caesar obviously was there.
I'm gonna listen. Walter, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read out where it's like you asked me for a specific
I'm reading
time.
out, but Shifa, I'm reading out here on Julius Caesar, and I'm seeing his sculptures of men of that day, and they don't resemble people of African descent. So you're telling me that the Germanic people came down 2,000 years ago, attacked Rome, Italy, Greece, all these places.
What year was that in?
Took
what year
over.
was Julius Caesar in? What year was Julius Caesar in?
Just a little bit around Christ time. But
What
Caesar was always
year
around.
was that? What year was that?
49 BC, 44 BC.
44
like
BC.
Anonymous in the building. You got yourself, G.
All right. Listen to what I'm going to say to you, yeah? This is what it says online. This is what it says on, if you type into Google, yeah? I ask Google the same question. It says, invasion by barbarian tribes, the most straightforward theory for Western Rome's collapse pins the fall on a string of military losses sustained against outside forces. Rome had tangled with Germanic tribes for centuries, but by the 300, barbarian groups like the Goths had encroached beyond the empire's borders. Yeah, so that's just one piece of information. I'm not finished.
But what you understand?
Listen. Let me just finish my point, and then you can ask.
I understand. You're talking about 400 years later after Christ. We're talking about at the time of Christ. You're saying, because you said that the apostles, all these men, all of Greece, all of Rome, all of Israel, African, yes?
Yeah.
Now, we have sculptures, we have sculptures of that time, of the leaders of that time. We have sculptures. Whitewashed.
Walter, slow down a second. Listen to what I'm going to say to you. Yeah? Listen to this again, Walter, and this is how I know you've skipped a part out. It says, invasions by barbarian tribes, the most straightforward theory for Western Rome's collapse pins on the fall of a string of military losses.
Okay, but Rome's collapse.
Wait, it's not finished.
Shifa,
wait, it's not
at
finished.
The time of Christ, at the time of Christ, Rome was...
You just listened to that bit, and you didn't listen to the second bit. I knew that's what you did.
Okay, listen to the second part.
Let me finish. All right, thank you. Rome had tangled with Germanic tribes.
They've been tangling with everybody.
Listen to this. Rome had been tangling with the Germanic tribes for centuries before that. It doesn't
they even fought with Ethiopia. What are you talking about?
Now listen. Walter, please, 1 second. Listen. This is what I'm saying to you. Rome was tangling with the Germanic tribes from centuries before the 300.
Shifa. Yeah? So Rome was an empire.
Wait, Walter.
They were at war with everybody.
My chain of thought. Walter, let me finish my chain of thought, because then you're going to understand where I'm coming from. Yeah, and then we can just have a straightforward conversation. So I'm saying that in that time, those centuries before, that could have been 10 centuries. That's 1,000 years. Who knows how many centuries? And then in that time, you got to understand, these Germanic tribes kept invading over this long ass period of time. But it was only at that point they were strong enough to get in. That's what it's saying. And then when we get into the schematics of this properly, what I'm going to say to you is Rome obviously fell before Greece, isn't it? Like completely, in the sense of the Germanic tribes that like completely overrun it. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Now, if you're going to put it in perspective like that, then now we're going to make more sense. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I'm not saying Julius Caesar was black. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he was African. So if you want to get
you're
into
saying
it like
you're
that,
saying at the time you're saying at the time of the Roman Empire, these men were of African descent, Greek, Roman,
at the time of the Roman
Israelites,
Empire.
everybody.
I never said the
whole
time
Roman
of the Roman
Empire.
Listen, Walter, listen to this sentence again. I said ancient Rome. Nobody never said anything about the Roman Empire, the one that you're describing.
Okay, so you said
with me, please.
I don't no, but I heard you say that Rome was of African descent. Okay, now you're going to
That's
ancient.
right.
So before,
That's
so that
right.
means that now you're going behind. Okay, so now you're going. How ancient are we going here? So we're talking ancient time of Solomon.
We're talking ancient times. We're talking like going way back. We don't know how far back. Rome could have been connected directly to Egypt. It can go back that far. We don't really know. And this is the problem that we're going to have when we're having a discussion and a man is so adamant that he wants to make his presence known that he's missing out a whole part of the conversation. And that's what we're supposed to be talking about. Because do you know how far it goes back?
You're all over the place. I can't make it out what you're going, man.
I'm not all over the place. You're all over the place.
You are because you're giving me a timeline. You're giving me a timeline. You're giving me a timeline of the Hebrew Israelites. You're telling me that the Hebrew Israelites in the time of Israel were all of African people.
I'm telling you that I told you today that the Hebrew Israelite thing, the whole thing with calling Yahweh Yahweh, is transliterated, which means it came from somewhere else originally anyway. Just like your Bible, mate. So what you need to understand is like you're way behind in the conversation, and now you're jumping in with all of these theories and thoughts. But it's like
I'm not coming up with theories. I'm reading. I'm looking at evidence here. I got sculptures going back 2,000 years. I got all kinds of stuff, and you're telling me white people came from Germanic tribes that attacked, went in and took over, and that's what. And then, but yet, this should have happened at the time of the Rome and Empire.
Walter, rather than arguing me down, where's your insight? You give us some insight. Because you know so much.
There's other historians. I have to read. I wasn't there.
Okay.
So what we're going to say is, so basically we're going to only believe.
Sounds so controversial now. I'm going to be honest with you because listen to what you said. Now everyone has seen. I put my camera on. I got the book in front of me.
So and I got papers in front of me, and the whole Google in front of me.
You got papers. You got papers in Google. All right, Walter. Listen, I'm going to let you say your piece. It's disrespectful to do that. I'm going to let you.
So I gotta buy the book so you believe it and take pictures. Doesn't make sense.
But what it is, Walter, yeah, the way you argue your point is that you'll make yourself an easy victim.
I'm not trying to change all of Europe. You are. You're trying to change all of history from the last 2,000 years, at least 2,000. And you're like saying, oh, no, it wasn't that. It was this.
I'm trying to make people accountable. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to hold people accountable for their actions. That's what I'm trying to do. What you're trying to do is trying to change the whole of history with them.
I'm trying to change all of history. Okay.
Yeah, you are, because you, like you said, you just listen to the historians, innit? You don't do no research.
You just told me all of Greece. You told me Greece is the time of Christ, because we're going up to the time of Christ. The Roman Empire still exists. It still was in control of everything. So there was no way no Germanic tribes took over Rome in the time of Christ, because they were in power. They were making moves on everybody.
The man that uses Google says there's no way that any Germanic tribes took over Europe. But I'm on Google right now. Google's telling you, listen.
Time of Christ.
Concerned. Listen.
Who was in charge of Rome when Christ's time?
in order to
why don't you listen,
counterbalance
Shifa?
their
Shifa, what I'm
neighbours'
saying?
diplomacy
And was
rather
the
than
Roman
military strength
at the
kept the
time
peace
of
along the
Jesus?
frontier.
Did the
The
Roman
Roman
Empire
Empire
exist?
became increasingly vulnerable as they expanded, thus stretching their military capacity. How did Rome
Okay, but
fall?
notice they're
Invasions
expanding
by barbarian
here.
tribes. The most straightforward theory for
The
Western Rome's
Germanic
collapse pins on the fall on a string of military losses
guys,
sustained against
the
outside
Germanic
forces.
tribes are
Rome
not
had
moving
tangled
in.
with the Germanic tribes for centuries. So why would it directly mention a people it wasn't at war with? Walter, not being funny here, but
Because
bro,
they
you're
never
shouting,
took
you're
over
making out all
Rome.
sorts of noise.
They were
But right now, Walter,
Shifa,
like
Shifa.
you're gonna have
It's
to
called
concede,
an
my bro.
empire, and they were always at
All right,
war
cool.
with somebody.
All right, cool. So Walter, these people are specifically talking about Germanic tribes, but they was at
The
war with
Romans
everyone.
were
Cool.
always
All right,
fighting people.
cool.
They were
Thank you.
taking
I've got
over
you.
towns.
Thank you. And I've
The
heard
Romans
your
didn't
version
just
of
sit
events.
there in Little Italy figuring out what to do. They were moving out with
That's
armies,
right.
always taking
Now,
over places.
Walter, we've heard your version of events. You think the Romans was just conquering
They're my
everywhere.
version of events. That's history.
I've got you. We've heard your version of events. The Romans themselves state that they was conquering they was fighting with the Germanic tribe and expanding.
Oh,
their
the
empire
Romans. So the
in that
Romans are
direction.
what? So you're telling me the Romans are whitewashing their own
Okay.
history?
Now I'm saying the Romans got conquered by the Germanic tribes, and that's who's right.
They said that. They said that. Oh, Caesar, we got conquered by Rome. That's why we're Rome, because we got conquered.
Well, but that's how history works, isn't it, Walter?
Well, it shouldn't have been the Germanic tribes saying how they conquered the Romans.
But you got 10 bucks. I'll just give you one, and you can't handle that.
No, I want to know
Do you
where
know
is the
that?
writings of Germanic tribes saying that they conquered the Romans?
Bro,
Since
the
victory always. Wait, Shiva. Since it's always the victorious that write history.
Right here, it's documented right here.
So Caesar wrote. Oh, we were conquered by the Germanic tribes.
Listen,
but yet I'm still emperor.
How did Rome fall to the Germanic tribes? Invasion by the barbarians. So you can ask Google this question: how did Rome fall to the Germanic tribes? Why would Google even answer that question?
Oh, you're obviously Rome fell. We all know that Rome fell. That's not the question. We know after Rome fell.
Who did it fall to?
But you do at that point. At that point, you're telling me that it was all African descent.
Listen, bro, who did it fall to? That's what I'm
That means that it was black armies going out against the Germanic tribes. Yes or no?
Bro, I just told you, man. You're still asking the same question.
Well, that's what you're saying. You're saying that all of Rome, the whole Roman, the Rome was like, and Greece and all that were all of African descent, and they went out and they had war with the Germanics. The Germanics took over, and they made everything white 400 years later. That's what you're saying. But yet we have busts that go 200 sculptures of the people back in that day, and they're all Caucasian looking.
I'm saying it's definitely possible. And what you'll find is when you go to Greece, which is the oldest versions of all of these deities and things you're talking about, you'll find in them catacombs, you'll find whole heap of black faces. That's what you're going to find.
Who said, but why wouldn't there be? Black people existed everywhere too. They're part of the society.
Walter, I'll be honest with you, yeah, I understand why you shout now. I get it. But bro, like, it's not helping. It's making it worse.
Listen, Shifa.
The truth is now out there.
The black people were part of the society back there too. You know, they could have. We could have existed together. You know,
people like Banksy, who can come on here and make a statement like he thought that African people were backward, can also say, you know what, I'm going to go and do some research because it's a juicy subject. Go and do some research. Stop talking online and just talking a load of nonsense with me, because this is a load of nonsense. This isn't a study.
I personally think you're talking is a load of nonsense. So
listen.
It makes your math and history don't make no sense. Just say, oh, the Germanic tribes came from the north. The Germanic tribes came from the north, and then they took over all of Rome and they whitewashed everything.
Okay,
this is what you're saying.
Yeah, but your opinion is not challenging what I'm saying.
And then when you go look at the people of back in the day, you go look at the sculptures of the emperors. You look at the sculpture of the leaders. Why? Wow. So you're basically saying that there was apartheid back then.
Walter, what I'm saying to you is, yeah, if you want to challenge what I'm saying, the best way to do it is to go and find information that to the contrary. See if you can find supporting information to the contrary, because so far you find nothing. And I've supplied sources.
I think it's better if you say.
I told people
I think you're. Listen, Shifa. I think your argument would work
Mhm.
better if you say there was apartheid back in the time of Roman Empire, and the white people were in charge, and they were taking care of everybody. I think that is
Do
a
you know
better
what? Do you know what makes
better
my
way to
arguments
go.
work better?
At least it'll make a little bit more sense since we have seen it over here. And then okay, maybe people can say, you know what, maybe you should do something like that. Come up with a story like that. Maybe it'll work a little better. Instead of everybody was off of, because it doesn't make sense.
I don't know about that one, Walter, man. All I'm saying, I'm proposing an idea that it's possible. I'm not saying.
Well, I'm giving you an idea that's even more possible.
Gone. I got you, but you think your one's more possible. We're gonna have to agree to disagree because, like I said, I'm supplying evidence. You're not supplying me with much evidence.
Well, I got to come up with a reason for these white faces as emperors and stuff. So I rather say, you know what? These guys, all these guys were like 20% were white guys, and they were controlling all of the area there. Well, isn't that a better way to look at it? Even though it's not in history, but I'm giving you a good out.
Yeah, but Walter, this is just me and you projecting, then, isn't it? And projection is just projection at the end of the day. I'm talking about something that is not just me projecting, though. This is what has been suggested. So when we're dealing with projection and suggestion, they're two different things. So I'm not going to get too into the projective side because I don't think that's intelligent enough. We need to be doing the research. You need to prove me wrong. Don't just tell me I'm wrong, because right now, telling me that I'm wrong and telling me, well, Julius Caesar.
I tell you the truth. At the end of the day, what does it matter anyways?
The first Romans. It matters because at the end of the day, when people are whitewashing history and denying people and denying who people are, and then you've got other people who've got the audacity to come on here and say that certain people didn't exist.
So we had whitewashed now. Okay, back to whitewashing.
All over the planet. Like, not you personally, but certain other people. Like that. And then I come to realize that, like me and you, Walter, like even now, like we could still have a conversation. I get that you're passionate in it about your faith, so I get that. Like, you're not just being rude, innit? Like some people won't get that. And then you got certain man on here that's coming in there, they're grown ass men. He's got a bald head, big belly, yeah, and big kids. His kids are probably like in their 20s. They should be talking reckless if anyone. You're supposed to be setting examples. So it's like, at least produce something. Everyone, you man tried to call me out the other day and say, you don't read your Bible, you don't do this, you don't do that. So you know what? I had to go and draw from my book to them and say, hold on, man can't call me out like that because I got my Bible. Don't get me wrong, I don't read it every day, but I got my Bible. Yeah, I got the good one. I made sure. That's because I asked questions. Because I didn't just read the Bible, the standard Bible, and stop there. I said, well, what's going on here? And why can't I understand this properly? What is this language they're talking in? Talk to me about this. And then I started to understand things. So, at the end of the day, you hate me or love me, like I know what I know. And I don't proclaim or profess to know what I don't know. Like that. Like I don't know everything. Like that. But at the same time, we can't say something's not real just because we're saying it's not real, when we can look back at ancient Greek pictures, ancient Greek art, and they got black faces and stuff like that. It's just going to get weird.
But why wouldn't they? That's only normal.
I hear you, but when you say it's absolutely normal, why would they be depicting themselves as something they're not?
Yeah, but you can't just say that just because there's pictures of black men, there wasn't white people that existed at the same time, or people that were more white in complete, like maybe not white, let's say white like Swede, but let's say a European, olive skinned guy. You know what I'm saying? It was a mixture. I mean, obviously, cultures have always been mixing for centuries.
I hear you, but that's an easy explanation, isn't it? And I'm not looking for the easy one. I'm looking to answer the hard questions and get to the root of it. That's why, when it was brought up to me, when the person who brought it up to me and proposed it, because it wasn't me who came up with this information, I'm gonna be honest, someone else proposed it. They said, that basically Hercules and certain people, when you look at certain like these Greek deities and whatever, they're exact resemblances of. They even went as far as talking about who's the other ones, like Norse and whatever it is, like Thor and these things, and relating it back to the same thing and saying that it's just been confused and misconstrued. And then people have called people gods and called people and called and said certain things that aren't necessarily true throughout history, the way they've interpreted things. And then we get into the realm of transliteration, and that's why I thought it was important to bring that up, because it's all well and good just saying something, but when you can prove something, when I can prove to you, when I can show you that there's no scholar who can refute that information, when we're getting into transliteration, there's no scholar. You couldn't bring me one. So there's no point in us arguing over it. It's better we get into it and start learning it and understanding it. I don't know it all. Like that? I just know that realistically, you cannot tell me that a Bible.
Yeah, but usually okay, Schiff, you're supposed to be a religious guy, let's say. So when you look at, say, a prophet coming down, talking about what's to change, you notice that he never talks about history or what color a person's skin was or how they looked, or how tall they were. They talk about a philosophy, and the philosophy is what changes worlds, not history or how the history was changed. Like if you go look at the New Testament and the Gospels and the early writings, you don't see these prophets walking around, 4,372 years ago, this guy was blue and green and blah, 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 blah. No, that's not what they're preaching, because that's not what's going to change the person. What's going to change a person is the philosophy of a good moral standard. And when you look at Christ's teachings, when you look at the way Christ used to talk, he didn't say those white guys over there, hey, those blue guys over there, hey, those. No, he was like, okay, you're gonna go out, you're gonna talk about this, you gotta love, you gotta forgive, you gotta trust each other, you gotta respect each other. This is the type of talking that was going on, not a constant battle to see which identity is the key to all the world.
Yeah, but I agree with that, though.
You're saying, Schiff, even if, let's say you were right, Schiff. Let's say you were right about your history. How many thousands of years are going to take to change this, the books and all these things? We're going to have to burn everything we have and start anew. Now, what is that going to do? Is that going to do anything? Is that going to change the philosophy of life?
I'm not proposing that, though. This is the whole point I'm making. Like, you're coming at me in the sense of, like, I've made this point to prove something. I've not made it to prove anything other than the existence of the Most High. Because why would there be so much history? Why would there be so many things pertaining to it? And that's why it's like, you're arguing with the wrong person here, really. Do you know, like that? I'm not saying that, the history is all important and we're supposed to be studying, everyone's supposed to be a historian and study history and study linguistics.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you're looking at the greatest prophets that ever existed. They come down, and if you look at, say, if we consider Christ who he was, probably would be considered to Christians, that is, and maybe to some other than Christian, that this could have been the greatest historian of all time who knew everything that was going on. And yet his mention was not about dividing us, but bringing us together.
All right, but can I get you for a second, Walter? Yeah.
So your message, Schiffer, your message is a message of division.
No, but because you're an elder, like, I'm trying to be as respectful as I can, but I'm going to say this much, Walter, really and truthfully, if you really believe in the Most High, and your belief is that strong, you're going to want to know the real context of the indigenous original wording, because, if it's been transliterated, like I explained to everyone earlier, it means you can take a word and literally change the meaning of it.
Okay, but Schiffer, if we're Christians, we have we have the Gospels that go back as close as possible to the time of Christ and the apostles, and we have some early church writings that go very, very close to that. Now, I don't see how you can transliterate "love one another" as I loved you.
You can transliterate anything. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, but there's the words right there. So what you're saying is that those words weren't said.
You don't know how. But Walter, you said you don't know how, so let me explain.
But we have the writings.
I've got you. We have the writings. But listen to me. Let me explain to you how you can transliterate something. I'm going to explain it to you now. Yeah.
Okay.
So
then burn everything.
The way you can. I will call that. I'm not like Walter. Like, I'm with you in it. I'm not against you.
And nothing counts except today.
I'm just trying to point out the holes in it, like, because nothing's impervious to attacking it. Everything can be attacked in some way or degree, but at the same thing, no man is impervious to error. So when someone's transliterating now, yeah, for instance, like I said to a man earlier, like the word computer. If I go into a society where there's no such thing as a computer, they don't have a word for computer. Now, let's say there's already a word in their language, yeah, and that, you know, you just think, you know, fuck, we're just going to use that word. We don't really use that word that much, but it actually means something else. But we don't really use that word anymore because that tree don't
Well,
grow
that's
no
like
more.
it's like me going from French to English.
All right.
Because in French,
But I'm
they
saying
didn't have words for English.
No, but Walter, the point I'm making is, if
In
that
Greek, they
word
didn't have
that they're
words for
now,
English
listen,
words.
Walter, hear the point I'm making. If the word they're going to now give to a computer is a word that already means something else, that's where transliteration happens. And it happens in many languages.
Yes,
Look at
I
the English
understand that,
language
but
itself.
Shifa, look
English language
at
itself.
translation. Look at Shifa, look
Come
at
on, bro.
transliteration. The way you want to talk, the way you want to say it. Okay, they don't have computers in a certain place. You walk in, speaking first of all a whole new language that doesn't have the word computer in it yet. We say to the
This is a
person, "This is a computer.
transliteration,
This is a
Walter.
computer." We say to them, "This is a computer." Wait a minute. We say, "This is a computer." They figure it out. They call it in their language, "pa pa pa." There it is. The word has been created. That word
That's
means
not how it's
computer.
but that's not what I mean, though, Walter. What I mean by transliteration is this. For instance, a man says, you're a wicked guy because you've done some evil stuff. You need to be in prison, locked up somewhere. Then someone else says, in the next breath, someone else says, yeah, them trainers are wicked, man. Do you feel where I'm coming from? It's transliterated because wicked can mean something good as well as it can mean something bad. Now there's no, it's like the word's confusing, isn't it? So someone who's now
Understood, but
translating,
thankfully, not only one.
No, but listen. Someone who's now translating, yeah, all they've got to do is get a certain amount of people to agree with what they're saying, and that's not good enough. What you need to do is read it for yourself. And once you've read it, well, let me finish sentence. One sentence, last sentence. Once you've read it for yourself, then you can confirm. Because those guys can't confirm for you. You need to be a witness to what you're reading.
You could either go, you can't go, you're saying do we go with oral tradition or do we go with written, what is written? Because there is no oral tradition anymore. So if you're saying what is written is all wrong or transliterate or all that stuff that you're saying, it means that it's pointless to even
what I'm
read
saying
this
is
stuff.
that what I'm saying is, Walter, yeah, is that you see, if I'm having a conversation with a man, yeah, and he gives me a book, and the book says, for instance, 48 Laws of Power, or whatever, I don't know, whatever the book is called, yeah. So he gives me this book, and I say, okay, who's this book? Who's the author of this book? He says, oh, it was originally authored by this person, but I transliterated it. The first thing I'm going to say to him is, can I have the original, please? So I can see what you was transliterating from, so I can understand what you're referencing when you're saying, you understand? Because otherwise I'm not going to have a full understanding. What I'm going to be doing is going by your interpretation. And your interpretation, nobody's interpretation is infallible. Nobody's interpretation.
What do you
Unless
base your
you're
life
directly,
on?
let me finish. Unless you're directly a prophet. If you're Jesus, cool. You're Muhammad, cool. Yeah,
Better to be an atheist then.
Cool. Now, but I'm saying, if you're a man, yeah, who is not a prophet, then your interpretation can be fallible. And you know, the people who's writing the books are not the prophets. The people who are interpreting are not the prophets, are they? The prophets
but Shifa, what you're saying is all you're doing is giving the atheists and the secularists a case, because what you're saying is basically nothing can be trusted. Therefore, an atheist.
I'm not saying nothing can be trusted. I'm not saying nothing can be trusted.
Why should I trust what you're saying? How do you know? How do I know what you're saying has not been transliterated?
Well, you can say that, but at the same time, at least I have an understanding. All I'm proposing is that we should be trying to have a deeper understanding.
Yeah, I agree with Walter. I agree with Walter, which is hurting my feelings. But it's true, Shifa. Everything you just said gave the atheist a case. And the question Walter just asked you was
He don't
basically
give you the case
holding
at
you
all.
to your same standards, bro.
No, it
Bolster's
actually makes the
asking.
atheists look quite ignorant. It makes the atheists look like they fell out of the wrong side of the bed. They got their knickers in a twist, and they've not been
No,
able
it
to
makes
get
it look
them out
like
ever
atheists
since.
don't trust anything. They don't believe in anything because we ourselves can't figure it out. We're always bitching and
Thank you.
complaining to each
Thank
other.
you, Walter.
And then the atheists
Thank you.
say, screw that shit. They don't even know what they're talking about because they always tell each other.
Exactly.
And they don't even get it. That's what the
Now, that
atheists
don't
are
make sense.
saying.
That don't make sense. 'Cause I got the
Of course
The
it
insight.
makes
atheists,
sense. It makes sense to anyone
a lot
with a
of
brain.
atheists, Chef, a lot of atheists
We've
are
got
peaceful people. A lot of atheists are peaceful people. Most, excuse me, let's just bring it even farther. Most atheists are peaceful people who just want to get along in life. But when they see all the scramblings
okay.
and stuff that go on and a lot of things, they don't trust it anymore.
Yeah, but they're in opposition to God.
Because to them, God is constantly a war. You see,
Thank you.
even us, me and you here fighting. You know, I could fight with a Muslim tomorrow on his scriptures.
And it spoke about them in the Bible. The devil's going to catch them, and he's going to turn their face away.
Well, you see, but it's not fair in a sense. I find it's not fair. I don't think it's fair.
Life ain't
It's not
fair.
their
Life's a
fault.
bitch.
It's not their fault. It's not their fault. We're all screwed up.
No, we're not screwed up.
Well, I wouldn't. Okay, I see what's going on all over the world. I think we're pretty screwed up.
I don't think we're screwed up enough. You know what it is?
I agree with Walter again, and I hate you for this, Schiffer. For making
You
me
know what
agree
I
with
think?
Walter, I'm not sure if
That's
I can
because I
forgive
let my dogs loose. That's why.
I think at the end of the day, we all got our interpretations, innit? Everyone's got different interpretations, which is why.
Why doesn't the interpretations ever come to us, coming to a peaceful resolution where we could all live together, without constantly, destroying ourselves?
I think that's the reason why, because we're not reading from the original thing. We need to read the original one. That could change something.
If you could read, there's plenty of scriptures that say to love one another, Shifa. Plenty.
Life ain't just about love.
So it's not about I don't think it's about the philosophy. I think it's about the humanity.
How can you love without hate?
How can you love without hate? You know what hate is, right? You know what it is to hate? That's not a way to build a society, is it?
What's hate?
Hate. You don't know what hate is? You have never hated something in your life?
I hate the whole idea of pedophiles.
I hate celery.
So you know what hate is. But
I hate celery.
You could hate something.
So
you could hate something with a passion, but it doesn't mean that it gives you the right to destroy it, right? But then that's what the rules will fall apart, because you're gonna bring me some kind of crazy example, and then I'll have to say, well, yeah, it's true. But it doesn't mean I hate it. Like for instance, let's say the worst type of person is a pedophilia, right? Or a person who hurts kids, right? Now, you obviously don't want to hate that person. You don't want to hate that person.
Of course you do. I do. But does hate
but at the end of the day, you don't want to hate that person. You wish he wasn't who he was. What made him who he was is the sin that he committed.
No,
but at the end of the day, you wish he didn't do that. You wish he could have.
Listen,
like just look at it's your son.
I wish that they didn't exist.
Okay? Let's remove just a regular joke. It's your own son for some reason who became this crazy person.
I wish they didn't.
You hate what he did. You hate what he did. You hate what he did, and you wish he never did it, and now you gotta punish it for him, but you still love him.
No, sir. I'll tell you what, that's how I'd honestly feel. I'd feel like I wish that person never existed, so that someone didn't have to go through that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, you see what I'm saying?
I don't care who it is. I don't want no one doing them type of thing.
Some people would even curse God for giving them a child like that.
Listen, I told my son straight, I look him in his eyes and tell him, son, if you ever do anything like that, I'll take your life myself. That'd be your last day on this planet.
There are people that have their kids in there are people who have their kids. There are people that have kids that their kids are murderers and are in jail, and the parents still go visit them, knowing that what they did was wrong.
Yeah,
and this is a different. So are they crazy, or are they just showing love to something that they realize that was wrong, with the
Yeah,
son
but
done was wrong?
listen. Hear what I'm gonna say. Everyone knows what they can forgive, innit? Now, I ain't gonna speak for God. I'm gonna speak for the Most High. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna speak for Shipper. I'm gonna say, Shipper ain't forgiving you. Don't do it. Yeah, there's certain things you can't do in it. There's certain boundaries you can't cross in it. Otherwise, you're no longer part of the tribe in it. Goodbye. We'll see you later. Like maybe years later, you know, you might have changed them. I don't know. Maybe they cured your sickness. Who knows? I might feel different if I was in the situation personally. But as this person right now, I can't say that I could see myself wanting to see you again, knowing what you do.
Yes, because you're
I can't
you're
say.
obviously human, and those are normal feelings. But you're telling me that at the end of the day, you have to close your own son, your own blood, out of the picture because of this thing he did. And I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that sometimes when you're lying down at night, you would have been lying down at night, and you're going, why, why,
Yeah, of course. It will bun me,
why
innit?
does
It's
this
gonna
happen to
bun
me?
me, yeah. Of
Yeah,
course it's gonna
exactly.
bun me. I'll be
Because
upset.
my mother has 4 kids, and my mother, when one of them is doing a bad thing, she can't sleep at night because it's a child.
I hear you. But at the end of the day, who's gonna let their child go that far and get that far
At
on
the
their
end of
own?
the day, but sadly, we see the crimes every day. We see the streets. We see people getting shot, people getting killed, people stealing, people robbing. These are all kids of some mother and father.
I hear you. Not my ones though.
Well, then you're lucky, Schiff.
You understand?
Not
Lucky,
even
right?
that. I'm not
But
gonna
when
lie,
we say
Shifter. That was
lucky,
incredibly selfish. What you just said. What that response was
of
just
course it's selfish.
incredibly
Of course
selfish.
it's selfish. I've got
Yeah,
to be
but that's
selfish
not
because
that's not
I've
something you should be
realized
proud of, bro.
no, it is something I should be proud of because I've realized, you see, my love of the Most High, yeah, that's a selfish thing. It's not for no one else. It doesn't help anyone else. Do you understand? It don't help you. Me loving the Most High with all my heart and, you know, praying and, you know, reading and researching and wanting to connect and wanting to be
He's
closer.
just
That
trying to
don't
win an
help you
argument.
in no way, shape, or form. The only person that's going to help is me. Let's be honest. Same from like any of my offspring, like for my daughter, for my son. If they choose to do that, it's going to help them. It's not going to help me. It might make me look good, but it's not really helping me, is it? So you got to do this for yourself. If you want to do it, don't do it. If you don't want to do it, innit? But understand, like you may be interpreted a certain way, innit? I may see you as a follower of Satan because you're directly, you know, challenging God's authority by saying you don't exist, or challenging the Most High's authority then by saying you don't exist. So therefore, if you're going to challenge his authority, then what you're
Yeah,
doing
but
is
Shipper,
fighting.
you
Yeah,
can't
but
you
No, no,
can't
wait,
say
wait.
that. You
it's
can't
so
say that to me, Shipper.
God has
You
never
Well,
can't.
told
You
you
can't.
that he exists. Hold on.
Nine explain to Shipper
Yeah,
then
but
that he can't
Shiv,
say
hold
to
on.
me,
At the end of the day, yeah,
I'm
God ain't.
challenging God's
you're
authority if I
challenging God's
don't believe
authority,
in it.
though, man.
Listen,
No,
listen,
but you're
listen, listen.
challenging God's authority, man.
Yo,
You can't challenge God's authority.
what
Go on.
authority has God got?
What authority has God got? God's got all the authority.
Yeah,
All
but
the
what is it?
authority.
What is it? Break it down. And how do you know?
Every type of authority. How
Sorry?
do I know? Because it's written. It's written, isn't it? It's written.
It's written.
It's written, yeah.
So okay, and who was it written by?
It was written by some people, like ancient people, and then it was transliterated into another book.
Right, hold on a minute. You see, hold on a minute, Schiffer. You see this transliterated? I keep hearing you use, yeah.
Yeah. You like that word?
Do you know what transliteration is? Do you know what the definition is, Bab?
I do. Yeah. Do you know?
I do. I've got it in front of me.
Tell us, go on. Tell us the definition so everyone else knows.
And what I'm saying, like, when I'm hearing you, I'm not sure if it ties in, but educate me still. So here it says transliteration is a type of conversion of a text from one script to another that involves swapping letters in predictable ways. Yeah, such as Greek. Then it says to Cyrillic to Greek. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that how you understand it to be?
Of course.
Okay.
How could it not be? Because if I put it this way, Nanifa, yeah. So if I take, like I said to James Jones earlier, for instance, the tetragrammaton, yeah, the tetragrammaton doesn't contain vowels. So when we're pronouncing a word that doesn't contain vowels, how do we pronounce the vowel part of the word? You know, like that. And then another thing is, with the transliteration, is that if a particular word, for instance, say like there's a particular item or a particular thing that people do in a society that's not done in another society, they don't then have a word for it. Now, a lot of times what happens especially with languages like English, like we're using today, a word that's already in circulation will then be reasserted to utilize for that thing now. So that's just too much confusion. So, without looking at the original text, there's going to be a lot of things that transliteration, it's going to be more evident what the transliteration was done and if there was a mistake or if there's potentially a mistake made by looking at the original text. Rather than looking at, it's like Chinese whispers when you're looking at a transliteration of a transliteration now. You feel where I'm coming from? Because when we're dealing with the tetragrammaton, then, for instance, like I was explaining to Walter, which is the earliest writing that they can go by, which is the earliest Hebrew writing of the word Yahweh. So the earliest one that they've got is a transliteration. So that's not the original one. But you got people who will stare blind in your face. They will lie right in your face right now. Say, no, that's the original one. No, stop lying.
Oh yeah, I hear that.
Transliteration, it cannot be the original one. Otherwise, you wouldn't be allowed to call it a transliteration. Especially, think about it like this. Someone said this the other day. If you come online and you talk about certain people and you make up some kind of lie or say something that's not true, you just come down on you. They will, because you shouldn't be allowed to lie about people. I believe.
All right, let me ask you a question anyway.
Transliteration is everywhere.
Yeah, all right. Anyway, we don't need. I was just really making an observation, but no problem. But let me just ask you something. Yeah, have you ever heard God speak to you?
When you say, have I ever heard God speak to me? I've heard people say they've heard God speak to them.
No, but I'm asking you, specifically, do you believe that you've ever heard the Most High speak to you?
I'm gonna be honest with you, like, you see, because like this is like a live show for like everyone, the viewers at home, like for the sake of everyone at home, I'm not gonna talk my personal information right now. I'm just gonna talk about.
You know why? Because it was gonna be Dawn Penn. No.
That's all it is. Like, but at the end of the day, you can interpret how you will. You may
No.
You may think yes. You may think whatever. You could.
No.
You're entitled to thoughts. You're entitled to projections. Like that. Come on, man. I don't mind.
Look. The only reason why I ask, is because obviously I heard you speak in regards to the Most High and the books and things like that.
Yeah. I'm coming to slay the dragon today, man. I got the Dragon Slayer out today.
Huh? What you mean, man? You're on the side cooling off, man. I've already put icing on your clout. Yeah, you got pink icing with a yellow banana clan writing on you, man. Right now,
I told you all you got is insults. Listen, I told you that's all you've got. That's all you got is insults.
Right now, ready to be baked
off,
man. It's not even an insult, man. I'm just saying
that you're younger as well.
That's the way that I've dealt with your argument today. Yeah, because.
Look, I don't mean to make you
like
guys into my
said, yeah. No, Nines asked you, Nines asked you a fair question, yeah, and it's a fair question to ask every single person says that they believe in God, yeah. Have you ever heard God speak, or do you know what God sounds like? How would you recognize God? How would you recognize God if you've never heard him speak? You don't know what he sounds like, or he's never spoken.
What if I have heard God
How
speak?
are you ever going to recognize?
What if I have heard God speak? What if I have heard
then we will ask you, what does he sound like?
What if I know how to recognize? What if I know how to recognize? Then
what does he sound like?
Then what? What does he sound
like? What does he sound like?
Sound like a man.
Yeah, like a what man? What, does it sound like a Chinese man?
That got you in it. No, I'm playing.
Well, Christian, don't speak to me like that. Christ said.
God don't speak to me like that.
Because that's what it is now. Once you start to give descriptions and so, you know that the thing starts to fall apart, because we're going to start to have to bring some sort of measurement of what it is.
God speaks to me in other ways. God speaks to me in other ways. Now, Veli, listen, God speaks to me in other ways. When you ask if God speaks to me, like, I was taking a mick when I said a voice like a man, but he does speak to me in other ways. And I can honestly say that God speaks to me every day. What
does he say? How does he say that? What ways? Yeah, because you're saying he speaks to you in other ways. Like, he doesn't use words.
He speaks to me in other ways, like things just happen. Like, I don't know, man. It just happens.
Yeah, but like what?
I can't explain that other than that. Like, I just pray for something and it just happens. I don't know, man.
Just pray for something to happen.
Yeah, I just pray and it just happens.
So everything you pray for, you're guaranteed that is going to happen. Yeah.
It's crazy out here, B.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy, man.
So if we take suggestions from the chat, yeah, and we give you a
I'm saying it's not
suggestion.
that crazy.
But
It's not that
yeah,
crazy.
that's what I was gonna say. Because you know it's
It's just
shaky
wonderful.
around
It's
there, B.
wonderful.
There
It's
you,
wonderful. It's wonderful.
there you
It's
stand
wonderful.
on
It's
that.
not crazy. It's wonderful.
Stand on that
Wonderful.
ground, boy,
That's
and
what
you
it is.
know that you'll
No,
be
but
on
you ain't got them
quicksand
kind of
touch
powers in
England
it.
real quick.
Listen, I understand you that you ain't got them kind of powers in it. You see when I pray, yeah?
What powers?
Jeez, you see when I pray. Jeez,
Yeah.
Lord of mercy.
What happens?
Everything happens.
Yeah, but that what's everything?
Everything happens.
But what specifically happens when you pray in it? Like what?
Wherever I pray for you.
Yeah.
Even if it happens metaphorically, even if it don't happen exactly how I planned it in my mind or saw it or pictured it in my mind, whatever it is, for some reason. Like I've got a habit as well. I'm one
Yeah,
of
but
these
if it
people
don't
that I've got
happen
a
in the
few
way that
budgeons
you
like
expect it to happen, how do you
that.
know that
I got
it's
a few
that what
budgeons.
it's happening for?
I got a few budgeons like this as well. It's really weird. Like we just happen to just be really be really fortunate for some reason. It's
They
like
just pray,
and
yeah.
then,
That's it.
you know, that's the only thing I can
Only
put
thing,
it down to. I'll be honest. That's the only
Just
thing I
pray.
can put
Hey,
it down
listen,
to.
I do. Let me see if this will work then, yeah. I'll tell you what,
Talk
yeah.
to me.
Don't eat for 2 weeks, yeah, and don't drink water for 2 weeks, yeah, and just pray
Yeah.
that you'll be full and see if
I've done it
you
already.
can still be full.
I've done it already.
Yeah.
I've done it.
Alright then. Alright then.
I've done it.
Pray that you don't have to breathe and then hold your breath for 2 hours.
No, I wouldn't do that. That's stupid.
So what are you talking about there, man? You know,
Because
because you know
if you're
that
gonna take
man's
your
just
own
gonna
life,
listen.
if you're
All
only gonna
man's gonna
take your
do is
listen,
just keep
if
giving
you're
you
gonna take your own life,
scenarios to
listen,
play
if you're gonna
for.
listen,
Yeah, which
if
is
you're gonna take your own life,
bro.
no, bro,
Man's
bro,
gonna
bro,
just
bro,
keep,
bro, no,
man's gonna keep
bro,
giving
one
you
second,
scenarios to
bro.
pray
If
for
you're
that
gonna
are
take it, listen,
unfathomable, bro.
bro, no, this is what you done. You're playing games. If you're gonna take your own life, yeah, and you're committing suicide, that's going against everything God is about. That don't make no sense. So because you're supposed
Pray.
to preserve life, it wouldn't make sense.
Why don't you
That
pray?
you're
Yeah,
gonna
do this
kill
prayer
yourself.
then.
Try and kill
Yeah.
yourself.
Why
Come
don't you
on,
pray that
man.
you can walk on air? Why don't you pray that you can walk on air?
I am walking on air.
And then show us that you can just walk on air.
I'm walking on air right now. Do you want to see me walk on some air? Really? Is that serious? Is that even hard? Do you think that's hard?
Just air. Not ground.
Listen,
air.
take your right foot off of the ground. Yeah. Take it off of the ground. Your foot is in the air. It's in the air. You're walking on the air, Bridget. Yeah. Now put it down.
Yeah.
Now take the other foot
So you're just walking on just air, yeah? No ground. No ground, just air, yeah? Yo,
it's not on the ground till it touches the ground, is it?
Man's just giving you stupid, simple things for you to pray for, yeah?
Brethren, you're putting out the air anyway, brethren. I don't know what happened to you,
man's giving you stupid, simple things that you reckon you could pray for to achieve. That you ain't going to be able to achieve, yeah? And you're struggling on that.
I'm walking on air right now.
Nothing like pray that you win the lottery or...
Hold on. Are you telling me that technically I don't win that? Hold on, wait a second. You're telling me technically I don't win that argument. I'm not walking on air, literally.
Technically, you don't win that argument.
I am. No. I am walking on air right now.
You're walking on the ground.
Yes, I am. The ground's got air on it, though. Now what?
You're dusty stones away from me, man.
You understand? All the pick me are having you up, fam. You're not ready for me yet, man. You're not ready for me yet, fam. Now, what you man have to do is stop walking on ice, thin ice, at that. I'm bringing out these deluded arguments. You're on thin ice, brethren. You're there on thin ice. The ice soon run out and broke. The ice skate mash up. You're there in the pond. You understand? You have to be careful. Like I said, James Jones earlier, you have to take your foot off the gas pedal for a second, because what you'll find is all of these things relate right back into everything that you lot supposedly hold dear. Anything that you hold dear is connected. Do you understand? So you have to take back some of that armor and, you know, find a better one. You understand? Get the one that's made in China. But the one that's made in Europe it's not cutting it for you, man. All this atheism,
one?
It's not cutting it. This armor that
made in China atheism, yeah?
Brethren, I don't know about made in China atheism, but it might work better for you. But this one sure as hell ain't working. It sure as hell ain't cutting it for you, mate. Like, let's be honest. Like, you are living in a country, yeah? Yeah, as a black man, yeah? Like, if you're West Indian, then like myself, yeah, like, you cannot tell me that there is a lot of you atheists coming out of the West Indies. Like, you guys are in a few. There is only a few of you. No one believes you.
But bro, listen, yeah. But your
you saying that with your chest.
Your validity, yeah, comes with numbers. So that means you have to have a number of people to validate what you're saying. Not it doesn't come from truth. It doesn't come from facts. It doesn't come from evidence. It just comes from numbers. Oh, because there's 1,000 people that follow behind me and say the same thing as I say, that means it's true. It's like, what the fuck, brother?
Not just that though. It's not just that though,
That don't make no sense, bro.
It's not just but Veli, it's not just
that.
Then
tell me how then. Tell me how.
So many people have made the same evaluation that I have made. You know, there can't be so many. Where there's fuel, where there's smoke, sorry, there's fire. Yeah. So if so many people are telling you that what you're saying is madness, then there's a likelihood it could be madness. Come on, let's be honest. So much people are telling them about your stinking foot, and you don't wash this foot yet. You have to wash it. Nobody put it in the sink. You better go in the toilet first. No, I'm playing. But it's true though, like you can't have so much people telling you this atheist thing.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Yeah, your team is like
you can't have
because
so much people
because there's listen to this, listen to the madness that you're talking about, yeah.
It's not madness, it's people have done their evaluation.
Listen to the madness that you're talking about, yeah, and listen to how crazy it sounds. Let me explain it to you in another way and see if you see how crazy it is, how I see how crazy it is, yeah. There's a place called Jamaica, yeah, where people was taken to as slaves, yeah, and this place has the most churches per square meter than any other place, yeah? So obviously there's going to be a lot of people that believe in God. So you're saying here, some place where people were taken and made to believe in a God now. Because so much people that come from there believe in a God of this place, that means it's true.
Really, this is what I got to say.
You're forgetting all the rest of that. You're forgetting all the other stuff to it, yeah? So you're forgetting that the man them got taken there as slaves, yeah. The man them probably had different religions and beliefs or whatever before they got there, yeah.
No, they didn't. That was their original. They was their original one. That's what I'm gonna say. You're saying they probably this, probably that. You're not even definite. Like I studied your background, read the book that you wrote, served the footnotes about how you used to sniff coke, talking like you're a black role model.
Shut your mouth, bro.
I've seen you with your white girl online recently. You talk about showing off your body because it sells. Plus to avoid the fact that your name ain't Bell. Mad at me because I keep shit real sales. 99% of your fans are high heels.
You're a fool, man. You ain't never trying to bust out here, man.
You know that one, isn't it? You know that one.
You fool. Shut your mouth.
Yeah, you're not ready for me, man. Listen, you're not ready for me, man. Listen, that was the finish. That was the nail in the coffin.
No, that was nothing, man. That was, again, you just talking some waffle pie. Yeah.
Man, did you hear what I said?
A waffle pie, yeah, it's got a fucking empty nothing inside it. Imagine it's got a pastry. You cut inside the pastry and there's nothing inside it. That's what your waffle pie is made.
Did you hear what I said though? Listen, I said, talking like you're a black role model. You disgust me. I see you online with your white girl recently. Payback, motherfuckers. Yeah, baby.
I don't know when Colombia turned black, bro, but
listen, she ain't white though, is she? She ain't white though, is she? Right.
I don't know about that, beat. Yeah, man. Yeah, Hispanic. Yeah, you know, the motherland of.
Yeah, I can't
Hispanic.
like Schiffer.
Yeah.
I sometimes you do say some really silly things though, and I just think to myself, like, you can't believe
is this brother really alive?
At least 17% of the things that you actually say. I can't
no, Ultra, you got it the wrong way around, bro. You can't believe at least 81% of the things he says because the other shit is what he does believe.
Because sometimes Schiffer just says the most outlandish nonsense. I'm saying to Schiffer, yeah, he can't tell an atheist that his God has dominion over everything because I don't believe in his God. That it's a dumb argument to make to somebody that does not believe as he believes. And I try to explain it to him, but how do I get that message over to somebody that's a God believer? That they can't impose their feelings and what they believe on me because I don't believe as they do. How do you tell someone that?
I don't know, mate.
I'm running out of ideas.
Hey, Ultra, let me give you some food for your thoughts. Hold on, Ultra. Let me give you some food for your thoughts. There's a path to your mind. If you look into yourself, it's vast what you'll find. Mind and the body, spirit and the soul. Your life is a test. What's next to behold? Life is a gift. Work is the pain. Back and forth on the rails like a train. Drives you insane. Staying with the blood. Most people say that they do it for the love. Ah, Ultra, you like that one, didn't it? I like how you went silent. But Ultra, man, you gotta start learning, man. Like, stop playing games.
Yo, Schiffer, are you a god?
We're not hearing this. Now, when you say, am I a god now, yeah, I don't believe in this, am I a god business. I'm a man, and you know what? A man, you know, there's many things a man can do. Why do I need to be a god? I don't need to be a god.
So you're not a god, no?
When you say God, like, there were men that called themselves gods, innit? As far as my interpretation of
you
God,
follow the Bible, right? And even in the Bible, it says ye are gods, right?
Well, when you say that, now, at the end of the day, now, like I said, some things are transliterated. So I want to see that in the indigenous book is possible. And in the same respect, like I said, when I deal with God, the concept of gods as in plural, I identify gods as men. As far as the Most High, I don't identify the Most High as a man, to be honest, like myself personally. But
hold on, you just said when you speak about God, you don't identify him as a man. Is that what you just said, fam?
I don't identify the Elohim as a man, no, not really.
So okay, so to you, is it a plural thing then, yeah?
Well, Elohim is plural, so I'd suppose, and remember that's a transliteration as well. So I suppose we could prescribe it to plural, but we, like I said, we still have to see, you know, the original transcripts. That's what we want to be looking at.
All right, but I don't think anyone's got the because the original transcript. The original transcript of the Bible, because obviously we know the Bible is not the original book. We agree on that, Schiffer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now, the only reason why I asked you if you've ever heard God, yeah, I wasn't being facetious in that, yeah, but no, I was really asking because at the end of the day, those that follow the Bible or even the Quran, you get me? Obviously, there's a reliance upon other men's what would you call it? Testimonies, yeah. Because, like, for example, 100%. The Bible is apparently, like, I don't believe the Bible is the word of God. Do you believe the Bible is the word of God?
You see, when you say that now, this is where it's going to get controversial maybe for you, because you see, the thing is now, yeah, I've read the Bible and I've read certain things in the Bible that have affected my life directly. So for me to say it's not the word of God and it directly affected my personal life, like literally, like I might have read something and then something that happened in the book similar might have happened to me. You know, like that, and then I may have interpreted in a similar way, and the results may have been similar. You know, like that. So
that's fine.
When
I'm asking you a very. That's fine.
I would say the Bible is in authentic. You know, from authentic sources, and I would say that it's authentic. What I would say is that there's a possibility that some things weren't transliterated perfectly. And I think that could be the reason why we're in the state of affairs with, you know, how people are living with each other today, all the controversies, wars in the world, X, Y, Z. You know, I think that could have definitely adverse effects on that.
All right, so hold on. So do you believe that the Bible is the word of God or the words of man?
I believe it to be the word of the Most High.
Oh, you do?
I do believe it to be the words of the Most High, but I believe it to be the words of the Most High transliterated by man.
Transliterated by man. Okay.
Do you understand that?
So let me ask you something then. Do you think that it would be a good idea for God or Jesus to do something similar in this time here?
In what respect?
Because obviously
we got it all wrong and Schiffer's got it right.
Excuse me?
No, I don't know if I got it right. I'm proposing a certain way of thinking. You've got your way of thinking, innit, Walter?
No. Oh, I'll leave you to. I was just asking a question still, but I want to go on chat.
No, ask your question. Ask your question, man. Walter was just like, he was just projecting like, that's just my way of thinking, and I think everyone kind of gathered that anyway. What was your question anyway, man?
Different things in it. And you know, sometimes, well, I'm coming to understand that sometimes you may do things, you know, more for reaction, more so than necessarily it's actually coming from your own essence, yeah? So, like I said in it, I don't believe necessarily the Bible is the word of God. Yeah, it may have been inspired by God, and that's why I asked you: do you believe that you've ever heard God speak? You know what I'm saying to you? Because obviously within the Bible, we have to accept that the persons that are saying, you know, that are telling us what they're saying, we have to accept that their truth. You would agree with that, right?
To an extent, but then I'd have to say I've seen things in my own life that I wouldn't be able to explain to you without you expecting some kind of proof. But I know it's true, and I know that, like, for instance, I could, like, you see the way I grew up, yeah, and certain things that I've seen in my life or that happened in my lifetime, yeah. When I tell people the story, like, people think I'm crazy. Like, nah, that sounds like a comic book. That sounds like something you watched on, I don't know, you watched some film and saw that. You know, you was watching Triple X or, I don't know, Fast and Furious or something, or that's how people perceive it. But just because you perceive something a certain way doesn't mean that it's not true. And that's what I'm trying to say. And I know it's evident in my life. You know, I've seen it. I've had a conversation with someone and they've literally thought I was chatting rubbish until years later they might have seen someone else that I know who said, "Oh, do you remember that time when blah, 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 blah?" Because they was there,
But that's
innit?
the
But
thing,
if he
Schiffer,
wasn't there,
that's personal experience, though.
come on.
And I think
Yeah, but you're
it's
saying that goes with
unreasonable.
experience.
It's unreasonable for you to have a personal experience, right, and then speak to somebody who hasn't had the same experience, and then be
Why?
vexed with them because they don't believe in what you believe. Because essentially,
Why
I
is
think
that
that's a fallacy.
unreasonable?
I think that's even a fallacy. I think that's the
It's not a
argument
fallacy.
from personal experience. Yeah, it is.
It's not
It's
a
the
fallacy. It's
argument
not.
from personal
Because
experience.
now this is what I'm going to say. Ultra. Let me show you something here. I'm going to show you
Yeah, go
something
on, bro.
now. Yeah,
Yeah, go through, bro. Go through.
let's say you in a theoretical sense though, not saying this has actually happened or gonna happen. This is just theoretical, like cartoon world. There's a cartoon vulture version of you now, yeah? He goes outside tomorrow. He sees a load of alien vessels lined up in the sky. You know, like that. And you can see big like guns or what look like guns aiming at him and aiming at everyone's houses and aiming at buildings and stuff. And then they all vanish and disappear. All right, bam. So he goes and tells people, listen, I saw this, like, this actually happened. Now, no one believes him because these things, remember, they vanished, they disappeared. They're alien flipping shit. Like, who the hell is going to believe that in their right mind? But if it happened, it still happened, regardless. That's all I'm trying to say.
I don't know. I hear you, Boski. And remember, I'm not trying to take away from what you've been through. That's not what I'm trying to. I ain't trying to belittle you or tell you what you did with bullshit. No,
that wasn't about me. That was theoretical.
No. But I'm just saying. Even if like you've been through certain shit, yeah, and you explain it to someone, and they then respond with something like, "Nah, that's bullshit." I think that's
real.
That's irresponsible. Even still, I think it's irresponsible and a bit reckless. Like, especially if you're having a heart to heart, yeah. But for instance, if you like, for instance, if you told me something like serious happened in your life, and there was some sort of reaction where, I don't know, you attribute it to what we would define as a miracle.
I'm going to tell you two serious things. I'm going to tell you two serious things that happened in my life that I would define as miracles, and then you tell me your judgment on it. You make up your own ideology. I'm going to give you two in it. Yeah, you want personal, I'm going to get personal for you. Yeah? Okay. Now I'm going to decide which stories I'm going to tell, because I ain't going to tell nothing too controversial, but it can't be uncontroversial because at the same time, this is how God speaks to me, innit? So it has to be controversial, innit? So the first experience that I'm going to speak about, this isn't my first experience neither. This is the first experience I'm going to speak about. Like, there's a thing that they call free running, yeah? Do you know about free running?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
same as parkour, isn't it?
Some people call it parkour. But before there was parkour in this country, before there was free running, before that existed as a thing that people was talking about and had a name to it, like, this is what we used to do as kids, innit? Like, abandon buildings and whatever, warehouses, and like just go to mad areas and just like climb on top of stuff and, you know, scope stuff out.
Yeah.
Welcome to the other 80s. Kids are stealing cars and burning them out and doing crazy stuff. Like, this is what we were doing. Like, we had like pellet guns and slingshots and was like camping out and hiding out from people and stupidness, like doing stupidness. So, like them times there, like, we're only young, bearing in mind. Like, this is like you said, like not even 80s, let's call it 90s. Then, yeah, it's 90s,
no, it's the 90s. Yeah, it would have been the 90s. Yeah, early 90s.
All right.
Yeah.
Running around rooftops and that, doing stupidness, climbing up trees, jumping off of things. things. And I went on this roof one time now, yeah. Now I'm with a couple of family members, couple of cousins, couple of brethren. We're running.
As you are.
Everyone's
Yeah,
jumping
regular
from one
stuff.
roof to the next roof. All right, we all
Yeah.
jump from one roof to the next roof. Yeah, one roof to the next roof. All right, we all jump. Like, all made it. Now, I'm like second to last to jump. I've jumped. I've made it to the other side, but I've just barely made it. Like, my feet are on the edge. Yeah.
Shit.
Now, I have fallen backwards. Yeah.
Oh,
I have fully fallen backwards. Fully fallen. Yeah. I'm gone in it. Like, I'm gonna be honest here. When I say it was high, yeah, I don't think I would have died, but I would have been injured, seriously injured. Yeah. So like, I'm falling back. One big gust of wind picks me up, and then my cousin just about manages to grab hold of my jacket and pulls me, and I'm back on. I said, "Lord, not listen. I'm not playing up here no more, lad." Yeah. You see, from that day, I've not free run again. Yeah. You see, from that day there, Ultra. I swear, I kid you not. Yeah, and I'm telling you, like, if you knew my relatives, knew certain people, like, certain man will be able to tell you and remember the story, innit? Yeah? Now, another time, yeah, like, after I stopped doing this free running business, yeah, because I was a bit of an adrenaline junkie as a child. Like, I just like things that go fast. So, like, motorbike was one of the first things that I got interested in, because that's all I could really get on, innit? Like, moped and stuff like that. So, like, I've been on mopeds a few times. I've been riding around a moped. I'm safe on moped. I'm cool. Like, I'm quite safe about it. So that's why I probably ain't got into no big scrapes on that, and it happened to me bad, innit? But then one day I decided, let me get on my brethren's bike, and he's got his bike de-restricted, like stupid exhaust on there and all sorts of things. So this bike, the way it moves, it's not like your average 125. This bike is a rocket, innit? So he's gone rocketing down a back street, yeah? And I kid you not, yeah, I swear, right here, right now, I declare on Valley Vision, this guy is driving at about, he could have been going over 70 miles an hour. He's going that fast down this back road in Woolwich, yeah. A car has pulled out of a side road, yeah. Like, this is coming from Plumstead Fire Station. The road that Plumstead Fire Station's on, there's a road that turns off a bit at the side of Tesco's is there now, yeah. So he was going down that road, dusting, yeah, bang. And then a car just pulled out. Wham! He's hit the car. You see, when he's hit the car, yeah, I saw the car about to pull out, and I'm trying to tell the guy, listen, slow down, slow down. But then I've just clicked in my head. He's on a Ross Clark motorbike. He can't hear me. We both got helmets on, innit? What's he hearing other than the moped going, bah, making that mad noise? So there's nothing I could do. I had to brace myself. And I'm not going to lie, that's what I did. I prayed. And after I prayed, he hit the car. He went through the window. He landed in the guy who was driving the car's lap. His head hit the windscreen, smashed the windscreen clean, bust it, shattered, yeah? Gone straight through it, landed in the guy's lap. Not a scratch on it, yeah? I have catapulted over the top of this guy's head, yeah? Somersaulted, all of that shit, like Batman type shit, yeah? Landed on my toes, pointed toes, like poised like a kitten. Like, when you see them people in the Olympics, when they jump off of them rings and then they just land perfect landing, yeah? My hands is out, like, to the side, yeah? And some Asian ladies come over to me, yeah? She's like, hello, you okay? And I'm thinking, like, I thought I was dead. No word of a lie. I said, am I dead? She's like, no, I got my eyes closed, yeah? And I still got the helmet on. She took my two hands, pulled them together, yeah? And then I've opened my eyes. And I was a bit fuzzy, but I could feel that I was in the helmet now. Put the helmet
Wait, Schiffer,
on,
so it was you that went through the windscreen?
No, my brethren went through he was on the front of the bike, yeah? He went through the windscreen, yeah?
Wait, so both of you was on the bike?
Both of us was on one bike.
Oh, shit.
Yeah? So you imagine that. Now, imagine, I'm thinking to myself, I'm fine, innit? So my next thing is, let me check on my brethren, because he's gone into the car. I'm looking at the bike. The bike is in bits, yeah? So if any part of him has hit the car, like the bike hit the car, he's in bits, innit? Like, gone to the car, like, because, like, when the bike hit, yeah, I don't know, something in my mind, yeah, when I prayed, something in my mind, it just took hold of my hands, innit? And I grabbed onto his shoulders. So when the bike's hit, and I'm holding onto his shoulders, as soon as this hit, I've pushed him straight through the window, yeah? And I've catapulted myself over the car, somersaulted, landed on my feet, like I said. Now, you see, what I've done there, this inch perfect, it's like millimeters perfect. Like, you see, if I'd made one mistake, if I didn't push him as well, we were both done. Like, we was finished. Like, we was finished, didn't it? Like, sandwich time. Do you know what I'm trying to say? He's going to get the worst of it because he's at the front. He's probably going to be disfigured after that. So, you know, like, I don't know nothing about these things, innit? Like, this just happened. Same way when I was on the building, that just happened, innit? I'm not no acrobat. I don't know no freaking, like, no super kung fu tai chi business to be doing no somersaults and landing plays like no ballerina. Don't know none of that stuff. So, at the end of the day, it's easy to write things off and say, you know what, certain things don't exist, but like Nynaeve said, does God talk to me? That to me, that was God talking when I prayed and it happened. It was like, bang, bang, I'm there, all right, I'm cool, all right, thank you, God, thank you. Let me get on my knees. I'm going to get on my knees today. Yes, Lord. Lord, have mercy on my soul.
Okay, see, now, let me discuss this with you, yeah? Because,
talk to me,
like,
I like how you said
that. No. Let's discuss it, because obviously, like, in that particular instance, yeah, you're attributing your survival to the particular deity that you personally believe in, and that's fine. I get it. That's not difficult to figure out. But
well, I prayed, didn't I? If I didn't pray, then how could I attribute it?
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, how, like, when you was on the back of the bike with the dude, yeah. My thing is, all right. Like, the reason why you weren't harmed is because your brethren took the full impact, right?
No, because I pushed him through the windscreen. Basically, I pushed him through the windscreen, yeah, in turn catapulting myself over his shoulders. He had no idea.
But to be fair, that sounds like impact, momentum, like trajectory. That stuff can be explained, yeah. But I'm saying,
how can it be explained? Like, how can it be explained that I knew exactly? Hold on. How can it be explained? I'll be honest. I think we was going more than 70 miles per hour. I'm gonna be honest, but I'd like him to tell the
two
story.
Of you on a moped.
Yes, it might actually change. Listen, if he told the story, it might change the way you're talking about it. Do you know, like that? Because then you're gonna hear it from the horse's mouth. It was his bike. The bike's gone in it. Like, this is not a myth. This is not a miracle in the sense of, you know, someone writing down something in a book, but we're not sure if it happened. This stuff happened.
See, the thing is, you know what it is, Shifa? This is why, one of the main reasons why, like, I personally find these instances of, like, personal experiences difficult, right? Is because I think, well, all right, so what about the people in Grenfell? Like, just things like that.
The Most High protects me so much, yeah. Ultra, wait a second. You know what? Because you're going deep, yeah. The Most High protects me so much, yeah. This much, yeah. Watch this. I was in the hospital, yeah. And I don't even like talking my personal information, but because you're
I hear you.
I'm giving you a heart because you're one of the brothers them still, either way, innit? Like, we got black faces, innit, as far as the industry's concerned. So what I'm saying to you is, my brother, yeah, like, I'm in a hospital. Imagine this, yeah. Like, I was in my yard, just jamming, like, flexing, whatever, banana zoo, whatever, bam. Next thing, I got some mad pain in my chest. I said, rotted. I said, no, sir, I never feel happy like this shit. Me can't sit down and just let this tech call on me and dead in a year. So I said, hold on, let me phone the ambulance. Because, you know, man don't really like phone ambulance and everything there. I don't want to waste people's time, man. I thought, you know, before I even phone the ambulance, let me give it a minute, see if it settles down. So I lied down and I said, nah, I can hear my breath different. Everything sounds different. Like, I feel fucked up and my breath sounds different. Like, bam, called up the ambulance. Ambulance.
You heart attack.
No, watch the thing now. Here's a joke. Yeah, watch this. Yeah, so ambulance arrived. The woman and the man has come in the house now with their ambulance gear, whatever. They put all these patches on you and grease you up with this little grease that sticks these little things to you, and like, it's all weird. Like, they're taking pulses and taking all these things. You say you're struggling breathing. Yeah, I'm struggling breathing. And like, it sounds like you are breathing though. You're getting something. It does sound like we can hear that you're short of breath, but you seem like you're all right. Like, we can take you to the hospital if you want. All right, cool. Do you know what? I'm going to the hospital because right now I know in myself, like, not that like there's a voice talking to me, Yeah, not
Yeah.
that there's a boy speaking to me or something, but I just know, nah, this ain't normal for me. Nah, I ain't been through that. Nah. Bring me to the hospital. Get to the hospital. Bang. Watch what the man does in the hospital. They made me wait now, yeah, not for too long. Probably about half hour, maybe an hour. And I'm sitting there and I'm struggling to breathe. So it's got to a point where I got pissed off. I said, nah, this ain't right. Like, if I die here, because I can't breathe, yeah, it's going to be your fault. You got me sat here, and I don't care what's wrong with no one else, innit? Like, because I can't breathe, innit? That's imperative to life, innit? Done, innit? And I start cussing, innit? Yeah, so see what they done. They rushed me into this doctor now, bang. So I get into the doctor's bit now, bam. The doctor's got some needle. He's put it into my side now, yeah? And, like, I can hear that, like, air's coming out of the needle, yeah? Now, what he's
Wait a
saying to
minute,
me
you
is my
punctured your
lung.
lung.
Yeah, so my lung is flipping punctured, isn't it? Like,
Fuck.
it's flipping.
Yeah, I knew it.
Like, I think it was from a car accident that I was in not too long before. But basically, I had a hole in my lung, innit? So now I've got this hole in my lung. This is what the guy's done. He put this needle into my lung. Like, there's a cavity in it. Outside the lung, there's a cavity.
And he released the air.
So
he released the air,
he's
and then you
released the
could
air
breathe. As
from
soon
the
as he poked
cavity.
it, you could breathe.
All right, so I can breathe, not properly, but I can breathe a lot better now. The lungs started to expand back to its normal size. All right. So the man brought me. They brought me into some X-ray room. Took an X-ray. They said, "Yeah, all right, boom, your lung has expanded back now. It's not fully expanded yet, but you know, over time it will just heal itself and it will stick back to the pleural wall or whatever the hell they're calling this thing. I can't remember the name that it's called. Yeah. So all right, cool. I said to the doctor, all right, cool. So I can go home now. Yeah. They're like, yeah, you can go home. I was like, so if I go home and I experience the same thing again, then what? Oh, well, then call us again. What? And then I got to wait again and then sit through all this again. Does that even make sense when I'm here now and you can make sure that I'm okay now? They're like, nah, go home, go home. Like, because it doesn't make sense you being here to upset anymore. I said to them, all right, you know what? I'm not going home, innit? I'm staying here. I'm staying in the hospital. You know, like that. And it was like, nah, you can't just stay in the hospital because we've only got limited space and wherever. Just chatting any bullshit. I said to the man, listen, at the end of the day, right here and now, I got a flipping needle coming out of my side, yeah? And you're sending me home. I ain't going to be able to sleep like this anyway. So you're going to give me some painkillers, give me some things. I ain't going nowhere, innit? Yeah? So there's like, okay, we'll try and sort you out with some pain remedies and whatever. Sit here. I'm sitting there now for, like, I could have been there for all 3 hours. All my cousins come down the hospital now. We're sat there for like another hour after we've come. Bang. My chest starts feeling fucked up again. Gone back to the X-ray room. The doctor said, all right, send him back to the X-ray because I've gone complain to the receptionist, innit? So I go back to the X-ray. The lungs collapsed again. So I'm saying to the man, how in the rotted was you gonna send me home? Yeah, and you know, so that can happen. That don't make sense. And he's saying, well, we weren't sure, innit? We weren't. I just don't care if we're not sure. Not sure doesn't pass the test, does it? You know, like that. I'm cussing. I'm angry, innit? Like pissed, like proper livid. Like I could have been foaming at the mouth the way I'm cussing now, innit? Yeah. And there ain't no ground for this man to stand on, innit? So, all right, boom. We're going to put you in a ward. We're going to monitor you and we're going to do this, do that. And then, you know, you might have to have surgery. Where I'm not even into the surgery thing. But I said, you know what? Whatever you're going to do what you're going to do. But listen, you're putting me in a ward. I ain't sitting in no ward with no old people and because I'm a young person. That's just going to piss everyone off, first and foremost. And second to that, really and truthfully, like, I'm getting my things in it, like, from my own yard. And I'm setting up my things. It's my room now, innit? You know, like that. So, like, I don't, like, luckily, like, they had a room there, innit? Like, you know, they got them spare rooms where they can have one person in the room, innit? They put me in my own little room or whatever now. Now, imagine, I'm in there now, yeah? Like,
they must have had you on, like, morphine, innit?
Brethren, imagine, this is what they said to me, like, the nurses come in there, the nurses talking about, okay, if you're staying here, then no, you can't go and get none of your things from your house. You have to buy everything in the hospital. I said, you're bumba club, buy everything in the hospital. I said,
wait,
listen,
everything like what? Like what? What do you need? You got a punctured lung.
buy...
Lay your ass down.
I hear you, but let me show you something. I'm going to be in this hospital. This man's telling me I'm going to be there for 2 weeks. Nah, I ain't got no towel, no toothbrush, no boxers, no cream. You understand? No man in his right mind is sitting down in that situation. You understand? And secondly to that, It's not like there's Argos in the Ross Clark Hospital. I can go buy Powell and buy things. What I'm relying on your things that you don't even wash properly. I done look on you. No, sir. That no run. That no got me. I'm going home. I'm getting things. So I've got this Italian guy now getting all up in my face, getting shirty and all of that. So what I've had to do is I let him run up his mouth and I just walk in front of the camera. All right, cool. Run your mouth then. Yeah, bam. Run it like, all right, cool. So what I did.
What do you mean? Like, is it a doctor or a nurse? What?
This is a nurse. He's telling me I can't leave to get my things, otherwise they're going to sign me out of the hospital and give someone else my room because I don't really need it. I'm saying, no, I need my room. I just need my things. And if you're going to stop me from getting my things, then realistically, what you're doing is you're putting your hands on a man with a punctured lung who is basically incapacitated. And that's assault, isn't it? Like, no one is supposed to be putting their hands on me, innit? Because I'm not a prisoner here, innit? I'm free to go and come as I please, innit? If I want to go to the toilet, I can go to the toilet. I want to go to the shop, we can go to the shop. I want to tell me I can buy my things, don't it? So I go to the shop, I buy my things, shut up, move, bam. So then the brother didn't want to move out the way, innit? So what's happened is now he's on the Ross Clark camera. So the first thing I do is I said, okay, watch, I ain't going to fight with you. I'm going to go sit down, write on a piece of paper, take that to the complaint department. Yeah, deal with him, move him. They moved him now, all right, bam. So there's a next man in there. I don't know which nation he's from, but he was African of descent. Like, and this man here, it's like he's on the same kind of vibe. It's like he wants to try and arm me up in the hospital. So I've had to make a complaint about him because it's got to a point where a man standing outside of the room, holding the door, saying that I'm not allowed to leave. So I said, okay, bam, I'm going to call the police then, isn't it? Like, I don't like calling police, but really and truthfully, if I'm in an establishment like a hospital, which is a place of, you know, people are there to get better, and these people are trying to lock me in rooms and do stupidness now, it's not happening. Bam, so the police will come. Then the man's tried to deny it. But like I said, there's cameras everywhere. What are you going to do? You best lose the evidence then, innit? Leave me alone. So from there, it's like, after that point, I'm like kind of cool for a minute. But when I say cool for a minute, it's like I've gone home, I've got all of my things. I've got towels, I've got clothes, I've got like 2 of them shelf things. I had to bring the next one. I might have to want to keep one of them. I don't care. Like, what are you going to do? Take it back now and it's got things in it. You understand? Like, I've got my big TV up, Xbox out, all sorts of things going on, you know, like that. So I'm in there, but then it's like I'm there for the 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks done. Hold on, what's going on with this operation? Nah, it's going to take a month. Then it's going to take a month to 6 weeks. So imagine I'm sat in the same room for 6 weeks. So imagine I didn't go and get my things. What, I was supposed to be in there going mad, paying $4.99 a day for TV.
No, but like you've got people. Them. Someone could have bought you some gear.
Veteran, ultra, not everyone's like you, innit? When you say you got people, them, innit? Like, people rely on me, I don't rely on people, innit? So when people come on there and they challenge me...
Yeah, that's a bad attitude, Schiffer. I'm going to have to call you on that.
When you say this...
That's a bad attitude.
When you say this,
that's a
my
bad
brother,
attitude.
I'm going to be honest with you. My brother, listen to what you're saying and listen to what I'm going to say to you now, yeah? Understand something. When I say people rely on me, I don't rely on people, yeah? I don't mean that in a bad way, because I do... Like, when my mum was alive, I relied on my mum. Of course I did. I had to rely on people.
I didn't know your mum had passed, though. Sorry to hear.
What I'm trying to say to you is, though, my family, like, in real reality, like, most of my family live in London, innit? The only person who lives in the countryside, the part where I live, is my nan. My mum grew up out there, innit? So my nan's out here on her own, really, innit? It's not really no one around there, innit? So I'm not leaving my nan in that situation, innit? So I don't really need to be here like that. If it weren't for my nan, I probably wouldn't even be here like that. Let's be honest, innit? So when I say these things, I'm not just saying it like that. And then in another respect, you got to think, I live way away from anyone that I know. Most of the people I know live in London, other than that's my nan. My nan don't really need me for nothing anyway. She's got pension. She's set up, innit? She's all right. She's not like begging for nothing. So really and truthfully, in that respect, you know, I ain't relying on them. No one's like, people rely on me, like I said, like I've got kids, innit? So I have to go. But I don't see friend and people and people like that, innit? Like, I ain't got time for them. Like, I've got things to do, innit? I've got life and community and people to worry about. Like, the few friends that I do have, I look after my friend. If my friend ain't got it, you know, and he's in trouble, then, you know, I feel no way. Here you go, friend. Hold on to it. Especially if I've got it. There you go. Hold on to that. Give that back to me when you're ready. What, do I have to give you a bit extra on top? Nah, cool, bro. Keep that one. Yeah, just hold on to it and give it back to me when you got it. You know what? If it's really, really that hard, you know what? If I can afford it, just keep it in general. Don't even give it back.
Just keep it.
Do you know, like that? But it's just that, like, because I'm in that kind of a situation. That's why I reflect like that. You know what I'm coming
Yeah.
from?
Yeah. I hear you. I hear that. I hear that. But like, it's the thing is, especially in the situation that you just described, when you're isolated in the way that you were, if you're always the one that is relied upon, like who's there for you in your time of need?
That's why I got my girl in it. That's what you're supposed to do in it. You're a man in it. You should know. Like you got your missus. She's there for you.
Yeah, no,
she
but
cooks,
so
she helps,
but
and
that's what I was saying.
things.
So if you're in hospital fucked up with a punctured lung, like wheel up on morphine, fucked up, you should have just called your wife and said, "Baby, listen, bring my charger, bring some clean underwear and a toothbrush."
She wasn't there them times. She wasn't there them times. Them times it was just Schiffer, just me riding solo, riding dirty. You get me?
Yeah,
you know about that life.
I hear you.
Real talk. And I think it was for the best because at the time it was really close to when my mum had passed, so I wasn't really ready for all of that them times. I'm just trying to prepare. I'm grieving, you know, like that. Or whatever you want to call it. No, that's the truth of it, fam. But the point of the story is, Ultra, at the end of the day, you know, if you reflect on things in a certain way, then they're going to impact you in a certain way. Because when I find myself in a situation, I pray, and each and every time, like, I find my way out, or I find my way in, or whatever it is I wanted, somehow things work out for me. Like, I'm not going to deny that praying works. I'm not going to deny it. It don't make sense to me to deny something that works.
But is that prayer though, or is it luck?
Stronger. When you say is it prayer or is it luck, I'll be honest with you, yeah. You see, when I was a kid, yeah, when my mum was around, my mum used to say things to me like, sometimes she used to think that I've got like some kind of angel or something following me, or like something on my shoulder that's just watching what I'm doing. Because you could say that I'm kind of lucky in some respects, not in every aspect, but yeah, I'm quite fortunate in some aspects. I'm not gonna lie, I can't deny that. But just being lucky ain't that, to me, that's coincidence. I don't deal with coincidence. If you deal with coincidence, you might call it luck, innit?
Wait, Schiffer, can you hear noise in the background, like a phone ringing and a TV?
Yeah, King Gold.
Yo, King Gold, sort out your thing, man. Go on mute, man. What's going on?
Yeah, that's the thing, though, Ultra. Like, if you look at things a certain way, then you're going to be enlightened to them a certain way. Like, if you never get into a situation and you never pray for nothing, then you're never going to see that prayer works. You're never going to establish it in your mind or something in that to that degree. And this is why I'm saying, like, if we're more receptive about the conversation, I can hear you lot arguments better. That's what I'm saying. It's not to say that you can be an atheist, innit? But you being an atheist, it just singles you out. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but imagine this, though, Schiffer. I don't mind being on the fringes. I don't mind being an outsider. I don't mind walking this path by myself, because the one thing, I'll tell you the truth, yeah, since high school, I've stopped doing the whole I'm gonna fit in thing. I'm gonna just do me, and I'm gonna be honest to myself, come what may. Yeah, because if I'm honest all the time, even if you don't like what I'm saying, you know exactly where you stand with me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Whereas,
the thing where you have to know exactly where you stand, because I know where I stand with you, but you have to know where you stand with me in the sense of, like, not just me, like some other people as well may share the same ideology. Like, you see, when you renounce God, or you go against God, or you challenge God's authority, like, it's the same as siding with the devil. You may not be directly saying that the devil exists, and you know what, I want to side with the devil, and
you're so funny,
my
man.
friend. No, but this is the thing, though, where it's not that you're saying that, you know what, I love the devil and the devil's my friend and I'm a Satan.
I'm an atheist. I don't believe the devil exists either.
Exactly, and that's the whole point to what I'm saying. So it kind of puts you on that side of the fence, even though you're not on that side of the fence. That's what I'm saying. I know you're not on it. That's not what you're about, but it still puts you there from our categorization, because you're making categorization of us. Remember?
Okay. No. I hear that shit. But wait. That is an excellent point. And I fully grasp and understand what you're saying. You're basically saying, according to you, according to your thing, because I take this particular position, you have to class me as X, Y, and Z. And I get that, bro.
We have to.
And but
We have
this
to. We ain't got a choice.
but no, but here's the thing though. What if you're wrong?
Say that again.
What if you're wrong?
When you say what if I'm wrong now this is the point where it gets a bit intricate now, because when you say what if I'm wrong, I am wrong, because you don't worship Satan. You don't do rituals and sit down around demon circles and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the thing is now, you see when you renounce God, and you renounce his authority, what you're actually doing is you're siding with the devil, because the devil said he can by any means, it doesn't matter what means he uses, all he has to do is get you to renounce God. That's all he has to do. And renouncing God and saying God doesn't exist is exactly the same thing.
Yeah, I don't. This is the thing, Shift. Do you know what the funny thing is? I'm actually listening to you, like genuinely. Yeah, but the problem is, like, at the moment you're just sort of saying things to me, and you're providing me with no evidence. And wait, hold on. Like, at the moment you're just saying things.
I just give the evidence.
Okay.
Listen, I'm gonna give the evidence again. Listen, I'll give you the evidence again. Let me give it to you again. Hold on. Let me give it to you again. Watch this, yeah. It says, continued opposition to God. By his challenge of God and his charging God's servants with lack of integrity, Satan lived up to his title, devil, meaning slanderer, which title he deserved for having slandered Jehovah God in the Garden of Eden. Yeah? So that's what you're living up to every time you renounce God. You're living up to the title of the slanderer.
No, I hear you, but I'm not slandering anyone. But all right, I get it. But
if you say God doesn't exist, that's slander, because you don't.
No, I don't believe he does.
I made before.
Yeah, I don't believe.
Hear what I'm saying. You don't believe in God. We understand that, yeah. So we're not going to go into your belief system. What we're now attacking is your ideology, because if you're saying that God doesn't exist, as far as
I'm not saying that.
God
remember when I was speaking to the other day, I've never said your God doesn't exist. I'm saying I don't believe your God exists.
Now, if you don't believe
in God, and then remember I said I could be wrong, and then you was like, you're on the right path, ultra rare.
But hear me. This is why you was on the right path, because I want to ask you this question. If you don't believe in God, in what capacity don't you believe in God, and what capacity does your non-belief wane? Talk to us.
Okay, so basically, nobody has been able to convince me that what they believe in is actually true. Nobody has provided me with a convincing argument to make me say, yeah, all right, your God's the one. Also, the majority of the time when I interact with religious people, they're all fucking crazy or snowflakes or mentally ill or stupid or they've gone through shit and like God. Yes, Vic, what am I saying? Finish now? Yeah, like, and I'll be honest with you, if there's this all-powerful being and rare, and the type of people he attracts are just dickheads, I'm just not going to get involved. I'll rather just come what may, like, you know what I mean? Come what may.
I hear you, but in the same respect,
the knowledge of God is not necessarily a personality contest, just for the people that follow it.
I don't know what.
You can't say they're like that because they follow God.
Yeah, but this is the thing. I'm not saying. Like, for me, like I said, for me, I would be more inclined to listen to a person about their beliefs if they can, like, if their behavior is exemplary. If somebody's telling me about an all-powerful God and it's everything and it's amazing, it's wonderful, and they're displaying exemplary behavior, like the majority of the time, then I would be more inclined to listen to them, because that is my personality. Yeah. Even though I'd be inclined to listen to them, after I've finished listening to them, there's no guarantee that I'm going to take on what they believe just because their behavior is great. But what I'm saying is, nobody can't talk to me about God when you're a pie.
Ultra, let me ask you this question. Ultra, this is my question to you.
Yes, sir.
Does the Most High exist? Is there such a thing?
It's possible. To you, it's real. To me, I'm not convinced. However, I could be wrong, as can you.
So are you saying it's possible then?
Yeah, anything's possible, yeah.
So
The
if you're
God that
saying
you
it's
believe, the
possible,
God that you believe in, is indeed possible. I just don't believe.
so if you say it's possible though, and you say it's not something that you believe in, then
Yeah.
why not be more accurate in your description and saying, you know what, you're not sure? Because if you're not
That's what I did
sure,
say.
then
I don't believe,
no, but
bro. No, 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 no,
hear
no.
me,
I'm
hear me,
sure.
hear
I
me
am
out,
sure that
hear
I
me out,
don't believe
hear
in
me
the
out.
God you believe in. I'm
I've got
sure
you.
that I don't believe in the Muslim God or the Jewish God or the Hindu
You don't believe
gods
in it,
or
but
no,
you
I don't
don't.
believe in none
You
of that
don't.
stuff.
You not believing in it doesn't. You not believing it doesn't mean that you know it doesn't exist, or
No,
do
that's
you know that
exactly
it
right.
doesn't exist?
No, no, no. That's exactly right. I've never made that claim. That's a
All
positive
right.
claim.
So
That's a
now hear what I'm
positive
gonna
claim
say
I've
to
never
you.
made.
Now in
Yeah,
that
yeah.
respect, yeah, because you don't know for certain, have a positive claim to it not existing.
Yeah.
What I would like you to have an understanding of is that realistically, you cannot therefore say that it doesn't exist. And as long as you're not saying that
No,
God
but
doesn't exist,
Shifa, you keep
then it's
repeating,
not
bro.
slanderous.
I've never said your God does not exist. I've never said that. I always say to you, Shifa, you believe in your God, I'm not convinced. The Muslims
Okay.
believe in their God, I'm not convinced. The
So you're
Jews
not an
believe in
atheist
their
then.
thing, I'm not convinced.
So you're not an atheist then. You're not
No, I'm an
agnostic, and you just
agnostic. I'm
don't
an
genuinely know.
agnostic. I'm an agnostic
No,
atheist.
you're not.
As long as no, wait,
What is?
hold on, Shifa. Hold on,
Why
Shifa.
does that make sense?
As long as even though I'm not sure, because I am without a God belief, I'm an atheist. However, I think the correct term to use is agnostic atheist. That
No, that
accurately
makes sense
describes my
because
position.
no. If you're not sure whether you have a God belief or not, because you don't know
No,
whether
I
God
don't
exists
have
or
a
not,
no,
so you're not
Shifa.
sure.
Listen to me, Shifa. I'm
You're
confident
not
I
sure.
don't have a God belief. I'm saying
No,
no.
you're not confident. You
What's
just
that on
said,
the floor,
listen, you
man?
said you're not sure. You
Man,
just
just
said
put the
you're not sure. You
Lucozade all
can't
over the
be
floor
not
and then just
sure
leave that for me.
and be confident. You know, not sure is a sign of non-confidence or you know, a lack of confidence. That's a sign of lack of confidence. If you're sure about something, that's a show of confidence. You know, some people might call that cocksure, you know, like that. But at the end of the day, like I get where you're coming from. I
Oh,
just
Shift.
think that
I
you need
got
to
a
put
thing. All
better
right, we
words.
speak later. Oh, Shift. Listen, my bro. Sorry, bro, to interrupt you. I got to go. My bus just come. But
Yeah, so no,
listen. No. Listen. Just quickly though. Like I didn't know your mum had passed in it, so like, obviously I'm sorry to hear that and thing. But
yeah, man, all right, man. That happens.
this God thing is I want to rap to you about it some more because but I've got to drive. Man. Can you like what time
Yeah,
am I
we
due at
can
the
rap
other end?
anytime. You see, one thing on
10
I
past.
don't know if you noticed this ultra. Like, I don't go at you the same way as James Jones because you still try to be respectful,
Yeah,
and
but we're
that's
different
all I'm
people,
trying to
innit?
say.
Like it's horses for courses, man. Like you can't approach everyone in the same way. You have to read your audience, man.
Exactly.
It's a good skill. It's a good skill to have. Anyway, listen, Ship. I got to drive. I'm gonna get in trouble. Speak to you in a bit. Peace.
All right, yes. I don't know. Yeah, man. I think they've had enough Bible study for one day, man. Like, I can give some more insights another day. You know, like that. But for the non-believers, like, you know, you got a lot to answer for, man. Like, you know, there's too much here. There's too much. You know, like that. Like I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at a Nimrod prism, which boasts of conquest by Sargon, but some of those conquests may actually have been made by his predecessor. So these are ancient artifacts confirming things that's happened, you know, like stories that are told in the Bible. They're just stories, isn't it? Like, that's what people say, but no, they're historical events. Like, I just don't understand the idea that, you know, all these historical events don't tie up as evidence. I don't understand that narrative. But either way, each to their own. Like, out to King Gold, man. Big up yourself, my brother, man.
Yo, big up, G. Yeah, man. Yeah,
Glad to see you in there, man.
quite.
Big up to man like Walter. Yeah, go on.
I like even though it's a talked about subject quite often, like, it's always good to listen to sort of different levels of dissection. And I think, yeah, it's a healthy dose of just common sense, really, that you guys just apply to the concepts you were just speaking about. So that was quite interesting. Me personally, my opinion on the subject is yes. I'm not really religiously that well drawn to religion to the point where I really want to know whether I should be an atheist or should be a, or I don't think there'll ever be a time I can be an atheist, because that's kind of like an absolute thing on something that's unknowable or unknown at the very least.
Yo, big up, Relly, big up the C block.
You know what I've never really liked is the fact that there's a safety net, right? Big up, bro. Is there the safety net is if for whatever reason, by all of this knowledge that we've been given in front of our eyes, there happens to be this afterlife or whatever, and it's all based on how you live in a day, like through your life. I think, you know, you should just understand that if you can't break it down like educationally, you know, properly, intelligently, then you've just got to think, you know what, I at this stage I may as well just try and at least believe, even if it's not like super devoutly, because it could be that I just need to, you know what I mean? So I don't know if you should take that risk. It just, for a person who's got any type of intelligence, you know that taking that risk to actually say there's no God, or the amount of whatever you're experiencing, some people have come and given anti-dawah and there's a bad representation, so that's put you off. I don't think that's enough, to be honest with you. The whole concept of there's a possible afterlife. How many people believe in it? So just for the mere fact, the amount of people that believe in it, regardless if it's just so far-fetched, it's unbelievable. You know, some of these stories for afterlife are crazy anyway. You know, go through a scarab beetle or something, whatever it is, your heart getting away. But still, it's a possibility, just that mere possibility that it could be true. Why not? I personally think it's all theatre. People just want attention, but and in their heart of hearts, they know they probably secretly pray to God and say, look, if I'm doing you wrong and I don't know it, please.
Well, I know that I'm not doing that.
I just don't think people are genuine. So I'm never really going to take this that seriously, to be honest with you.
So really, my position as atheism is I don't have to disprove that there is no God, right? I don't know if it's possible that there is a God, but I can prove that your God. It could be sorry, I can prove that your God doesn't exist, that your concept of God doesn't exist. We can start with the Bible. How on the very first page it says that the earth was created before the sun. So nowhere else in the universe are stars, which are suns according to their galaxies. Their systems. Nowhere else in the whole universe does a planet appear before a star. So that's something that you have to explain how that's reasonable. Unless you're...
No, technically, that's not really something we have to explain. That's something that God has to explain. But at the end of the day, if you don't believe in God, then ultimately you're never going to get to answer that question. Ask that question.
Listen,
so I get you where you're saying. So.
The reason that you have to explain it is because you're making the claim that the religion and God is true. So if we're
not just making the claim that it's true, we're making the claim that, you know, for instance, if you look at, for instance, the spread of Christianity and where Christianity started out from then, that a lot of people are confused. Because if I ask you that question, what are you going to tell me? Where was the main spread of Christianity coming from?
This is not the topic. What are you talking about?
All right. Well, the point
I noticed that you just tried to switch it.
Listen, we're dealing with historical evidence. What you're dealing with, my brother, listen. What you're doing is you're dealing with the science of God, and I ain't God. So
that's not science. That's not science, though, because science is repeatable through.
No. What you're dealing with is the science of God. You're trying to break God down into
just add
science.
God. You can't add an. You can't add an indefinite article and then God after a word and say that it's science.
Yes, I can. So you're trying to break down God like God is a thing. You're trying to break down God like God is a person. So how did God create a planet?
Look, as an atheist,
how did God create a planet?
All you're doing is talking. all you're doing is talking over me, dude, and not going to the point that I brought up. Because what you're talking
I've
about,
gone to your point. Your point is how did
no, you
how
have not.
listen, your point is how listen, your point is how did God create a planet? That's your point, really.
No, that's
And
not
really and
the point.
truthfully, I
That's
can't go.
not the
What
point.
is your
See,
point,
you
mate?
totally
What
missed
is your
it.
point?
The
What is
very
your point?
first page has errors in it that we can look across
Ugh.
the universe,
What
and that
error?
is not true. So
What
all
error?
I have look, let me talk again. You obviously just ignored when I spoke and I came on here. As an
Which error are you talking
atheist,
about?
I can say that I do not know that there is a God or there isn't. But I can prove that any of the gods that you claim exist that have spoken to humans have errors in them, which means that
What
God
error?
is not true.
Pull up the error, bro.
Like I said,
Pull up the error.
in the Bible, it says that the earth was created before the sun. Now we look across
You
the
want to
whole
go into the
universe.
creation story, yeah? All right,
Now
cool.
the
I'll go
whole
into the now we're going into creation.
So across the whole universe, there is not one example of a planet existing before a star. Now, a lot of people would try to say that this is metaphorical or allegorical, but you have no evidence that the original people who believed this religion actually believed it as metaphorical. And for the Christians, you have Jesus saying, "Has not the truth been given down to you?" And talks about how Moses was true. So this is all I have to do as an atheist to show that your version of God isn't true. It doesn't mean that there isn't a real version of God somewhere, but it's definitely not true according to the words that you allege came from God.
I got you, but you just killed your own argument. Yeah? I don't know if you realize what you did right there. But ultimately, regardless whether you believe it or not, you're just one man, innit? And at the end of the day, your understanding of something as one man in comparison to billions of people who have compared the same information, you know, it has
All you're
its
doing is
controversies.
rambling.
That's what I'm gonna say.
All you're doing
No,
is
I'm
rambling.
going to say it has its controversies. I'm not rambling at all. Like I
rambling.
said, you're asking me to break down the creation of universes and stars and stuff. You can't break it down. Your scientists can't break it down. Your scientists can't break it down. They've not been there. They're just talking. They're just
You see, you're saying they haven't been there, but you weren't there at the creation of this creation.
Exactly. Thank you.
So you're false.
There you go.
You're false.
There you go. No, you're false. You're
the
false
hypocrite,
because what you're saying is you're false. I'm going to tell you why you're the hypocrite, because ultimately what I'm saying is I'm having faith in something, innit?
That's
I'm
all
not
you
saying
have.
that you have to believe it. Listen, I'm not telling you that you have to believe anything. You don't have to believe nothing. You can be atheist. But understand, when you cross into the realm of atheist, this is how we view you. And this is what.
But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter just because you view us a certain way.
We'll deal with it.
Because the way that you view something isn't necessarily true, right? Just
exactly.
because
I said that too.
So
I said that too. So what's the problem?
So what you're implying here is that because
what I'm implying is that I might see someone as something, but it might not necessarily be true. So
you just cut people off, dude. That's all you do. That's your greatest argument is cutting a person off. Congratulations.
No, my greatest argument is pointing out the hypocrisy in yours. It don't make sense what you're saying. We're having a diluted argument.
Look, my argument isn't based off of a book that nobody was there who saw it being written down or the creation. You have faith in that. My argument is that as of right now, we are looking into the stars, and with telescopes, we are looking into the past, and we have yet to find one instance of a planet existing before a star. Okay, we have yet to find that, and we are constantly looking.
Let me ask you a question. According to who? According to what study? Break it down for us, please. Give us some information, because you think your information is so, clever. You should know it.
This is true. This is modern knowledge, bro. That it takes It takes a star to explode, right? When there are stars that explode, they release elements. Now, when these elements cool later on, they too can become stars, and these stars start. I'm sorry, I'm walking my son right now. So these stars form, okay? And then there's all elements.
Did you say you're walking your son?
Yes, I'm walking my son right now.
Oh, my bad.
all of the so within the strength of the gravitational pull of the planet, it starts. Of the sun, it starts cooling down across what would later become a solar system, and inside of these there are elements that are collecting and forming together. Once they cool, they
Nuclear
start
fission.
coming together and they form planets. Okay, this is a common knowledge nowadays. Now, what you have to explain is how.
So let me ask you one question. How many planets have they seen formed in this way?
It doesn't matter because they
Yeah,
haven't.
answer the question.
No,
Answer the question, please.
Listen.
Please answer
It
the
doesn't.
question. How many planets have they seen formed in this way?
It doesn't matter because they haven't found one. They haven't found one example of planets forming the way that you claim.
No, but you're diverting now because you said that I was diverting. You're diverting. Listen,
You're
answering no better than mine.
He's talking about electromagnetic fields, yeah?
No, what are you talking about, dude?
They can't even explain electromagnetic field of Earth.
Dude, nobody talked about electromagnetic fields, dude.
It's a theory. Yeah, but you're talking about you're talking about
King Gold. You see what we need to start doing, yeah? King Gold, you know what we need to start doing? Let him talk his things. Because he's so smart. Let him talk his things. We don't need to refute him. Say your thing.
You're talking about supernovas, I
ain't arguing with you, man.
But they can't even.
I'm not arguing with you.
But they can't even explain the Earth's gravitational pull.
Bro, King Gold, he needs to answer the question. Tell me how many planets they have seen formed in this way. And what
I don't know.
I don't know. Thank you. There we go.
So I don't know. There's a honest
theories.
No, here's the thing. No.
I've got to give him that. He's been
I don't know because I can't do the research right now. I'm walking my son. But
please do some when you get home. When you get home, I can give you some. Listen,
Shifa. Even if there is one planet that they have found, it totally destroys your argument. Now, outside of that, let me continue real quick. Outside of that, even if they haven't found one, there is not any evidence that the planets form in the way that religion says it did. Because later on,
so let's not go with religion. We've accepted that already. So we're not going to listen. We're not going to go into religion every single time. We're just dealing with your evidence for a minute. So what we've come to the conclusion of is that it's not. It's circumstantial, then, isn't it? It's not conclusive.
No, it's not circumstantial. Just because I don't have the evidence to provide to you right now. That doesn't make it circumstantial.
When you come to us with some planets that have been formed in this way, the names of them, and show us where we can find them.
Dude,
I'll get my telescope out. I'll get it out and I'll have a look for it. We'll see if you know your stuff. But differently, when we're getting into this now, I think it's silly when we want to be back and forth. I'm not arguing with you. I've heard your point. Yeah, you've made your point. Do you feel comfortable with what you said? As long as you're comfortable, I'm comfortable.
Like everybody.
I said that I feel.
Yes, I feel comfortable. I feel comfortable that everybody that doesn't have a religious
what you shouldn't feel comfortable with?
is gonna see what's going on here.
My brother, there's one correction I'm gonna make to what you said here. You said you was walking your son, and I said to you before, I said you was walking your son, and I don't think you realise I was trying to correct you. You're walking with your son, innit?
I'm walking with my son, so congratulations.
That's right. You're walking with your son. There we go. All right, thank you. That's what I was trying to say. But differently to that, when we're dealing with the Bible,
I'm pushing my son. There you go.
Exactly. That's better. That sounds better. Not pushing him driving him around in the pram, innit?
You're trying to deflect from topics that we're talking about.
I'm trying to be funny. I'm being funny at the same time because it did sound funny. But same time, we're dealing with historical evidence, innit? What you're dealing with is circumstantial. I got you. And you could call mine circumstantial too, innit? Because you could say, well, it's historical evidence, but how can we prove that version of history is really the version of history? But when there's so much physical evidence to support the written evidence, that's when we can start coming to more of a conclusion. There is.
There's micro versions of these.
Look, of course there will be some archaeological evidences because the books were written after the fact a lot of the time. Wait, real quick. There is only a certain sect of people, very small in number, that believe, let's say, that the first 5 books of the Bible were written by Moses. And even then, if it was, then that would be a huge claim because it talks about his death. So then that would mean he's writing after he died. So of course there's going to be some archaeological evidences when people are writing books after the events have occurred.
All right, but let me say one thing, yeah. Let me say one thing, yeah. A lot of people have this misconception about Christianity, yeah. They think that Christianity, the spread of Christianity, like I've asked loads of people this question as well because I got the book, I can see it and show you the page, yeah. Like they will tell you that Christianity spread out of Greece. That's where it come from. It was just the Greeks on the Christianity, and you man are just following some European philosophy, whatever. That's what they try and tell you, yeah. Now, what I can show you is different, yeah, because what I can do is this. Watch this. So I can open up the book to the right page, yeah, and I'll put the camera on. You ain't going to be able to see it well because, obviously, like, this is very vision, innit? It's that kind of camera, innit? But, like, you can see there's a map, yeah? So, I don't know if you can notice, but there's one shade of green that's darker than the other, yeah? Now, the shade of green that's darker it says areas of concentrated activity. And then the one that's lighter green says area touched by the good news in the first century. Yeah. Now, what you'll notice is the main concentration is around this area. Greece is over here, Greece is there. Yeah, still the main part of the main concentration. Yeah. The main part is here. This is Asia, Bithynia, Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Pamphylia. Never heard of these places. And then right there, I've got Syria, which is dark green as well. Cyprus, which is dark green as well, which is why I'm trying to tell people, when you go to certain places like Cyprus, you go into them catacombs and you see the black people. That's what you're seeing. When you see the pottery, it looks Nubian, like that. And then you're going to start thinking to yourself, hold on, maybe we've been sold a false version of history here. Because you see that part there, Syria, yeah? That goes right down there, all the way straight up into Egypt, bam, Ethiopia, Libya, all of that. That's right, immediate access into Africa. Now, at the end of the day, like, you can evaluate that how you want. You could say that means them people came out of Africa, they went into Africa, whatever way you want to say it. At some point, they're African, innit? At some point, they've gone other places, innit? And it's not necessarily white people, as like people like to put their word on it. What we're dealing with, like I said, is transliteration. So what language was those people speaking? Yeah, and if they were speaking Hebrew and transliterating into Hebrew, what was the language they were transliterating from? And where did they come out of? And that's why I challenge
Aramaic?
people. Go into your, all right, but hear what I'm saying. This is why I challenge people. Like, you could say Aramaic, yeah, like, but what I'm going to say is I'm going to challenge you to go into your Bibles, yeah, and then, like, find yourself outside of Egypt. It's a hard task. Like that. Find it, and then when you look at certain things, like I said,
I don't know what the point is you're trying to make. I was trying to be quiet.
The point I'm trying to make is,
I don't get what you're trying to say.
The point I'm trying to make is these things are historical evidence that the words in the Bible have some truth to them, and there is a higher power.
As I said before, there will be times that there are historical archaeological proofs because the stories are written after the fact. Just like the fall of Rome prophecy, right? I will destroy this temple in 3 days and rebuild it. Now, a lot of Christians, and then they say that that's about Jesus's death and resurrection, but they also say that Jesus prophesied the fall of Rome. Well, the books, all the books that we have, the earliest ones are dated to after the fall of Rome. I mean, after the fall of Israel, right? Jerusalem.
Yeah, but my brother, they've got coins dedicated, like Roman coins commemorating the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 CE. Yeah, so
that's my exact point, dude. That's my whole point. But the text that we have, there's none of them that are before that we can actually date to before the fall of it. Which means that
there are.
It was written.
Why, like
it was written.
The ones
not coins. Not coins. We're not talking coins. We're talking scripture here.
I know there's scriptures too. There's scriptures too. I said, where do you think they're getting? Listen, where do you think they're getting the Tetragrammaton from? Where do you think it's coming from? This is coming from something older, and this is what I'm saying. That's why I brought that one up.
You have no evidence.
My brother, I have enough evidence to suggest that, for one, like when you're dealing with Bible comes after Jesus, yeah? So it's definitely before the Bible, 100%, yeah? All right? Yep. When we're dealing with Torah, that's something older.
You have no evidence.
Jesus.
The point is, you have no
Evidence of
evidence
what?
of the date that the Gospels were wrote about the fall, right? About the prophecy. My whole point here is that, as far as we know, all of the books that we have can only date back to after the fall of Jerusalem by the Roman Empire. They have sacked it. So then that story could have been implemented. Okay, and the way that we know this is through the Dead Sea Scrolls in the Nag Hammadi library, that we can look and assert some of the texts that go all the way back to about 1 BCE. Okay, some of them actually in the Dead Sea Scrolls can be dated to 100 BCE, but that's from the Jewish texts themselves and not from Christianity. So, and this goes to the point that I was making, which is just because it's in a book and it has some archaeological evidence to support it, that doesn't mean that the story wasn't written after that event happened.
I don't understand the point you're making, because how can someone write a story before an event happens? Talk to me.
No, after. They wrote the story after the event and added the
Exactly.
event into the story, which then would
No, they
leave
didn't.
which would leave
No,
credence
that don't
to
make
that there
sense.
being some archaeological evidence is scattered here
No,
and
my
there
brother,
about the story.
my brother, listen, that's projection. You can't write a story about something that's not happened. That doesn't make sense.
Do you understand,
So they
Sheepa?
had
It's
to
just
write a
like,
story about something that's happened, didn't it?
go back to what I said about with Moses,
I heard
and
you.
how there's people who say that he wrote the first 5 books, but it still talks about his death. So that would be impossible for him to talk about his death after he's already dead. So what happens is people are writing the story after it's occurred, so they can add certain truths to try to make it look like it's all evident. Do you understand?
Let me ask you a question. Why is Jerusalem where it is today? Why have they put it where it is?
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Somebody's mowing the
Why
grass
is
outside.
Yeah, someone's doing something with their mic. I was just asking you, why is Jerusalem where it is today? Yeah, the Jerusalem we know of today. Why have they put that civilization in that piece of land? Why?
I mean, in the land of milk and honey, bro. Because they walked
All right.
around for 40 years allegedly and couldn't find the fucking place. So
All right.
they just,
So
you know,
the point I'm
hey,
making
this is it.
You see what you're doing. You see what you're doing now. Yeah, you're projecting. Now, what I'm doing is this. For instance, province of Galilee. Galilee, located in northern Palestine, was a prosperous and well-populated province in the Bible times. To this day, its geographic features are inviting: the deep blue Sea of Galilee, the rugged northern terrain, the fertile plains. Picture below. Here in this picturesque region, Jesus spent most of his early life being raised in the Galilean city of Nazareth. Yeah. So when you want to ask if these places exist, they've got this is supposed to be the place. Yeah. Farming, shepherding, and fishing were common occupations among the Galileans, and this is reflected in many of
I don't
Jesus'
think you understood
parables
what I'm
and
saying. I'm saying that these places,
cool.
a lot of these places do exist, okay, or have existed. I wouldn't say all of them, but I would say that a lot of them do exist. And the reason that you can use them as archaeological evidence is because, and I use that in air quotes, is because the story was written after the fact. It's not like,
yeah, but who can write a story before? Let me ask you this question. Listen, I challenge you to do this. Tell me someone who wrote the story before the fact.
Who are you listening? I've never said before
I
the
am
fact.
listening.
I said
Listen, no.
after
You said after the fact. Thank you. You listen. That was your evidence that you came with. You said it's because they wrote the story after the fact. So I'm challenging you now to tell us anybody in all of time who has written a story before the fact. Tell us someone.
No one. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Thank you. No. So it's a pointless. But that's what I'm saying. It's a pointless argument. They can't write. Listen. All stories are written after the fact. All stories about events and about places and about people are written after the fact.
Agree with me. So now you agree with me.
I do agree. No, I agree with you, but I'm saying to you that your point is not strong enough.
That it wasn't a prophecy about Jerusalem falling to Rome, because the story came.
No, you can't say that. You can't
Because
say
all of
that,
the
bro. That's you
written,
projecting.
all the written evidence that we have suggests that these stories came
Nah, bro,
10 to
that's you
20
projecting.
years
Listen,
after. No, it's
listen,
fact, dude.
listen. You can't say that your evidence is that the story was written after what Jesus' life happened. How are they going to write about the man's life before he's lived? That doesn't make
No,
sense.
because they
You're
could
not
write
making
about it.
sense.
Because they could
Hold
write
on one
about it
second.
during the time, right? They could write about it during the time of his life, but there's no historical evidences of people writing about Jesus during his life. In fact, the only time it says that Jesus wrote, he wiped it away with his foot in the sand. Nobody even knows what the hell the guy wrote. So the point here is that, of course, there's going to be times where there's archaeological evidences line up with some of the stories in any religion. It could be Diddy, right? It could be
Yeah, but my
Hinduism.
brother, can you please answer the question?
It could be
Can you
Hinduism.
please answer my question now, my brother?
This is the example. Any religion, okay, can have archaeological evidence to support battles, people, places, but that doesn't make the religion true, dude.
Listen, I never said it makes it true for you and for the people who don't think
not
that.
for me.
Listen, let me
At
finish.
all.
Let me
At all. It
finish.
doesn't make it true at all.
Listen, I never said it makes it true for you or for anyone who doesn't find that to be sufficient evidence. What I'm saying to you, my brother, is this. At the end of the day, for you to say something doesn't exist, you need to have sufficient evidence. What you said, your evidence was this. You said, but the stories about Jesus are written after Jesus' life. So basically, they could have made up the places and made up the archaeological evidence. No, my brother. You can't write about someone.
You're wrong.
That's what you said. What did you say then? What did you say? Talk to me. What are you saying?
Of course, there's going to be some archaeological evidences, not only for Christianity or Judaism or Islam, but for all religions that you disbelieve in, because the story is always written after the fact. So there will be archaeological evidences of pottery, literature. There's going to be archaeological evidence of certain people.
Does the story need? So does the story need to be? So does the story need to be written before the fact then, for it to be believable?
For one, it should be written during the time, instead of 2 generations later. Sometimes, instead of it just being, for it to be considered an actual time-based contemporary topic. So when I was speaking, when I was trying to get at here is, and when I said I can disprove, as an atheist, I don't believe in God. I don't have faith in God. That doesn't mean that there isn't a God. All I have to do is show that your version of God can't be true based on what your alleged God, your alleged God says is true.
Yeah. But you see, by doing that, you see what you've just done there, yeah? You've basically just said that you think there is a God, basically. So you're not even an atheist. It's just a pointless. You did. You said you don't.
Why are you not listening? Why are you not listening?
Repeat what you just said. Repeat what you just said.
I do not have faith that there is a God. I do not believe there is a God. But I cannot
say there's not a God. You can't say there's not a God.
I cannot determine 100% that there is not a God, because it is beyond my ability to say that a God doesn't exist. But what I can do is go from religion to religion and see what their alleged God claims is truth. And then I can dissect it and prove that your God doesn't exist. That's not saying that there isn't a God.
I hear you, but up until now, you've not been able to prove that the Most High doesn't exist. So I
prove that your version of God doesn't exist. I prove that your version of God doesn't exist.
You haven't proven that any version of God doesn't exist. If your God
all
you've done so far, you've told us something about outer space that you can't really confirm. And then what you've also done is you've told us that basically because the story is written after the fact, they can basically make up the evidence. Now, what we're saying to you,
I never said that. Do you not understand what the point is that I am making?
I don't know, man.
What are you purposely? Are you purposely misleading what it is that I say?
No, I'm not misinterpreting you on purpose. What I'm doing is
I didn't use the word misinterpret. I said misleading. Are you purposely trying to mislead what it is that I said?
No, I'm just telling you what I took from what you said. Whatever way you're saying it, that's what I'm getting from it. So maybe you need to rephrase it. I don't
I've
know.
already done this 4 or 5 times, man. The
I
point
know, and
here,
I'm still getting
the
the same
point,
thing.
okay, the point here is that any religion, whether it be Hinduism, whether it be Judaism, spiritualities, they're going to have archaeological evidences that support their claims of certain peoples at times, certain places, certain belief systems. They're going to have that, okay? Because if those people did exist, then the chances are it will leave civilization traces, okay? But that doesn't prove any religion because, like I said, it could be from Hinduism to spirituality and the Abrahamic faith. The next point of this
Can I be
is
honest with you?
now let
Sorry,
me
go on,
finish
bro.
this. So
Go on.
the
My bad.
next point that continues to that that I was making is that it is the stories are written after the fact, which means that they can add these historical evidences even if it
Yeah, we
never
got that.
happened. Even if it never happened,
Yeah.
they can
Yeah,
add
that's
in these
basically what I
places.
said anyway.
They can add in these places and names and cultures
Yeah.
that maybe they never even came into contact with, but they had heard
I
of,
got you.
and they can add a story to it.
Anyone could do anything. You could have been, moved around in the hospital at birth, and your mum might not be your mum. Who knows? They could have done anything. You know what I'm saying? Anyone could have, should have, would have. Like, but
Except for
bro,
DNA,
what I'm gonna
right?
say to you,
Because God
I got
didn't
you.
realize that DNA
Have you?
exists and that it can prove
But
shit.
have you had a DNA test to confirm that shit? Come on, man. Who's doing
Both
that? Like, talk to me. Like,
both my parents have had DNA tests. What are you talking about?
well, I'll be honest with you. Like, you're one of the lucky few then. But like, not to say that you haven't. I'm not trying to knock you. I'm just saying not everyone does that, do they? So putting it in perspective, my bro. Like, what I'm gonna say to you is this: like, your point of view has been heard. It's been documented. I don't think it's strong enough to really have a stance against the argument that I've made. I'm gonna be honest with you. And like, because you're with your son, I'm being quite respectful, innit? Like, because I can hear you're passionate. You're American as well. You Americans are passionate. I love
I'm
it.
outside. I'm trying to
I
talk.
banter with you
I'm
more.
trying to talk loud because I got
I
people
know.
driving beside me and stuff.
That's why I'm allowing you, because you're with your son as well, innit? Now, I'm not trying to make you be shouting up in front of your son and that. I know, like, so respect that as well. Like, you put your point of view across. Like, I'm hearing you, innit? I'm just saying that we're going to have to differ on that. Like, me and you are going to have to differ. Like, everyone else at home, make up your own mind. But,
that's the
you've
thing.
heard
It's
from
good.
the point of view of an atheist.
There's always going to be a differ until either you lack belief or I allegedly have belief. That's the difference. But also within side of different religions, they also have different belief concepts. It's kind of funny how everybody reads the same story but doesn't come to the same conclusion.
Yeah, but this is the whole point I was making earlier, in the sense that, when we get to religion, like, you can go a lot deeper. Like, I'm showing people, I've got the book here. It says Insights on the cover, because it's giving you insight into what was being spoken about, where they were getting their ideas from, why they translated and transliterated, and why they've done certain things. And then you can get from there, you can work out, if you can know why someone done something and how they done it, you can work out how to undo it. You understand? And then you can go and read for yourself. So when people are here talking about, you can't read the original text, you can't read it, like, that's not actually true, because we can read the original text and we can connect deeper. And I'm not saying that
we don't have most original text. No. What are you talking about?
But you hear what I'm going to say? When you say we don't have the original text here, it's not that we don't have the original text. It's that most of us don't read like that. We don't.
How old is the oldest?
You know?
How old is the oldest Torah in the world? Do you know?
No, it's not about the Torah though. No, but it's not. We don't want the Torah. The Torah is a transliteration, and this is the point I'm making. So if you're dealing with Torah, you ain't gone deep enough. Yeah. So what we need to do, we need to go deeper, and then we can understand where I'm coming from in transliteration. That this text comes from that text, and that comes from that text. Then now
the Torah is what we're talking about. The first 5 books, right?
No, I'm not going with that, because I would say not the first 5 books. The Torah is the
books
Old
of Moses.
Testament, basically. Now, when we're dealing with the Torah, there's more to it. Like, the first 5 books is called something else. There's a name for it. It's not called the Torah.
The Pentateuch.
That's it.
So
that's right. So
the Tanakh. So, but
The
the
Pentateuch.
point
The Pentateuch.
the point here that I'm trying to make is, if you go all the way back to the start of the religion, of really any religion, you don't have the original text. Very few religions have the original text that that they could point to that say started the religion. It's not like Taoism, right? Taoism,
No, but here what I'm
we
gonna say to you. Listen, my brother. Listen to this now. Yeah, I'm gonna just give you a quick download. Yeah, so you can understand where I'm coming from. The story of Noah. Yeah, does not originate from in the Bible. Where does the story of Noah originate from? Do you
talk
know?
about Gilgamesh.
We're talking about something that's in Samaria.
You talk about Gilgamesh.
That's what we're talking about. I'll be honest with you. It could be Gilgamesh. I just know it's something in Samaria. I don't know the
Gilgamesh is
actual
the
name. I can
oldest.
find it.
Gilgamesh is the oldest poem in the world.
It could be. It could be that. But I'm just saying it. I know it originates in Samaria. I remember looking at this not too long ago. I just can't remember the name of it. Yeah, but I know when we're talking about this, we're dealing with something that's coming out of Samaria. Just like in Egypt, you've got another concept which is very similar to the Noah concept. And then this is what I'm talking about, transliteration. So if we're going to get into transliteration, we're going to
What is
start.
your definition of transliteration?
So transliteration is when, for instance, you take an old language here and you convert the vowels and consonants of that language into a new language.
They
Now,
didn't use
let me
vowels. They didn't use
all right, now
vowels
here's
that
what I'm
long
going to
ago.
say. All right, thank you. So there we have it. So now when we get into this day of having vowels, and now vowels are added into the play, there were no vowels. So now we've got to make up vowels. Do you know like that? We've got to put vowels in places that they was not there. So when we get into the transliteration, you can understand why I think it's so
Transliteration. Transliteration is the taking of, just in the simplest form, two different languages. One word is being transliterated, which means it is being word for word. There is not supposed to be any. It's not supposed to be where.
So answer me this question. I've got you. No, I'm with you. See, me and you, we agree on some things, and that's why I've not attacked you. I've let you go through your train of thought because it's sensible. Now, what I'm going to say to you is this. I had a debate with a guy named Shemzi, to be precise, Arabic speaking. Yeah. According to Shemzi, words do not translate exactly the same into English because some of the words in Arabic don't exist in English, or something along those lines, or because the words are just different. They're so different that you just can't translate them, but they translated it and transliterated it anyway. So please explain.
Yeah. So transliteration is supposed to be a word for word, as opposed to a translation is more to try to guide the reader into an understanding. Now, if you go to like corpus.quran.com, because the person was speaking Arabic, and you're talking about Arabic speaker, you can go to the transliteration, and because it's a triliteral language, it morphs different words into one word, okay? And that's the reason that you won't see certain, like if you do the translation to the transliteral is going to be more ancient, broken up words, okay? It's going to not make as much sense.
Do you want the controversy?
The translation is going to have like indefinite articles like a, and the. It's going to have more, what is it? Fuck.
But hear the controversy though. Hear the controversy, my brother. Yeah, hear it. Hear the controversy now. Yeah, this is the controversy. This is the pasta, basically. Yeah. So, a man saying that the word prophet in English means something completely different the way it means in Arabic.
Rasul is allegedly what means something different than prophet in English.
No, he said that the word that they translate to mean prophet from Arabic into English, it doesn't translate properly into English as prophet. Like the prophet means something else, or the definition of prophet in Arabic is different to the definition
well, here's
in
the
English.
thing. Then he has to take that up. He has to take that up with all of the mosque and all the. And this isn't just about Islam.
Nah, he wasn't taking it out. Listen, he switched it back on me. That's what he did. He switched it back.
Yeah, but this isn't just about that. You notice people don't really make this argument about like Hinduism that much, right? With Sanskrit, which is actually more ancient language than Arabic. But besides that, what the argument would then be is, well, then that's not my fault. How am I supposed to learn your language if I'm supposed to learn something that isn't my mother tongue? I have to do it with translation. Period. That's just it. Even if I'm trying to learn through somebody teaching me orally, somebody trying to teach me orally, that's still a translation. So what his claim is, you need to be the one going and fix this alleged problem with the word Rasul being translated as prophet and not something else, because that's not our problem.
No, I hear where you're coming from, but I'm just saying at the end of the day, you know, these are the kind of explanations that people use. These are the things that have been thrown out in debate, you know. So just to bring you a bit further up to speed with why I believe the transliteration and the translations and, you know, the
I'm sorry, Rasul is the messenger. So I'm like I said, I'm trying to go off the top of my head here while I'm walking with my son.
I've had a few Muslims up here that have, you know, I've asked to explain. I've asked for explanations, and the only explanation that I've been given, which I think is a reasonable one, is that, you know, the English language just doesn't treat the word in the same way. But then in that respect, you know, how many other languages are like that, where we're using words and transliterating things, and we might say, for instance, now we go to another country, we're using a particular word because we're thinking that's the way we're supposed to say something, or that would, you know, have a good effect on people. But it could have the opposite effect, because in transliteration, that word could be misconstrued and received as something else. Like I pointed out earlier to someone, you know, if I said to someone, you know, you're bad, you know, that could mean one of two things. It could mean you're good or you're bad, which is even more confusing.
So, the thing here is, though, you notice that Arabic is so advanced, but how did they learn about and that it can't be really translated because of words or whatever? Most of the medical research in the world are done from Western countries, not Arabic-speaking countries. So it's funny how practices such as surgeries, diagnoses, all of these things that are actually practical in life that can kill people if it's done incorrectly can translate into Arabic. But somehow their language, the Arabic language, just cannot be translated. I've always thought that was ridiculous.
I'll be honest with you, yeah. Like when he came back with his reply, his rebuttal, like that's exactly what went through my mind. I thought that's ridiculous, and I thought, you know what? There's no point in arguing that point anymore. Loads of other people were there. I think Jedi was in the part that day. He wanted to sink his teeth in, like a few other guys. They wanted me. They've said to me, "You let him go." I'm like, you know what? I don't see it as letting him go, because, you know, I'm not going to tarnish you with no brush. It's for you to say with your chest what you're saying.
And then also, you know, also all the non-Arabic speaking Muslims who speak different languages, from Spanish to English to whatever, this guy is saying that they don't even understand what the real name for Muhammad is, then. That they don't even understand what a prophet is according to their languages. And that only if they spend the time learning Arabic from certain people, I guess, according to him, because if somebody else, what if another Arabic speaker comes to him and says, well, I say that the word for a prophet in Arabic does support in English the proper way and usage, then they have to battle that shit out.
Well, you're getting it now. You're definitely getting it in the sense that at the end of the day, Arabic is not the mother language, is it? You know, like that. So it would be Aramaic. And then I think there's even one before Aramaic. I'm not even sure what the actual name is. It Syriac or something like that? I don't know what it's called. But the bottom line is, if we know that their language is transliterate, like, it could be just the same thing, innit? It's no different. It makes no difference. We need to see the original one, innit? Because what this transliteration stuff does is create confusion and create hatred. That's what I believe. I believe that's how people spread their hatred.
You see, I would disagree with you in some sense, because that's the reason some people go to school, and that they get peer reviewed by other people, and then we are supposed to accept what is being taught. Like I use this for an example. Ancient Greek of Plato, right? learning about Socrates. Now, unless I'm willing to spend 4 or 5 years trying to learn and understand the intricacies of ancient Greek, I have to take the scholars' words for it, for what they say. And what I can do is I can read 2 or 3 different scholars on the same book, like the same topic, and then I can compare their translations and see if maybe one was published. If one was published 100 years ago, it's not going to stand to reason that some of the words, they could remain the same, but the person who's translating them will feel like there's better ways to convey the message.
Yeah, but then this is the thing now where, my brother, this is the thing where, like, depending on what you're reading and what you've researched and what you know, depends on your intake of things, innit? Because if you only know of the Jesus who turns the other cheek, then that's the idea of Jesus, innit, in your mind, innit? Like, as far as you're concerned, Jesus is just all forgiving of everything. He's never going to fight back. He'll just accept slavery and accept everything. No, he's not accepting everything from what I've read, you know? And then if you've gone into, like, for instance, like I keep telling people, they took bits out of the Bible, like the Maccabees. You've got Maccabees up to Maccabees 4 or something like that. So when you're going through these things and you start to realize the other side of Jesus, and you start to realize that Jesus is a bit of a freedom fighter, you know? These men are against oppression and slavery and them things there. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Just like Moses. Do you know where I'm coming from? So, you know, they want to give you a particular version, innit? As well as they want to give you a transliteration. So it's even worse than just transliteration. But I think transliteration is where the majority of the deed is done, you know, because through transliteration, like I said to people earlier, like, you know, if there was no vowels in the previous language, we can add vowels and now words can mean things that they wouldn't have necessarily meant. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And then also, is another thing with transliteration, that if a word doesn't exist in a particular language, if there's no word for that in that language because they've never thought of that concept before, you know, other things can now be inserted. And this is where, you know, that side of things gets a bit dangerous. But as far as saying that, you know, it's not real, it's not authentic, or from authentic source.
Think of it like the word jinn, okay? Now, the word jinn in Arabic, what does it essentially mean? It teaches us inside the Quran where it says that it's beings of a smokeless fire. So I don't need to create another word, because inside of the text that we are using to determine this word, it tells us what it is. So that's not always the case, is what you said. It's just my point right there. That's how we're supposed to look at learning words from a different language, is the way that they're being used in various texts.
No, but listen to what you just said. A being, did you say encased in a smokeless fire?
I'm sorry, what?
What did you say a jinn was? Encased in a smokeless fire, did you say?
No, I said it's an entity, a creation that was made of smokeless fire. Now you can.
So even that in itself, like when we're saying transliteration now, we can look at the word in there and say, okay, listen, fire comes with smoke. That is one of the properties of fire. So smokeless fire, you know, we could either be dealing with something allegorically, or we could be dealing with something where there's a transliteration error. Because people make errors.
But the thing is, you look at the text.
That doesn't make the text wrong. No, but listen, this is what people try to do. They try to say, well, that makes the text wrong. No, it doesn't make the text wrong.
I'm not trying to say the text is wrong. I was battling I was talking about your argument of because there's not a word in the language that it is being translated / transliterated to. What I'm saying is the way that we're supposed to do it honestly is if we see a word that we don't know, we look at the context around it, and we look at the other times that these words are mentioned, and then we comparatively put those together to decide what the definition of the word is.
But what is the context around something that you don't understand? You know, like that. What's the context around something that you've never seen before? So
that doesn't matter because that doesn't matter because there's no Muslims who have seen jinn. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about seeing something, because even inside the Quran,
there's none that have seen
it? Because inside the Quran, the only person who could there's no mention of seeing the jinn. Now there are hadiths where Muhammad has spoken about there being jinn near him and things like that, and the shaitan and stuff, and that he can
But how
actually
does he
see,
know they're
so
there?
that he can see them in human form. But that's because he has a belief in it. You know what I'm saying? He has a belief in it.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I just think that at the end of the day, I don't want to project too much over something that I don't fully understand. That's what I'm trying to say. And when people all I'm trying to get at is this: at the end of the day, just because we can't authenticate something doesn't mean someone else can't. It just means they haven't as yet. And the information, like I keep trying to tell people, there's loads of information, loads of sources that it's easy to come on here and project and speak your mind. It's a lot harder, to do what I just did and pull out a book that you've gone into and done a little bit of research and pulled out certain parts to to satisfy your own search for evidence, or to maybe answer some other people's questions. That's what I'm saying, man. And I respect the fact that there's people in the world who don't believe in religion, they don't believe in God, they don't believe in. I respect that that's gonna happen, But I just need you guys, if you're gonna be atheists, you need to respect the fact that there's religious people in the world as well. There's people who may not necessarily conform to all the rules of the religion, but just believe in God. And it might be shocking, it might be surprising, they might see you a particular way because of it. And that's the truth. If I do anything, any action I take in my life, people might see me a certain way because of it. That's the truth of it. Oh yeah, man. I don't think anyone should feel disheartened, to be themselves.
I'm sorry?
I think that everyone should. I don't think anyone should be disheartened about being themselves and being who they are, believing in what they believe in. I just think we should all respect each other. And if we're going to question each other's beliefs or question each other's motives, we just do it respectfully, innit?
You go in and it's on the left side, upstairs. Mm-hmm. All right, well, I have to go. It's good talking to you. We disagree, but, the fact is that in my opinion, the fact is people who believe can't prove it. People who disbelieve can't disprove it. So all it is based on faith and a lack of faith or a lack of evidence.
Yeah, but
that's my opinion.
The worst thing is, you see when you say you're an atheist, you can't even prove that you're an atheist. There's no way
I
of
do
proving it.
What is the definition of atheism? Do you even know that?
I don't believe in atheism. I don't believe it exists.
But you can't say that just because you don't believe something exists. See, that's the exact argument right there, right? We don't believe, atheists don't believe that God exists. So
I don't believe atheists exist.
So, but the difference is there's proof of us. There's no proof of your God. Yes, there is.
No, you're not an atheist. No, there isn't.
Yes,
you're not an atheist. No,
I love how you get to define me, bro. I love how you get to define me without even using definitions of the words that we use in modern time.
You see the moment you said you was unsure. The same thing I said to Ultra. Any atheist that tells me they're unsure whether
I'm not unsure. What are you talking about? It's not unsure.
You don't know.
You're conflating.
You said you don't know.
No, you're conflating.
You said you don't know.
You're conflating.
No,
what I said is, let me tell you again, dude. Let me tell you again. I do not believe. I do not believe, and I do not have faith that there is a God. Now, I cannot disprove a God, but I can disprove your claims of God. I can disprove your claims of God.
Sure. You can't disprove
it. That's not.
You've already shown us that you can't disprove
it. You really understand?
Do
you really? Why do you have to mislead the words?
You said, this is what you said. You said, my brother, I'm going to tell you your words. Your words are this, that we cannot show you that a planet has existed before a star in this universe or something like that. And you started telling us about how planets are made and formed. And I said to you, the way that planets are apparently made and formed, can you show us a planet that has been formed in that way? As of yet, you've not shown us one. So we don't believe you in it now. I'll be honest. That's true.
Look, notice it's weird how you have to say that we don't exist when there's a definition of what an atheist is or an agnostic.
Yeah,
so these definitions apply. These definitions apply to people who have these certain views, but you're just willing to discredit it to try to make yourself seem like something that you don't believe in is actually true. You understand that? It's rather insane.
I don't believe in a lot of things. Listen, I don't believe in a lot of things. I don't believe in blacklisting and all of them things there. I don't believe that, black people are 3/5 of a human being, but there were many people who believe that according to science. Like that. Does that make me crazy too?
What's crazy about you is that there are people who are actually using a defined definition to themselves, and you say that that it doesn't exist. That they obviously
There's
must
people out
believe
there. Listen.
so listen.
Science clearly has an agenda. Listen, my brother.
Somehow you are able to tell that people do or do not believe in something.
No,
You
what I'm
have
saying, my
that
brother,
power.
is science clearly has an agenda in it. And science's agenda is to bamboozle and
Truth.
bewilder people and lie
It's
to
truth.
people and
Science
do
is
some criminal
science
stuff
is
in this world.
science is the most reliable ways to find truth in the universe as we know it right now. The scientific method.
So are black people 3/5 of a human being then? Because that was Charles Darwin who said that.
Darwin
Are
never
black
said.
people 3/5 of a
Gringo,
human being?
look, I've never seen an authentic quote from Darwin saying that. So good luck.
Are you sure about that?
I said I haven't seen it. I'm not saying that it might be out there, but I've never seen an authentic quote from
Cool.
Charles Darwin talking about the superiority of races given through the evolutionary theories. Never heard of it, bro.
All right. You see the scientists that are in your country that run NASA, yeah, that run your moon projects and the space projects you speak so highly of and talk about all these stars and stuff. Where did they all come out of? Didn't they come out of Germany and Russia, where all of the racism was happening and all these racist ideologies was being promoted? So when you say these things, I kind of hear you. I kind of hear you.
That means nothing.
I hear you.
That means nothing,
It means
dude.
nothing to you. It means nothing to you. I've got you, but at the same time, this is the problem where like you see when people talk about racism and then you get loads of people who get defensive of it. Like, why do you always have to bring out racism card and racism? It's not just the racism.
I'm not even bringing that up right now. I'm just saying that it means nothing. Your argument means nothing.
It means
just
a lot.
because a person who's racist can be stupid or they can be intelligent. You realize that, right? They can be wrong or they can be right about certain things. Like, it doesn't matter. That's retarded. What you just said is retarded.
Bro, I don't know about all of that. I don't know about all of that, bro. Like, I think at the end of the day, like, if you're gonna focus your energy in one particular area too much, yeah, you might be a bit blinded. You might be a bit one-sided, isn't it? That's what I'm gonna say. That I'm not here to challenge your theories or your understandings of theories or science. I'm just saying to you that science can't always be trusted. That's what I'm saying.
And your belief system should be. I got you. Understood.
Not that my belief system should always be trusted. My belief system should be trusted by the people who believe in it. And externally to that, I'm not telling you to trust it. I'm saying to you, if you trust it, then it will do good things for you. If you don't, you don't. Like, simple.
Good luck proving that. I have to get off here and feed my son. But good luck ever proving the stuff that you believe, bro.
Good luck ever disproving it. Like that. So, like, basically, what we've seen today is a whitewashing of the panel. Like that. Like, like 3-0 whitewash when you're playing football, Pro Evolution, like bang, 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 man, just scored 3 goals. You better just plug out your controller, bro. Like, just allow it, just like unsync it. Like that. Turn off your Bluetooth. Let someone else connect now, man, because your time's done. I shouldn't know. But it's gonna happen time and time again. It's gonna happen time and time again because, like I keep telling you, like you're coming with all these projections, but you've got no evidence. And then when we bring up our evidence, you want to try and say, well, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. You've come with all sorts of questions today. I've given you all different types of evidence, but I suppose when you come back with whatever diluted arguments you're gonna come back with, it won't be good enough again, is it? But for now, as we can see, Yahweh runs things around here, innit? Is Yahweh run thing, boya? It's not atheist business running nothing. You understand? What can it run? Can it run a shop? That'll be hard enough. Can it even run a way of thinking? Because they all think different. They're confused. I don't know. The one thing it can run is that it can run some people mad. Yeah. Out to Carl Uber, yes, I repeat things. That's right. I repeat things because if they don't hear it the first time, they will hear it the third or the fourth or the fifth or the sixth. There's no running no more in it. Like there's no escape. You know when you're in the tunnel, have you ever heard of the death tunnel? If you was at school and you went to my school, you would have played the death tunnel where man are playing football, yeah? And if a man kicks the ball through your legs, you gotta go through the death tunnel, innit? Man will kick you, punch you, like there's no rules in it. Get yourself bust up in this tunnel here. Yes. Yeah, it's funny still. But yeah, sometimes you gotta do that. Sometimes you gotta repeat things to make sure people heard them. Sometimes you gotta let them dig their own hole so they can realize what they're sitting in it. Cause you see when you're like, for instance, imagine when the British or the Spaniards got to the new world, as they like to call it, they got to America and they see this new world and they see man with running water. Yeah, man's got running water, but them a beard. Yeah, they said, "Oh Lord, what's all this bathing business going on? Oh Lord, what is this bathing?" And then I realized, oh Lord, these men here, they got baths, they got gold, they got all sorts of things going on. These men are living good. They thought they was living good. You understand? But they realized that they are living on the toilet. Yes, it's that. They realized they are living on the toilet, and these men are living on the penthouse. So they want some of the penthouse. You understand? Yeah. Come on, out to Lottie. You know they got handled. They got handled. They must have thought it was a swindle. But that's what I done. I lined them up for that. I've been lining them up. Like, literally. And the thing is, sometimes people don't realize when they're getting lined up. So what I'll do, I'll just chat, just speak to yourself like, this guy don't know what he's talking about. Let it, like, impregnate your brain, impregnate your thoughts until you start perpetuating it. And then you become lost in that cycle of just chatting a load of nonsense. And all the time you're trying to disprove every time I'm trying to say, you ain't proved nothing. You see, when I'm saying to people, listen, I got the books, I got the things like what I'm talking about. Like, I don't really just go on Google and Google. But then Google here, boy, there, Google here, boy. Yeah? After James Jones, they get me. Google eye, boy. Yeah, that's what that man there need. They need to be put on a Christmas card to Google eye. If they can find a picture of it. No, James, I'm going to allow you today. I said I'm allowing you today. So out of any, they can put you on the card if you Google it. Who Ultra got the Google it? You get me? It's their Google eye business. Yeah. He's like Carl Uber. Carl Uber said, "What do I desire to be proved? I desire to be proved. Prove to me that the atheists exist first and foremost. Show me their footprint in history. Just prove it to me somehow. Did you just happen, or did parents create you also? Strange question. But out to Lady Divine, big up yourself. I hope you're enjoying the show. Out to Belly Vision, out to the whole block. Someone writ Schiffer, but they writ Skiffer. Run the Devil, WSR off the panel. That's J777. Out to Panero's Mind, they went underground. Yeah, man, it's solid. All right. What did you say? A man said you laugh at your own existence because you can't explain it. Listen, it's been explained. It's been explained. Like, if you really want to explain that, go pick up a Bible down there. Come on. If you pick up a Bible, then they're going to understand some of what happened, innit? Go to Genesis. They tell you about the beginning, creation. You understand? Not the atheist business about a star explodes and then the dust from that star creates planet. But them still not sure we are planet yet. Please. Please put some clothes on that argument. You're naked, running naked, you know, like that. The naked runner, he's out there. They tried to stop him. They tried, but he just kept going. I should laugh, but it's actually hilarious. Yeah, at the cotton sock. Yeah, I know you lot heard the whole thing as well. A man started running and he didn't stop. I tried to take him off the road. I was like, bro, you're naked out here. Like your balls are swinging out of the door. Yeah, man can see everything. Man, I want to say that. Please put some clothing on it. We'll try to bring man a sheet. You won't take it. You won't have it. None of it. Yeah, funny guy. I'm not gonna lie, I was looking at his icon and I thought, nah, this icon looks weird. You gotta say something weird. And he did kind of go half weird. He didn't go fully weird, but he went half weird enough for a second still. Like a man said, the reason we know nothing in the Bible is true is because all of the historical evidence relating to it, you know, they're writing, the people who's writing the story are writing the story after the event. So they can fabricate the historical evidence, in his opinion. All right, cool. So my challenge to him was, please explain to us someone who read a story before the event. Because I'd like to see one. And then it starts making sense that this guy did not have a clue. Someone like they sent him on the wrong panel today, like someone set him up. Someone set him up. There was nothing he could do. Oh man. Somebody gives panel members Brazilian breast milk. God. Who is this? What the hell, bro? Whoever that is. Alazewu life. Bro, you crazy. Out to Pinero's, man. I know you must be catching some joke at home listening to this. Yeah. History of Bible wrote even by its enemies. Yeah, that's true. The history of the Bible is wrote even by its enemies. That's true. I'll give you that. Only Veli left, then Schiffer completed the G block. I told these man already, like, out to Lottie, like, you're right, you know, and I've been saying this, Mr. Lottie, yeah, just to be clear. Yeah, man, like, James Jones, people probably, like, if they knew your face, they'd probably call you Younger Veli if they saw you, you know, like that, because you're not even Younger Veli, younger Veli, you know, like that, the youngest one. And then you got Younger Veli, that's Ultra. You get me? You man need a Veli t-shirt. You know, like that. What you can do, yeah, get a t-shirt with Veli printed, get his face printed on the back, and then you can walk around with that. You'll feel like a man. What did this guy? Paneros, the man says, I've been backstage the whole time. Where's Veli? Carl Uber said, why even Islam will make you bend Schiffer? I don't understand this bending stuff. I bend for nothing, no. I don't stand up righteous enough. Truth matters. Veli Vision G block. I am in the room. Can I get into discuss? So Truth Matters is in the back room by the sound of things, Veli. So you might want to let him into the chat. You know, like that. You could have put that in the back chat still. But who else is there? Schiffer loved English language too much. When you say I love English language too much, like I ain't got no love like that. Like this is just what I know. That's why I grew up speaking, and I grew up in England. So it's not really a love thing. It's more of it's a necessity. You have to have some form of language to communicate with people. I don't know where you get that idea from, my brother. What age, Schiffer, did you say no God or design or creation? I never said no God. I don't like. I do with the Most High. Like when I say the Most High, that's what some people's concept of God is, isn't it? Like they say God, I say the Most High. I'm trying to like stick to some more respectful words, something like that. Or I might say Yahweh and call the Most High by his actual name. Who's this? What a tragic event changed your mind. Yeah, I think you're just confused, asking the same question again. Anyway. That Death Tunnel game was the dumbest game in school. Only gay people played that game. I don't know, man. Like, if you're telling me that all the guys playing that game were gay, you know, maybe that was in your school. I don't know. Like, in my school, they definitely weren't gay. Like, some guys came out with some serious injuries after getting beaten down in the Death Tunnel and stuff like that. obviously, I don't know, in your school, maybe it was more homosexual, like, orientated. I don't know, bro. Out to Mr. Truth 2007, maybe that's your truth. Who knows? Is it 1984? Schiffer, you need a laugh track for your jokes. Come on, man. I do the laugh for myself. I only know laugh track. Man, that Craig Mills said, Schiffer, did you ever see Brother Ty in the park? And why does he say his God's name is EA? Now, I don't know Brother Ty still. I don't know about all of that. That's the next thing. Maybe we're talking about Elohim. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Means Islam. Carl Uber says, means Islam will say to the atheist and non-believer, believe or else. Okay. I don't know a lot of Muslims that, you know, go around preaching believe or else, but, you know, if that's your opinion, nah, I've never met one personally. That's the honest truth. Educated guest said, Schiffer, anyone in the back chat? I think there is someone there. Belly, maybe you want to get onto the back chat because there might be someone in the back chat waiting. There was a guy before who said he was in Truth Matters. That's what it was. Truth Matters. I think he might still be there. But Belly, like, if you're not listening, then, like, please, when you do tune in, I'll say it a few times anyway. Yeah, Entrepreneur's Mind. I don't know about all of that, man. Like, some guys are different out here, man. Cause my school went nothing like that. That's what I got to say. Carl Uber said, Schiffer, can you give my neighbor his laugh? My neighbor laughed like he. Okay. He, mother. Yeah. Out to Ezra. Man said, I'm in the back room of the chat. Yeah. All right. So Belly, like, there's more people in the back room waiting to jump into the chat. It would be really nice if you could bring them on. I know you might be a bit heartbroken right now, but, you know, being upset, you know, you still got audience to deal with, please, if you don't mind. King H in the back room as well, sorry. Educated guest, same thing. So we got a few people. Does chaos matter more? Can't Uber, I don't know. It is a waiting thing right now. What I'll do, I'll send them a message in it. So yeah, so basically, Ezra, like, what happened was there was a massacre earlier on. It was like, man had the dirty hatchet out, like, just hacking. Like, and obviously, I'll be honest, you inspired me the other day, Ezra. You and Matthew, and you man kind of called me out. Your mum was like, yeah, but you don't read your Bible. And you know what? I do read my Bible. It's just I don't read it every day. So it just inspired me. I said, you know what? I'm going to Nans, yeah. I'm drawing for the big boys. You understand? The big books. Yeah, because I got my little library. I just don't pull it out all the time because, like, these things are delicate. Like, I even want to really turn the page too many times and increase up pages and them things there. Like, but I do need to, like, get onto it. So I'm calling Belly. Like, I'm sending Belly a message. I'm gonna get you lot on the panel, but I'm gonna be jumping off in a second anyway because, like, I've been on there too long. Like, I gotta eat food and them things there. Like, I tried to call him. It come like he's probably on the phone. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna send him a little message. Yeah, I'm just gonna message him and then he'll pick it up when he's, like, free. You'll probably see it straight away. Hold on. I done that for you, man. So you got distracted me, so I've lost my train of thought a little bit. But either way, like I was saying, like, these man, they got dismantled earlier. Like, a man started talking about the Bible. I had to tell him, man, you got no insight in the Bible. You understand? Same way you man told me. So I pulled out the book for him. You get me? The big boy book. You get me? This is only one of the versions, only one of the volumes as well. You get me? So when I want to talk about insight, we got insight. You understand? I done showed you my Bible with my Apocrypha. I ain't got nothing else to say. And these men are just chatting. And then I showed them some history and showed them some stuff. You know, we spoke about the fact that, you know, there's a possibility that either some percentage, if not all of ancient Greece and the original ancient Greece they're talking about here, not the one that was whitewashed and captured by the Germanic tribes and ancient Rome. Same thing, you know. There was potential that there was a lot of black influence in those regions. You understand? So, man just had to stick it on these man today, innit? Like, and just showing them some evidence. And then now they know it's serious, innit? We're official, innit? So only because you man called me out on it, you know. So you done me a favour, because it woke me up. I have to get crucial for them.
You know what it is? I was watching some of them Speakers Corner videos, and I understand why you get me. You think a bit, you get me. Mash was Shamsi, fam. You get me? A little demon, bro. Come tell his foolishness, fam. Because I was thinking, what Schiffer? What about for Schiffer? You get me? But yeah, man, big up yourself. Like we're saying, in it.
I even dealt with that today. Like, because, like I had to say to this youth that was just on there, like, certain time you have to let people deal with themselves, you know. So when they're spreading their nonsense, so what I dealt with today, I dealt with the transliteration. And when we're dealing with transliteration, that means this thing was taken from something else. So when we was talking about Hebrew and stuff the other day, that's why I appreciated what you man said, and that's how I knew you man knew what you were talking about, because originally the Hebrew was a transliteration itself. So
you know what it is?
They're taking it from. Go on.
Let me break down that transliteration a bit, because all right, and what it is, like, we've got translation where words are translated into other language now. So like we've got the same word, the sound won't be the same, but it's the same meaning in it. So that's a translation. That's right. But a transliteration is where you're trying to match the sounds of the original language. You know what I'm saying? Where you're not really translating it now. You're trying to match. All right, for example, hallelujah. All right, hallelujah. Like, it's obviously a Hebrew word, isn't it? Get me? And like, even in the English translations, they keep a few Hebrew words. So to spell hallelujah in English, you've got to transliterate it from the sound of the Hebrew one. You know what I'm saying? You've got to find the sound of the H, the A, you know, you get me? You've got to find that sound in the English. You know what I'm saying? So that's the transliteration. But yeah, man, like, I just think, like, obviously, going to the topic, innit? Like the holes in the Quran, holes in the narrative. Well, it is kind of peak. I've been keeping a little up to date still. It's kind of mash up. Their things mash up, because you know what it is. Their whole thing is, the Bible's corrupt. We've got the one Quran. Everything's one. You get me? And then like later to find that nowadays to find out that there's like 50 different Arabic Qurans, or however many. 37 there's bare different, not just translations like with the Bible, like there's 100 translations, you get me? But these men are finding different Arabic ones, like different words, totally different meanings, and it's big, you get me? So like their whole narrative of there's one Quran, it's never been changed, that's mash up, bro. Giant size.
But they won't explain it. They won't explain it. In fairness to them, like even when Shamsi said to me, like, the word doesn't mean the same thing in Arabic that it means in English. Like, I don't think he understood the detriment of saying that sentence.
Yeah, true. But you know what it is, like that, I'm not gonna lie, fam. I could only watch a little bit of that, fam. It was depressing, fam. You get me? Like, these are just waffling, one bag of waffle in your head, and like you're responding. As soon as you're responding, the man starts talking again. Yo,
you see it?
Irritating, fam. Like that geezer's got ants in his pants or something. Man can't shut up, bro. Yab. Flipping hell. Get me? People have conversations with bad, just like to monologue. That's all it is. It be as soon as a little pressure, man runs off. That's a bit mad still. I think he's the weakest one out of all the Dawa people, man. He makes the thing look horrible. You get me? You can't defend nothing. You're always running. You say you're the good thing and run off, bro. That's weak. You know what I'm saying?
But this is the thing where it woke me up here is when Matthew said something. He said something about Noah, the original story of Noah. I think he said it was in Samaria at the time,
yeah.
And it started making sense to me, because if that story was originally in Sumerian, that's not the same language as Hebrew, so it would have to be transliterated.
Yeah, but what it is, is that obviously at the time of the flood, you get me? You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's just got the same, because don't forget, who survived the flood? Noah, his sons, You get me? And their wives, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Noah's wife. So only so many people survive. All of the people today have branched out from those people. So yeah, they're all getting the story from their ancestors. Whether you're Hamite, you're gonna learn it from you get me the Ham lineage. That's why we see this flood in Kemet and all that. When the Shemites, you get me, we see it in Samaria, we see it in our books, you know what I'm saying? We see it through the Shem's lineage too. You know what I'm saying? So that's all it is.
But this is the thing, because of the way man's learned things and actually read books and been up to date with it now, it's like it's starting to make sense rather than just more controversy. Because from their defense, the atheists, they just ain't read nothing. That's all it is. But then it's not really a defense of not read nothing, is it? That just makes you look a bit stupid, really.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's like, that's what it is. Obviously, this is what I'm saying. Like Anonymous have just typed in flat young earth. Get me? Like, I don't know. You get me? Like, obviously, you can believe these people with their fake science, or you just don't. You get me? You believe these fake ass scientific theories, or you don't. They say Earth's expanding. They say that the universe is expanding. Wait there. Who's ever been to the end of the universe to see if it's expanding or not? Nobody. It's all yes. You know what I'm saying?
Did you hear what that guy just said? Did you hear what the guy said before? When the guy said that he's proven that God doesn't exist because by the standards of how planets are created, planets aren't created the way our Bible says it is. And he said the way planets are created is that when a star explodes, the radiation or something from that star forms the planet.
Foolishness, you get me? This is what I'm saying. Foolishness, cause look, yeah. Ask him how he can prove that. You know what? You know what they try to say when you ask them for proof?
I asked him to show me one of them planets. He couldn't show me one.
Well, it's foolishness, man. You get me? Like, come on. Like, it's a guess. It's a random guess. That's what it is. Scientific theory. That's what it means. A guess. You get me? It's like, they don't know nothing as facts. Google it right now, everybody. Science has no facts. Scientific theories change all the time. 1 minute it's this, then a new one comes out. That one becomes obsolete. So don't people who are basing their life on there, you get me, claim that science is the fact. Yeah, and then a new scientific theory comes out. You get me? It's just dumb. You know what I'm saying?
You understand? It's ridiculous. But the guy says it with his chest, and then the guy says he can't prove that God doesn't exist, but as far as he's concerned, God doesn't exist. That doesn't even make sense.
like I don't know, man. You get me? Even in science, yeah. Like Google it as well if you think I'm trying to shit. There's something according to science as the God particle, something that they just cannot explain. You get me? So they don't know what the hell it is. Yeah, it's out there. They call it the God particle. Why? You get me? You know what I'm saying? That's scientists. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't got no sense. This is why, you know what I'm saying? We've got our ancestors, the prophecies, all of that teach us. I don't need no white man's brand new science. He just came around the other day. You know what I'm saying? How was we surviving and building everything and this and that before you come? Like we need your knowledge now. Allow it, bro.
Someone said to me, what did he say? He said that there's no such thing as giant bones. I'm saying to him,
I don't believe that either.
I'll be honest, not that I've seen the giant bones myself, but I see bare things on them. You go by all this Google information every minute with your Google AI yourself, but that one on Google is not good enough. But the ones you choose, that's what they do. They Google things. I realize this. They don't ever actually look and find any kind of if I find some real research, I find some real books with some real stuff, be assured I'll be the first to show them, bring them up.
Look at Ziria, but my man says, as I said, forget about Hubble's law. It's time for Israelite law, have firmament. But if he had any sense in his head, he would understand, yeah, that the firmament, yeah, is what scientists are calling the Van Halen belt, the same thing that's arcing over the earth. Get me? Like, allow it. Get me? You know what you're talking about? That's what I'm saying. Don't miss that rubbish.
I swear, but he's not been here a long one.
But they'll say that even NASA admit right now they can't pass through the Van Halen belt. So how the hell did you get to the moon? You get me?
That's true.
That's Tin Pan spaceship. Have you seen the actual spaceship that went to the moon?
Yeah.
Tin Pan thing, but but you can get there in that, but you can't get there now. Love it.
You have to make a tinfoil.
Tinfoil, literally tinfoil.
Cling film and them thing there. I'm serious, man.
Like the thermosphere is 3,000 degrees, but you're telling me you pass through there in a tin pan metal thing, when steel burns, steel melts at 400 degrees, but you pass through the 3,000 degree thermosphere. Okay, whatever, man.
Now these men got it right though, because if you put something in the oven, you just put some tinfoil over it, you're good, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's what it is.
I should have known. But man say these things with their chest, and that's the joke of it. Like the guy, I've asked him, like, show me one planet that's been formed in the way you're saying. And all of this time, a man said not, like he's just trying to ask me questions. And I find this is a constant thing that the atheists do. That's why I kind of got like that a bit as well.
Yeah.
Because I realized it's like every minute man's asking me questions.
Yeah, but it's funny because as soon as you ask them questions, you get to I don't know real fast. You know what I'm saying? They claim that we don't know. We you get me, our things bullshit. But as soon as you start asking them questions, you get to I don't know in about 2 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know. You don't know, but you know there's no God. It don't make sense.
Yeah. This is it. This is it. It's like me saying, for instance, asking for directions. Yeah. I know the area. I know what I'm talking about, and I'm telling you where to go. And there's some other guy here telling you, nah, that might not be the way. You don't even know if it is the way or not. Who's he to talk?
Exactly. And see, Carl Obanov, man says, why do they travel in curve? The spaceships don't go straight up, you know. Like you'd think that they just go straight up and straight through the atmosphere. No, they bend off. Yeah,
I've always found that weird. Still, like I don't understand that logic. Like, explain that again. Because that's what I thought when I was a kid growing up. I thought the rocket just goes straight up, goes out of the atmosphere, and it's going straight up to the moon, innit? Whatever direction the moon is, they're going to face the rocket head towards the moon and blast off, innit?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand all of this catapult business. Like I've heard some catapulting business and foolishness.
You know what they're trying to say?
To myself now. What I heard was this plane is slingshotting around the planet at some stupid, tremendous speed, and then all of a sudden it breaks away out of it and slingshots away from the planet.
Yeah, man, foolishness, man. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know what my answer to that was?
You know what NASA means in Hebrew, fam?
God.
The deceiver. It's how you say Satan in Hebrew. NASA.
I won't be surprised because at the end of the day, if that's all they got to do, why don't they just just fill up two air balloon and just drag that thing up there, or just get 2 planes to drag it up there and then just drop it off in it. Don't even need no rocket. That make no sense. So you've made this big old rocket thing for no reason. All right, cool. Wasted out everyone's money, and now you expect me to believe your rubbish and foolishness on top of it. It don't make no sense. It don't make no type of sense.
That's the first thing James has said. That's funny. Yeah, peak that is.
I didn't even realize there was so much comments going down. What's going on?
Yeah, it's going up in the chat. But yeah, man.
Why are you saying Rob's the prophet though? Like, this is what I mean. You see these type of man here, them type of side man tactics there, like.
Nah, it's not joking, no, fam. It's not even side man tactics. It's telling the truth there. According to their books, yeah, Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, all of these things that they go by more than the Quran, yeah. Like that says that Muhammad is a white man with white eyes, white teeth, white everything, white armpits, white shins, white everything, fam. White torso. You get me? Like it's everywhere. You get me? You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So like,
I already understand.
yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. There's a white guy with black slaves. Mad thing.
Okay.
I don't understand how, you get me, a black man in his right mind can follow a white man with black slaves. Like it's
What
like
did this guy say?
like Willie Lynch. You get me? Fuck, you get me? It's like, to me, my man's like Willie Lynch, bro. Maybe.
A man said, hold on, this area guy said, rumors have it that Rob solved a Rubik's Cube in front of James Jones and the latter declared him his Lord and Savior. Then again, never liked native depictions of Christ. Or JJ, oh sorry, then again, James Jones never liked native depictions of Christ. So, okay, that's James Jones' savior, man, apparently.
And Anonymous
Oh, no,
is asked here. Obviously, I feel like you're talking to me there. It said right there, in the company you work for, it/in, do you not use any science? The machinery you work with and create, the designs you create and test, what are they based on? Not science. And I would say to him, yes, they are based on scientific laws, things that are testable, repeatable, and observable. Yeah, your scientific queries, yeah, don't make, like, for something to become a scientific law, it has to pass those three things. Your scientific theories are theories because they don't pass it. They're not observable, they're not testable, and they're not repeatable. That's why there will always be a theory. Theory of evolution, Big Bang theory, even the theory of gravity. You know what I'm saying? So allow it. Yeah.
I was just gonna say there's someone
engineers use real science, yeah, scientific laws. That's what engineers do, not bullshit.
I'm hearing you still. Hearing you. Yeah, who's this that just jumped in the room?
Hello, guys.
Hello.
John Calvin, what's going on? What's happening?
What's up? I've been listening to you guys.
Talk to me. Go on.
Yes. I've been listening to you guys and wanted to know if you guys are all Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're Israelites, man. We're Israelites.
Yeah, we are.
Okay. And I would want to know, just on what basis did you come to the conclusion that Hebrew Israelism is what's being taught in the Bible?
Hebrew Israelism?
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, I thought you said you guys were Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, but what's Hebrew Israelism?
Well, I assume that's the religion of the Hebrew Israelites.
Oh, yeah, we don't have religion. Like, Moses didn't give anyone religion. Like, it didn't come with religion. Like, it's not that. We just have our laws and our faith and our commandments and our history, statutes.
So what is your definition of religion?
Religion comes from the Greek word religio, I think, or something like that, and it means to bind and restrain. So that's why we don't have religion.
So you're using the etymology to define the word religion?
Yeah.
But uncommon, most dictionaries define religion totally differently. What do you make of the definition of religion in the Bible when it's mentioned, for example?
Where is it mentioned?
It's mentioned in the it's mentioned in the New Testament.
Okay, what chapter?
The book of James.
Yeah.
What word did they translate? What word did they transliterate into religion? That's the real question.
It's James 1:20, James 1:27, and the language is Greek.
Yeah.
If you look at the original word behind it, I'm looking into it right now. Hold on a minute. It's threskia.
And
it's worship.
Exactly. So it's the word there. They was talking about worship. They didn't say religion. It's been translated into religion. Yeah.
Okay, but it seems like...
Any more questions?
the definition of religion, I mean, they translate it like that.
Worship is not religion, knowing it. If the word says worship, yeah, how can it, like, it means worship, and like it's two different meanings, two different things.
But again,
and now you're learning how to read the Bible, my friend. Now you're learning how to.
I'm just wondering how do you, I mean, you get this definition. Where do you get it exactly?
Like you just read it, and I'll get it now as well. Let me get my blue letter up. 1 second. Yeah, so like you've got you've just mentioned it, yeah, and I take your word for it. I'll check it myself. But you said that original word, the word means religion, innit? I mean worship. So in Greek, when Paul's writing these Greek letters, or whoever in James, I mean James wasn't writing in Greek though, but anyway, so like the word is worship. So some next man's come along later and change that word into religion to bind the machine.
Yeah, but the origin of the word does not necessarily have anything to do with the definition we have of that word. That's one of the reasons why they translated religion, because it has to do with worship.
But you know what it is, religion, words have sound and powers, and so we.
But in any modern dictionaries, you'll find the term religion defined as belief and worship of the superhuman power, so or divinity. So from that definition, then you would have no problem with that definition of religion, right?
Like obviously, if you're talking about worship, then I've got no problem with that. If you're using religion I'm just saying I won't use that word. I choose not to use that word. I'd rather use worship.
Okay, but you know that today the word religion is mostly used to describe a type of worship to a deity, and not to bind and to restrain, right?
Yeah, most people are using the word wrong.
Yeah, our Bible is not talking about religion. That's why when you said you know where it is, I just knew it wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? Like the one time it is there, it's talking about sorcery. That's what I'm saying. 1 second, I'll be back in a minute. Daybone, you take over, yeah? 1 second.
Which place in the Bible where it's mentioned?
Yo, I don't know which place in the Bible it's mentioned.
Okay.
But I was just saying people are using the word wrong. Where are you from?
I am from Canada. I'm a Canadian. That's why I got an accent.
Oh, okay. So what do you believe in Canadianism?
Canadianism? I'm not really aware of Canadianism, but I'm a Christian.
It was kind of the same way you asked, what do you believe in Hebrew Israelitism? So that's now you understand how the question sounded like to us.
Oh,
you know.
Oh, okay. That's what you. Okay, because you identify the nation. Okay, so you identify with the nation of Israel, and so hence for you.
Hebrew,
there's no distinction. Okay.
Yeah. So it's like basically you got it.
Yeah, I understand that. I can say I believe I'm an Israelite in some sense. If I identify with the true Israel of God, I think the Bible points to the true Israel of God, which is Christians and Jews in the Old Testament.
When you say identify with, what do you mean?
Yeah, some person in the comments said lots of Catholics in Canada. I'm not Catholic. I'm Reformed. But what was the question again?
I'm saying when you say identify with, what do you mean by that?
Well, the description we have of Paul in Romans 9, Romans 10 and 11, and alongside, I think it's in the book of Colossians, is that the true Israel of God is the Christians. And so I do believe that I am part of that true Israel.
The true Israel of God is the Christians.
Christians in the New Testament and believing Jews prior to the cross in the first century, yes.
My brother John, do you know who Israel was?
That's a lie.
Yeah. Do you know who Israel is?
Sorry?
Do you know who Israel is?
Yes, and I know what Paul says in Romans 9 when he says that not all Israel is Israel.
Read Romans 9 and 3 for him, I beg you. From 3 down to about 8.
Let me get it out. Let me get it out. Romans 9:3.
Especially verse 7. That's where Paul explicitly says what Jesus says in Romans in John 8 towards the posterity of Abraham. Yeah.
Well, you don't mind what version, yeah?
King
No,
James.
that doesn't matter to me, honestly. As long
King
as it's
James.
not the New Revised Version and stuff like that. The NLT. These are probably the worst translation I can find in English. But it's
All
okay.
of them are funny. Just King James.
Romans 9. Shall I start from 1? I might as well. I tell the truth in Christ. I'm not lying. My conscience has also bearing me witness in the Holy Spirit. 2. That I have great sorrow and continual grief in my heart. 3. For I could wish that I myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my countrymen, according to the flesh. 4.
According
Who
to the
are
what?
Israelites. Flesh.
Pause. Read that verse again, please.
All right. For I could wish that I myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my countrymen, according to the flesh.
Who are what?
Who are Israelites, to whom pertain the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the service of God, and the promises, of
Facts.
whom are the fathers, and from whom, according to the flesh, Christ came, who
That's a
is
wrap.
over all, the eternally blessed God. Amen. Or
Now,
amen.
read verse 6, 7, and 8.
Back in a minute.
Okay. But it is not that the word of God has taken no effect, for they are not all Israel who are of Israel, nor are they all children, because they are the seed of Abraham. But in Isaac your seed shall be called. That is, those who are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God. But the children of the promise are counted as the seed. For this is the word of promise. And at this time I will come, and Sarah shall have a son.
That's right. All nations are blessed in Abraham. That's the promise of God. Yes. All tribe, tongue, and nations.
All. Where does it say
So,
that?
what I'm saying is that in the Old Testament, you had this typology of the
No,
nation
wait,
of Israel.
where does it say what you just quoted?
Oh, I'm quoting another passage in the Bible. I can provide it for you if you want. Just a minute.
No, but did you understand what this said?
Yes, of course. That's why I'm stressing this specific point, because there you have Paul saying
To
that
get your
it's not because you're children of.
explanation or understanding, please just go over what I just read and how you what did you understand from what I just read?
I appreciate it. It's really respectful out of you, and I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Well, what I see here Paul doing is Paul is stressing the fact that the promise of God of redemption to his people was not something that was failing because the nation of the Jews rejected Jesus. But the true children of Abraham are not strictly the people that descended from Abraham. It's more than that. Those who believe in the promise, and these are counted as the seed.
I think I don't know if I'm correct or wrong, but it seems to me that this is speaking about a specific lineage of Abraham through Isaac. Like here when it says, they are not all Israel who are of Israel, nor are they all children, because they are the seed of Abraham. But in Isaac your seed shall be called.
That's right. And yes, that's right. So the posterity of Christ goes from the lineage of Isaac, obviously. So the promise of Abraham was that in Isaac your seed will be blessed. All right, your seed, you're the children of promise is not strictly Isaac, the individual. but the children of promise, the descendants, not according to the flesh, but the spiritual descendants. That's what Paul is saying. Here is saying that the plan of God from all along was not strictly to a physical nation. It was to the people of God that would believe in the promise, the spiritual Israel. I think that's what he's saying. He's saying that the nation of Israel in the Old Testament was a typology of the full true nation of Israel. That's one of the reasons why in Romans 11 he says that all Israel will be saved. All Christians, Jews in the Old Testament, Jews converting to Christianity today, they will be saved.
So let me just give you what my conclusion of what I've understood you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead. I appreciate it a lot.
So and correct me if I'm wrong, of course. So see the Abrahamic faiths, let's say, obviously came from Abraham, and is what you're saying, everyone who binds themselves under the Abrahamic faiths are the nation of Israel or Abraham. Is that what you're saying? Rather than
it's in some sense
descendant.
Yeah, in some sense, the children of the promise. The thing is that the posterity. Paul speaks about the posterity, and he's speaking about a singular posterity in another passage in the Bible, and he's careful enough to say that it wasn't a posterity as a many, but one posterity, that is Christ. And so we know that the promise was to Christ and his descendants. Jesus says, "Here are the children that the Most High has given me," and I believe they are spiritual children, not physical children. Jesus didn't have a sexual relationship with women to bear children and things like that. So it seems to me like the children of the promise were and always have been the true Jews.
Did you say that Jesus didn't? Did you say Jesus didn't have children or did have children? Say that again.
Jesus did not have physical children.
So he definitely didn't have any children.
No. But 1 second, they done. Let me ask him a question. Have you read Maccabees? Okay, all four Maccabees.
I don't. I haven't really got too much into that because I don't. I don't see good reasons to accept this as canonical.
I think that you see when you get into that version of events there where you say we don't accept this to be canonical now, it's like as a Christian now, like it was pointed out on this very show very recently, it was 2 days ago, if I remember rightly, last week sometime. But if the story of Noah can be found to resemble something that comes from Samaria, and those Sumerians would have been Babylonians then, and they're dealing with
you guys have to forgive Shiva. Like, he comes up with the crazy
that's
stuff.
No, I'm just hear what I want to say. Like Babylonian, that's like Baal worship and stuff, isn't it? So at the end of the day, when we're gonna authenticate a Bible, how do you authenticate the story of Noah?
How do I authenticate
your version?
How do
you authenticate? How do you find it in history to say that story is taken from an authentic source?
Well, specifically about the story of Noah, I accept the deuterocanonical books of Moses. I'm not really sure I understand the question.
Of Moses.
Yeah.
You accept the canonical books of Moses, but do you accept the striking similarities between Noah in the Bible and I can't remember the Assyrian version of Noah's name, but that story is a lot older. Do you accept that? The Syrian version or whatever it's called.
The Gilgamesh thing.
When it comes to and I appreciate for the question. It's very interesting. When it comes to the historicity of one book, when you look at textual criticism, you find a lot of backing behind the Deuteronomic canonical books, namely the Torah, the Ketuvim, and the Nevi'im. And to me, it seems very clear that in the minds of Jews and even the discoveries of the Isaiah scrolls that we have, Red Sea scrolls that we have today, there's much more attestation of these books than the Apocrypha that were not accepted by the Jews in the first century. And not only
but this is the thing now. You see what you just said there. You hit the nail on the head, because the real question is why. And you know, when we can understand and start to facilitate the why, then we can start to understand the agendas of the people who are writing the books and canonizing books. Now, all I'm going to say to you is this: like, I'm sitting here with a book, yeah, and if you look here, it says above, Israelite prisoners taken by King Sennacherib's army at Lachish on the reliefs in
Can you
his
put it on
palace
full
at
screen?
Libya in Iraq. I can't. That's all. I've got a book. This isn't on the internet. This ain't Google. Do you understand? But you can Google that. You'll find it. Go and Google it. Israelite prisoners taken by King Sennacherib's army at Lachish on the reliefs in his palace at Nivea in Iraq. So when we can understand like who these Israelites were, we can see them historically and look at them, look at their faces, you know, look at their description in biblical terms and X, Y, Z, and then start putting a name to the face. We can start to understand where I'm coming from in a sense of transliteration changes things, you know, because
it's the Maccabees is a book that was written about these second century BC. I don't reject everything it says. I just simply don't see it as inspired, as the Jews didn't see it, and as the early church didn't see it.
But then what I'm trying to say to you is, you know, people have got agendas, innit? So, you know, I could come on here and I could say, you know what, realistically, there may be a link between the Bible and, for instance, ancient Kemet, yeah? And then that might upset a few people because the way Kemet is viewed as a pagan kind of religion or whatever you want to call it. Same with the ancient Babylonians. It would be seen as a paganism when we're dealing with Baal worship, you know? So if we're going to get into it like that, what we have to do is then we have to put some clothes on the argument and say, well, where does it really come from? Because in all honesty, yeah, I've studied with many a Christian brother, from Jehovah's Witness to Protestant to Catholic to Seventh-day Adventist. Yeah. Now, one consensus I find is that, you know, most Christians that I've known believe, they have a general consensus that what they're dealing with comes out of those places and is now been translated and rewritten into what you know as Bible. So for all of those Christians to have that similar consensus, but then for you to challenge it, it just makes Christianity sound crazy. I'll be honest with you, it makes Christianity
to challenge what exactly? Because when it comes to the Apocrypha, the reason why I don't accept it as being canonical is that the Jews didn't accept it at their time, and it took the Council of Trent after the Reformation in the 16th century for Catholics to include it inside their canon.
Yeah, but why didn't they accept it though?
The consensus of the church.
Why didn't they? What was their why didn't they accept it? What was their agenda? That's all I'm asking you.
There's no agenda. I think God, you know, how do you know? It comes to how do you know which books were inspired or not? And I think that God has been pleased to show the you know, attestation of his people concerning his word. Of course, the people of God will recognize these books. It's not going to be necessarily consensus. In the first century, you got some councils in which they don't specifically necessarily accept the book of James, for example. In the first council of Nicaea, they seem to make statements concerning doubting the canonicity of James and such other books. But you ultimately get to a consensus in which not only the church has accepted it, and the nation of Jews at their time, and Jesus confirmed that these books were never mentioned as being canonical. To me, it goes to the core of how God chose in history to include books as being declared as inspired. And I don't think we have anything concerning the Apocrypha up until the 16th century.
Like me personally, I only take what Jesus said as inspired by God, innit? Personally.
Yeah, but here's what I'm gonna say though, my brother. Yeah, you see what this guy's saying, yeah? Like, it makes sense, but it don't make sense. Because at the end of the day, you know, these people who you're saying that you're trusting, yeah, these Jewish people or whoever you're talking about now, yeah, like, you have to trust the fact that they don't have an agenda. Now, if we're dealing with God, just God, the Most High Himself, you know, just dealing with Yahweh, we're not dealing with men, no intervention of any man in between. We could say God doesn't have an agenda because God is the agenda, yeah, or the Most High is the agenda. Now, when you're dealing with men, men can definitely have agendas, and if you're going to say they can't have an agenda, that's misguided. That's delusional. Any man can have an agenda.
Yes, we all have.
What was the agenda of the first apostles, Schiffel?
You tell me. What was it?
No, you say that these men had agenda to kill them, to die over a fake story.
No, I'm not saying that they're dying over a fake story. I'm not even calling it out and saying it's fake. I'm just saying. Now,
well, you say that these men. You're saying that men. Okay, we go to the beginning of Christianity because I don't know why you're always moving. As Christians, we believe in Christ. We don't have to go into the Old Testament details of Moses, Noah, and all that stuff because we have the man himself, Christ, talking to us.
Yeah, well,
that's what Christians are all about. Christians are all about Christ.
God is the agenda, innit? So
exactly. So Christ is the agenda for us Christians because most of us believe, 90% of us believe that Christ is God, if not the Word of God.
Yeah, but what's your question?
So when you look, he's saying that people have an agenda. And that's absolutely true. Most people have an agenda. But what did the first apostles like Paul, Peter, John, all these guys have? What was their agenda? To do what?
I think some of them's agenda was God. Some of them's agenda might have been worldly desire. Some of them's agenda could be anything.
So they went out into the world being hated by the first people that weren't believers in God. They took a chance. They put their whole faith in this man to go out and to preach about him, so that they could get killed.
No, but wait, one second.
At that time, this is the first man coming out of Judea, Christ.
Yeah, I hear you. But one second, you have to also remember.
They're not asking for money.
What you got from them? Yeah, I'm saying what you got from them. Yeah. Isn't necessarily what they wrote as well. You got to remember that as well.
You have a lot of writings of St. Paul, which is very similar to what's but not exactly the same as what's in the Gospels.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when you're reading what St. Paul said, you don't know for sure that this is exactly what St. Paul said.
Listen,
you get me?
They're not preaching worldly things. They're preaching spiritual things.
Yeah.
They're not asking for money. Change. They're not asking for you to give them money, to give them houses and to give them power. They're just telling you, believe in this guy and your life, you'll have eternal life.
Just want to,
bro, that's all it is. Even today, right now, today, yeah, you can find places that's actually teaching you about the truth. And you can find places that is just literally just get money in it. Bro, listen to what I'm saying. Just listen to what I'm saying, then answer, innit? I'm saying you can go to places. Just listen to what I'm saying, then answer me based on what I'm saying, innit? Because I'm replying to you. I'm saying today, like right in front of you, 2020, you can find places where you know are sincerely just trying to teach you something you don't know for your benefit. And you could tell there are places that do not care. They're just there to suck your money and to make money, innit? Like, but are they gonna be saying, "Listen, give us your money, all this money"? They're not. They're gonna act like they're doing the same thing that those people are doing.
Yo, they done.
It just has to do with Christ and His apostles.
Are they done? Yo. Have you been like sneaking into the studio or something, or listening to my new project or something?
Is that nah?
Hey,
is that what you're working on? Movements, Before I go, I'm going to tell you what I said. I said, dangerous minds living in some dangerous times. Man are telling plagiarous lies. Preachers in the church don't care about saving your life. They just want to make you pay for your time.
When you start talking the truth, they start coming up with other crap.
I'm out.
But that day, Don, you asked a very good question, I think, and if I can be allowed to just answer a little quickly, from my perspective. The date. Sorry, I'm hearing some chips right now. I'll let the sound pass a little bit. Okay, thank you, Shifa. It's okay. All right, so thank you very much for allowing me in. By the way, very nice of you. Well, I think we can know for sure what the apostles had written when we're looking at the text of the New Testament, because first of all, when we're looking at dating, and I don't know if you're a creationist, but most creationists will reject Carbon-14's method as a method of dating.
1 second. What exactly is a creationist? So I can confirm.
Creationists is those who believe in a literal 6-day creation. When we're talking about young Earth creationists.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, they're very skeptical of the Carbon-14 method of dating that we have now today, and I'm very skeptic when it comes to that. When it comes to dating papyrus and manuscripts, it's much more accurate. Yeah, it's very accurate. Yeah. And there's also another factor here. I appreciate the question. The church fathers in large amounts quoted from the New Testament in such a way that we can reconstruct a very large portion of the New Testament. Now, the Christians, we can say that Christians in the first century, had an agenda or something, but I think it's very difficult when it comes to what happened during Caesar's Caligula, putting Christians to death. The Emperor Titus, for example, also as well. Christians were put in torches, burnt alive, and put in arenas for their fate. And it wasn't just that they believed in Jesus. The statement was they believed that there's only one God. And Caesar was not very pleased when you were forced to say to essentially burn some incense and declare Caesar as being Lord just as much as Jesus, and that was the issue. Christians were not willing to compromise, and that is I think it's very consistent with the rest of the message of the New Testament that we have. And we have, think about it, around approximately 5,000 manuscript of the New Testament only in Greek, and I'm not counting Latin. I'm not counting any other languages. Excuse my French, because I'm French, and English is not my first language, so sometimes it's not as easy for me to explain things. But to me, I'm very convinced of the message that we have in the New Testament, and this is one of the reasons, historically speaking, that I can give credence to the text.
All right. I had something interesting you said. So wait, you were saying that this guy, Caesar, was getting people killed, not because of Jesus. Emperor.
Yeah, it wasn't just because of this, but they didn't really have problems with the Jews at their time, as they up until the destruction of the temple in the 70 AD. But they had definitely issues with the Christians as far as the Jews were persecuted them, and not only the Jews but the Romans. So yeah.
For believing in one God, not for believing in Jesus.
But at the beginning, because at the beginning of the movement, you had to getting hit by both sides when they were converting from Judaism. The Jews, anyways, that converted to accept Christ, they were getting hit by those guys, which Paul was one of them at the beginning. And then on the other side, from the Romans, who they were obviously saying that emperor was not their God. So at the beginning, the early Christians were getting left, right, and center. They were getting it. So what was their agenda? Their agenda was they believed in something bigger than life itself, which was Christ.
Well, and they were trying to share this with everyone.
Exactly.
You think? Okay.
Well, of course. If you're a Roman, if you're all you know is Rome and taking over the world, and you're a peasant sitting there, what's my life about? Hercules and Zeus and all this crap. When something real comes to you, you know it. And these people change for that.
All right, so I take it you, Walter. Do you, John, also? Do you? I know you do, Walter, but John, do you believe Jesus is God?
Yeah, and let me stress this. There's one thing. Yeah, I think that what the Bible teaches to us, and again, a lot of people have said that in the past, and I refuted that, and I'll try to explain it as best as I can. Some people claim that the papacy invented the Trinity and things like that. The only issue is that we've got statements clearly from the hands of Irenaeus before there was any papacy in the first century, declaring Jesus as being God. Various other manuscripts from the church fathers before the papacy even existed, declaring Jesus as being theos, which is the Greek word for God. The New Testament also, with the help of the Grand Sharp's rule, declares in two instances very clearly that Jesus is God. Titus 2:13, if you look at it, 2 Peter 1:11, and yes, I think that the Bible teaches the Trinity, and the Trinity. If you look at the definition of the Trinity, Trinity actually describes the triunity of God. The fact that the Father identifies as the Father is Yahweh, the Son is Yahweh, and the Spirit is Yahweh. Yet there is only one Yahweh. They all share in that one divine essence, divine being. So there's three persons sharing in the unique essence of.
What I wanted
God.
to ask you was, if it is being mentioned by so many people outside of the Bible, why doesn't the Bible itself mention it as explicitly as man does?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I missed one part of it because of my earphone.
All right, come. So you're saying that this is mentioned by a lot of the early church fathers, yeah? Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that what you said?
Yep.
All right. So I'm just asking, how come then in the actual manual, the book, the alpha book of the project, if you want to put it that way, how come it doesn't say that as explicitly as it does say outside of the manual?
I think it says again, first Titus 2:13. If you look at the structure in the original language, you have a declaration by Paul, our Lord and our God and our Savior Jesus Christ. If you want to look at it, now I know that the King James is probably not the best on that translation. Some newer translations have put it a little more adequately, and I think that's because the language in the 17th century, you could understand it like that, but the Grand Sharp's rule was not really a thing in the 1611, for example.
All right, so if I go,
if you look at the original right now,
denying ungodliness and worldly lusts, we should live soberly, righteously, and godly in the present age.
Yeah, tes doxas tu megalou tu teu, kai soteros aimon Christu Jesus, which means of the glory of the great God and Savior of us, Christ Jesus. There's another instance in 1 Peter chapter 1, verse 11, in relationship to 2 Peter chapter 1:11. If you look at the structure of the phrase and to see an evidence that the King James was not really aware of the Grand Sharp's rule at their time, and it would have been more relevant to emphasize the deity of Jesus, you can look at the original and compare 2 Peter 1:11 with 2 Peter 1:1. In 2 Peter 1:1, it says, "Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ," right? And in 2 Peter 1:11, it says, "Our Lord and our God, Jesus Christ." Now, in the King James says, "Our Lord and our God." Our Lord Jesus, I think it says, "Our Lord Jesus Christ and our God," or something like that. So it seems confusing because of the language, but if you look at the original, I'm convinced you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think Daidan's back there.
He left?
Yeah, he probably hit the wrong button, innit?
Oh, it happens sometimes. It happened to me in the past, so I understand. I really appreciate you guys putting me in, by the way.
So, where does where does God announce himself as Yahweh?
Well, does God call himself Yahweh? You mean the Tetragrammaton? I'm looking at the. Let me just look at. I'm not sure which text you're looking in the Old Testament. You're looking at the Masoretic text or the Septuagint?
Both.
Okay, I'll look into that right now, because in the Septuagint is the Greek Old Testament that the apostles were making reference to. So, in other words, the New Testament writers quoted from the Greek version of the Old Testament, and this is one of the reasons that when they use the word Lord Jesus, it says Kurios. Kurios is the word Lord. In the Old Testament, the Lord Yahweh or the Lord God was described as Kurios, the Kurios.
Don, if I could just ask one question, are you there?
Oh yes, I'm back in. Yeah. I
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah,
ask a
yeah.
question as well, but yeah, you might as well go first. Go on.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask, did you ever see his name was Ty? He used to go down to Speaker's Corner, and he
Ty,
was
he used to come with a hat. He used to say
yeah.
IYE.
Yeah, well, but basically, like he would never say like God's name was Yahweh, innit? He would say his name was Life. I'm pretty sure.
Life.
Yeah, he was Life.
Yeah, you can, like me personally, I don't think many humans are capable of even pronouncing God's name.
Yeah.
Or I mean, I think everyone. Actually, it's better for me not to say that. But does that answer your question, or did you
Yeah.
want more?
Would you refer to God as Yahweh though?
I would refer to God as the Most High, the Source, the Creator, Infinity. I don't care what you refer to God as long as I know that you're talking about the same thing I'm talking about. You know, because a lot of people say God, the word
Yeah.
God, and they mean something that I don't mean, innit? So, because everyone has a different idea of what God is, you know, we can communicate and then we can get closer to the same idea or understanding, and maybe one day everyone will understand the same concept, innit? Get deeper
Yeah.
into
Don't you think really though, like everyone sort of is worshipping the same God, but it's like
Oh,
just
no
in
way.
but just in different forms. Like it's like, for example, like the Muslims, they come to correct what was wrong. Do you know what I mean? So isn't that like realistically the same God coming to correct what was wrong?
The way I see it is there is different gods. Yeah, you can have a bottle of water, that is a god, but
Yeah.
there's only one true God. That is an actual, real, true God above all other gods.
Above, yeah.
That all other gods have no power over, but has power over all lower gods, because they're not true gods. So, you can worship your desire. You can worship money. You can worship anything that can be destroyed. You can worship that, but it's better to know that this is not a true God. This relies on other things as its own God. That means your God has a God. That money is God is a printing press. You know what I mean? Your God has a God. So it's
Everyone,
not the highest. Yeah, go on.
everyone keeps on talking about different gods. The idea is the philosophy of God, and who plays to the right philosophy of God. You have the Ten
Yeah.
Commandments. The Ten Commandments are based on love, respect, truth, honor. When you
Yeah.
go to Christ, that's how he lived. That's the greatest example of a perfect man. And there's no
Yeah, but that's
other
the thing, though,
like that.
innit? It's
So
depending
you
on
may say
which
that there's
God.
so many gods. You may say there's so many gods and all that, but who lived with that ultimate philosophy of respect, honor, and truth?
Many
Nobody.
people.
Not him. No,
Not many people,
not
man.
many people. That's not true. That's not true.
Like if you go and ask the Muslims about their prophets, they'll tell you all their
But
prophets were messengers of
read
God.
what the prophet. If you read what the
if you ask
Muslim prophet did,
Christians
he's
who
just
is Jesus,
another man.
you can see that
He was just
Jesus lived
another man.
according to the law.
But
Huh?
listen, they don't. If you go read about Muhammad, you see he's just a Moses. He's just like another guy. He had
Yeah,
wives. He
Moses,
married. He had
Noah,
girlfriends. He had,
Abraham,
they were just
who
men.
else? Solomon and
Just men.
David and
Just men.
what? David was not a
All
prophet.
men. Not a god. He never
Of what
didn't.
was he?
Didn't
Was he a
David?
prophet
Didn't
of
David?
God?
Wait a minute. Didn't David kill? Didn't David kill his girlfriend's wife, husband, because he wanted to marry her? Does that sound like a god, a perfect man to you?
No, but that's according to the Bible, man. We know like it's not
That of
fully
course that's
accurate.
according to Bible. But we're looking at men who were trying to be perfect. They were trying to serve God, but they never could.
No, but you don't know that's an accurate story, do you?
Listen to me. They don't. We're talking about the philosophy. Okay? We're talking about a philosophy of God to apply to all religions. There is one philosophy, we say, the Ten Commandments, the law of God. We look at who lived by the law.
Wait. Pause
Only
right there,
one.
yeah.
Only one man.
Just if I could pause you right there, yeah. I would say that
Only
these
one
10
man,
commandments.
only one God.
Yeah, I get you. I would say these 10 commandments are there to point you in the right direction to get into the God consciousness that you're talking about. They are not the thing you're talking about itself.
The person asked me, how do you know which God is the real God? And the real God is a loving God. Even though everybody likes to go into the Bible and say, hey, well, we God do this, we God do that. No. We understand that. So when you look into your heart, your soul, most people want in life is peace, love, respect, and trust. This is the true philosophy of life. And there's only one person who lived that life. And ask that
according
the way I
to
love
your
you,
narrative,
the way I love you, go out and love others. That means Christ died on the cross for us.
Can I
so
just
for
correct
we to
you,
live
please?
for others.
Let me correct you, and you tell me if it's a fair
You
correction
can't
or
tell me
not.
this is not a philosophy of life. Come on. It's not to go out
No, I
screwing
can't.
everybody
I
and having
won't.
fun.
I won't tell you that, but I will tell you that you haven't met everyone that has lived their life.
I haven't met somebody who's changed the world like Christ, that's for sure.
Come on, a lot of people have changed the world, bro.
Yeah, who brought people to peace?
From I'll give you biblical from Adam to Noah to
yeah, give it
what
to me.
about
Tell me,
Zeus and
tell me,
Hercules and
Zeus,
Buddha and
Hercules. There you go. This is what I'm saying.
Zeus
Show
and
me the
Buddha.
Gospels of Hercules, Buddha. Show me all these Gospels that are so great for all of mankind to live by.
But that's the thing. You still know about them. You don't have the full accurate story. Same with Jesus. You still know about him. You don't have the full accurate story.
Christ, listen to me. Christ came while these stories were all lingering. They were all there.
While these stories were all,
Buddha was there. Hinduism was there. The gods of the Greeks were all there. The Roman gods were all there. He came exactly at that point in time. And people rejected, anytime they heard the message, people rejected those myths for the real philosophy of life. So much so that they went. So much so that they believed that this philosophy was so real that they were willing to die for it.
Yeah. But I'm
that's what
asking
you don't want to
what
show.
makes you think? Wait, Walter. I'm saying, what makes you think that Zeus and Buddha and all these people are susceptible to this problem, but the Bible is not susceptible to the same problem?
Well, you had Zeus and Apollo, like I said, at the time of Christ. Did the apostles accept Zeus and Hercules and all those guys while they were preaching the forgiveness of Christ?
Bro, the people at Zeus's time
they were in the pit of where these Greek Pantheon gods are. Who came out at them believing? In the Hercules and the Zeuses or in Christ Jesus?
Bro, that don't make, bro. You're not understanding what I'm saying, yeah.
But you're not
At
understanding what
Zeus's
I'm saying.
time,
You're saying that people
I am,
back
I
then
am, I
also
am,
believe. People
bro.
also
I'm
believe that
understanding what
that
you're saying. I'm
the water
replying
was a
to it,
god.
man. Say that again.
People also believe water was a god.
I know. That's what I'm
So write the
telling you. All
Gospel
right.
of Water.
So what
Give
I'm
me the
saying
Gospel
is,
of
look,
Water.
look, at Zeus's time, yeah, there were people who
Oh my God.
recognized this man as a great man. Some people made a statue of him, and they
Zeus was a
told their
myth. He didn't
children,
exist.
just please, man, I beg you, just listen for 1 minute, fam, and then tell me what you think of what I said based on what you heard, innit? So these lot are making statues of this great man and telling their children this is a great man. Yeah, he might
He
have
wasn't a
been,
man. He was a god.
according to you, exactly. That's the point.
Not according to me.
So
According to the Greeks.
no, according to you, that's what was thought according to the Greeks. According to you, yeah.
So
So
according to
anyway,
me, the Greeks didn't believe that
according to
these
you, the
nine
Greeks thought
gods
he was a
of
god.
Apollo, Zeus, they were real gods. They were even like the
According to
father.
you,
What? According to me.
I'm saying,
Okay.
according to
According to me.
you, the Greeks thought he was a god. According to you,
Yes, Zeus. They believed Zeus
okay.
was a god. Yes.
Okay, you, according to you, the Greeks thought he
Not
was a
according to
god.
me. It's according to history. You know.
All right, according
When you
to
go to
you,
history.
according to history, according to Greeks, he was a god.
Yes.
Okay, so according to you, the history says he's a god or whatever. So what
They
I'm
don't say
telling
he's
you
a god.
is,
That's what they wanted to believe he was. They created this god called Zeus. What's so hard to believe?
according to you. So if I could finish, please.
Okay. Go take a course on Greek
So
mythology, then. Talk to me.
go read some Greek mythology and come talk to you.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying according to me. Go read up on Greek mythology and then come and talk to me, and then you see if it's according to me.
It is according to you because you're the one saying it.
Okay, they don't continue. Man.
It's not according to me.
I'm getting frustrated.
Yeah, I don't know why you're getting frustrated. I'm just
because
like I heard
just
according to you what the narrative is, and now if you would want to hear according to me, you can. If you don't, I can shut up. Look, I can mute my mic. I don't mind, innit?
But I think you're asking a very good question, the Dagon, concerning that. The Dagon, sorry about that. I think it's difficult when you think about it. Anyone can claim to be gods, or that their own God is right. Well, there must be a way to differentiate truth from lies. And personally, I think that the best conclusion must be to the validity of one's own worldview. In other words, I think that the basis of the impossibility of the contrary of the worldview, who denies God, the God of Christianity precisely, will render itself to be futile. When you look at atheism, for example, they make the claim that there's no God. They make this claim vehemently. There's no God, and that's their conclusion. Now, it comes from the presupposition that God doesn't exist, and it operates on the fact that their own worldview can be logical and make sense of our current reality without the God of the Bible. But there's a problem where how do you justify the preconditions of intelligibility, for example? The laws of logic, truth, and absolutes. How can those be absolutes and objective and universal, given that we're just random molecules floating in the air right now, and that there's nothing else to it? So
yeah, that's a question we can't answer at the moment, isn't it? It's not like you can just answer that question, is it?
No, but I like how you're putting these things into the thought process and you're moving the gears using the fuel. I think they're good questions to ponder over, at least, even if you can't answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely. But like, you're never gonna get to the bottom of that, are you?
You don't know. Look, a lot of things we don't get to the bottom of because we have the attitude where we're not gonna. You know what I mean? But we do get far, and the further you go, the further you can go. I think
that's though where you start like it's all about faith. That's where you need faith.
Faith is what will make you go further. But when you say there's no point, if you can't get to the end, there's no point taking the first step. That's what differentiates you from someone who does have faith. You say, look, if I take the first step, in a year, I'll be like 1,000,000 steps in front. You know what I mean? But if your mindset is, well, if I go 1,000,000 steps in front, I still have another infinity million steps in front of me. There's no point going in the first place. And it's your attitude. You could take that or you could take that. One will help your life. And
No, I understand that. Me personally, I'm searching for truth, innit?
Me, in my search for truth, I realized that someone who relies on something else cannot be God. That's how I got to my conclusion. Someone who needs something cannot be God. That's how I realized Jesus cannot be God. That's how I realized I cannot be God. That's how I realized a lot of these things cannot be God. Money cannot be God. The sun cannot be God. You know, a lot of this stuff cannot be God, bro.
Yeah. I think personally, Jesus in all European minds is like it's just a whitewash Jesus, isn't
I
it?
think you could say
It's just a whitewash
for me
Jesus.
to say Jesus is God, I can only mean it in a sense where he is tethered and connected, clicked in to the will of God and the God consciousness. You can say that. So for me, if Jesus was in front of me and he told me to do something and he's on that level and I'm not, by me listening to what he's saying, I'm basically worshiping God. Not that I'm worshiping Jesus. I'm worshiping God through listening to the person who's at a higher level than me in connection with it. If you get what I mean. Even right now, like if I find someone who's more godly than me and they tell me something, through listening to this person, I'll be worshiping God. I can safely say that, you know. And if I go meet someone who's more connected with the devil and I listen to them, I'm worshiping the devil, innit? So right now, who said you don't understand?
Everybody's talking about the devil, but he never wrote anything.
Oh, it was...
So how do we know who he is?
Yeah, the devil as well. Like, when realistically was the devil first mentioned? Because as far as I've researched, it's like it's way after. It's just something that was written
The
in.
devil is a concept that we all know about and act like it doesn't exist. That's the problem. So is God. When we have this, yeah, I think when we have this lower level desires, that's the devil. And when we have these higher level, say that again. Sorry, I don't know if you're talking to me or to someone else, but what were you trying to say?
I'm sorry, my mic was on.
All right, cool. Yeah, so it's like there's something that is a negative and there's something that is a positive. Like really everything you can learn through science. You don't even need books. You could go to the forest and you can figure all this out for yourself. You just need to chill by yourself and shut up for like a week. Like literally all this stuff is figure outable. You know what I mean? But because we live in such a sticky systemic matrix of sorts, we are confused. Now, you know, I'd really recommend anyone listening, go somewhere for a day, a month, a week, and just shut up. A lot of you have never fasted from speaking for 1 hour, let alone a day or a week. Like you probably not speak for a week and go crazy. That's pretty crazy.
We made mention of the devil, and we were asking the question about who is he exactly, what's the origin of the devil, and things like that. We have the first mention of the devil in the book of Genesis, for example, the serpent that is there to tempt Eve, and yeah.
But isn't that just
Well,
interpretation?
when we look at the book of Revelation, it becomes clear that the language is repeated again. John is careful to use Old Testament language to describe the devil as being the old serpent. You have Jesus, for example, saying that Satan was a being that fell from heaven, that he saw him fall from heaven. There's
Physical
other,
being.
yeah, a physical being, not a physical being. I think it's a spiritual being. But he's being described as an angel, various places in the Bible, fallen angel, things like that. Yeah, a demonic kingpin in some ways. Yeah, so that's my understanding of who the devil is. Yeah. We're told to resist him as Christians.
But you can accept him as well as a human.
What do you mean by accept? I'm not understanding.
What do you mean by resist him? I'm not understanding.
Jesus is said to have tempted Jesus in the wilderness, for example, for 40 days. And so we know that Jesus, when he's described as when we are exhorted as Christians to resist the devil, we are exhorted to resist the temptations that are presented to us to sin, which are his minions. Yeah.
Yeah, that was exactly my point. Like when you say the devil, to me, that is what the devil is, isn't it? The lower desires of yourself that you like. For example, if me and you are right here, and I got two fruits, my lower desire would want me to have both. My higher desire would want you to have some, because the connection is there. I feel how you feel because you are just me as well. You know what I mean? You're another one of me. It's like the golden rule. Awareness of that, you could say, is God, and lack of that awareness is the devil. I could safely put it like that, but I wouldn't usually. But I do have some things to do, man. Nice speaking with you guys. I might catch up with you lot in like an hour or two, if you're still here.
Yeah.
But I'll be listening in, though.
No, respect.
Have a good one.
You have a
Respect.
wonderful day, Dayton. Thank you
too.
very
You
much.
too, guys. Thank you for your time.
Such nice people. I'm very pleased to be here. So, what are you, Ezra? Are you there? By the way, I love your picture, man. Very cool picture.
Oh, shit. Come on.
So, Walter, are you there?
It happen all the time. Somebody's some bullshit, man.
Well, something wrong is happening. Mr. Riggs, are you there? Am I the only one on the call right now?
Yo, it's popping, man.
Hey, what's
Try
up,
jump
G?
in, everything goes all quiet and that. You get me, cuz? Yeah, man. Yeah, big up yourself. What's your name, cuz? John Calvin. Yeah, big up John Calvin. Yeah, man. Big up IC3 in the building. What's popping, man?
I have a question
You got a question for who? For John?
for the Christians.
For the Christian? Let me mute my mic then.
Hi, IC3. Nice to meet you.
Hello. So I have a question, and wait a minute. I'm repeating. What's going on here? There we go. Right. So, which type of Christian is the correct type of Christian out of these two?
Let's say
Number one.
Oh, sorry.
There are a number of Christians who believe that when they are born again, they will still commit sin, but because they're born again, they will be saved by grace. Christian number 2 believes that when one is born again, one ceases to commit sin and no longer sins, because by the power of faith. So, yes, does that make sense? Can you see the difference?
Yeah, I understand your question.
Yeah, which side are you on?
Well, the Bible describes the. I think it doesn't describe the two. It depends. If the way that you're saying it, the first description might be misunderstood by some, and the second, I believe, is the excess reaction of the purists in the 17th century after the movement of the Methodists and things like that happens throughout history. People started to think that they could live a life without any sin and deeds and thoughts. But it looks like the Epistle of John actually answers your question concerning that. It says that the one who practices sin is of the devil, but it also says that the one who says he has no sin is a liar. So how do we resolve these things? Romans 7 speaks about, describes Paul's struggle with sin, with the law of sin and the law of righteousness, the war in his member. I think what the Christian will experience is a struggle of sin, but not a continual practice of sin. In other words, his lifestyle has changed now that he's born again. He doesn't want to carry on disobeying God for all his lifetime, but he wants to seek to obey God, and he grieves when he doesn't.
Right. So the conclusion, what you just said there, is that when the Christian is born again, he will still keep sinning, but the difference is he doesn't want to. Is that correct?
Yeah, he doesn't practice it again, because Jesus, even in Matthew 7, says that not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of God. The one who does the will of my Father will enter the kingdom of God. And he goes on to say, these people came up to him and says, have we not done these things, and etc. And Jesus says, truly, truly, I never knew you. So it seems like the person who claims to be a Christian yet practices a lifestyle of sin lies to himself and deceives himself and was never known by God in terms of savingly knowing.
Right. So does that confirm what I just said earlier, then, that the Christian will still commit sin after they're born again, but they try not to, but every now and then they'll slip into sin? But even though they slip into sin and do things that they shouldn't be doing and things they never did before, the things that they did before they were born again, they'll still sin, but they'll be saved by grace. Yes or no? Is that correct or not?
I personally, I'm a Calvinist, and alongside as a denomination, I'm Reformed and Christian Protestantism, and I see that the Bible teaches that the one who's truly Christian is the one that perseveres till the end. Now, it's not his perseverance that makes him saved or anything like that, or being justified. Romans 8 says, therefore, there is therefore no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus, indicating that we are justified by grace alone, through faith alone, in Christ alone. But yes, of course, the Christian will fall in sin, and he will grieve and repent. When Jesus says repent, he meant the whole lifestyle. all your life of repentance.
Okay, so
Not-
what does it mean to repent then?
The Greek word behind it is metanoia. It means to change your mind, the center core of your thoughts. Perfect example, for example, is Paul. Paul, in his road to Damascus, wanted to kill Christians. He had warrant to arrest them and put them to death. And he met with the Lord. And the Lord had called his name. And the supernatural intervention of Paul being called by the Lord changed him. Everything he believed about Jesus changed. Now he was no longer an enemy and detested that God, but wanted to follow and obey him and love him.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get rid of this. One
Sorry.
second.
I'm speaking a lot. I apologize. I'll try to make it shorter.
I've got a Zoom meeting coming up, so look, I'll discuss with you a bit later. Yeah, thanks very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because something just I can't stop this. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your input. Cheers. Bye.
Peace be upon you. It's a very nice thing that there's a lot of people interested in speaking about the Bible, speaking about Israel, the Old and New Testament, and history. Very interesting.
Yo, you said the Bible and history. What history in the Bible reflects is actual reality?
I think that all that we have in the Bible is reflective of what happened in history. Of course, there will be a lens by which history will be viewed that's going to be far different than the Romans and the Egyptians, for example. It is focused not only in history, and I don't think it's focused to try to explain scientific facts and things like that. But it's trying to convey the message of God's plan of redemption towards his people, and it's focused over the person of God and his glory. So
that was a nice little move there still, but like I did ask you what was the what history is factual that the Bible talks about?
I think all of it is factual. Yep.
How you should.
They come from different. Again, the Old and New Testament comes from many different high witnesses, or if you call them prophets, or New Testament writers, Old Testament writers. They come from different people, various different people in different locations, talking about the same thing. You've got. I think it's Ezekiel, and I have to look back, but Ezekiel and Jeremiah. Even oftentimes using the same language, and we find manuscripts of those two from totally different locations at different times, saying the same thing, and that to me is very interesting. That the message that is conveyed in the Old and New Testament is all harmonious. It's all descriptive of the same thing, and it completes each other's instead of contradicting itself.
Yeah, all right, but obviously the history in the Bible is gonna some of it does contradict itself, yeah, but obviously it's not gonna contradict itself much. But the actual history of the Canaanites or of the people at that time, like the actual history and the biblical history, is two different things though. It's not the same, you know what I mean? It's not like the even the Jewish people today, that I don't think they go by the biblical narrative. Do they?
Well, the argument, I don't really see evidence of the the story not being representative of what happened. I see a lot of witnesses in the semi. What's the name of it? It's the semi Hebraic language, which is the basis of the Hebrew language that we have today. I see a lot of evidences, archaeologically speaking, in the caves of Mount Sinai and places like that. The discoveries in the Qumran and all sorts of things. Now, of course, I think the dates were not properly, is not on the consensus properly determined. When it's speaking about the story of the Exodus, for example, there's an entire book and a couple of books and a movie, a documentary that I suggest to everyone here if they're interested. It's called Exodus: Pattern of Evidence, and they re-examine the claims concerning the pharaohs and what happened historically speaking. And I think they make a very good case for the happening.
Okay, yeah, man. I don't know. Is there like one sort of, so right then we talking about with the pharaohs then at the time of the Exodus and in Egypt, yeah. Because what was the Exodus? Egypt to Canaan, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Is Egypt
the Exodus of the Israelites, yeah, from Egypt, yeah? It was a trip from Egypt to Canaan. Yeah? Am I correct in that?
Yeah, the description is yes. The Lord God has got his people outside of Egypt to the land that he has prepared, which would be located around Canaan. Yes.
All right. So at that time in Egypt, what was that the Pharaoh that supposedly was that banished Moses and all that? And even I got some questions about the even the name of Moses, yeah, given to how was Moses' name given to him?
Well, first part of your question is probably one of the best question. Probably one of the best question I've heard in a long time, because the movie that I've spoken about, that's called Patterns of Evidence: Exodus. It's a documentary directed by Tim Mahoney. Here you've got the archaeologist David Rohl, which is an agnostic. He's not a believer. He's not Christian. He's not Jew. He is plainly an agnostic. He declares it himself, and he has done some studies over the very subject of the Exodus, and he believes the Exodus to take place in a different time lapse, which would push the pharaoh to a different pharaoh than is oftentimes being accepted in as being the biblical consensus over which pharaoh was originally the pharaoh that's mentioned here.
All right, but what pharaoh is the one that they've come up with that they think it is then?
I have a document here, just a little minute, concerning that very thing. And there's also, if you want to look at it, there's also evidence concerning the story of Joseph in the.
If you got a link here, just put it in the private chat. Yep. I can have a look at it at another time.
I'll send it to you right away. Wait just a little minute. I'll just mute myself so that.
Yeah. All right. So while you're finding that evidence, yeah, I've got another question for you. Yeah? You might want to take a little bit of time to think about, right? So I want to know who named Moses. Who gave Moses the name Moses? Like Musa, Moshe. How did he get his name? No.
Yes, just bear with me a little second.
Yeah,
hold
cool,
on.
bro. I'll go on a little monologue until you come back anyway. Yeah, but I was like I was dozing off though still, can't lie. But then man said a couple of things that made me say, what? I need to ask some questions about that. What? Yeah. Yeah, man. I want to know who named Moses Moses, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm going back just a little second. I'm getting the information we discussed concerning Pharaoh.
Okay. What? But off the top of your head, do you know that who? Do you know who gave Moses the name Moses? Right. No, what they say about multitasking. It's a bit. Yeah, because. But. Man. Jeez.
You're talking about the name of Moses. That's what you talked about. Who named? Yeah. I think it's described in the Exodus itself, and probably the first chapters that actually tells a story about Moses. I think the Bible even itself describes it.
Yeah. So who named Moses? What?
Seems like it's Pharaoh's daughter from what we can see in the text in Exodus. I'm reading Exodus chapter 2 verse 10 right now.
Because if all right, so unless Pharaoh's daughter was a Hebrew undercover as well, why would she have named him like a Hebrew name?
I really don't have that much of an answer about that. It might have been that perhaps she knew that specific word for any type of reasons. Maybe that's the servants. Their servants were Hebrews, so perhaps that might have been the idea of a servant or something like that, one of their servants. I haven't really digged it up too much on this, but it's a very good question. Concerning the Pharaoh, I'm getting the specific article concerning the I think it's the Pharaoh's called because they have different types of names. It's Amenemhet the Third. He ruled from around 1860 BC to 18,014 BC. So we are thinking that perhaps it was not in the same dynasty than it's usually accepted with the Ramses and stuff like that. So it might have been this Ramses, as opposed to the regular conservative accepted consensus over which Ramses. Because there's more evidence, historically speaking, during his reign of what happened as described in the Exodus than we'd have in the other time lapse. So I'm gonna get the article itself and give it to you right now.
Yeah, so obviously we was talking about the Mary thing, yeah. I mean, not the Mary thing, the Moses thing, yeah, because that's a little bit more interesting for me, yeah. Because I'll tell you why. Because obviously, if the Pharaoh's daughter named Moses, yeah, where did she get the knowledge from to give him this Hebrew name of Moses? Do you know what I'm saying, like? And the meaning of where it is, it's not like an Egyptian name. Do you know what I'm saying? Like?
Yeah.
So why was his name? Why was his name Moses?
That's a fair question.
Why would the Egyptian lady who's adopted him and wants everyone to think that he's her son? Why would she name him like Moses?
Well, it's a very fair question. The name Moses. What is the meaning of the? I haven't really looked it up.
Like imagine you got like a side baby, yeah, that you're trying to sneak in or whatnot. Like do you know what I'm saying? Like you try and give him the most sort of Egyptian sounding name as possible. His name would like
So-
he would have a double Egyptian name. Hotep. Moses.
from what-
You get me? Like,
But what I'm looking at right now, I'm looking at the text itself in Exodus chapter 2, verse 10, and I'm looking at the meaning of the word Moses, and it means to pull out or draw out of water. Now, what happens in Exodus chapter 2, verse 10, that I can, when I'm looking at the text right now, it seems like there is the servant of Pharaoh's daughter seems to be implied in the text itself. It might have been an idea that came from her. I don't really know. We don't really have the explanation of the reason why Moses was called in an Hebraic name. Maybe he had an Egyptian name as well as an Hebraic name.
yeah, I don't. If it is, yeah, maybe if he did have like a Egyptian name or something like that, yeah, the story would sound more realistic. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's like, why would the people there? Why would the people there like name him after? You know what I'm saying? Like,
You mean so you're like saying like why wouldn't my mother give me a Portuguese name? Is that what you're trying to say?
Thank you, Dad.
yeah. So why would the Pharaoh's daughter give Moses the name
She liked the
Moses
name.
when he's but where's she gonna get the name Moses from?
But there was all
What
kinds
was it, in
of
the name basket?
the way the story goes is that there was Jewish people and they were also taking care of the kids. You know, just how wouldn't they got the name Moses?
Yeah, but bro, think about it like this then, Water, yeah? Imagine your daughter, yeah, is trying to tell you that she's haven't had a baby, yeah? And obviously all of yous are all like Christian, yeah? And then she comes with her baby and says, this is my baby Muhammad, yeah? You'd be like, why wouldn't you ask no question like why'd you name him Muhammad?
Yeah,
Or would you just accept it?
She it's a very fair question. I think she seemed Pharaoh's daughter seemed to have quite an affinity with the servant, the Jewish servants at that time. Because if we look at the story, it's in Exodus chapter 2, starting from verse 7. Verse 5. Then Pharaoh's daughter went down to the Nile to bath, and her attendants were walking along the riverbank. She saw the basket among the reeds and sent her female slave to get it. She opened it and saw the baby. He was crying, and she felt sorry for him. This is one of the Hebrew babies, she said. Then his sister asked Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and get one of the Hebrew women to nurse the baby for you? Yes, go, she answered. So the girl went and got the baby's mother. Pharaoh's daughter said to her, take this baby and nurse him for me, and I will pay you. So the woman took the baby and nursed him. When the child grew older, she took him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. She named him Moses, saying, I drew him out of the water. So, yeah, it looks like it comes from...
Even that, I drew him out of the water, yeah? That's like a Hebrew word. Moses, I drew him out of the water. That's Hebrew. That's not Egyptian. So why is she? Why would
but
she?
the Egyptians, the Hebrews are speaking Egyptian.
But
how they communicate
so
with
you're
each
gonna
other, not sign language.
That's like saying that the slave masters took the slave's name. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? You sure?
I'm not
sure
understanding. I'm not understanding what you mean.
Because it's like, because obviously if he's saying, because they were surrounded by a lot of the Jewish servants, they called their name after the Jewish people, yeah. But they're like supposed to be Egyptian royalty, isn't it? Like, so why would she? And you know what I'm saying? Like, unless it was like a secret that's not really a secret, that he's a Hebrew baby that was found in the water. That's why they called him Moses or whatnot.
Well, in order to use one of Shifa's line, what would they have called him in
Because
Egyptian?
you know what I'm saying?
What
Like
would Moses be?
because listen, if he was being raised, because if he's being raised as an Egyptian, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, if he's being raised as an Egyptian for, and they're trying to make him blend him, and he don't actually know he's whatever. Why would they? You know what I'm saying? Like,
But Phil, Ramses' name in Egyptian is not Ramses, is it?
So Moses is only a name. The root is Mosiah. Now it has its root, I think, probably from the word that speaks about getting out or pulling out of water. Wahid dal hamaymin min ki, but it doesn't. I don't think it doesn't change. I don't think it changed anything because the fact is that the Torah was written by Moses, and so of course it was written. The story was written in Hebrew. Now, this just goes to the core of did this Egyptian Pharaoh's daughter, did she have the right to name him a Hebrew name? It's not necessarily because the Pharaoh ordered all the males to be killed, because of course the situation was that the people, the Hebrews, were threatening to the Egyptians and from their position, from their perspective. They were fearing, they were starting to fear for a rebellion or something like that. But it doesn't mean that Pharaoh's daughter didn't have empathy and respected the Jews, including their slaves.
Well, at the beginning they did because of Joseph, not because of one of the sons of Jacob, Joseph. No, it was held high regard at the time. That's the way the story goes, anyway.
It was especially during the reign of the last pharaoh that did not know the Egyptian, the Israelites, that he had abused them very much, and yet still it doesn't take away that Pharaoh's daughter might feel differently towards that specific thing, a specific fact. Now, did Moses have a different name with the Egyptians? Was he called a different name? Perhaps it might be. I'm not really sure about this. Maybe the Egyptian name was equivalent to Moses' name, and that's a very good question, G Block. I'm not quite sure. The only thing I know is that Moses revealed to us that his name was Moses, and that's the Hebrew name for drawing out of water. So the rest, I'm not quite sure how it happens. I just know that it happens. There are many explanations that are possible.
I've just got a quick question for John. John.
Hey, what's up? How are you doing, Greg?
How old would you say the Earth is?
Personally, I'm a young Earth creationist, so I'm not really an expert concerning that specific matter. But I believe the Earth is around 6,000 to 10,000 years old. In other words, I do believe that God had created the Earth in 6 days, literal days. The word yom seems to be very literal.
Yeah. So you don't really believe in like the carbon dating and things like that?
The carbon dating is not necessarily bad. It's been it can be reliable when the assumptions are made correctly. For example, we have the Mount Saint Helens volcano, in which we have some dating of rocks, and I'm very approximate. I'm estimating. I'm probably not right when it comes to the specific age, but you've got rocks that were actually that came from a volcano around, I don't know, I'm given 40 years, for example, that essentially were dated carbon-14 about billions of years. So to me, it looks like the assumption is that, our current world, the way that it is right now, had to be the same and always the same And well, that's not the Christian's position, because we believe that things were dramatically different prior to a flood, a global flood. That would change that would alter carbon-14 in such a way that would alter our dating and make things sound and look much more older than they are, as a matter of fact. But it's not always the case. We find trees that are petrified in a standing position. Very difficult to explain from the evolutionist perspective.
Yeah, I've seen that. So how long ago do you actually think the flood was?
I'm guessing about 6,000 years ago, something like that. But that's my personal belief concerning that. I used to be an atheist, and I didn't really believe in. I thought this was crazy to think that the Earth could be 6,000 years.
Yeah, it's just like
Alden said. Did you say you used to be an atheist?
Villa. Hey, Villa, you're looking at somebody you're going to be like.
Alden said. Alden said. No. We can't have that. We need to inspect that claim there. You used to be an atheist, and now you're a Christian. How did that happen?
The supernatural drawing of God to draw a dead, rebellious sinner to spiritual life. No merits on my account. I didn't want to come to God.
What? The supernatural spirit of
what
God.
Jesus says in John 6:44 when he says, "No one can come to me unless the Father draws them, and I will raise them up in the last days."
You seem to know scripture very well, man. Very well.
Yo, no, that's a finesse thing, man. Man that used to be an atheist turned to a Christian.
Villa, it's spinning in Villa's head. It's spinning. He's spinning, right, Villa? You're like, oh, wait, what the hell? This can't be.
Yeah. Because it's like saying like I used to be a maths professor and now I don't know how to add 2 and 2.
But really though, Veli, aren't we all atheists until like, you know, we decide one religion's for us, unless like we're brainwashed in it from a child into just believing in whatever your parents believe in it.
I would agree with G Block that I don't believe there's atheists in the world, because the Bible makes it very clear in Romans 1 that everyone knows that God exists, but their problem is not the knowledge that they have. It's their rebellion and sin against God. You know, I did believe in a God. I just professed atheism. I professed atheism very blatantly, as every people who profess atheism, but I don't believe they're really atheists. So I would definitely agree with you, G Block, concerning the atheist.
How did you? Yeah, but so how did you become? So you was an atheist. All right. So how did you become an atheist first of all, and then how did you become a Christian from an atheist? How did you go from believing there's no God at all, or even being agnostic and not knowing if there's a God, to now professing that the Bible is the truth? Like, because obviously, if you're like, for me, if you're saying that you was an atheist, and you see, obviously, if you're in Canada, and that's mainly Christian, right? Like, especially it's mainly Catholic rather than any Muslims or whatnot. Yeah? If you was an atheist, all the stuff that you was being an atheist for was against Christianity, really. So, how did you get all the evidence, first of all, that's showing you the scriptures where Jesus is saying it's okay to beat your slave, to the Hebrew thing coming in to say that it's so if your child disobeys you, you can stone them, and all them sort of stuff. There are contradictions in the Bible and all them sort of stuff like that. So how did you discover all the contradictions first of all, and then find out that the Bible's the truth after?
Well, let's look at the alleged contradiction and see if we can possibly harmonize, because I feel that the presupposition when it comes to the Bible, oftentimes by atheists, is there is no way to reconcile things together. There must be contradiction because Christianity is not real. So that is the presupposition. We all have our own presupposition when it comes to God. There's no one who's neutral when it comes to God. it's either our presupposition is either going to be inclusive of him or exclusive of him. And my presupposition used to be that I professed atheism, but I still had a knowledge of God inwardly, innately inside me, that I knew.
You know what, bro? Let me pause you on that point there, one point there, John Calvin, because it's where you say I used to profess atheism. That don't sound right to me, bro. It's like no one professes and says, "Oh, atheism."
Well, he's
is
a Christian.
like,
He's a
like
Christian now. He talks like a
yeah,
Christian.
but I'm saying that. But listen. No one goes around and says, sort of, I'm from the Church of Atheism or like I profess atheism, sort of thing like that. It's just like I'm an atheist, and that's sort of it. That's where the atheism sort of ends. That you don't believe.
You're talking to
there's a
Mr.
God.
Christian John Calvin now, not atheist.
Yeah, but that's the end of it. Like it's not like a profession though. It's not like. Do you understand what I'm trying to say though? John?
Before he sounded like you, and now he sounds like this. See the difference? Before he sounded like you.
He didn't.
And now imagine you change. When you change,
listen.
When you change, you're gonna sound like him, except with an English accent.
You're going to be voting scripture and that, fella.
Oh man, look at this guy, yeah. Like I'm trying to say though, Craig, yeah. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Do you get the point that I'm trying to make though?
Yeah.
Like,
personally, I'm an atheist myself.
Anytime you find an atheist, yeah, or anytime you spoke to another atheist or someone that you found out's an atheist, it's not man's not shouting to you from the rooftop. Yeah, I'm an atheist. It's like there's more time when someone will try to say, a religious person will try to say, atheists ain't got no morals, and you'll be like, what? Hold on a sec. Let me point out this then. And now that's how they become so you're an atheist then. You know what I'm saying? That
personally, I'm an atheist myself.
Don't you have a panel? Don't you have a panel and you're shouting from the rooftops that you're an atheist?
Yeah, but this nah. It's not though. No? We're not shouting. Yeah, we're atheists. We're atheists. It's like
Ultra is like freaking out half the time when you mention God.
And listen, you know how you know how it started, man, because you was watching from their fallout from the beginning, mate. Yeah, because you were saying we was on Russ's channel, yeah, same thing, yeah. Oh, my brother Russ and all that, yeah, and it's the same thing. Like he was just saying, right, because obviously religious people say this, that, and the other. Obviously, atheist people don't have no morals, or like just off the shoulder sort of false information. Yeah, it's like, well, that's not true though, cuz you hear me? So it's like, right, we had to man, to make it like
personally, I'm an atheist in it, but I'm also a truth seeker in it. You know what I mean?
I think the beginning of truth is to admit that you do not know that a God exists or doesn't exist. So John Calvin is incorrect to say that he knows that a God exists, because he doesn't.
Yeah, no one does.
I disagree with that.
Please present your evidence.
Well, ding, ding, ding. Dark magicians in the ring.
How do you get evidence without God? Without presupposing God? How do you get truth? The concept of truth. How do you get that?
Instead of playing with these duplicitous.
I'm not playing. I'm asking you to define what you mean.
Present your evidence that you know a God exists.
Evidence, yes, and you demand for evidence. I'm just saying, if you demand for evidence, justify evidence within your worldview. If you can't do that, then there's no reason for me to answer your question, because it doesn't even make sense.
Okay, so the truth is, you're not going to answer the question.
Okay, so you can't define truth, and you're expecting me to.
I don't have to define anything. I'm saying to you, you've made a claim, and now I want you to prove that claim.
Yeah, and I'm saying,
go ahead.
In your worldview, how does proof?
I don't have a worldview. I don't. It's all to do with you.
So you're saying
I'm saying to you,
you don't have a worldview?
The only thing I'm saying to you is that you cannot prove that a God exists or God doesn't exist. But you are saying that you can. You're saying to me, I'm wrong. You're saying that you can.
Yes, because proof presupposes.
So go ahead, please present your evidence.
Proof presupposes the existence of God. How do you get proof without God? How do you get the truth without God? Explain that to me.
Truth is subjective in many cases.
All right. So if truth is subjective,
but it can also be factual too.
Okay. So truth is subjective and factual, right? Can it be both? Can it be
It
both?
can be both. Yeah, it can be both.
All right. So what you're talking about is the law of non-contradiction.
Truth
It
does
can
not
be
mean
objective and
proof.
subjective at the same time.
Truth does not mean proof. So when you say I know the truth, that does not mean proof.
Okay, so proof has to be objective.
Doesn't have to be.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be objective.
Yeah,
that's
doesn't
your
have to be.
definition of it. So proof can be subjective to who?
No, proof cannot be subjective.
Then you just contradicted yourself.
No, I
'cause you
didn't.
said-
I said truth, not proof.
Wouldn't
Okay,
you
so
just say, John, what you have is
Truth and
belief?
proof ain't the same thing, though, is it?
Yeah.
if
Wouldn't
truth is
you say it's just more belief, John?
Yeah, he has to admit, if he's being honest, he has
Dark.
to admit that he believes that there is a God.
Dark, you said the truth was subjective. Is that true?
The truth can be subjective, yeah.
Okay, so is it true?
Is what true?
That truth is subjective.
I just said truth can be subjective, and it
Is
also
it
can
is it
be
only subjectively
objective.
true? Is it only subjectively true, or is it objectively
I think,
true? that it is
see,
subjective?
you're stalling for time here. Just
I'm not
present
stalling
your
for time.
evidence. Just
Your
present your
will
evidence.
your
You
will
have
to
some,
affirm
if you have some
claim
evidence
truth
that
and
God
evidence,
exists,
but you can't
if you have some
justify it.
evidence, provide it.
All right, I'll tell you what, yeah, John
You're not
Calvin.
answering your question.
How about this one then, yeah? So, how old? You're a Christian, right? How old is the Earth?
He said 6 to 10, he reckoned.
6 to 10,000 years.
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
there's buildings that are older than 10,000 years old.
A building? I'm not sure
Yeah.
you can substantiate that evidence.
There are trees that are.
I'm not sure you can substantiate that evidence.
What, that a tree is older than 10,000 years old.
That
Does-
you're
does-
asking
Ruins
for
or whatever
evidence.
that was. That's
There's
older than 10,000 years
human
old.
remains of found that's older than 10,000 years old as well.
Yeah.
So evidence.
Why more?
Evidence are objective. You said, Dark Magician. I just want to
Yeah,
go
but
back.
even though what about stuff like you know they found a full dinosaur skeleton now, innit? Like a whole complete skeletons in the museum. I can't remember if it's in Japan or China, yeah. But there's a whole complete skeleton now. Because remember that
That's awesome.
the religious people was kept on saying the skeletons are false and it's the yeah. So if there's dinosaur bones that are older than like 10,000 years old or whatever, or that could be around that sort of time or whatnot, yeah. Like, was that what? Actually, how long ago was dinosaurs? That's like millions of years ago, isn't it?
Yeah, it's millions, yeah. Hundreds
That's
of
like millions of years
thousands,
ago,
and yeah.
How do you date them?
But they do
Which
that, then
dating-
they do like the
which
carb
dating
dating,
method?
or they do like they test the bones to see how old the calcium is or something like that. I don't know. How do they date them?
All right. So when I'm challenging the dating, that there's a problem. But when I'm asking Dark Magician to explain how he can justify the need for evidence within his worldview, given that he doesn't believe there's a God that created him, then people are shaking their heads. I'm wondering, Dark Magician, we're talking about you spoke about truth. You said truth is subjective, and
I said it can be.
It can be, right? But the very statement of saying the truth is subjective is an objective claim.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You're saying that this is the way that it is.
Yeah, that's called subjective.
No, you're saying it is the way. You're not saying I think it is, which would be subjective.
That is exactly what you are saying. Unless you can bring some evidence outside of your own personal worldview that substantiates what you're saying, then it becomes objective.
Well, how do you get that to be objective? Because truth is subjective.
No, that's
you're
not
saying
true.
It can be objective. In what cases can it be objective?
Many
Hey,
times.
John, let me read something for you real quick,
Give
bro.
me an
Let me read
example.
something for you real quick, yeah. Yo, Mesozoic dinosaur bones are millions of years old, as demonstrated by their radiometric dating with radioscopes.
14.
Yeah. Other than
That's what I'm talking about.
14C, radiocarbon, is it Mesozoic bones, is new, not original to the bone. Yeah. In addition, it yields
You see, the
false
question
appearances of
see,
a young age. Is that
th-
so? Is
this
that what you're talking about? You're
that's
saying that
objective. That's an objective truth. That's an objective proof.
But that's subjective.
That is something that is done through scientific experimentation and is replicated again and again and again, no matter what you say.
Hey,
that is something that we can say is objective.
I'm all for science. I do believe that God.
I don't think so, because if you believe that the Earth is 10,000 years old, then you can't believe in science. It's just,
well, first of all, why do I believe that?
It's not rational.
So why do I believe that? First of all,
we have like.
Do you know why I believe that?
We have geology that shows like the Grand Canyon and places in America that show through water retention that the Earth and sediment, that the Earth is, you know, many billions of years old.
How do you prove that?
Because archaeologists and geologists have been able to show that through the sediment in the Earth.
How?
Yeah, he was an atheist.
Through scientific.
So I'm being skeptical. I'm being skeptical.
Okay, yes, absolutely. It's fine to be skeptical, but I mean, if you're going to be skeptical, then at least, you know, come with an argument that we can say, oh yeah, you know, like, brilliant.
If you let me respond, I'd be
happy
to do that. I'd be more than happy to do that. I challenge carbon dating methods as a method of dating as being as far.
But here's the point. Before you go ahead with that, can I just put something forward? Are you challenging it? Are you challenging it because God? Because otherwise it would disprove God, or are you challenging it because you actually want to seek truth?
I want to seek truths.
Right.
And
I don't believe that that's true. I don't honestly believe that's true with all the goodwill in the world.
Well, that's your subjective opinion.
Yeah, exactly. It is. It is, but it's anecdotal. It's something that I come across. Well, I care,
Yeah,
and I think
you're
the conversation cares.
You believe
if anybody's going to come and say I'm interested in truth and honesty, they're going to have to be truthful and honest.
Or something, or you're going to make a monologue or something, because.
All right, sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
It's not really a space for discussion if you're gonna make 12 points that I can't really answer. We spoke about carbon dating, and I challenged that, not simply the reason that I believe in God. I believe God is necessary for the preconditions of intelligible in my own worldview to make sense of our current reality. Now I can go back to this, but the question of carbon dating method, I've seen many cases in which it's been demonstrated that carbon dating is not 100% reliable methods. And I do believe as a Christian, there's something that happened that changed the way the world was in the flood of Noah, and that the condition of the world was far different than it is right now, which is one of the reasons why I believe this.
I do believe that the conditions were different. I can agree with you on that, but
what evidence is there that there was a world flood?
Well, again, we're talking about evidence, and
I'm not outside of philosophical sophistry. What real hard science? Because you did say you believe in science, so you can't say that you don't.
That's what I wanted to say.
Could you point me to a scientist of any reputable sort who says that there was a world flood?
I have a number of them. If I can give you Jason Lyle for example.
To be fair, though, I can say there is a lot of evidence for floods all over the world.
Floods all over the world, but we're talking about a world flood here.
Yeah, I don't know about a world flood,
deluge.
But it might have been gassed up a little bit, but there is evidence to work.
Of course, there is.
Yeah. There's a lot of civilizations and things underwater right now, aren't there?
Dark Magician.
Could you? No, because honestly, I'm being serious. Could you point me to someone so that I can go and have a look at them?
Can I answer to you? You're gonna make another statement, or perhaps I'm gonna be able to.
Yeah, no, because look, I mean, you say to me, there's no place for you to come on here and do a monologue, and then you proceed to do a monologue.
I don't think I have.
Yeah, I think you were gearing up to it, but this is the Jubilee. You don't get to just come on here and talk and not substantiate what you say.
Nah, to be fair, Dark Magician, John's cool. He's come on. He's all right, man.
If you're talking about biologists, I'm
Probably
aware
fine.
of.
Let's just talk, and let's just talk.
I have numbers.
I don't know who you are.
Again.
But, you know,
No. I'm just saying. I'm just
Gonna make a
let's talk.
statement, but
Yeah.
I'm going to be cut again. So
I'm interested because when there,
Sean
it's like,
Calvin, you're in the apostate, man.
I'm being told I can't, you know, monologue. But
what about
you're proceeding to make a monologue and make lots of different points yourself? And I'm picking you up on one of these points is you talking about a Noah's flood.
I think the viewers are going to
as far as I'm aware, there's no
you're cutting
evidence
off.
for any of that at all.
I think the viewers will perceive and see whether you're cutting
John, do you have any evidence for a world flood?
Can you hear me?
I'm saying, do you have any evidence for a world flood?
I think I have a couple of evidence concerning that. I have a website I can even give you as reference to that. Now, you spoke about scientists. I tried to answer you, but you were cutting me off again and again. And I think the viewers will see that as far as I'm concerned. There's a geologist who has written the book. It's called Earth Catastrophic Past, Geology, Creation, the Flood. His name is Dr. Andrew A. Snealing. I can give you I can give you his reference to him.
Yes,
I
please.
know
In the back chat, please.
Yeah, I can give it to you right now.
Yes, please.
Georgia Fordham, which is the molecular geneticist. There are different types of scientists who do not accept Darwinian evolution today. Now, if you're going to disqualify them on the basis that they're Christians, we're not going to have much of a discussion.
I wouldn't do that.
I think they can present evidence that may be very well explanatory of the Christian's position. But what I'm going to say concerning science requires induction. How do you justify induction or uniformity in nature within your own worldview? How do you justify this? Where do you get it from? Because I don't believe.
But there's not. It's not uniformity in nature, like just like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not uniform like that, bro.
So you don't believe in uniformity in nature, the necessary means of practicing science, that the things of the past, the future must be like the past. You don't believe in that. So how can you practice science?
That the future must be like the past. What do you mean? That the future must be like the past. That's not. You're talking about a living environment. We're talking about a controlled experiment. When you're doing a controlled experiment, obviously you have to have the same environment to make the experiment the fair experiment. Like that's
you're not
that's a whole
understanding.
different setting to.
You're not understanding.
Talking about nature has organisation, and he's saying that without that organisation, it indicates a creator. That's what you're saying, correct?
If you're sitting down in your living room, you don't expect a unicorn to pop out of the air at every second. But with
not like that.
No, because you'd expect to practice science that your results are not going to be constantly ruined by things happening like that. And I think that from the atheistic position, that the world began to create began out of nothing. Abiogenesis.
No,
makes absolutely no sense of science. I don't think it's scientific at all. We don't see anything like that happen.
But in science, don't we see like galaxies coming out of black holes and things like that?
These things are they are supposed. They're not. You know, they're not by any means proven for any. You know.
No, I agree with that as well. Yeah.
They're supposed. They're you know. They are people putting forward theories based upon the evidence that they already have. Okay, but what they're not doing is they're not starting from a position and then trying to find evidence to prove that. Yeah, that's what the religious people do. That's what Calvin does.
I think your presupposition. I think we all have our presupposition when it comes to God. I think it's extremely, deceitful to say that there's some people who are neutral when it comes to God.
How do you know that?
Do I know that? Well,
have you come across a society other than indigenous societies that have
been brought up with no notion of God and have and then still come up and still move towards God?
That's completely false because
why? That's exactly what you're just saying.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. What I said is it's impossible to be neutral when it comes to God. You come to God with a presupposition of whether God exists or not. Your presupposition.
I don't think so. I think you can be agnostic towards God.
Yes, you can be agnostic. Yeah. I think you misunderstand what I'm saying. You have a presupposition. It can be. You can have all sorts of presupposition. When it comes
but yes, no, I'm not missing your point, John. I'm saying to you that most of the people that we know, because we've had 2,000 years of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, most people on this planet will have a presupposition of God, will have a predetermined idea of God, because that is the world that they've lived in. Now, if you can, I can show you tribes, I can show you indigenous people that don't have that, and they have not moved towards God.
Yeah, what does that have to do with the price of butter in Russia? I don't really understand. Agnostics have the
sure you don't understand, but the point I'm trying to make to you is that
when I'm going to answer, you're going to cut me off again.
Look, I mean,
that's what you're doing. I mean,
I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm trying to.
You've been doing that all along.
Okay, but I'm not going to just allow you to just keep talking and talking. Yeah, you're going to have to allow me to talk too. So it's a two-way street here.
And I've been letting you speak fairly enough, I think.
I don't think so.
Just let's talk, John, and that. Let's let him talk.
We have a presupposition.
Yeah, so obviously, if your presupposition is that God exists because your Bible is saying, giving you the evidence that God exists here, but then when we test or put all the evidence that is brought forth in the Bible and other scriptures to show whether God exists, and the evidence doesn't line up, it's really and truly you should be lining up to say, as far as the Bible is concerned, if God can't exist, because if it says the sun was made before the earth, I mean the earth was made before the sun, and the sun needed to be created before the earth, then do you know what I'm saying? Like, God's got it backwards. Maybe because the people at the time that was writing the creation story didn't have, although they might have had some good knowledge of the surroundings they was in, they didn't have as much knowledge as people have nowadays as the universe that we're in. So their creation story, their creation story, but their creation story is starting with the earth and everything being with. Then there's going to be light after everything's created, but there needs to be the light before the creation.
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
I don't really agree with this, because the fact of the matter is that even in the book of Revelation, we have the description of the unnecessity of a physical sun to lighten people, that God is the sun in the
doesn't say that
specific book. Yes, it speaks about.
You're interpreting that. That's not what it says.
No, it's clear what it says, black on white. I can even go back and give you that specific verse
from Genesis.
Go on.
No, I said Revelation. You're not listening to me.
Yeah, well, give us the verse where it says that the difference between
Revelation,
the sun.
People, no one knows what Revelation.
Wait, hold on a sec, Dark Magician. Yeah, give us the understanding, yeah. Because like I was talking about the creation story, yeah. So Dark Magician has got a point in what he's talking about. He's talking about the creation story of how God in the Bible has created the earth before the sun. And scientifically speaking, the way that we're understanding science at the moment, it seems like it's nigh on impossible for the earth to be older than the sun. Does that make sense now to what I'm trying to tell you?
Not if God is God. The fact of the matter is that, of course,
mate,
well, it may seem that like the answer is.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're laughing at my answer at the moment, but
Yeah,
I don't really
yeah, of course.
understand
But go
how
on.
you can come up with nothing created something. But when you
We
come
didn't say
what we're
nothing
saying.
created
We
something.
didn't say
though. We
that.
didn't say
when you
nothing
come
created
to
something.
the source of lights, is God's a need for a physical object to reflect light and heat and things like that in order to light up the world? I don't think so. I think that God can. I think there could be explanation that may
No, but
that may
you know
bear.
why? Yeah. Let me help you again then. Yeah, because
Well,
the Earth, the age of the Earth is younger than the age of the sun. So how does that work out then?
how do you date the sun?
How do you date the sun? I don't know. But how do you date the Earth then?
These statements to me indicate that the study has not gone too far. I think that oftentimes we take for granted what we think we've seen in articles and heard people say. Dark magicians, you're challenging the creation accounts of the 6-day creation based upon the fact that how do you
I
have
haven't said anything about that. I
You
haven't
didn't
said
say
a
that?
word. No.
Well, okay, all right. So
Yeah, I was
when
challenging that.
when did God create in the Bible? When did God create the sun and the moon? When did He do that?
You tell us.
Well, I swear that the creation story starts off with him creating the earth and the trees and this, that, and the other, and then creating the sun. There shall be light and all this, that, and the other after the creating this, that, and you know what I'm saying? So how is he creating all the earth and everything in it before the sun and all that? That's given the photosynthesis for there to even be trees and whatever. How does that work out?
Now, first of all, if we look at the 6 days separately, you'll find that your assumption based
Alright,
upon
I'll tell you what will help us, yeah, help all of us, even the people listening, yeah. If you could, yeah, would you talk us through day by day the creation and how it went?
yeah, we could look at the text together if you'd like.
Yeah, yeah.
My Genesis chapter 1, surely.
What Bible are you reading?
Well, the holy. I don't really. You're talking about the translations. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Bible. I mean, the Bible's the Bible, regardless of many
No, it's
different
not.
translations.
There are many different types of Bible. What Bible are you reading from?
The Bible that is based
The
upon
New
the same
Translation, the King James.
They are based upon
the Hebrew Bible.
You're very ignorant, sir, because they're based upon the same text.
They're based upon the same text, but the translations are completely different, and they use different words in many different areas.
Okay, so
it's important so that I
Yeah, he
can
just
read
wants to know which
exactly
one
the
you're
same
reading
one
from, so we
you're
can read
reading from.
at the same
I
time.
don't know why
Listen.
he needs to. Why do you need to like call me ignorant
hold on, say Dartmouth,
and get my back up like that?
What you could do,
What's your problem?
is you can share your screen and put it on screen and read it out at the same time, and then obviously we can see it as you're reading it, innit? But why I wanted to know is so we could read it at the same time as you're reading, innit? You can follow it along. It's usually what people could jump on there and they share a source. They usually share it on the screen or tell what source they're reading from, post a link to it so people can look at the same source at
So
the same time.
I would read from the New International Version. Yeah, are you reading from the King James? Are you?
I don't mind. I can read any translations you like, as long as it's not the.
So you're happy with it, whatever translation it is, you don't mind.
Most translations, unless the Jehovah's Witnesses, for example, and the reason is not that. The reason is that they insert
Right,
words.
exactly. And I was a Jehovah's Witness. I came from being a Jehovah's Witness, so I do know what I'm talking about when it comes to different versions. Like, so for instance, in my Bible,
I don't think you do, sir. With all due respect, because when you look at the original text, the new translation. From
you just admitted it. You just said, I, for me personally, like, so I've still got my old Bible from when I was a Jehovah's Witness, and that my Bible would be different to yours, and you would admit that, right?
But do you know why?
Yeah, I do know why. Because they don't believe in certain things.
Because the fact that
they don't believe in the.
It's impossible to have a discussion with you. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, yeah.
If you're looking at the comedy,
yeah, just go. Tell us what Bible you're reading the thing from, and then just read the
I use the NESV. I use the NASB. It's
Seems to me that this guy just wants to talk and he doesn't want anybody else to talk. And then when you want to, like, you know, interject in any way, he's just going to come along and say,
as a Christian, I'd have to disagree.
Sure, of course you would, though, Walter. But you know me, Walter, and you know I'm fair. Walter, how many times have me and you had interaction?
You guy,
and I'm fair with you, and you're fair with me. So you know, this is a discharacterization of me, and you know that to be true. If you're going to be honest, you know that lying is a sin, so tell the truth.
Listen, Dark Magician, let the man speak. You'll have plenty of time in your days to put it down.
Yeah, let him go through the Thing Mob story, yeah, Dark, yeah, and we'll fucking chime in on the creation story as it goes, innit?
Well, he's gonna have to let us know when we can speak and when we can't, because I'm not gonna have anybody saying, you know, that I'm not letting the man speak when quite clearly I am. Is that fair? Is that fair, John? Is that fair? You can tell us when you're finished, and then we'll be able to jump in.
Hey, yo, big up Ezra, man, like Spartan in the building. Yeah, listen. Basically, what we was going through, yeah, we're trying to go through the creation story day by day, yeah, because obviously, me and others have an issue with the earth being created before the sun, but John is saying that metaphorically, the earth may not have been created before the sun. Yeah, so we was going back and forth on that. Yes, we was like, all right, instead of us going back and forth on what it is, why don't you read out the creation story so we can hear what the creation story actually is? Yeah, because you know everyone's a little bit rusty with the creation. Yeah, and then we can pick it apart. And then but what we wanted to find out, yeah, is that what Bible is my man's reading from, innit? Like King James or NSV or whatever, yeah. And
okay, I get it.
Yeah, so that's where we're at the moment.
Yeah, argument doesn't really involve me because I do believe what it just says, isn't it? Like that the earth was, they get me the waters first, then the earth, then the sun and the moon and all that. So like I'm not involved in this one really. But yeah.
Big up, Ezra.
Big up, man.
Yeah, man. See, that's what we see. You see that, John? That's what we was trying to say. Where we were saying, all right. So usually when we're speaking to someone that believes in the Bible, again, they will say that, like Ezra just said there, the earth is created before the sun and the moon. And obviously,
that's right.
In science,
I didn't say anything against it. What I said is that the sun was not necessary. By demonstrating that, for example, in the future, in the book of Revelation, we see that the sun's not necessary to have lights, as God was the source of it. But if you just want to go back to one point that was not addressed concerning what Dark Magician said concerning the Jehovah's Witnesses Bible translation, if anyone wants to look at it, a man by the name of Raymond Friends, you can look at it, Raymond Friends. Was used to actually be on the head of the Watchtower Society, and he has actually exposed the names of the people who worked on the committee of the translation of the New World Translations, and none of them spoke or knew Greek and Hebrew. They didn't know the original languages, and it looks more likely like they borrowed from the King James and used the translation and included words that were not in the original Greek. So I will not treat this as a translation of the Bible for that very reason. Now, there are variant types of translation that I'd be happy and more than happy to discuss more about this. There are some translations I will not accept. But as far as the basis of the text that is used, translations, if they use a specific word as opposed to another, when it says, for example, Lord Jesus instead of saying Jesus, we all know it's talking about the same person. Let's continue with the account of creation. Do you want me to share my screen?
That was wrong, what he just said, by the way. But
it's actually factual. Raymond Friends, that's the name of the guy. Raymond Friends. You can look it up.
No, not about that, but about the Jehovah's Witnesses. That's wrong.
Well, that's exactly what I said about the Jehovah's Witnesses. Raymond Friends who exposed in one of his book, he was excommunicated from the Jehovah's Witnesses, and he exposed the names of the people. Sorry?
For exposing what?
I missed the last statement you made.
Expose. What did he expose? What did he expose exactly?
He exposed the names of the people who were on a translation committee, because
translation of what?
Of the New World Translation, the Jehovah's Witnesses Bible translation that they use.
Okay, so we've just got to the position where we actually agree, and we were there in the beginning, but we've had to go through all of that to get where we were in the beginning, which is, I'm agreeing with you. That it's important for us. Yes, exactly. It's important for us to know which Bible we're talking about, so that we can read the same Bible together.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I said that this is not a Bible I could accept, because it's not the Bible.
And that's exactly why I asked in the first place, so that I can read exactly the same Bible as you, because I was actually reading the New World Translation.
And on we go.
All right. All right. So of course, given away, I'm not going to accept sectarian books as being the Bible. That would include the Jehovah's Witnesses, not the Jehovah's Witnesses, but the Joseph Smith inspired version, which included prophecies about him that were never found in any original manuscripts.
Agree with that?
The Bible, when I'm talking about the Bible, I'm not talking about English and Spanish or any other languages. I'm talking about the original languages that were translated in English.
Okay, let's get on with it.
John, just tell them which Bible you're quoting, just so that you guys could agree that's the one that he's okay with it.
Jesus Christ!
Which Bible will you be quoting?
I really don't mind when it comes to Protestant Bibles or
just
Catholic
tell us
Bibles.
which one you want to use. That's all, John.
I'm comfortable with the NASB or the KJV.
You're good with that, Dark Magician?
I've got the New International Version. Yeah.
New International Version. You good with that, John? New International Version.
I think it's more of a dynamic equivalency. It's not the best translation so far, but yeah,
but it will work, right? The NIV will work.
It's a dynamic equivalence.
I'll tell you what,
you understand what it is?
This is madness. All right,
Hey,
so
Doc,
in the beginning,
stop
God
popping up,
created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day.
That's right. So there was light before the sun. That's exactly what I said. There's no necessity for the sun to be there.
Well, how do you get light without the sun?
Well, by God. That's of course the first statements of the Bible is God created the world. You're not going to accept
prove that though.
Okay. Oh well, that's very interesting. Can you prove that nothing created everything? That would be a very interesting statement. Knowing that, but
do you have any other than that? Do you have any sort of process of showing us how just the being of God can create light?
I try to explain to you that proof doesn't make sense in your worldview. And so
I know, fair enough, but do you have anything, any kind of process, any kind of evidence?
John, just prove to us how God created the world exactly, since you're God, you're God himself.
Well, the same way that we can see it right now, that God had
What's
created.
happening? Your question. What's happened?
So you can't, can you? It's just a belief. That's fair to say, isn't it?
Sorry?
You can't actually prove it to us or demonstrate it to it in any real sense. It's just going to be a belief. It's a belief.
I've asked you repeatedly.
Yeah, we believe God created the world. Yeah, okay. So, yeah.
I've asked you repeatedly.
He's not saying that. He's saying that other than there's no sun at this point, and we don't know the only way that light can come is from God. Yeah, is that fair to say?
So God used the
God
flashlight at the beginning
created
for all I know.
light.
What are you talking about?
God created light. That's right.
Yeah.
But God has no
without the sun being formed.
Yeah, God has no need for that. That's right. But the first, and I said that over and over, that's the first statement of the Bible you will not accept. When it starts saying God created, you don't even accept this. So I'm not sure why we're in the Bible right now when you can't even give us the definition of proof from
It's a bit silly.
Justify it.
Obviously, asking him for proof, that's going to be a bit silly, isn't it? Because obviously, what is proof? Yeah.
I don't think it's silly to ask.
Justify proof from your worldview.
What do you want? What do you want? Like a video?
No, because
what do you want? Video footage of creation? Like,
what we want him to say is that it's a belief, isn't it?
Rational, reasonable argument that is outside of your personal worldview that demonstrates that God can create light without the sun.
Because obviously, nothing don't make nothing.
So wait,
obviously,
I'm going to go now. I'm going to go now, but I want to leave this with you guys.
You just ask the question. Like, come on.
It's not a knowing.
Just ask the question, you know. Like,
is that
what's the
fair
point
to
in
say?
asking questions and then
That's
talking?
the only point that I wanted to make.
Asking questions and then talking over the answer. Does it make sense? No. Anyway, so like I said, yeah, like obviously for us it's a belief, innit? But even in your scientific view, nothing doesn't make nothing. There has to be a beginning. There has to be a creation, something that actually created. Yeah, there has to be, even in the Big Bang story. You get me? There's something there to begin with. So what is that? You get me? There's no getting around it.
Dark Magician. Before you go, I just want to point out to everyone listening here that Dark Magician has failed to explain or justify the preconditions of intelligibility from within his worldview. And when he's asked about proof,
did I give a worldview?
He has not explained the necessity and justified the origin and existence of proof from his worldview.
I said to you that I could give you an example of what objectivity is. Scientific exploration is something that can be the highest standard, can be shown to be objective outside of your worldview.
Can you justify? We're just bags of protocols
why does facts need to be justified? The justification is something.
Who cares about facts?
Entirely a subjective view.
On this earth right now, there's no creator. There's nothing.
Fact, God created the earth, and it don't need justifying.
Have you in mind?
No. There's one thing to say that you believe there's a creator and you're spiritual. There's another thing to say, I know there's a God, I know what God wants, and I'm going to tell you what he wants. And if you don't believe me, I'm going to kill you, or I'm going to destroy you. That's what happens. That's what happens.
It's not that's not what the word of God teaches, though.
That's the only thing I'm interested in. If you say to me, you just told me you don't want to hear. I don't want to hear the answer. Now it's my turn. Yeah. No, bro. No.
His mouth won't stop. How can your mouth not ever stop?
Now you're gonna hear my.
No. You're gonna answer it yourself. Ask questions and answer it yourself. Then go on, weirdo.
No, I'm not answering. You've just given something to me. And now I'm answering you back, and you don't want it. And so what was all of that?
You're talking over the answer every time. You keep asking questions and then talking over the answer. It's dumb. Just wasting
that's not true. I'm not just going to allow you to just talk nonsense.
So what's the point in asking a question then? You get me?
No.
What's the point?
You've asked me a question and I'm trying to answer it.
Dark Magician, true to subjective, you can't make those claims. They are just your opinions, dude.
Exactly.
I'm not saying
Dark Magician.
No facts in science.
Your truth
is science facts. Is a scientific theory the facts?
No.
Does it claim to be facts? So what are you on about?
It claims to be a scientific fact.
1 second, man. Geezer, relax. I'm saying if scientific theories are not facts, and science doesn't even claim to have the facts, do you not just have a belief like us?
In many things, yeah, absolutely, definitely.
Well, then stop your eyes on your foolishness. Yeah.
What noise am I making? You're the one that's making the noise.
No, don't let him get away with that, bro. Hey, you let him slide in with them ones there, bro. That's
Look, it's Ezra, isn't it? Ezra, like, come on. It's Ezra, innit?
Yeah. Like I'm saying, it's not a belief, yeah. Like what man's saying, yeah? We're working with probabilities. At least we've got like a probability of the shit being more like what man's trying to say in it, yeah. So with the religion, yeah, there's no it's faith. You get me, cousin?
Yeah,
no
that's the whole point. That's why.
Listen, bigger. You no experiments.
From the outside.
You don't even know
and
the
I had to
scientists.
come in and I had to make one point only. And the point is this: you do not know that a God exists, and I do not know that God doesn't exist.
Dark Magician.
You do not know.
Why are you arguing? Why are you arguing? We're just atoms floating on this earth in an unguided universe. Yet you claim you want evidence.
It's a really important point to make, and that's the only reason why I came in, and I'm happy to go now.
But why do you? The thing is, the atheists got no ultimate justification for evidence from their worldview. Yet we're just floating atoms on this earth, on an unguided universe. Yet you claim you want evidence. Why for?
Because you're the one who says you know.
Yes.
And that's not truth. That's not truth. You say that you believe in truth and honesty. You do not know.
It's called
the facts, apart from truth,
it's
is
called
that you
faith.
believe.
It's called
that
faith.
there is God. You do not know.
It's called faith. Yeah.
Faith is
my assertion.
The absence of evidence.
My assertion is no. I don't think you understand the Christian faith, Dark Magician. The faith.
How do I not know it? How do I not understand?
Do you have a wife? Dark Magician.
Shut him out for 1 second. You might hear something.
Bro.
Do you have a wife?
Like that. If I was standing in front of you, bruv, you would not be talking to me like that. So
you wouldn't say
stop behaving like you're some big man or something, bruv.
Wouldn't say shit. Let's just face the facts. You wouldn't say shit. Go on, John.
Magician, do you have a wife or a girlfriend or something?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have faith in her?
No, I have a trust in her.
Okay. The Christian faith is the same kind of faith.
Faith and trust is different. No, it's not.
No, that's the definition. The Bible's definition of faith isn't it. I mean, if you look at James, for example, when even James says that demons believe and they tremble, definition of faith is not belief that Jesus exists.
Faith and trust are not the same thing.
It's a trust upon the promises of God in scriptures. I think faith doesn't have to be blind. You can have faith based upon evidence. Now, you have not given us your ultimate justification for evidence within your worldview, yet you demand for evidence.
You didn't give us no evidence, so either, did you, John?
Yeah, I didn't.
You give us nothing.
I didn't make a claim. You're the one who said that you know that a God exists. I simply came in and I asked you to give us some of that, anything, and you haven't. You're the one who hasn't given anything. Yeah. And fair enough. I have been a bit touchy or whatever, and I apologize about that. It's not what I want to do, but sometimes that's the way the conversation goes. I try not to be like that, and I apologize for being like that. But the truth of the matter is, and the proof and the fact of the matter is, all I ask is for you to prove that your claim, your positive claim that you know that a God exists. Give us something to go by, and you haven't been able to do that. You've just deflected, and I don't really have anything more to say. But I have nothing against you or anything like that. I wish you all the best in your life. I absolutely do.
Appreciate that.
It's a common sense thing, because obviously some people have got it and some people just ain't got it. You know what I'm saying? Like most people, on the planet know they was created. Like only a tiny few. Believe what this latest.
Well, obviously, it would have to have been created in some way, but it doesn't mean that God created it, does it?
Say it.
So
I said, obviously, it was created because, like as you said, but doesn't mean that God created it, does it?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Whatever you call it, the creator, innit? If it's created, that means there was a creator. That's it.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
I know what he told us to call him.
Magician,
I don't agree that the Earth was created. I don't believe that. The
my position is
No,
obviously.
but is it
shows something in nature that's not created.
My position is obviously that if you do not begin with the presupposition of God's existence, then you have no explanation for absolute morals, absolute laws of logic within our current reality. You can't make
that's
sense of
rubbish.
reality.
That is rubbish. You got no morals. How have you got no morals?
Or objective morality.
I've got morals, and I believe morality is objective, not subjective, but objective, because I've got a God.
Only people who believe in God will believe that morals are objective. You guys with your atheism and you like one guy can believe
morals can be subjective and objective.
Let me just speak, man. Shut up, man. So what I'm saying is, one guy, when it comes to you guys, one guy can believe paedophilia is okay.
No, but hang on, Ezra. One sec. No, one sec, Ezra. When you say you guys, it's like you can't bunch everyone together. No, I'm done.
I wasn't talking about you.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
I don't even know who you are, mate.
No, I'm an atheist, but you can't put all people that don't believe in God in one bracket.
Atheists, obviously. I'm talking about atheists anyway. So, like, the people who believe in God.
Bro, he said he's an atheist. You don't.
What are you on about then? Atheist? What are you moaning about? I'm talking about you.
No, but like basically the term atheist, it's like you just put in a whole lot of people into one bunch and just call them atheists, isn't it?
What does atheist mean?
Everyone is an atheist.
Get me? If you fit the term atheist, then you fit the term atheist. That's you, innit? You know about?
But everyone's not together. It's like me and Dark Magician might disagree with some things. Do you know what I mean?
He's still both atheist, though, isn't he? Are you not atheist? Even if you disagree, you're still atheist.
You're an atheist.
Someone who believes in no God or gods, that's an atheist.
Somebody who rejects the argument that there is a God.
Atheism does not
Which
mean...
God are we talking about?
Which one?
Hey, listen, I want to question morality, bro.
Listen, the only one that because you don't even know what you're claiming atheist and you don't even know what it means.
Okay. No, I know exactly what it means, but you can't put everyone together in one bracket, innit?
Well, if it fits
everyone's got different views.
You have to wear it, mate. If the cap fits, you have to wear it. They're talking about.
Yeah, well, sorry, Ezra. Anyway, what was the cap? I didn't let you finish, and I'm
going to give you the definition. No, this is the cap. A person
who
disbelieves. Listen, a person who disbelieves or lacks belief in the existence of God or gods.
Ah, exactly. Plural.
That is atheism.
Well. Yeah, it doesn't have to be singular. It can be plural as well.
God or gods. Yeah. So if you don't believe in
not
God
just one
or
God,
gods,
it can mean all gods.
You're atheist,
yeah.
Isn't it?
So do you believe in Hanuman?
There's polytheist. If you believe in gods, multiple gods, you're polytheist. One God, you're monotheist, and no gods, you're atheist.
I believe in one God more than you.
Dark Magician, would that be fair to say that because there are false currency, there's no real currency?
No, what I would say is that to progress, you need to get to the point where so like with me, you don't believe in all the other thousands of gods that have never existed, and you don't give any stock to that currency, but you settle on one God. I don't settle on any of them. So does that mean that my currency is less than your currency?
Yes, because your vision and idea of God does not, your worldview does not make sense of our current.
What worldview do I have? I haven't told you what my worldview is.
Yes, because you mentioned you were agnostic.
Let's ask a question about God's morality, though, cuz. You get me?
You don't know. I'm sorry, you keep saying what my worldview is, and to justify it, I haven't even said anything about my worldview.
Yo, Doc.
Yeah, what's
I'm only talking about what you believe and what you said.
That'd be interesting to hear.
Listen. Let me ask
some statements about
you. You're
always chatting shit about
Doc. Listen.
Always chatting shit about religion with no respect.
Listen to this, yeah.
Talking to me,
man.
Yeah, I am.
Stop the blood clot crying. Yo, man. Yo, hold on. Chill out, man. Let me ask a question. Man. Like I'm saying, yeah. So, is it morally wrong to kill children?
It's always morally wrong to kill children.
Always morally wrong to kill children, yeah?
Unless you're God,
based upon the fact that God determines what is evil, and he is the everything that's against his nature is evil. Yes, that's
So-
my explanation. Now, the atheists will say it's subjective, or it could be objective,
that's
depending. I
subjective.
don't know.
No, that's subjective.
They
to
will
God
dance
then.
around and say
Yeah,
a
that means
table
God's
can
got a
be a table,
subjective
not a
morality.
table.
I
Depends
think
on
it's
what-
important to
Listen.
to
Bro,
understand
listen. Wait,
what's
hold on.
subjective and what
Dark,
objective
hold on a
is.
sec, bro. Listen. Yo, Dark, can you hear me, cuz?
Yeah, I can hear you.
But, these man, this man just made God's morality subjective, yeah, because he said it's always morally wrong unless it's God. So that means God can choose when it's morally right and morally wrong to kill
Yeah,
children.
this is the
but other
William
people
Craig
can't.
Lane argument.
So that means
That's a false.
God's the creator of morality, isn't it? God creates everything. So
yeah, but that's not moral then. That's not morality, is it?
Because
That's
it is
subjective morality.
creating
That means,
morality.
how's that? That means you're just taking. Sometimes it's moral, sometimes it's not. You're just taking.
No, but what I'm
that
saying
means
is,
you're
God's
moving like.
morality.
No,
Nah,
but
but
wait.
yeah.
That means man's moving like Caesar. You get me? Because that means that man can say on Monday something's okay. On Tuesday it's not.
Let me talk to you, man. 1 second. What I'm saying is, yeah, like that's according to your definition of morality, innit? God's morality is not. God's morality is not
You can tell
defined
me
by
when
man.
I'm allowed to speak.
No, but you should just wait, man. Why can't you ever shut your mouth, man? Yo, bigger. What I'm saying is,
Hey,
your
better
your
talk in it, bro.
definition of morality, yeah, is yours thing, innit? You see that as it or whatever. All I'm saying is God's morality is not defined by man. It's defined by Him. He's the creator of morality, and that's that. You get me?
Yeah, but wait.
Yeah, and
But then,
obviously-
even with that part there, yeah, Ezra. All right, hold on. If we're gonna give you that, then yeah, Ezra, yeah. How can we tell? How can we judge which time God is actually being moral and when God's being fuckery then?
Because God is
He can make up the rules as he goes along.
That's. Oh, I was trying to answer to you, but God's nature is always the same.
He can
What
make
is
up.
against?
Obviously, he's the rule setter, isn't it? But go on, John.
Yeah, God's nature is always the same. This is one of the reasons why some atheists oftentimes misunderstand Christianity, because they claim that, for example, God is omnipotent. Can He not create a rock that is too big for Him to lift? And I answer, God cannot do that. And they say, well, God is not omnipotent then. But I say, well, not really, because the Bible defines omnipotence in very different fashion. It says that God has a nature. God cannot cease to be God. He's eternal by definition, just as water cannot cease to be wet.
That's not
Yeah,
logical.
but all right, so check it like this then, yeah. So if God morality is non-subjective and it's always true, yeah, how can He give out laws, thou shalt not kill, yeah, at the same time, you know, just 2 minutes after He gave the law about thou shalt not kill, you know what He did? Moses come down from and them man the worshiping the gold calf. He told them to slew every single one of them, bro.
Yeah, thou shalt not murder. That was the
That's
command.
murder. That's what I'm saying. You have to know what's going on.
Murder.
Like
murder and
the law,
kill different,
the law,
yeah?
obviously, the laws are you get killed for certain things.
You're such a bad man, you know. Trust me.
No, you don't want to accept
I
it.
don't think you
He's
understand
techie.
what the
I'll
word
tell you why God's
murder
techie,
means.
yeah? Because he gets away with mad crimes, yeah? Hey, Ezra, let me tell you why God's techie though, cuz, yeah? He gets away with mad crimes on the words. You know, in court, yeah, you can get away with shit, yeah? If they try to bring up something and it's not to the word, yeah? It will fuck up the whole case, cuz. And that's like what man's trying to do now. You're trying to say like,
Imagine standing in
Shuri
court and
didn't say
saying,
murder.
I didn't kill them, I murdered them.
I
Or I
murdered-
didn't
you know what
murder
I'm
them, I
saying?
killed them. Come on.
You know what it is? There's a difference
Honestly,
between words.
honestly, come on, guys. Seriously.
Yeah, I was just
God,
trying to
Listen,
God has
there's two different words for a reason.
never committed to murder.
No, it's
There's
not.
two different
Kill-
words.
No, it's not.
Bigger, listen.
No.
There's two
No.
different words
No.
there for a reason. Murder means certain things, and then kill
What does
means
it mean?
certain things.
What certain
It is,
things does it mean?
You can kill somebody, like, and without murdering them, like manslaughter. You've killed somebody, but you didn't murder them. It's the difference between killing and murder.
I don't
That's
think
the
you
reason-
No, but manslaughter's more of an accident, isn't it? It's more of an accident.
Yeah,
What you say?
Interestingly enough, the Bible itself.
I'm a lawyer. I know the difference between
Ezra!
manslaughter and murder.
You ain't no lawyer. Shut it out.
Yeah, I am a lawyer.
Clap, man.
Yeah, I am.
Hey,
You know the
Dad,
difference
don't let him
between-
finesse it, man.
The difference
You know he's
between
trying to do
murder
some super funny
Yo,
work.
bigger, you know that one.
What
You
to
know
this brother, bro? You're
intention.
trying
Dark
to
magician.
on some digital
The difference
bro.
between
Innit?
manslaughter
Mute his mic.
and murder
Mute his
is
mic.
intention.
Shit. It's just happening
Yours is mad, bro.
constantly.
Guys, it's really impossible to have a discussion right now. If everyone
I know.
speaks over everyone. Can we just give some time when someone speaks? Don't interrupt them or something. I'm trying to do that as best.
Go through. I tell you what, yeah. What we that's right, yeah, because that's usually what we do anyway, yeah. We want everyone to speak one at a time and give their points across anyway, yeah. So, like we're saying, like obviously, explain to us how God can give a commandment, "Thou shalt not kill," and then said Moses to murder all the dons 5 minutes after.
Yeah, I will. I'd love to explain that to you. I'd love to explain that to you right now. The fact is that God has. Hold on, there's someone at my door.
I'm in the fucking seaside, man. Seagulls and shit.
That's what I mean. Even if you're saying it's not murder and it's kill, it's like, is killing okay?
Oui, vous pouvez laisser ça devant la porte. Merci.
Yo,
sorry about that.
Where you from, Craig? You sound like you're from like
French
Midlands or something.
Nah, I was from Birmingham. I'm in Ireland now. Though.
I can tell, man.
All right. If I can answer.
No, but I'm not against anyone. I just want to say I'm not here to argue or nothing. I'm just more here for knowledge, and I'm just here to talk.
The Bible has a specific passage in Leviticus concerning the murder and how we should treat murder. Now, when it comes to killing, when God commands the nation of Israel to attack a certain place because these people, God has a purpose for that. It's a different thing than to commit a singular murder. God is clearly saying here, don't take the life of someone in a malicious fashion. If someone comes to your house and kills someone else, from the Christian perspective, we do not see it as a justified reason to kill someone. Murder is a different thing than killing. If you're going to war, you'll see the difference between the two. You're not murdering people.
Just let him finish, though.
Going to war is not murder. You're not murdering people when you're going to war. You're either defending your nation, your family, people around you, which was essentially what the Israelites were doing. You're not killing people randomly with malicious intent to do that just for the sake of doing it, which is what God had commanded, not to kill your neighbor, not to murder it.
Can I just answer that?
Wait, hold on a second, brother. You finished it? Is that your full explanation, though? Then let's make sure he's giving his full explanation first, because I don't want man to try and wiggle and worm and whatever. But was that your full explanation,
he will, no matter what. It doesn't matter.
I'd just like to include one fact that what happened with Moses afterwards. What happened with Moses afterwards was that the disobedience of the people, and I think you might be confusing this passage with the passage of the nation of Israel consuming, having sexual, activities with the other nations and things like that. It's much later on that it happened, and again, this was commanded by God. Obviously, God has told.
Why was it commanded by God?
Because obviously these nations were a threat to the Jews and to the plan of God concerning what He wanted for the Jewish nation.
All right, are you finished?
All right, bro. Wait, I just want to find out if that was your full answer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously now, yeah.
Yeah, of course. I'm
ready for the reply. Because obviously you didn't really answer the main point of the question that I was really talking about how
let me go next.
God gave the commandments to Moses. Yeah, you can go next, Ez, yeah. God gave the commandments to Moses. Thou shalt not kill. Yeah, them man are worshipping the golden calf, doing the butterfly, wine, and all them things there. Down the bottom of the mountain, man goes down and slews everyone. So how does that work then? Because that's not in a time of war. They wasn't threatening the Israelites' liability. They was actually Israelites. You get me? So these are his own people that you're talking about now. So how does he justify that murder or that killing? That's not murder.
What it is. And what it is, yeah, like because with Moses, yeah, Moses was, when he killed the guy, he didn't murder the guy. He saw his brother getting killed, and damaged, yeah, and like you would, yeah, for one of them, I hope you get me, COE or somebody, yeah, you'd go and defend him in it, and if he dies, isn't it? That's his thing.
No, but Ez, you're talking about the wrong part, man. You're talking about the wrong part, Ez. I'm not talking about that piece there.
But I'm clearing up that bit as well.
You're gonna build up to it. Okay, all right.
I'm clearing up that bit. Yeah, mate. So like Moses didn't murder him. There's a difference between like cold-heartedly murdering someone, yeah, and just like you get me with the intention to do it, or then defending yourself or defending your brother. You get me? That's different. But anyway, moving on to when Moses has gone and got the law now. Like these people have got the law. You get me? So like now we've promised you like what we're gonna do, this and that. Moses has already explained to us like what's gonna happen. You get me? So like these people worshiping the calf, that's their, you get me? Like you knew the rules now. You get me? Moses has come and brought the law. So like according to the law, what happens to idolaters and you get me, Israelites who are doing worshiping other gods? You get me? Like you get your head splashed, bro. That's just the law. You know what I'm saying?
Nasty dead. Tell them say we're not Steve, no lead.
Tell them again.
Yeah.
So that's it, innit?
So
like,
that's how God rolls and that.
Yeah, that's it. I'm like, this
kill them all and done, yeah? All right.
Hebrews, and that law ain't for everybody on earth.
This is why we don't have theocratic laws anymore. Right? Because that is completely immoral. It's completely unethical.
Worship call, we are going to kill them before.
The requisite level to prove murder is intention, and you've just said that
it is
the
not.
intention.
You know why you will never understand it?
So that's
but
murder.
But you know what it is, that you know why you will never understand? Because it's not for you, fam. Your God is for and Odin and them, man. That's who you're supposed to go worship. You know, right?
I don't care whether you believe in God or not. It doesn't really matter to me.
So you're gonna be explaining this till the cows come home, fam. Get me? Instead.
I know. I mean, I'm never going to be able to get through rationality and reasonable argument to you. I understand that. I get that. I know I'm not going to be able to do that with you. I'm not seeking to do that. But what I want the facts to be laid down, and the facts is that, as I said before, you do not know these things. You believe them, and it's important to be able to say that and
everything that you think you know is a belief too.
But I'm brave enough to say where I believe in something, where I know something.
You know what it is? I agree with you on that. I believe it. I don't have no video footage. I wasn't there at the beginning. I don't actually know, but I believe it. Innit? Like you have to agree. You have the same thing with your little science gods. Yeah, you have a belief. You don't know nothing.
No.
Get me?
Not to the same degree. No.
Let's move on.
How old do you think the Earth is, Ezra?
How
old do you think the Earth is?
Like this is dumb conversation. Yeah.
It's just a question, Ezra, mate.
You're never going to understand. You're never going to get it because
I wasn't there. Like I said, I wasn't there. But I believe the Earth is around 8.
You can't ask him that one, man. You get me? You was looking serious right now, you know, fam. You can't ask that question, man. Like,
I believe the Earth is around 8,000 years. That's my belief. Yeah. Now what? Go prove otherwise.
Cool.
Bring your proof. Yeah. That's
what about Cheddar Man? What about Cheddar Man?
What about him? What about him?
He was 10,000 years old.
Some white man told you he's 10,000 years old, and you believe that, but you get me?
You have to understand that to us, Christ, okay, could create fish from nothing. So if he could make a fish in half an hour, like a second, that should take months to grow. Then for us, it's very possible that God could do a lot of things that we don't.
Right, I get that. I understand that. I believed it myself at one point.
And no, if I can ask one thing, right now, all these people talking that believe in God, do you all believe in the same God?
I don't think we mostly do.
John's a Protestant, and I think Walter's a Catholic, and Ezra's an Israelite.
Yeah,
so no, they don't believe in the same God.
I'm not quite sure about.
It would be the same God in Like, but it's just like obviously we got different ideas about him. Yeah, they do believe in the same God, the God of Moses, the God of the Israelites.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah,
James,
yeah, yeah.
Abraham.
Well, right
Yeah.
now, I just life we are dealing with, you know, life, you know.
Yeah.
I want to address something.
Don't you think,
Life,
Ezra, though, like,
and the confusion, and
You
just
can't
life.
let God gave life, so give God gave life. So give
don't you
thanks.
think, Ezra, that everyone really is like, you know, that it is the same God, but it's like everyone's just, you know, they're just more claiming it for themselves and certain people, and it's just manipulated in certain ways just to please them.
I did used to believe that. I did.
Greg, you said something a little earlier, and I'm not sure if it's really resolved in the minds of everyone who is listening. As far as I'm concerned, you spoke about the instance of adultery, because obviously you couldn't refer to the instance of the golden calf as there is no one who was killed at that time. So I guess you were referring to the instance in which
that was Belly that was asking you that.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was
really.
much.
And he was confused about that as well.
It was
No one killed
concerning.
that.
I was asking
Yeah, it was
about
concerning murder.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
concerning
murder,
murder. You made the assertion that
I
there's
said
no
that-
difference
I said it was
between
murder,
killing
yeah,
and murder.
because this
Yeah,
is why I said it
yeah.
was murder, yeah. I said it was
Yeah,
murder,
but-
yeah, because he gave the commandments, thou shalt not kill, yeah, or thou shalt not murder, or whatever, yeah. And then they came down from the hilltop or whatever they was worshipping or whatever, yeah. And they come down and see the people worshipping the cow, partying, dancing, and doing their thing around the cow, yeah. So that's when then Moses and Aaron and the others have killed the people that's worshipping the cow.
That's not true. It didn't happen.
True. I was thinking,
No.
where is this? You know, but
If-
even if
if
it
you
was
look-
true, that's why I just
God
answered
is-
it anyway.
Wait,
What
they didn't
happened
kill
is
the,
that
they didn't
God-
kill the people that was worshipping the cow.
Yeah,
was
no,
worshipping
that's
the golden
what
calf.
I was.
I'm sure they didn't just get killed like that. Let's read it because I don't believe that. Wait,
Yeah,
I'm
go on,
not-
read
No,
it.
I don't think that's
Yeah,
true.
bring
I
it
don't
up.
think they do. No,
You're confusing two instances. You're confusing the episode in Numbers in which the Moabite
that's later on
women
when
were
they
seducing the
killed the Amalekites.
Crying out loud, man! Can I make a statement without having you speaking all over again? Man, it's just
Am I not allowed to speak
so
either?
frustrating. I don't know how you can have a conversation with anyone. I wouldn't
You
enjoy
don't
having
let
conversations with you
let
for a
me
long
speak.
time. You spoke about two
Oh
instances.
shit! Here we go. God.
You spoke. There was a mention of two instances. The instance of the golden calf resulted in God striking the people with plague. There's no people being killed by other people. The instance that you're referring to is the Moabites woman being sent by the Moabites in the book of Numbers to try to seduce the nation of Israel, to try to overcome them and destroy them. And this is why God tells them to strike these people that partook into that, because God has said previously not to mix with other nations in that fashion. This is why there's a difference between murder and killing. In various places in the Bible is very clear. God has given the law to deal with a murderer who has someone that has murdered someone else to flee to another city. That's in the book of Leviticus. You can look it up if you want. I'm not inventing it.
Hey, Valley.
Okay, what's popping,
Yeah,
man?
I think that
What's
sentence
good?
you
Yo,
just
brother.
said is proof that
Hey, what's up? I'm
Christians
telling you, keep
Hey,
talking.
hey,
what the Bible teaches is not ethical and not
yeah,
moral.
I was gonna say let that magician get his point off, yeah, because he ain't
Because I don't want anyone to say that I'm, overtaking
Go
him.
shoot
or
that
anything,
magician.
You know what I mean?
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
no,
go
no,
shoot that
I've
magician and
said what I-
Brother Jacob or
said
whatever.
what I-
Go ahead, brother. Rock with it. Get it off.
No, I'm saying what
Yeah.
John Calvin has just said there is that some kind of sophistry, that there's a difference between murdering and killing, and that there's nothing like that in any law that we know that there is a difference between the two. Murder is killing is murder. Yeah, there is
No,
a
it's not.
difference. There is a
Manslaughter,
difference.
there's
Yes, there is.
manslaughter.
Okay, are
Manslaughter.
you going to overtake me now? Okay, or should I
Go on,
just
go on.
mute up?
Now go on.
But Let them finish though.
Right. So that we even in between the UK and America, we have something called the homicide ladder. Yeah, where even jurisprudence and legal theorists, they talk about there's levels of killing and levels of murder. Okay, and there has to be an option for someone to say that, you know, for instance, we call it automatism, where somebody would attack you and you would attack them back, and you would kill them, and that would be a partial defense for what we call manslaughter, right? But if somebody goes to intentionally kill someone, that is murder. No way, no how, you don't get away with that. You don't get to, there's no sophistry that can get around that. It's killing is murder. Simple as that.
Yeah.
So do you think that United States, when they had to go to Afghanistan, do you think that they were committing murder?
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
All right. So you
But
don't
wait,
make
wait. Let me ask the question though, yeah, because I'm not sure, yeah, if I've got it mixed up, yeah, or if the man them are gassing me, yeah. But I'm sure, yeah, that the story went, yeah. I'm sure that the story went that Moses got the revelation after he got the stones, you know, the laws. After Moses got the 10 Commandment laws, he came down from the top of the temple or whatever it was, from the top of the mountaintop, and the people there was worshipping the golden calf or something like that. Yeah. So, and then after that, there was people that was killed. They were slaughtered or something. So, get me, because they weren't supposed to be worshipping, because they were worshipping the wrong god or something like that. Is that true, or have I got that wrong?
Well, I'm reading it now, yeah, and wait there.
The nations were struck by the plague. They were struck by the plague.
Nah, bigger, you get me? Like, Moses went mad. Look, I read it still. Look, wait there. Where was I now?
Can I just bring something
Look,
else?
one second.
Exodus 31.
Let me just read it. Exodus 32:19. And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, near to the camp, he saw the calf and the dancing, and Moses' anger waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hands and brake them underneath the mount, and he took the calf which they had made, and he burnt it in the fire, and ground it into powder, and strewed it upon the waxter, and made the children of Israel drink of it. And Moses said unto Aaron, what did his people unto thee, that was cast, brought so great spin unto them? So basically, so like, who's done this? And it basically, Aaron said, let not the anger of my Lord wax hot. He knoweth the people that are set on mischief. Get me? So basically, he's saying like, God knows who's dealing with this, and you know what I'm saying? Said, it's not said unto me, make us gods which shall go before us. And as for this, Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what is become of him. You get me? So they don't know what has become of him. Like, basically, they ain't seen him so mad. That was it. There was, look, I'm scrolling down. Like, he never killed after people. Then he was mad, broke up the thing. You get me?
I think I might have got the story mixed up then.
You know what it is? It's the Quran that probably said that bollocks, fam. You get me?
No, I think
it
you're talking about later on when Moses.
I think you're talking about the Moabites.
They killed the Amalekites.
The Moabites.
Yeah,
the Moabites.
and they come
It's in the book
to.
of Numbers.
They
Says,
come to
leave not
them
one,
with the dancing
one
women.
child, not one ox, not leave not one of them.
Very
But
quick.
you can get killed for that though. You can get killed for idolatry though. You get me? So you know, Moses calmed him. I mean, Aaron calmed him down, as you see.
I mean, no idolatry around here. You get me?
Moses was around, your head would get splattered.
Up to Shaka, man. Shaka, you said Jerusalem.
Quick
Shaka, yeah.
Quick thing. I know Ezra's feeling good right now. Still, what's it called? I want to throw something in though, yeah, because when it comes, when it comes to expertise, yeah, like I don't know why, like all of us, no matter what our worldview, knowledge or belief system, yeah, rely on expertise from other places. You know what I'm saying? Like most of us are not going to be involved in any deep, scientific experiments that bring forth knowledge. Yeah, we rely to some degree on those who are in that field to provide us with information. But the same actually goes for religious people. Like most religious people don't read or speak in the original language that their scripture was delivered in. Do you know what I'm saying? Like so. To some degree, if you're reading a translation of the Bible, whatever the translation is, you're relying upon the expertise of people, you know what I'm saying, and trusting that their translation was accurate for whatever reason.
We don't have that problem.
But most religious people are not doing the translation themselves. They haven't translated from the original language into whatever language they speak themselves in order to understand, to be experts in this field or whatever. So they're not doing that. So they're trusting on the accuracy of people that have gone before them. Everybody does it.
Unless you know the original languages.
Even if you do, translation is an art. I know people that can speak they can speak English and French, but if you were to ask them to translate, like if somebody was speaking, you wanted to translate, they wouldn't necessarily feel like they have.
No, we've got brother. I don't know if you've ever met him on these platforms. We've got plenty of brothers here, like brother Yizzy, his whole school. You get me, the hundreds of Israelites out there that have learned from him. Yeah, they can read Hebrew fluently.
Hey, Ezra, man, come on, man, allow that. Not Yazoo, fam.
Nah, but I'm saying I don't agree with him and all the beliefs here. But like I said, like my man can read Hebrew fluently, forwards and backwards.
But I'm not saying that.
Millions. What I'm saying is, like even backwards, and can tell you the numbers and everything, fam. Like,
no doubt. Yazoo is the only person that can make Rob swear. Yeah,
I know.
Yazoo is the only man that can make Rob swear and get vexed.
I've made Rob swear. Swear, and don't forget, I made him go berserk, fam. I think
barking out and wilding out and that. You get me?
One time, Raspet locked it off, but Raspet was still alive, and my man went. As soon as he locked off, he went berserk. I've never heard him like that.
Yeah, but it's not.
But that wouldn't be like there's enough people that can do science and maths, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying, that can calculate, how far the distance between, you know what I'm saying, the Earth and the Sun. It's not different to me.
Because no one ain't been to the sun, so how you measure?
We're all reliant. All of us, to some degree, rely upon knowledge and expertise on other places.
How can somebody? You can't skip past that. How can somebody measure the distance from here to the sun when nobody ain't even been to Mars? Never mind the sun.
You don't have to. Why do you have to have been to a place to be able to measure distances? It doesn't make any sense.
How are you going to measure it without even knowing how far it is, the other end?
Hey, cuz, listen.
This is why we get frustrated
on Amazon.
Because you can't explain that to Ezra. He's just not going to understand it or even want to.
Ezra, did you know Yazoo's got a book on Amazon?
Yeah, he's killing it.
The Hebrew maths.
The point is that yes, there are many people that can speak Hebrew and whatever else like that. The reality is that there are many others who are relying upon their expertise. Yeah, that look, you and I both know as well that there are many people that believe in the Bible that do not speak or read the original language that it was written in. Yeah, that's a reality. In fact, I'd argue that most people that believe in the Bible don't read in Hebrew or Greek. That's the
same with the Quran, though. It's the same with the Quran.
Yeah, I agree. Right? You know what I'm saying? In fact, there's probably more people that can read the Quran in Arabic than can read the Bible in Hebrew or Greek. You know what I'm saying? So the reality is we all rely upon expertise on other places. That's just a part of life. Like nobody is capable of amassing all the knowledge in the world based upon their own endeavors individually. It's nonsense. It's an unrealistic expectation.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that.
Look, and like I tried to say many times, is that I don't really care what people believe. It's when people say I know, and then they start, trying to push that narrative, like I know what this is. That's not true. It's important that we make that massive distinction.
Yeah, it's just a belief.
You don't know. Yeah.
Dark Magician, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
All right. Can you be wrong about everything you claim to know?
Absolutely.
Can you be wrong about that?
Yeah, I can be wrong about everything.
So you can be wrong about
I'm
the
willing
fact
to admit it.
that you don't know.
But wait, hold on. Can you be wrong about anything that you know? Can you be wrong about the good
Yeah,
existence
the
of
same,
God?
the same standard
Huh?
applies to you too.
No, let him
if it
answer.
comes to me.
Let him answer. Dark. Let him answer, innit? Because
Yeah.
this is a question that I noticed religious people never answer. No, I could never be
No,
wrong.
no, I
They
will
never say
answer.
there's a chance I could be wrong.
Could you be
Yeah.
wrong
They just
about there
boom,
being a God?
I'm not wrong.
So my statement is God is the necessary preconditions to explain our current reality when it comes to logic, morality, and all these things. So if you ask me, and if you turn to me and ask me, can you be wrong about the existence of God? Then I'll have to say that there are things within my knowledge that I cannot be sure of, but there are things that I cannot be wrong about. So when you said, when I asked you, can you be wrong about everything you claim to know? If you ask me, I'll say no. There's certainly things that I can't be wrong about because
And what could you name one of those things?
Well, for example, well, there's plenty of things, but the existence of God is one of them.
That's what we're saying. Can you be wrong about the existence of God? And you're going to say no.
I'll be honest with you.
Say,
yes,
could I be wrong
you're doing the
about
same thing.
that God doesn't
he's doing
exist?
the same thing.
But it's the only conclusion.
He's doing the same thing. What
says,
he's accusing you of doing. He's going to do the same thing. What he's accusing you of doing. Yeah, because you're going to say that about the existence, about that you can't be wrong about the existence of God. Yeah, but you're going to say to him he could be wrong about some things that he's talking about.
Yeah, but I'm not making the same claim. He makes the claim that he can be wrong about everything he claims to know. I'm saying no.
I didn't make
there
that
are
claim.
things that I
asked the
can't be wrong about because the basis is that God authenticates my knowledge. With an exterior, with a being outside of myself that authenticates my knowledge, it saves my reasoning. Now, if you're going to say that your reasoning validates your own reasoning, then it's a circular argument. And you can't be.
It's not my reasoning.
You can't be sure about anything with that type of.
It's not always my reasoning, and that's the point. Is that some of the reasoning?
Okay, so what else is authenticating?
Sorry, I won't.
What else is authenticating your reasoning outside of your own reasoning, without using your reason? Without using
one has to use their own reasoning to be able to rationalize. I mean,
all right. So you justify your reasoning with your reasoning, right?
Right.
All right, and that is circular. So if
no, but
how do you?
bro, hold on. How can you say that you can't be wrong about something that you can't prove exists? I don't get that. How can you make
that's
that
right.
claim?
I'd have to know
you can be wrong
everything.
about it.
You're right. You have a good question. I'd have to know everything, or know the one who knows everything, which is my claim as a Christian. But, Dark Magician, you spoke about knowledge. We're talking about epistemology right now. And my question for you is in terms of knowledge. In terms of knowledge, you're making the claim that you can be wrong about everything you claim to know. Then you can't make any.
I'm saying it's possible.
claim.
I don't know whether it would happen or not. I don't know if that's true. Like, so for instance,
But even that you can't know.
I claim to know that the sun rises and the sun sets. Yeah.
But, okay.
Could I be wrong about that? I don't think so.
How can you know that you know how there's people who with a reasoning that is deficient? How do you know that you're not one of them?
Sorry, explain that again. I didn't quite catch what you were saying.
That's okay. I'm saying there are people that have a deficient reasoning or a reasoning that's faulty, a bad reasoning.
Okay. Yeah.
So how do you know that you're not one of those people, since you can't be wrong about everything you claim?
Well, we would have to explore what reasoning we're actually talking about here. I'm willing to say if you could pick something out, and right now we're talking about you say that you know that there is a God. I don't say that. I don't even say that I know that there isn't a God. You're the one who's making the positive claim, saying,
yes, because
I know that there is a God. So why don't you use the same standard that you're applying to me that doesn't actually apply to me, because I'm not the one who's saying that there isn't a God. You're the one who's saying that there is, and you know it. So why don't you apply that same rationale, that same standard to yourself? Could you be wrong? Is it possible?
There are things that I can be wrong about. But there are certainly things
That
that I cannot be
particular
wrong about.
thing, I'm asking you,
Based upon
that particular thing, could you be wrong about your knowing that there is a God?
not based upon the things that God had revealed unto me. I do believe that.
Oh, okay. So
God
really, what we're
revealed.
talking about here is you've had an experience, okay, that you can't explain to other people. Is that true? Is that what
No,
we're
it's not.
getting at?
It's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that my knowledge is authenticated by an exterior being, someone else than myself. Because if it was myself, then I couldn't know about anything. And I'm not living consistently with that type of a worldview. I don't stop at a red light, at a green light, or continue on the green light on the basis that I think that maybe I might be wrong, that it doesn't exist.
So it's true to say you could be wrong about your knowing that there is a God. You could be wrong.
Not about God, because the fact of the matter is, oftentimes if you ask me for evidence of the existence of God, my only answer will be the impossibility of the contrary, in the sense that your current worldview with laws of logic, morality, and truth cannot make sense consistently without presupposing that God.
Well, I would argue completely the opposite. I would say that, because it's unlikely that there is a God, that, morals and ethics do exist without a God being in existence. And so we could get along quite well without the idea of a God.
Expose that to me.
Yeah, I mean, I would love...
Things could exist, theoretically speaking.
I think
you don't even know.
The laws in a secular society have nothing to do with religion or God.
That's right. And we're doing quite well without them. In fact, we're doing much better.
Wait.
None of the laws have nothing to do with religion or God.
The laws in a secular society. Where do you think the laws come from in this country? Like,
not from religion.
Many of the laws that we have are outside of the Judeo-Christian.
The existence of religion does not negate the existence of God.
No, it ain't.
The existence of religion.
We abolished slavery. That's one example.
Why do you think it's got a Christian society? Like, why do you think it was? Wait.
Dark Magician, there's Christians that were abolitionists, right? These were Christians. Right.
It was also the Christians that was the evolutionists that still thought that the
Newton
that were slaves. Hold on a sec. It was still the evolutionists that still thought that the people that were slaves were still lower than them, although they thought they didn't deserve to be slaves. They didn't think that they was equal humans.
I haven't really followed the whole story.
I have. Christians were talking about, no, they're what's it called? If you look at all the abolitionists, they're all Christians. It's no atheists. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because at that time, it was vastly unpopular to be known as an atheist, isn't it? So
we have a justification to treat people with value, respect, and dignity, given that God created us in His image. Now, get that from an atheist, apart from your subjective idea of morality.
You get that
get it from me. I just don't need to have that ideology with a God put there. I mean, so for instance, I'm not good to people. I'm good. I'm very good to people. I mean, I'm not going to boast or anything, but I save people's lives on a daily basis.
But why?
And I don't do it because I want to, because it's good to be good. And I think that if you really want to be good and you really want to be honest and helpful to people, you don't do it with the gift of God. That is something that negates
I'm going to jump back on in about half hour, yeah?
But you understand that's subjective to you. 1 second. Let me say it.
Do something.
No, I think I can prove it. I think I can objectively prove it.
Before you start yapping off again, 1 second. Yeah. I'm saying, like, do you understand that, though? Your subjective morality. Yeah, you might be a good guy, you save lives, this and that. That's your subjective morality. The next guy who is a paedophile and he believes killing people is cool. Yeah, that's his subjective morality. You with your subjective one has no right to tell him anything about his subjective one because you're both subjective. People who believe in God, yeah, we have an objective morality, yeah. So
Ezra, I do not say, and I would never say that because you are religious that you can't be moral or ethical. I don't say that, but I do hear many times religious people saying that if you do not believe in God, it's impossible for you to be moral or ethical.
Right.
Now,
No one says that. No one says that.
Oh my goodness, mate! You want to come on here much more often because we hear it all the time.
Well,
I'm not saying that you're saying it. I'm saying that we hear it a lot.
One second. Let's try and get you to understand what we're talking about here. So, okay, then.
Oh, I understand.
You actually believe you might be a cool guy, yeah. You might be a lifesaver and all of that. Like you might be morally. Yeah. What I'm saying is, yeah. See the guy that is raping kids and killing them is okay, and that's the right thing to do. Do you have any right? One second. Do you have any right to tell him that he's wrong?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, because I can prove objectively what he's doing is harming another life, harming another person, and you don't need the idea of a God to show that.
So now, Dark Magician, you've shifted to...
It's still a subjective opinion.
No, it's not. It's objective. It's outside of my own personal view. I can show.
We're talking about your own. No, but we're talking about your own morality.
I'm not going to. I keep getting told I overtalk people.
You know what it is?
Dark Magician.
Morality now to something else. We're talking about morals. That's it.
Yeah, that's right.
Dark Magician, what you're saying right now is really
ethics. Morals and ethics can be
exactly. You're talking about ethics. We're not talking about that. We're talking about morality.
They can be indistinguishable. They can be indistinguishable.
Hey, Dark Magician.
Yeah.
What you're saying to me right now. What you're saying.
Went on the whole spiel about I'm a good guy. I do this. I do that, and then you want to switch it to ethics. Then you want to switch it to ethics.
I don't see how you need to have a God in order to be moral or ethical.
Ezra. 1 second. Question. Explain what your differentiation between morals and ethics.
Okay, then morality. Yeah, when we're talking about morality, it's somebody's subjective, beliefs on a certain situation, like right or wrong. Yeah, that's it.
And I accept, Ezra, that the person.
So one second. I don't think you finished answering. He said, so you're saying that morals is subjective, but ethics is what?
Ethics is it's still subjective. You get me? It's still subjective.
It is largely, but it can be proven. It can be proven.
I'm not saying what the difference. What's the difference between morals and ethics?
The difference between ethics is ethics is going, like you said, it's going outside of yourself now to like what other people believe.
Right.
I'm saying instead of just your own morality, which will.
So morals is personal and ethics collective.
Ethics, the difference between morals and ethics is law.
A broad spectrum, go on.
Go on.
To call anything.
Ethics is a group. Okay, then a decision made by a group. You know what I'm saying? A certain group of people who have decided this is ethically right, and you know what I'm saying. But it's still not objective to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Because there's going to be people who agree that it's ethically wrong, and the opposite. You know what I'm saying?
That's where argument comes in. Okay,
exactly.
And that's where
and now we're back to subjectivity.
No, we're not.
Argument done.
No, we're not. Because some arguments are not just subjective. They are argued out. They are reasoned out. They have evidence. They have they have statistical analysis that is outside of somebody's own worldview and their own personal moral view. Okay, and that's the difference. Okay, so for instance, I agree with you. There are people in this world who are psychopathic. Okay, and they like hurting people. They like raping people. They like, and to them, it's normal. To them, it's natural for them to do that. Okay, does not mean that it's right. Okay, and I can show objectively, outside of my own worldview, that I think that it's wrong and it's harmful to society.
All right,
yeah?
So
that's called objectivity.
So
and that's where we should lie.
And it's still subjective. It's still subjective. Not everyone's going to agree.
Not everyone's going to be subjective. We're not going to get away from that.
Everybody is undeniable. Like not everyone's going to agree. Sorry, it's not objective.
It doesn't matter whether they agree or not. If it's harmful to society, I think we can.
Well,
all
according
agree.
to you, it's harmful. Do you not get it?
Oh, so you don't agree that raping
Shut up,
children
man.
is.
Shut up, man. You don't get it, man. Know it, man. You ain't got
I
sense.
think that you don't get it.
Shaka,
I think
go
that
on. Go on, Shaka. You
Magician.
don't understand it's subjective. Go on.
Magician, to call anything good, you need to have a standard of morality to operate to operate on subjective morality might be good for some, but bad for other. For example, if you're saying that anything that is evil constitute what is harmful to society or to ourselves, then we had things within our own societies that were very dramatically different in, for example, the time where slavery was okay, or in the Nazis' society.
Slavery is okay, though.
When these things were okay.
Is it not?
No, I don't agree with that.
Well, then you can't believe in the Bible, then.
That's a straw man, because I just answered to you that Christians were abolitionists.
It's not a straw man.
The Bible's condemning.
Those Christian abolitionists were leaning towards secularism more than they were leaning towards theocracy.
That's false. That's
it's
false.
absolutely true. And that is the progression of law. That is the progression of law.
Actually, that's not false. First of all, we have to bear in mind that every single church known to at this point in time within the Western Europe was feasting quite heavily off of the proceeds from slavery. But it would also be true to say that in relation to the abolition, economic interests had a whole heap to do with the
and it wasn't Christian values that got rid of abolition. Because if that was true, it's Christianity and it's Judeo-Christian traditions that created and gave credence to slavery.
That's so false. If you can just let me more than let me more than 1 fucking second, dude. Oh, what the man? Seriously, I can't have a discussion with you, man. You can't allow for anyone to answer you more than 2 freaking seconds.
To talk.
It's outstanding. We can't have a conversation with you, dude. You're just gonna constantly interrupt someone just to keep him from answering you.
Right,
because you want to hear what you want to hear. It's just annoying, man. It's
I mean,
it's really annoying.
No, complaining business. Let's start. That's the way I leave it.
You made the assertion that the Bible was teaching slavery.
Yeah.
And I'd love to respond to that, because I think that's a false assertion. Okay. When you're talking about biblical slavery, you're not talking about modern slavery that we have witnessed, for example, in the West. This is not the same situation. The Bible clearly condemned kidnapping people, which is involved in modern day slavery. Now, slavery, people in biblical times, slaves were treated as family. And obviously, this is the economic system that was happening at the time after the Jews went from Egypt, because they were slaves, and they borrowed this. But God never commanded people to practice slavery. This is a straw man. God had commanded how we.
I never said that God commanded people to
Dark
practice
Magician knows very well that Martin Luther King used quote scriptures to break the bonds of slavery in the U.S. So please don't give me that. And the same stuff was happening in the Roman Empire back in the day when the apostles moved out. And they used the philosophy about loving one another, which also broke the bonds of slavery, because most of us back in the Roman Empire were slaves to the Roman Empire. So we used love and the philosophy of love, trust, and forgiveness in order to break those bonds. So the New Testament is all about equaling, making everyone equal. You are playing word games, Dark Magician.
No, I'm not.
Here's the problem with the argument, right? Because if one says that it was the morality of of Christianity that led into that gave birth to abolition and inspired the abolition and so on and so forth, one would have to justify how that same morality couldn't have
stop it from happening.
From in the first place, and why it took over 400 years. And there's even follow up to that. But can anybody explain that if it was indeed the morality?
So what you're saying is it's because people were evil and did bad things, it's the New Testament's fault?
No. I'm saying that you're saying that that the abolition was inspired by the morality as ascribed in the Bible. So I'm asking you, are you able to explain then how the same reading of the same Bible, with that same reading of the same Bible, why?
Okay, so you're saying that the first slave traders were using the Bible, the New Testament, the words of Christ to capture slaves?
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you a question. Yeah. So the question is,
in the church itself, there's pedos. Are using the words of the New Testament to be pedos?
Alongside the.
I'll give you a question now. Yeah. The question is.
No, but you're asking that you have a book that's based on truth and love and stuff like that, and people are doing bad things. It has nothing to do with the book. It has to do with the people.
I'm saying that you're making an assertion. You're making the assertion that it was the Bible, yes, that was the fundamental.
The New Testament, the words of Christ, yes.
That's fine. And I'm assuming that in the 1500s, yeah, when John Hawkins went to the Guinea Coast, and the 1400s, when the Portuguese were going to the Guinea Coast, they had.
So what happened in year 300?
So
what happened in year 300, 400, 500?
Yeah. No, but I'm not questioning those things. I'm only asking the question in relation to the idea that it was the Bible, and more specifically the New Testament, that was the primary motivating factor in the abolition of the so-called slave trade. Yeah, I'm saying if that is the case,
John, stop interrupting.
No, that's right. I've asked a question about if John has got the answer, please, I would like to hear it.
Oh, John is talking. I'm sorry. If John is talking, I can't hear you. I have to get up and go back in. Was John talking?
See what I mean? What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Go ahead. Was John talking? I don't know.
Dark's just.
I can't hear
So
it.
you asked a question for Christian, so I was wondering if I could answer that one. So
that's fine. Yeah, I'm awaiting the answer. Go ahead.
All right. So my answer concerning the motivation coming from the Bible to abolitionists, I have an example. For example, William Wilberforce, which was among the abolitionists. He was the parliamentarian in England, and he wrote in his diary when he was about 28 that God Almighty has set before me two great objects: the suppression of the slave trade and reformation of morals.
All right, so let me ask you this now, yeah. If that is the case, why, when the revolution in Haiti kicked off, yeah, against slavery, why did William Wilberforce vote for Britain to send the troops in to squash the revolution?
Why did what?
In 1804, sorry, prior to 1804, yeah. So the Haiti Revolution kicks off in 1791, yeah, against France, who were the number one enslaving power in Haiti at that time. Yes, I forget the year, but basically the black people them in Haiti had to kick the behinds of the people them from France, Britain, and Spain. All of them got involved to squash the revolution at different points. Yeah, so I'm asking. I'm sorry, and it is on record that William Wilberforce in Parliament voted, yeah, for Britain to send in the troops, yeah, what's it called, to squash the rebellion in Haiti. So I'm saying, with all of that you just said, why wasn't the same Bible able to inspire Wilberforce to vote against that motion?
We never said humans
before
are
you
not
answer that, yeah.
fallible.
Before you answer
We never
that, yeah,
said.
because my battery's gonna die. Yeah,
I don't
sorry, my
understand what
battery's
he's
gonna die, and I've got to jump off.
about humans being humans.
Hold on a sec here, you man. Yeah, in the back chat, yeah, there's a verse, yeah, that I would like Ezra or John to read out, yeah, because like I was saying about receiving the commandments and then doing the killing after, yeah, because I was sure that there was a verse like that, yeah, and I want you man to read it out, yeah, and then explain to me, like, what going in with that verse, yeah. So it's in the private chat right now. Sec. It is. Sec, mate. Car. This thing's mad now, swapping people about and all sorts. The verse is Exodus 32, 19 to 29. Yeah, if one of the man then could read out Exodus 32, 19 to 29 after you've answered Shakara's question, yeah, then give a little explanation for me on that one there. Please and thank you. Thank you. Isn't it?
Exodus, what was the verse again?
Exodus 32, 19 to 29.
Hold on. I do want my question answered.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Your questions next, Gavin.
I'm just getting it to story so I can read it.
Your questions next in the queue, all right, Governor? I was just making a statement before my battery dies, all right?
All right, mate.
All right, lovely. All right.
19 to 20 what?
29. Exodus 32, 19, 29.
Yeah.
After that, let Shakara get his question answered first and then deal with my one still. All right. I'm going to jump off here because the battery's super low.
He's gone, mate. Go on.
Yeah, obviously, the leaders of this bullshit got sliced up stuff. I had no problems with it anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me, I was disconnected. My battery.
I've read it
for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
It was great talking to you. I have to go.
Peace.
Yeah, man. Peace.
Obviously, respect to all, and I wish you all the best.
Yeah, we get you, Shaq, still, but you're cutting out, bro.
Hello.
But boom, like I was saying, yeah. Obviously, Shakara asked the question, yeah. Yeah,
I see.
beg you. Wait.
Your avatar moving, but I can't hear you. Hold on, I'm just going to reconnect.
Your mic sounding
Oh yeah,
crackly,
but you, man. Your mic sounded a bit bad still, like alien. But boom, yeah, Ez. Obviously, you read the verse real quick here. Remember why I brought that verse up first of all, innit? Because we remember we was talking about the morality of killing.
Yeah.
So, like, why was that killing, and the other set was murder? Why would that be classed as two different?
Because, like I said, there's like okay then, like it's the death penalty, innit? When people get killed in this in America, get the electric chair. They don't say that they got murdered. They say that there was killed. You know what I'm
You know what? Yeah. Pause. Hold on a sec. Yeah. The true Shakara did ask a question first of all. Yeah. I'm gonna jump off as well.
Do you get that?
Just keep.
Do you get that between like the capital punishment? So like the punishment of a crime now. Yeah. If God or the law of the country says that you get killed for such and such, and you go and do such and such, that's not being murdered because you knew the thing, fam. No, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not murder now. You just go ahead, Shaka.
So worshipping another god is worthy of the death penalty then in the Bible.
For Israelites, yes, for Israelites. Yeah, mate, we ain't supposed to do that. God told us to be holy. We're supposed to be separate from everything. Separate. That's what holy means.
There's a couple of mentions of death penalty in the Bible.
Let's read it. Like one of my favorite verses.
Read that verse though. The verse that man was talking about, innit? Because obviously, remember I did say first of all, that man was saying that I did say that man did kill man after getting
he was right on that though. But it's not everybody who was there that got killed though. So look, I read the bit that you're talking about. Yeah. Look.
And it came to pass.
We just want to know Willie and Wilberforce could you know what I'm saying? You know, I want to know this Wilberforce business right now, that we depend.
Can we go back to this argument? Because I missed it.
Whoever had any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it to me, and I cast it into the fire, and they cast them out of this calf. And then Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies. You get me? So now, you get me? It's that these people, and the Egyptians are there, innit? Yeah. And then look, yeah. Then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on the Lord's side, let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves unto him. And he said unto them, thus said the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from the gate throughout the camp, and slay every man and his brother, and every man and his companion, and every man and his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses, and there fell of the people that day around 3,000 men. So, yeah, for Moses said, consecrate yourselves to the day of the Lord, even every man upon his son and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. So you know what was happening there, innit? Like, that's not
gay, homosexual.
That's the enemies he was fighting there, you know. And like I said, so when you read up from 19 and like 12, 13 even, no, 14, it tells you this is where it starts talking about our people. 15, yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's talking about us. And then look, it talks about the enemies, yeah, and basically him stripping them. Aaron, like, obviously they're stripped of it, like Brother Isaac just said. It doesn't mean naked, they're skin naked. It means like they're stripped of all their, you know, jewels, everything, yeah, and put to shame, like it said. That's all it's saying, fam. And then obviously God, he rounded up to say, who's with me, yeah, who's with God and who's with me. And then they went and slammed the blood clot, he done and she done. Bad man, hit me. So let me just show you that one that I was talking about now. Deuteronomy 7. This is why.
It just shows how dense the people were back there, because if you look at, like, God made so many miracles, I mean, to get them out of Egypt, and then they end up in a place and they're all going against God like 3 days. Like, seriously, like, how dense can you be? I mean, people of that day were too smart.
I think it's still.
Let me just read 4 more verses, because this one's for Shaka and the man them, yeah. Get me? Like, right. Deuteronomy 7. This is one of my favorite passages, yeah. Right. Deuteronomy 7 and 3. Neither shall thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. For they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. Yeah, right now destroyed. Hashtag destroyed. Anyway, but this shall ye deal with them. Ye shall destroy all their altars and break down their images and cut down their groves and burn their graven images with fire. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God has chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are on the face of the earth. The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all people. But see there, that was for you, Shax.
So you know what, I missed it. Sorry, I missed it. Come again. Drop the word again. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
I'll read this last verse in it, yeah. Right. These 2 verses. But you shall deal with them. Yeah, you shall destroy their altars and break down their images and cut down their groves and burn their graven images with fire. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord. The Lord thy God has chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are on the face of the earth. And that's why with the badness, yeah.
So can I ask a question? Who is the they there in this passage?
Them, when it's talking about them.
Yeah, all them there.
Yeah, this is about us, like Israelites who are doing these things. You get me? Burn their sacred images and burn their graven images with fire. You get me?
No, I have to ask because I saw them go on when they come from Africa.
That's right.
No, I saw with we go on.
Burn the African gods. That's it.
Them they burn and destroy and all them something.
That's right.
Oh, that's you're imagine us. That's their man's thing, fam. Like they was doing that anyway. You know their thing.
They were following instructions, isn't it? Thou shalt burn up.
They're not following the Bible. They weren't following the Bible.
And all them stuff.
They know that Deuteronomy is only for the Israelites, though. You get me? They know that. You get me? They don't claim to. One Christian that tells you.
This is God speaking, yeah, at this point, right? Yeah.
No, this is Moses. Yeah, this is Moses speaking.
Sorry, Moses, yeah. And so when he says there, he's referring to Israelites. He's not referring to anybody other than Israelites, but he says there.
Yeah, Israelites. That's it.
All right, cool. You get me? Well, you know, that's how it go. But yeah, I want to know what I'm fit that Wilberforce, brother. Yeah, you know, because.
But you don't agree that Wilberforce was a big thing, like it major help. Where was the Africans, blood? Where was the Africans? When we, you know what I'm saying? Bob Buckler. No, don't.
So wait, hold on. You're gonna praise William Wilberforce. Or you want to ask me about the
I'm saying, like, nah, respect. You have to give respect where it's due, fam. Like certain.
Yeah, but he wasn't who they say he was, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? First of all, everybody that fought against enslavement in the Caribbean was an African. That's the first thing. That's the first thing. Right, you get me. But again, people like to deny that they were like the only thing that people on the continent were doing was selling heads. You get me, like and kidnapping people and putting them on ships. Nonsense. So this idea that nobody on the continent was fighting back is just like I can't even.
Nah, I'm not. I never said that, Chaka.
Right.
Don't debate stuff that I'm not saying. Because I agree that.
Then you don't. If you say that, then you don't have to.
People coming and trying to conquer the slave camps here and trying to raid them and get their family back. I get that was happening.
No, not even just that. People were trying to end it on various different levels, and some people weren't trying to end it. They were trying to protect themselves. They were just trying to survive. All kinds of people responded differently. If we know that, then you don't have to ask me the question that you was asking me. That's
I get that. You get me? But what I'm saying is, I mean, on this side of the things, I never met over there. I mean, on this side of things, he was coming over here, saying, you know what? Give me back the slaves. My bad, we messed up. We never, give us back the people, give us back my brothers, or whatever you're trying to say.
When you say on this side of things, what do you mean? When you say on this side of things, what do you mean?
Yo, we got the gold, we got the guns. Get me? Fuck them niggas.
When you say on this side of things, what do you mean?
Fuck them niggas. Get me? Get me? This time, like lynching.
What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying.
Clarify what you're talking about.
This
side of what?
Listen, I'm saying on this side of things, the diaspora side of things, in them days there, where was the Africans coming to America to take us back? Surely they had boats.
No, that's the point. Not on the scale. It's well known that at that point in history, when it comes to maritime technology and weapons, that the Europeans had advanced technology in that regard.
So we get that, but how can they come in
Later on, though, you do find examples of that. There are examples of people attacking ships. There are examples of people.
That was us. That was us, fam. The Pirates of the Caribbean. That was us, my nigga.
No, I'm talking about attacking ships from land, bro. Yeah, attacking ships from land. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was us.
So who is the us?
That's runaway slave. That's runaway. That wasn't that bad.
But you're making a distinction that doesn't exist. You're talking as though on the continent there were quote unquote sellers and people that were sold, and as though these things existed in sharp distinction. Where are you finding evidence for that?
What do you mean? I'm asking you, where's the evidence? Don't try this. No. I asked you, where's the evidence of these man coming to ask for us back in them days there? Where's the evidence? You're trying to be slippery and ask me for evidence.
My bro. No, because the statement that you're making, doesn't make sense within the context of what was happening. And you've made it very specific. You're saying where were the people them coming to get us back? Yeah, I'm saying to you, there were people fighting against this thing on the continent itself. Yeah? On the continent itself. So why would we ignore that aspect of the history? That doesn't make any sense.
He's ignoring that bit. But okay, then even after the that's done now. You get me? Like the war's done, this and that. You get me? How come it took so long blood clot 90s, the first Ghanaian man come and said, "Is yo come back?"
You're incorrect. Have you ever heard of Laura Coffey? Have you ever heard of Laura Coffey? Have you ever heard of Laura Coffey?
Nah. Oh yeah. She was the one who was fighting. Yeah, she was fighting. I get that. Yeah, her people them was fighting. Yeah.
By the way, and there's another brother that came from Ghana in the 1800s. His name I'm forgetting at the moment. His name I'm forgetting. I'll remember it in a sec. But the point is, yeah, that you're talking about people that were fighting back at every point of this thing, right? So there's no, the Africans or sold each other, and then we only started fighting when we got to the Caribbean. It's nonsense.
No. What do you mean? You've forgotten. People like Shaka Zulu weren't selling slaves to the white man in the first place. Yeah,
Can you slow down and clarify what's going on here?
You're gonna go south to the goddamn devil. Nah, man, wickedness, bro.
So what about King Arun from Ghana?
Man wants to big up William Wilberforce, you know. And
I never picked him up. I said, yeah, like,
are you serious?
I'm not denying those. Listen, I'm not denying those.
Right now? Let me tell you about your brethren. Yeah,
it's like
let me tell you about your brethren. Hold on. Let me tell you about your brethren. Right? What's it called? Right? No, hold on. Let me tell you about your brethren. Yeah. So I've already said that the man, yeah, when the Africans them in Haiti, yes, were in the midst of a revolutionary war. Yes, this is a man who voted, yeah, to send the British troops, yeah, to Haiti to squash the revolution. During enslavement, yeah, the Britain had brothels, yeah, that were full of enslaved African women in them, yeah, and William Wilberforce, yeah, was a regular patron of said establishments. There's even evidence that this man, yeah, was a pedophile who used to abuse 12-year-old girls, yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? So, like,
yeah, I don't know about that. All I'm saying is, yeah, he's on record. He's on record trying to abolish the slave trade. That's all I know. Yeah.
So what the Mossy, my brother?
So how come more Africans?
So what the Mossy? So what the Mossy? An entire group. 1 second. So what the Mossy? An entire group of African people that was buying that thing in then time there. So what the Kuba?
I don't really class the Ghanaians. I don't really count the Ghanaians. Tribal leaders. 1 second. Let me make this point. Yeah, when I'm saying Africans, I don't really mean the Ghanaians. Yeah, I'm free. Like, they're kind of free. Cause from they've been sending tribal leaders, not even like politicians, you know, tribal leaders have been coming, yeah, Caribbean, America, and telling people to go home. They've offered how much people land to own back home. Even our own brother in the States, claim inheritance. He's been offered land, you get me, 400 acres, I think, get me. So big up Ghana. You get me? But why don't we see more of this? That's what I'm saying. And he said he's a bit late though. That's what I'm saying.
I don't see any evidence of William Wilberforce being accused of pedophilia and things like that. Now, his decision might not have been the best decision concerning whatever things he did. I didn't really read about his particular story like that.
If I can find it, I'll bring it to you.
But nonetheless, his motivation flows from his evangelical faith. And when you look at Granville Sharp, he is the originator of the Grand Sharp's rule, which is essentially.
You ever heard of Otaboco Guano?
I have not.
Have you ever heard of Olaudah Equiano?
No, I've not heard of these things.
Right. So
I don't know.
These are black men, yeah, born on the continent of Africa, who were living in Britain during a similar period of time, yeah, and they started an organization called the Sons of Africa that was pushing for the ending of enslavement. Yeah. By the way, these men are contemporaries of Wilberforce and Granville Sharp. Yeah, they're contemporaries of them, man. There, right? What's it called? Right. So the see, we don't know about them name there though. But we know about Wilberforce and Sharp. Listen. Yeah.
87. What? This thing says like 1887. Oh, 1787. Yeah, still late though. That's right at the end.
Oh my days, my brother. Anyway,
Go on, big up yourself though. Big up yourself though.
No, I'm only making the point that the abolition movement in this country, was really initiated by black people. That's the point I'm making. Yeah. And that's the first point. The second point, is that when it comes to this what the British did at that time, 1807 was the abolition of the so-called Slave Trade Act. But the people that pushed for that act, they were looking to literally stop what was referred to as the trade. Yes, as in the trafficking of human bodies from the continent to the so-called New World. But they were still continuing enslavement in the Caribbean. Enslavement in the Caribbean did not end, until, well, officially the 1830s, but they continued it really up until the 1840s. Yeah, so this act didn't actually end slavery at all.
Yeah, no one's saying it did. We know that even in Jamaica, it continued.
Fire for them, of course. Fire for them.
Yeah,
Why
I
they?
get that. Yeah, I get that. What I'm saying is, you have to understand that. Nah, but Shaka, we have to be honest, because once Britain is outlawed, you know what it is. You know my thing, Bun Babylon, Bun Britain, the whole thing, everything. Yeah, but we have to be honest though. Britain, were the first people to abolish it. Yeah, and
no, they weren't.
One second.
People to abolish it. We burn up them Babylon.
Out of these Europeans, there was, you get me? And what I'm saying is, like, them man abolished it, and then there was like, shutting down the slave ships. Yes, it was going on after that for a long time. After that, you get me? But
Ezra, are you aware of the fact, that Britain had enslavement going on in what became known as Sierra Leone after they said that they was going to abolish, right? So they were abolishing a Ross. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, you went back there. What
they were doing, they were afraid, that France was going to become the dominant power in Europe. So what they were doing was patrolling seas to lock down the French ships. To make sure that they didn't become, because obviously
American ships.
Why? Because France became the number one supplier to America.
Be honest, fam. An American ship
became the number one. I'm just saying it.
Like, what I've noticed with you, Shaka, you like to paint the narrative, to look a certain way, and you just have to be honest.
You're not listening. I just said yes, because France became the number one supplier to America. Yeah, Britain wasn't supplying America no more because they were vexed that America kicked them where in the bloody.
You have to be honest. So
the Americans, them, their disobedient children, in America went into business with the French. That's what went on. An earthquake. I don't know how you're going to debate me now, to give credit to the British.
I don't understand what you're
arguing. Like, you want to give credit to the people on the continent. That don't make no sense, fam.
What are you talking about? I'm not giving nobody no credit. I started it off with saying I'm not with no British Bum Babylon. So what are you on, fam? Like, don't try to intermingle me with no foolishness. I'm just stating the fact. Listen, Africans are still selling us. Still selling us. To private white man. Portuguese, French, when the British have stopped. See what I'm saying? I listen to you though. You see, I listen to you. What I'm saying is, you have to state the facts. When Britain stopped the slave trading, Africans are still selling them to the Portuguese and the French.
Am I lying? The Portuguese had their own island, bro.
Stop, bro. So what? Africans weren't selling Portuguese slaves all of a sudden? Stop lying, bro.
Hold on. There was an island off. Hold on, wait. There was an island where they were. Israel, listen to me carefully. There was an island where they used to able to kidnap people from the African continent and took to the island to train.
So they weren't being sold. Nobody. That's what you're trying to say.
I'm not saying no. There's people that was sold, but they used the Roman Catholic Church in direction of making them to sell people.
I know. You know what I noticed here. You
can always push the blame, but people, Africans, were selling people to the white man. No matter which way you want to go around the thing.
Hold on. Let's say we accept that. Let's, for argument's sake, let's say we accept.
So let's blame. Let's lay the blame fairly. We can't just blame
Let's say we accept that. I'm not.
One second, Shaka. One second. Yeah. All I'm saying is let's lay the blame fairly. Yeah. We can't just blame the goddamn devil. Yeah. When what I'm saying is, yeah, when we're being sold, rounded up out of our own yards. Yeah. While we're out there flipping, just living our life, we're getting rounded up and sold to the goddamn devil. We can't just blame the devil. You know what I'm saying, fam?
So what about the people in the church?
So your argument is that we have to be fair in assessing the fact that African story slavery. Yeah, that's what your argument is. Yeah.
I'm saying yes. This is like, you get me. We can't glorify it and make it all rare. Like we have to lay the blame fairly.
If I say Africans were fighting against slavery, am I also being truthful?
Yeah, you are being truthful. Yeah, but I'm not going to deny it like you. Yeah.
So, but I haven't denied anything. I haven't said anything to the. I have not made a statement of denial yet. Yeah. Right. Okay.
All right, fair
so,
but
so why is it that we don't hear? Yeah. Africans were fighting against slavery. Why is it that that's not the case? Why are you up debating me?
I've already told you that woman that you mentioned. Yeah. I remember.
One second. Why are you debating me to accept that the British were the first to end this thing and we have to give them the credit?
I'm not debating you. I'm stating the facts. That's not even a debate. How is it a debate?
At the same time, at the same time, your statement with regards to the what was going on the continent is that they were selling us. That's it. You're not affirming independently of me that they were fighting back on the continent as well.
I've said that, Shaka. You're like, Shaka, don't lie, because when you mention that woman, Shaka, one second, Shaka, don't lie, because when you mentioned that woman, I can't remember her name. I said, yeah, big her up, because she was fighting back. Her and her people, them were fighting back. Yeah, trying to actually break into slave camps and take the flipping people them. So don't tell lies.
I don't understand what you're disagreeing on.
Brother, I said you're not saying it independent of me. So if I put an argument to you,
I've said that many times. But what right now, what I'm saying is what I'm saying. Yeah, what I'm saying is what I'm saying.
But Ezra, let me ask you one question. Yeah, if you condemn Africans for selling slavery, are you going to condemn
not all Africans? You know.
No, I'm just saying the one that I'm just saying you condemn some of the Africans. Are you going to condemn the people of the Maroons? Are you going to condemn the Araks or Indians in America? Are you going to condemn the blacks in Brazil? Are you going to condemn the black people in England?
No, I'm not going to condemn no people that was sold into goddamn Babylon. Wait there.
Are you going to condemn them all for selling people in general?
Why?
Pull up, Isaac. All I'm saying is, I ain't condemning nobody. Listen, let me answer the question. Let me answer the number. All I'm saying is, I'm not condemning nobody that was sold to the goddamn devil and had to go live in a Babylon and do his best to survive. You get me? I ain't condemning nobody. You get me? That's what I'm saying.
That don't make sense. That don't make sense at all.
Big up the Marines. Big up the Marines. That's what I'm saying. Big up the Marines. You trying to get me to get the Marines, yo, man.
Right, don't make sense here. Because the white man promotes his propaganda that he went to Africa and man them were just there with people ready to sell to them, right? They don't tell the full story. And the reality is if you got a vested interest in reinforcing that narrative, you don't look any deeper to see what was actually going on the continent. What were the conditions of people and what happened to the people them that said no? Were they, first of all, it's as though everybody just said, yeah, you know what? Have these people, right? We're going to sell them to you, as though selling was going on, right? Hold on, right? And then nobody says, well, what if that's not the case? What happened to the people them that said no? What happened to the people them that refused? What happened to the people them that fought back?
They get killed off. Right. These people have been sold guns. Wait there. Let me answer that. These people have been sold guns, yeah. And the people who say no, yeah, guess what? I'll go on for you, innit? You get me? It's not really rocket science, man. You know what I'm saying? This is why they're selling guns, yeah, and blood clot chains, yeah, from Birmingham gun quarter and the chain quarter. Like how everyone's heard of jewelry quarter, but they've never heard of the gun quarter and the chain quarter. Guess why these things were there? To go straight to West Africa, yeah, and blood clot, get me, sell to the people them, to go round up the people them and bring them back.
What are you actually arguing over?
That's not a lie. Go and Google it. I'm a lie.
Hold on.
Google John Bolton and all them, man.
Most of the guns were sold to the North Africans because they were not. They only gave a few to some of the ones. The West Africans that they sold are the people that they put in place like as in Lagos, right? Lagos,
Yeah, I
they
agree
wiped
with that.
out
I agree with that.
hold on, they wiped out one Yoruba king who had his army, who was running things, but he was a traditionalist. They wiped his army out and replaced it with a king that has no right to be there.
Has happened all the time. Happen all the
I
time.
agree
That's
with
what I'm
that. I
saying.
agree with that.
These man don't really look
Everything
into
that
the
I agree with that. I agree
You know
with
what I'm
that.
saying, fam? Like, it's short business, fam. You get me? Like, because
He says
reality-
he agrees. Ezra says he agrees with what
Nah,
you're
but
saying.
wait,
So what is the problem?
But next month we're gonna have the same conversation. Man, gonna tell me that African soul that we're selling us. Like, it's nonsense,
Nah,
fam.
but what? It's
The
not
reality
even
is
that.
there-
All I'm
there's-
saying is, all I'm
one
saying is,
second.
Cracker, man.
There is no,
Like,
you see,
you know what it is? Man create different arguments, yeah, to divert from the actual argument. I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? That's what I keep noticing.
What is the argument? Ezra, what is the argument? One second. What is the argument?
The
What is the
argument
argument?
is, yeah, we have to lay the blame fairly, yeah, on the people who rounded us up from our yard and our village or wherever we're there, yeah, to go sell to the white man and travel us all the way up to the slave camp, kept us there till the ships arrived, yeah, and you get me, sold us to the white man, stamped us with the brand, all of that. Them man there are responsible too. Get me? I don't hear people talking about that though. Get me?
1 second. So let me see if I understand you. So what you're saying, that the blame should be laid equally on the Africans that took part in the trade as well as the white people. Is that correct?
Exactly. Common sense. Yes.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
So do you agree with that? Shaka?
No, I'd agree with it. Yeah, if it can be proved that that we're dealing with equal partners. If we're dealing with equal partners, then there's equal culpability.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So if they're coming with musket guns, yeah, and blood clot seashells, don't know why. You get me? The bad wanted seashells. No, yeah. So what I'm saying is, yeah, if these men are coming with alcohol and their musket guns, and you're giving them slaves in return, guess what? Equal partners now.
Yeah, how is that the
That's
case?
your
How
angle.
is that the
Okay.
case? How is that the case? So, for example, yeah, if I'll give you an example of what I mean, right? European just a contemporary example, yeah. Price of oil in Nigeria is set by a foreign corporation. Yeah, technically speaking, you're buying from Nigerians, you know, but the trade is not equal because they control the price of your oil. Yeah, so you're selling to them, yeah, but they are a superior partner with more power. So no, this because
Yeah,
I
fair enough, then, but okay, then maybe not equal partners, but partners nonetheless. Partners nonetheless. Yeah, partners nonetheless. Yeah, there wasn't force to do it. There wasn't no force. Yeah, those partners nonetheless.
You can't really use oil since we're all.
Hold on. Because all right, the next point then, right? What's it called in this year is the complexity of who is and who is not a so-called trader, yeah, in them kind of things there, right? Because the reality is, yeah, that are there groups, yeah, on the continent in West Africa, Central Africa at that time, yeah, that were exclusively kidnapped and exclusively kidnappers, yeah. So like let's use the Yoruba for example. Yeah, did they take part in it, or were some of them collaborating?
Yeah, now you're trying to mess about, bro.
I'm not messing about. This is the reality.
Yeah, I'm messing about.
How is it messing about?
I know where you're going. I know where you're going with this. I know where you're going.
One second. Were the Yoruba collaborators? Were they collaborators?
Yes. Well, everybody took part, basically.
Hold on. Were the Yoruba also enslaved?
Yes.
Okay. So who, if they were
was the Yoruba chiefs? Yeah.
And they were selling people. Who sold Yoruba?
Wait there. Is the Yoruba chief today? One second, Shaka. And answer this one. Yeah. Is the Yoruba chiefs today that know that their ancestors sold their rival tribe?
I didn't answer the question.
I'm telling you. All right.
Ezra, half of
no,
my family.
Come again.
Huh?
I never caught the question. Come again.
I said it's the Yoruba tribal leaders today, yeah, that understand that their ancestors sold their rival tribe into slavery.
Right. So let's say
that's not a question. That's a statement.
Yeah. No, it's a question. Is that a question?
Let's take it.
What kind of question is that?
How is that not a question? How is it not a question?
You just made a statement. What did you ask?
Is there Yoruba leaders? Is there such Yoruba leaders today?
It don't matter. It don't matter. Let's say that everything that the Yoruba chief said about their involvement is absolutely 100% fact. Who was selling the Yoruba?
Over Europe,
Their chief was selling them.
Different tribal leaders, like I said. Fam, like I said, it's like you're not listening.
Guys, do you mind if I just ask a quick question?
James, allow it, man. Bro, we ain't got time for
it's an open panel, though. I don't know.
James, big man thing, though. If you're gonna contribute, yeah, cool, but don't come and try and make it a fun and jokes. But like,
okay, so this is a serious question. This is dead ass serious question.
I want to answer my question. Who was selling the Yoruba?
Who was selling the Yoruba?
Sorry. In that spirit, though, yeah. Who was selling the Yoruba? And if you're gonna make there are other people that just
over Yorubas, Igbo, all different types of people selling all different types of people.
Right. Okay. And by the way, are we? Sorry, Ezra,
are they African?
Have the support, yeah. Once again,
that's my point.
do I have your?
Sorry, yo, what's happening? Big up Kimo. I don't know what I got.
I hope I'm recognizing the hypocrisy of Wagwan, yeah, because we know what's gonna happen. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna let it run. Can
I ask the question to you, Shaka, please? If you don't mind.
Yeah, as long as you don't make it a joke thing, James.
Yeah, no. Well, I don't know. Make of it what you will, wouldn't it? It may come across as humor to some people. I don't know. But if I was to,
but I just want to say that you're the only one that's not allowed to make it a joke thing. Yeah, I just want to make that.
Who, me?
Yeah, you can't make it a joke.
This is serious. I'm dead ass serious.
Nah, but James is gonna make the whole figure joke thing.
So I'm gonna request of you.
Everyone could have a one lick on
that's your bias talking, but we'll get back to that in a second.
I'm gonna request of you to tap in momentarily to the Israelite narrative. Yeah. So I want you to answer from that perspective, from that paradigm, if I may make that request.
Who you asking?
You, Shakara.
Go on.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't need to ask that for Ezra because that is his paradigm, right? But you, it's not, right? So if slavery was a punishment, right, for the Israelites' shortcomings, but not everybody that was enslaved was necessarily an Israelite, then are not the people to blame for slavery Israelites?
That would make sense, biblically speaking.
Fair enough. That's my question.
Yes, fair enough.
So all Africans that aren't Israelites should blame Israelites then, innit, for slavery. We should blame you for the weaponization of the Esau or the white man, shouldn't we?
But it would appear to me that so-called Africans should be absolved completely. This is an act of God for punishment.
Correct. Not only that, but this
is the white man. The white man should be.
Yeah, but Shaka, this is the act of God in response.
Yeah, to disobedience. To disobedient children. Disobedient children.
The church is lying like that. No, you can't do it. Yeah, you know what it is. God will punish us, yeah, but you don't think you can just deal with God's picnic any old way and march us through jungle and send us to white devils.
You did this to us.
You're going too far.
Ezra, it's a good point because you're talking about people treating God's children anyway. But was it not God who put this into motion for punishment? Like the people that are punishing God's children are doing God's work according to that narrative. They're following the orders of God in relation to punishing His own children.
But you don't even ever apologize to other Africans that weren't Israelites, that weren't as disobedient as you were, and that you got sort of embroiled in this. You got embroiled in it. You know, because of what you did in the antediluvian period or wherever it was that you're meant to have been this fucking disobedient or whatever, yeah. Then everybody that's come after that period of time that isn't necessarily an Israelite, you have got them involved in what is ultimately your punishment, and therefore you should apologize. You should apologize to other Africans for what you've done, or your ancestors have done.
Why?
You should apologize. You should apologize to a white person for condemning them to hell.
I get what you're saying. Basically, yeah, the Israelite them disobey Yahweh, yeah,
Allah.
No, Yahweh. Let them leave it with Allah.
Sorry.
Allah, you can't ask them something there, Rasta. You'll get one. All right, what's the yeah? Right. So the Israelite them disobeyed Yahweh, yeah, And because of the Israelite disobeying Yahweh, a whole heap of people that weren't necessarily Israelite get caught up in the discipline of the Israelite them. Yeah, right. So that's the first point of the argument, innit? Yeah, because enough people that weren't necessarily Israelite are affected by this thing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? And it's all within the realms of what, you know, Yahweh had what's the word, decreed in relation to Israel anyway. So nothing go on that was not within the realms of, you know,
facts.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? So in that respect, then, are not the Israelites responsible for disobeying and catching up the world in this something? Yeah.
Facts. Shaka, can you request your apology, please? Because I want to hear it. I want to hear the apology.
I don't understand why. You know what it is? Shaka, you know what it is, Shaka. You just showing yourself. You know what it is, Shaka. You're just showing me. You know what it is? You're just showing me.
So who helped them on the ship?
You know what it is? Shaka's just showing his clear biases, fam. Because if he can't say that the people who rounded us up from our yard and our village, wherever he was, yeah, at least a little bit responsible, yeah, then he's a madman. You get me?
My brother. I've actually said many times, you know, let's accept your argument here for the sake of argument today. I haven't challenged it, innit? I've already accepted.
So that's my only argument.
Who put the Israelites on the boat?
What James is saying is absolutely. What James is saying is something completely different. It ain't got nothing to do with what I've said or anything like that. It's
but
about
James is chatting shit, fam. That's for James's foolishness.
But
I'm trying to talk to you, fam.
No, that was a good question.
A relevant challenge to it, though. If that's the argument, that is the argument that this thing
I never even listened to James. Go on then. What's the thing?
Brother,
James made a good point.
Sorry, can I just say it?
James just chats for ages and ages, yeah. And then, like, ask the dumb question at the end.
If we can call on fairness, hold on. If we can call on fairness for the British, we can certainly call on fairness in relation to James right now, innit? Yeah, like, so let's be real, right? If the British deserve fairness, so does James. Yeah. Okay.
James is the British. I've been fair to James. He's the British. What you talking about?
As long as we're fine. So if he's the British, then we can
somebody show us? Can somebody show us where white people were taking, can you show us where white people were going into the interior of West Africa and stealing black people? Can you show us some evidence of this?
So in all fairness, yeah, because what he said ain't got nothing to do with what I was saying. It's a completely different argument. Yeah, what he's saying is, if this is the narrative, yeah, that the man them are living on, yeah, then actually no one is to blame but Yahweh himself and the children and his children who disobeyed him.
So you're blaming Yahweh for going into West Africa?
Answered this, you know, but it's like, listen to the answer. No, listen to the answer though. I'm gonna answer it. What I'm saying is, yeah, like, yes, we was punished. Yeah, we were supposed to go into slavery, but guess what? You ain't supposed to deal with God's children like that. Yeah, all this extra stuff that you did. Yeah, you took it too far, fam. You get me? This is what I'm saying.
Too far?
All of that stuff, yeah. You ain't supposed to deal with the children of Israel like that. This is why, yeah, it talks about all the nations who dealt with us like that are going to go into slavery. Yeah, because that's just that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I could agree with that.
What's happened? Hold on, what was supposed to happen then? How were the children supposed to be dealt with? What was supposed to happen then?
Exactly. What do you mean by too far?
What was supposed to go on?
Just go into servitude and, you know, serve out our time and that. You get me? There's no lynching, no raping, and all of this other stuff that there's doing.
Where is that? Where is the differentiation to be found between how the children of Israel were dealt with and how they should have been dealt with? Like, so
where's the parameters?
It's about servitude.
Where did God say them? The children of them, but don't beat them.
It tells you what servitude. Listen, obviously, it tells you what servitude is in the Bible.
Israel, don't let them trick you. Don't let them trick you.
Servitude is.
Tell them to tell you where the white man went into West Africa.
But hold on. Can I just hey, Shaka? But you know that you see that argument though, yeah, Shaka. It's not necessarily directed at Yahweh. Yeah. The argument is fundamentally who does. So if there's two groups that were in slavery, yeah, and one was considered themselves Israelites, and self-admittedly Ezra has excluded another group and said, no, these were slaves, but not necessarily Israelites, yeah. The question is, if the slave, so let's say let's say it was the sort of thin edge of the wedge, yeah, and it wasn't necessarily meant to be as
the Maroons were from Ghana.
Hold on. It wasn't meant to be as heinous as it turned out to be, the transatlantic slave trade or even the Arab slave trade. But God did intend for them to be in some period of bondage, right? As a result, those people who got sort of caught in the crossfire was the collateral damage. Those people, who are they actually entitled to an apology from? Like, is it which way? So if there is an African,
good question.
Yeah, if there is an African,
but that's what James, that's what I'm trying to explain to you, because percentage of my tribe that were kidnapped, and half of them were hidden in a cave within itself. So
prove it.
Those people, as I said, I don't believe we were Israelites.
No, but shouldn't we also
prove it? Prove it.
Not even just that.
I can prove that. I can prove that. The numbers of Yoruba that were enslaved is just like manifestly demonstrable by the extent to which the Yoruba culture exists in the Americas. It's abundant in places.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make now,
in places like Trinidad, the
we know
Yoruba
this.
culture is abundant. Yeah, so we know that the Yoruba.
We know the Nigerian Portuguese culture is very abundant as well.
There is no Nigerian.
Yeah, there is, but there is. It's called Lagos for a reason, mate. They had certain areas where they've actually dealt with people, and they gave the Portuguese land.
We're talking about enslavement. Nigeria doesn't come into existence until 1914. This is long before
Lagos. Then Lagos, what the Portuguese called it, Lagos.
Lagos. Yeah,
yes, there is a blasted Lagos. You can't try it. There is. It's called Lagos for a reason, Shaka.
Long before this.
Yes.
Lagos.
Yes. There's Lagos. They call themselves Lagos boys. What you not call yourself Lagos boys all of a sudden?
Hold
the
on.
Lagos boys are no more.
Shaka and Terry. Hey, listen, don't provide, but don't provide avenues. Hold on, don't provide avenues for escape. There is an argument on the table.
All these dumb Pakistanis in the chat just mad about me because.
All right, yeah. But listen, there is an argument.
Ezra, I do want to hear you off your brethren though.
Pakistanis complaining in the chat. Ezra, shut your blood clot, man.
Ezra, in all fairness, yeah, like if anybody else on the panel, yeah, turns the conversation into a joke thing, I do want to hear you scolding them.
Yeah, well, because James, James has done it already. James has done it already, Shaka. That's what I'm saying.
There is an argument on the table.
I don't think you're being fair. I think the question that he asked, I think the question that he asked is perfect.
And I answered this question, no. So, and then what is answered joking?
If you answered it, then you've answered it. But I don't think his question was a joke thing. I
don't think he's answered it.
Like I already said,
I don't think you've answered it.
Listen, it's not even that hard, fam. Our Bible tells us what slavery is and what servitude is and how it's supposed to be. But
that's for Israel, though. Why is that?
If you want to answer, it makes sense. You listen, and it makes sense. 5 seconds in, you're talking, but you want to answer.
Do you want to answer the question, or do you want to speak?
I'm trying to answer it.
We'll be quiet. If you want to answer the question, then maybe you need a cue from us, though. You might need a cue, like a prompt.
Yeah, and the Portuguese have been doing business with Lagos people for before the 14th century.
Can I be asked? It's not vocabulary or whatever people.
No, you can't be asked now.
There's a proposition on the table, and you're not addressing it. So you can tell us.
We are addressing it. The Portuguese have had a long relationship with these people on the west coast of Africa before they had a relationship with Americans.
And then when you try to answer the question, hold on. And say, then he's gonna say, but you don't address it. But you don't address it.
But that's what I'm saying. The answer to the question, answer you're giving out, the value. Hold on, the value judgment. Hold on,
hold it. Can you just ask James?
Shut your goddamn mouth, then they might address it. How about that, fool?
Well, can we please start again? James, could you ask the question? James, could you ask the question, and then we'll be quiet and listen.
Eddie, listen, I agree. Ezra knows the question. The only thing I'm asking Ezra. No, listen, Ezra. I beg you, Ezra. I beg you don't make it so hostile.
You say you want someone to answer it.
But can I just tell you why up until now I don't think it's been answered. Maybe we won't waste each other's time. But
Does it
listen,
make
maybe we were wasting our time in it.
James, stop talking. Let him speak, and let him get out everything, and then we'll do this afterwards.
Right.
You shouldn't be so insecure. I'm not special, you know, bro. I'm not a special
I'll tell you
person.
this again. Yeah, the Bible tells us what slavery is and how servitude is supposed to be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we know what slavery.
You need to speak more than that. We get it. That's you're making a value judgment on slavery.
You said you want to answer.
James, let him finish. Let him finish.
But what was he actually saying? Like, does it?
James, don't talk, James. Let him talk.
This is why you don't bring white man into black man arguments. This is why you don't bring white man into black man convo. Shut your goddamn cracker mouth, James. How about that? How about shut your cracker mouth for 1 minute? Come in a black man convo and ruin it every time with your fucking thing.
That's right.
All of that.
That's right.
Shut your goddamn mouth. Get me? Idiot. Fucking cracker. Shut up. Get me? Anyway, Shaka. Yeah. The Bible tells us what slavery is and what slavery isn't. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So when we go into servitude now, yeah, and we see we getting lynching, yeah, and we see we getting blood clot, tarred and feathered, yeah, and torn from horses. We know this ain't slavery, fam. You took it too far.
All right,
you get me? Simple.
Will it end?
Have you finished? Have you finished?
Don't check out, Carl. Let me say. I beg you. I need to say something quickly. Yeah. This person has just given an appraisal of what is good and bad slavery. That isn't the point. The point here is if one person is responsible for, irrespective of whether or not the consequence was or the punishment fit the crime, this is not the question we're asking. What the question we're asking is if everybody embroiled, yeah, in what is this great travesty that's called slavery, what was not necessarily intended, right? If everybody was embroiled in it, but only one person was responsible, right, for the initial punishment. So let's say just the bondage part, yeah, only the Israelites were responsible for everybody being in bondage. Then who is owed the apology from whom?
The people who took it too far.
And then
from the people in Africa.
I'll ask you another question, Edwin, yeah? I'll ask you one more question though. If the sole purpose of those people was to enslave you, would they have existed had you not been insubordinate? If you had not committed whatever infraction God decided it required this punishment, would those people have existed? Then in turn, did you not create those persons? And if they're people, and if they're down to the hellfire, are you not responsible for every white person going to hell as well?
Like they would have existed anyway. So like I don't know where you get that foolishness from.
Sorry, who took it too far though? Because the people that on the continent, according to your narrative, are only responsible for the selling. Yeah. Yeah. So the taking it too far, all that taking it too far stuff was done on the other side of the Atlantic.
So how much of us never died before we even made it to the coast?
But that's
be honest, man. Be honest. Don't make excuses. Be honest.
If we're going by the biblical narrative, if we're going by the biblical narrative, that means the Israelites were hard done by the East Africans, the North Africans, and the West Africans as well.
Facts.
Okay.
If we're going by those narratives.
Do you not understand? Like, are you not that dumb that you don't understand?
Ask a question. Where are the laws with regards to servitude in the Bible?
No, there are laws.
I'm not saying they're not laws. That's what I'm asking. Where are the laws?
You're not allowed to kill your slaves.
Basically.
Where are the laws?
Well, basically, there's something called a papa's bull that was ordained through the Catholic Church and certain things like that. So if you could prove somebody's a heathen and they're not Christian and certain things like that, you could enslave them. So that even happened in Europe.
That's not what I'm asking. Where are the laws
from the Catholic Church
in the Bible that teach about? Sorry, let me rephrase it like this so that we're clear. Okay. Ezra just said that in the Bible, yeah, there are laws for servitude. Yeah, am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Where are the laws?
Don't let them off. Don't let them off the hook. Don't let them off the hook.
There is in Leviticus or something.
Yeah, like there's laws, man. Like,
but Shaka, a disproportionate response. Yeah,
it is the book of laws.
1 second. Where are the laws in the Bible? What laws
in
are
the book of rules?
Yes, Leviticus.
But Shaka, this.
Right, one second. Leviticus. Where else?
Even numbers.
Numbers.
Judges.
Where else?
It's gonna be it's gonna be those two books, isn't it?
Leviticus and Numbers.
Yeah, and Deuteronomy.
Correct me if I'm wrong. But in Leviticus and Numbers, is not God speaking to the children of Israel?
Yeah.
What is there to say that the laws, as it relates to the children of Israel, bind anybody else other than the children of Israel?
Obviously, it binds us, innit? But what I'm saying is, that shows. But obviously, we've got a definition now of what slavery is. You get me? That's what I'm saying. So now, I get your point. 1 second, I get your point now. Yeah, they're not bound to those laws. I get it. Yeah, but we have a definition of slavery. What tells us when someone's took it too far, just like in the African servitude. Then, for example, yeah, like where. One of the systems where you go and you serve your 7 years for whatever crime, and then you're free. You get me? Like, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, someone would know when they're foreign from African servitude, yeah, to something else, and that's all.
I agree, but the African doesn't have a thing whereby he's saying that everybody else is bound by this thing, and if you take it too far,
what I'm saying is, if you're under African servitude, let me explain it to you, fam. Let me explain it to you. Like, if you're under African servitude now, yeah, and then boom, you're expecting. You already know. You've already been through it before. Yeah, it's your second run now. Yeah, you're expecting African servitude, and then someone goes and puts you through the American judicial service, and you end up in a blood clot American box here, and this and that. Yeah, you're going to clearly understand this is not the servitude system that I've gone through. You have took it too far.
I get you.
Yeah, I get you. You get me?
I get you. I get you.
Electric chair and all that. Nah, like you're taking it too far. Like my thing don't have electric chair. You know what I'm saying? Like,
can I ask a question?
Where you don't get it
in the Bible? Where
does it become dishonest? Get me?
Where does it say in the? Sorry, does it say in the Bible then? Does it say in the Bible that that the servitude that the children of Israel will be subjected to must be akin or will be akin to whatever systems of servitude?
Listen, Shaka, carefully. It tells you every single type of thing that we've gone through: the Willie lynching, yeah, the Jim Crow segregation, this, that. It tells you every single thing, and this is why, yeah, they are gonna get their comeuppance. Yeah, one second, then it. If you want to flip it now, man. What I'm saying is, like, it tells you exactly what heinous acts were gonna happen to us, yeah, and why these people are gonna be punished for taking it too far. It actually explains the acts that was doing. They're gonna be hanging us on trees, yeah, all of these things.
Okay. So these people are following. These people followed the word of God to a T. Then they were under instruction, and they did what they were supposed to do.
Exactly, and this is why they're gonna get their goddamn.
But what I'm saying is, but Shaka, yeah, you did make a good. Okay, Shaka, yeah. So, that's a great point you made. But like, if we for a moment put aside the sort of, however, like the sort of value judgments that people make between different types of slavery, right? And whether or not it was a disproportionate sort of punishment to what God had intended. The fact remains that who is ultimately responsible for opening the floodgates? Like, who is responsible for that? So if we're going to condemn, let's say, an African that was complicit in slavery, even though it brought about his ultimately his own demise, you know, and colonialism, whatever followed, yeah, subsequently, what we're saying is, who is ultimately responsible? Who is to blame for the opening of those floodgates, and who owes an apology to whom? That's the reason I jumped on, because I heard you talking about those people that were complicit and the fact that they were that they should have come on a boat and come to save you. But my argument was, arguably, you should feel responsible for everything, for all of the ills that have befallen other Africans that are not Israelites because of your ancestors' disobedience. So where the fuck is the apology from you guys?
Like, this is what I'm saying. We don't need to apologize. Yeah, they did what they did. Get me? You know, say that's what it is. What it is. Get me? That's it.
But non-Israelites that their ancestors didn't sort of perpetrate these infractions that God saw fit to punish. Why do they deserve to be enslaved?
They're not going to be inflicted. This is what I'm saying. This is why you have to get knowledge of what you're talking about before you try to criticize it, because it says, yeah, we will have slaves of those whose slave we were. So guess what? If your people weren't involved in it, then your people won't be slaves, will they?
But they know. But I'm saying they were slaves for that period. There's people that their entire lives.
James, can you just be honest for once and say you messed up?
What? What?
Yeah, like, come on, man.
How? In what way? In what way? In what way?
Because it doesn't say, yeah, that we're gonna be slaves. Like, basically, it says that you've just say, oh, what about the non-Israelites, yeah, that weren't involved in the slavery? Yeah, how come they have to get slaved? And I said to you, yeah, the people that weren't involved in slaving our ancestors are not gonna be slaves. So you messed up on that.
Well, I don't know. You misunderstand me. I'm saying there was people that not like, let's say colonialism, let's say the diaspora, let's say being deracinated and living in the diaspora, not necessarily immigrating, whatever. Those people, the ones of those amongst those,
now you're changing it from slavery. Now you're changing.
Yeah, the ones of those.
Now you want to change it from slavery.
Pardon?
Now you want to change it from slavery now.
No, that is the direct result of slavery. what I'm trying to explain to you is I'm saying that those people that because listen, I don't know how you differentiate between an Israelite and a non-Israelite. You obviously know that science better than I do, right? But if you're accepting that, let's just say there's a slave ship, and on the slave ship, everybody that's not a slave and a portion of the slaves, you consider them to be not Israelites. Is that possible? So, like, if there's a slave ship, is everybody on that slave ship?
The blacklist fucking Queen J, Juju Pum Pum Girl, man. I know it's you.
Listen, Ezra, man. Just focus. Is everybody? Let's say in the 18th century or the 17th century, is every single person on a European slave ship bound for Europe or the Caribbean or the Americas? Are they all Israelites, or some of them not Israelites?
People who got took into slavery into the Caribbean.
So I'm saying, yeah. So let's take an arbitrary, like a slave ship, a random slave ship. Is every single black person on that slave ship an Israelite, or some of them may not be an Israelite?
Yes.
Some of them may not be.
They are Israelites, man. Listen to the answer, innit?
What do you mean? Every single one.
Man. I said yes. Listen, innit?
So every single person that was in slavery is an Israelite.
Yes. Obviously, there might be one or two little, you get me, strays. It will.
How do you know then? But how do you know then the slave traders, the people that sold the slaves?
Half the people that were selling us probably just got rounded up in the head, yeah, like some little idiot. Thought there's gonna go get guns one day, and guess what? You're just getting
so the only differentiation you make is if you were enslaved, you're an Israelite. If you
I'm not saying. You know what it is like? I'm not making that. That's what you're making. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, someone help you. Someone help you.
Yeah, let me just drop some knowledge, yeah, on the situation right about now, yeah, and see where this goes, yeah. Western slavers were indeed cautious when taking people by force out of Africa, wherever possible, as in Saint Louis and Gori, Senegal, James, Gambia, and Bance, Sierra Leone. Slave factories were located on islands to render escapes and attacks difficult. In some areas, such as Guinea-Bissau, the level of distrust and hostility was so high that as soon as people approach the boats, the crew is ordered to take up arms. The cannons are aimed and the fuses are lighted. One must without this is a quote, by the way. One must, without any hesitation, shoot at them and not spare them. The loss of the vessel and the life of the crew are at stake. Yeah, and then Duran 1805. Yeah, violence was particularly evident throughout the 18th century, as 1700s, the height of the so-called slave trade, when numerous revolts directly linked to it broke out in Senegambia. Fort St. Joseph on the Senegal River was attacked and all commerce was interrupted for 6 years. Yeah. several conspiracies and actual revolts by captives erupted on Gorée Island and resulted in the death of the governor and several soldiers. In addition, crews of several slave ships were cut off in the Gambia River. And he lists some citations there. In Sierra Leone, people sacked the captives' quarters. This is all on land now, from the land, and of the infamous trader John Ormond. The level of fortification of the forts and barracoons attests to the Europeans' distrust and apprehensions. They had to protect themselves, as John Baptiste Durand and Compagnie du Compagnie du Senegal explained, from the foreign vessels and from Negroes living in the country. Written records of the attack of 61 ships by land-based Africans, as opposed to captives on board, have already been found for the 17th and 18th centuries.
Oh, see there. This is why Brother Isaac's my guy, Hit me.
Hey, can you explain why, Ezra?
Huh?
Can you explain though? And Shaka, I beg you assist, yeah, because maybe I'm the one that's not comprehending it. But how can we be sure? Like, if you just said some of the people may have been caught up in slavery, then how can you be sure, or at any given time, a slave ship traveling to Europe only had Israelites on board? Like, how can you be sure of that?
Obviously, the curses were for Israelites to go on those slave ships, James.
But like, let's say every African country that suffered as a result of slavery and colonialism, yeah.
I'm not talking about every African country.
You're not wrong. I beg you, but engage the argument. You're not laughing.
Get me? This is what I'm saying about Jay.
I don't know why you're always laughing.
So it's just wasting time.
I don't know why you're getting vexed, brother. He's just asking the question. It don't make no sense, bro. Like, I don't think
I answer this question.
No, but you're saying
he's asking this question right now.
Yeah. You're saying some of the slavers. You're saying some of the people that were complicit. You're saying they may have ended up as slaves. That's point one. Then also, as a result of slavery, you agree that the Europeans came back and colonized some of these countries from where they had taken slaves. You agree with that? What I'm saying is both of those could be considered forms of punishment, i.e. the non-Israelites that were taken into slavery as a result of being complicit or otherwise just getting caught up, poor people that were captured by the Europeans. Yeah? And the other thing is people that weren't complicit, but then ended up having their land. Hold on, people that weren't complicit that ended up having their land taken from them by the Europeans, who returned with the wealth they had accrued from fucking taking slaves from Africa. Mainly Israelites, or whatever. What I'm asking you is if all of that.
Why not just ask why you're asking me from the start?
All of that, I'm giving you context to it. If all of that is a result of your ancestors being disobedient, then should you apologize on behalf of your ancestors in the same way white people should apologize on behalf of theirs?
What should white people apologize? I'm right listening to Igloo right now, because the questions are too long. God, Jay, I'm answering Igloo's question. That's an actual question. You get me? You answer bullshit. God, yeah. You're saying who's at fault for the curse? Yeah,
Joe.
And this is all you're saying originally. This is all you're saying.
You want to chase
This is all you're saying. This is all you're saying in a long bullshit way. You get me? Igloo just made it simple. Yeah, who's at fault for the curse? And the answer is.
That's not why I asked at all. That's not why I asked.
Like, this is what you've been asking.
That's you. I know the answer to that. We both you've agreed to that. It's you being disobedient is the reason that you're being punished.
So what are you saying now? White man.
What?
Should we apologize to white man? That's what you're saying.
No, bruv, you've lost your mind.
Believe this. I just can't believe this.
I'm not even listening. James, he's asking 10-minute questions. I'll just can't be.
Hey, Shaka, can you maybe
you ask the question?
Can you ask it as briefly if you understand it? Can you ask it briefly, because he responds better to you than
my
me.
understanding of it is very simply this: should not the children of Israel, be apologizing to the rest of the people that were caught up in the enslavement process, but had nothing to do with it?
Like who? Hello?
Like African slaves that are not Israelites, bro. Like, what the fuck, man?
No, obviously they're brought into it for their own purposes, isn't it? Maybe they did something wrong. Maybe they're sold into to the white man for their own purpose. Right there. You never thought that right there. You never thought that people getting sold to the white man for their own crimes in their own little village. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about making no sense.
That's crazy.
Like, so wait there.
Crazy that you're making moral judgment on Africans telling Israelites, and that's how you're talking about.
This is what I'm saying about James. Like, he asks a question, 10-minute question, and talks over the answer like a twat. You get me? So what I'm saying is, like, so what he's saying is, some random African man, that kills a man in his village, gets dashed in with the opposite tribe that's getting sold into slavery, then he gets matched up and sold to the white man too, What you're saying is he's not guilty.
Where did you get that scenario from? Like, that's a.
What do you mean that wasn't happening? You're saying that wasn't happening as well?
No, I'm saying that. But you're homing in on one specific.
No, you're wait there. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like,
sorry,
can I say an example of how it?
You can say that there are people.
I'm just giving an example of how it couldn't be so. And not every scenario.
Ezra, using your understanding here of people being sold into slavery, what were the reasons why they were sold into slavery?
The Israelites.
They're Israelites. That's it.
The Israelites were sold into slavery, for disobeying the laws and the statutes.
No. But in the minds, but in the minds of the people that were selling them, supposedly, what were they saying to themselves? All right,
I don't know about the minds of the people that are selling them. Oh my, bro, my name look like
right. So I'm saying, cause I don't know of no. Okay, so in your mind, the people that were doing the selling were quite clear that they were selling Israelites for being Israelites.
Yeah.
So where did you get that scenario from about a Brer killing somebody and whatever?
Because obviously James was asking about if other people got caught up in the slave trade, are they like, shouldn't we be apologizing for them? And I'm saying not necessarily, you get me? Because such scenario could have happened, and there could be many other reasons why.
Are you saying that scenario did happen? Or is that
you know what I'm saying? Like, what? Like, it don't make sense, fam.
But are you saying that scenario
at least listen to the answer, fam? At least.
Who's not listening?
Like,
Sorry, all right, go on. I thought you finished. Sorry, go on.
What I'm saying, fuck's sake, man. Like, and then you gotta act like you fucking like we did something that don't get it. Get me? So like I said, he was talking about somebody who got caught up in the slave trade that's non-Israelite, and what about, should we be apologizing to them? He made this whole 10-minute gobble wobble fucking monologue about why we should be apologizing to somebody else. And I'm saying, there's many other reasons why somebody else could have got caught up in the slave trade. You get me?
Hey, Jack, I beg you, I want to say something.
You need to apologize to them.
Man said, listen to this logic, that if the default assumption or the implication of someone being enslaved is that they must be guilty and themselves responsible for it.
If they're sold by their own people,
you cannot write. You cannot write.
If they're sold by their own people, obviously there has to be some kind of grievance.
You cannot write it.
James, do you understand? Listen, James, do you understand that? There has to be some kind of grievance if their own people are selling them to the white man. You understand that?
Shaka, like, who else do you think?
James, answer the question. James, answer the question. You answer a question for once in your life, James.
Go on, hurry up.
Do you understand that there has to be some kind of grievance, for you to be sold by your own people?
No.
So what? So why would it?
There just has to be value. There just has to be value. Sell anything, there has to be value.
Huh?
If I sell my watch, it doesn't mean that my watch is. I'm upset with my watch.
Shaka, do you agree with that?
Not necessarily. So no. Hold on. I'm saying, listen, this idea of being sold by your own people, what do you mean?
Answer the question he asked me though, Shaka, because I don't think he.
No. That is. So the idea that that one has to actually have done something wrong to be sold by your own people, like, is not necessarily the case. Like,
I never said that they had to. I said there's many reasons why. One could have been. by his own.
No, you didn't. You just said no. You just asked me, does there have to be a grievance? That's what you just asked me.
Yeah,
you said that there has to be a grievance, yeah. But I'm saying, but that's why I'm probing what is meant. That's why I'm probing what is meant by selling of your own people. That's why I'm trying to see what that means.
Yeah, because he was talking about somebody non-Israelite getting sold, into slavery, innit?
Yeah. So, but and you're saying that the scenario that you gave is representative of the circumstance under which that would take place.
Yeah, it's like one example of.
So, what are the other examples? What are the other examples?
There's many. Like it could have been other Israelites selling other Israelites, but the difference between me and you, I'd condemn them same way. You know what I'm saying, fam? Like that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just funny.
But I've never heard you say Israelites sold their own people. Like that's
fam,
not.
I've said it many times. I said it could be.
Fam, hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying.
You've never heard me say that.
What I'm saying.
Be honest, man. You've never heard me say that Igbo, Yoruba, and Ashanti are Israelites.
I've heard you say that, yeah.
Well, then, so stop your nonsense, man.
What's that got to do with what I just said? What's that got to do with what I just said?
Because obviously that's proving that I'm saying that we sold our own people in it. If I'm saying that they are Israelites, but what I'm saying is I'm condemning them same way, unlike you.
But that's not. Hold on. But that's the reason. The reason. But the reason. Hold on. The reason you asked me that question.
I'm talking to Shaka.
We're speaking about the non-Israelite.
Relax.
You know what I'm saying? But we're speaking about the non-Israelite people.
So I'm saying.
Why do you get so emotional? Why are you scared of me?
We're having a conversation. I'm trying
to
having
a conversation though, bro. Like you're not gonna, bro. If somebody else comes on the panel right now and he gets involved, you're not gonna stop them from speaking it. So why
James has to like I've had many conversations with this guy and he's a fool. You know what I'm saying? He's not even serious. He just argues for the sake of arguing. He has no beliefs. He don't stand on anything. He just loves to argue anything. And like I ain't got time for that. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather debate actual fucking beliefs.
All right, let me just what my criticism there, Shaka. My criticism was going to be, this is in my opinion a red herring, because the argument is as it concerns those who that we do not consider to be Israelites. So we're saying, are those people, do they necessarily? I mean, God of Jacob, right? I'm not sure if this is the official Israelite position, but God of Jacob said it's karma. I'm not sure if that's how you refer to God's plan or predestination.
But this is the point I'm trying to make, though. There's a view of these Africans and African cultures as these like inherently wicked people that needed to be judged by God in some way, shape, or form. So like, you're gonna get all of that kind of stuff in it. Like, I don't know, man. It's a mad thing to me, because there's a certain thing that comes with this statement. Africans sold their own people. Africans sold us into slavery. There's a blanket statement. Yeah, I don't know of anywhere else that people use that kind of blanket kind of statement. So so you will say, Israelites, we're responsible for doing injustice to each other, but this consistent narrative of Israelites and Israelites, and I don't come across that. It's not something that happens.
I would equally argue Israelites condemn us.
Research more, because this is what goes on, fam. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what, like, Chemo will tell you this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you need to research more than that's your ignorance.
No,
is not my
but
fault.
I'm saying that you need to research, bro. Because the reality is, but based upon some of the things that you're saying at the moment, that actually what went on in West Africa, knowledge on it is very, very low. Very, very, very low. And the idea, like, for example, like, I don't know, like, if man is saying that, in every tribe there were some Israelites and some not Israelites, and the rest of the tribe got together to sell off the Israelite aspects of their tribe.
Shaka, I've told you about Piqua War before, and you always say, yeah, I'm gonna look into it, and you never do, fam.
Bro, I've heard of it before, bro. Like, it's a regular.
Have you listen to you? Have you not said I listen to you and let you finish, fam?
But can't you have a dynamic discussion? Like,
let him talk.
Get me. Shut your mouth, Cracker James.
But you speak at length about retarded shit and just repeat yourself.
When a black man on your picture ain't gonna fool me. You understand?
It's just dumb. I'm just saying it's just dumb. Like, you're just dumb.
Well,
you
so
could get smarter. I'm saying you could get smarter if you shut the fuck up. I go on. Sorry.
Having a conversation. You forced your way.
Just
Shaka, didn't I say this was gonna happen? Didn't I say?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
But if Torah comes in, you're not going to be condemning it. So I got nothing to do with it.
You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
So you refused to speak to me before you started acting like, all right.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is I'm trying to talk to Shaka, because you get me. I know he's got sense.
Right. But just make sure you end the sentence with please, daddy.
Yo,
Something
Shaka.
like that. However else you refer to your boss in general, like.
Listen, shut up, man. You get me? Anyway.
He's got a child though, so it's a bit weird if you call him daddy. But yeah, go on, speak. Maybe tell him you love him. Or something. I don't know. Tell him you love him.
You know what? Allow it, man. Like Shaka, I'll talk to you another time with it. Go on, James. Cracker James. Go on. Take it away, Cracker James.
Thank you, bro.
I wouldn't mind, you know, but there are all kinds of people that come in these conversations, and if a man is not going to be that way with everybody,
no, but what I'm saying is, if me and you are having a good conversation, and I feel like, you know,
yeah, but bro, when Turok came in a while ago, you weren't going like that.
You know what it is? Like, if me and you are talking about something, and like I know where it's gonna go, yeah, what's the point? And that's what I tried to highlight in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? This guy is.
Right, but you basically mean if it goes the way you want it, is it not going the way you want it to? You want to. The reason people have chat.
Not going the way I wanted it to. I answered every question.
Let me say something, my brother. Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
why man love to chat to you? Though? Yeah, cool. All right, man. Like, hey, you know why man love to chat to you?
Fam, like that's the thing.
Yeah, you know why man love to chat to you, Shaka?
10-minute question.
Because you answer all the questions. And you won't, Shaka, and I rate this about you because you're knowledgeable. You take a defensive approach.
You are a troll. Yeah, pretending that you're black. Yeah, to try and jump in black people's conversations and spread confusion.
But look, you just love to chat about me. I've put an argument on the table, but you're not talking about me the whole time. It's all Cracker James. It's all this about James. Like you say my name. Why you say my name so much? Why do you say my name so much?
Yeah, Cracker James. That's your name, innit?
But I jump on the panel. You don't want to talk to me. I put an idea on the table, but you just say my name. You just speak about my name. What's wrong with you?
And you're forcing yourself in the conversation.
What's wrong with you? Why can I not speak?
You force yourself in, so now you're in it, Cracker James.
Yeah, but you don't have to defend Israelites. It's stupid. You don't have to do it.
Now what? Now I'm talking to you. Now what? You force yourself in. Now you're in. Now what?
All right, cool. Yeah, right. Yeah, cool. Thanks, bro. All right, Shaka. What I'm saying is, you know why, man? Why people always say this? Turok says it as well. Like when I jump on the panel. Because with Shaka, he's got a lot of knowledge. So he will just he will fend off all lines of questioning and not take an offensive approach. And even him now, you just got a bit testy with him as well. Because he equally took an offensive approach and probed your ideas. And you lot love chatting to Shaka, and it's always, I like having, we have a good build. You don't build, you just mock and insult African spirituality. That's what you do. You mock and insult it.
Bullshit that
he allows you to do that. He doesn't insult your thing.
Get me?
Yeah. But he doesn't insult. But here's what I'm saying. He doesn't insult your thing like you insult his thing. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. You come with your cracker nut, force yourself in every time. Your white man.
You just like, are you? You just repeat. All right. But
James,
are you not proud of yourself?
Yeah, that man in the room, Cracker James.
Are you saying about it's descending to goats? Who's making it stupid?
Jesus on your profile, and man ain't gonna notice you're a cracker.
That's not, you're not. Can you see what gender that Jesus is?
Now you're in the convo. Yeah.
Can you see what gender that Jesus is? Can you see what gender that Jesus is?
Yeah, I can see.
Can you see what gender that is? Yeah.
Yeah, I can see.
Can you see the gender of every single person in that image?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can see the black man on the cross.
It's a black woman, you idiot, bro.
It's a woman, bro.
Whatever. Black person, then. Yeah,
you never see. Yo, you never see to outdo yourself. I respect
black. James, are you black? James, are you black?
It's irrelevant, though.
Are you black? Oh, it's irrelevant now.
You're gonna call me a cracker regardless. Just relax, man. Just don't get so emotional, man.
But it's relevant if you're black.
But anyway, all right, cool. But you know, I'm gonna jump off this because obviously I'm making you upset, and I don't want to upset you.
James.
But Shaka, yeah. So the argument, but you don't have to speak. You can mute and go do something, my guy. You don't have to speak to me about anything if you don't want to. It's up to you,
James. Go ahead.
Okay. But Shaka, yeah. The argument is, if Africans are responsible for selling, if Africans should be accused of selling slaves, then in exactly the same, by exactly the same logic, Israelites should be condemned for slavery. The whole fucking institution of slavery from antediluvian times to now should be blamed on the Israelites, bro. And I don't think he should even, I don't even think at this point, yeah, I mean, maybe we need some higher ranking Israelites. But given the kind of the level of response I've received from this argument or this proposition, to be honest with you, I don't even think man should gratify any African soul slave with a response. This is how you respond to your culpability.
Because you're a cracker. Get me?
Okay,
that's why.
If this is how you respond to your culpability,
you're not gonna be if you're a goddamn cracker. This ain't for you to understand. You're never gonna understand. You're always gonna have. You're always gonna be confused.
You don't want to speak to me. You just said my name 1,000 times.
The black man, because you're a cracker.
You said my name 1,000 times, my guy. Like, what's going on? Are you okay?
Your name is just cracker now. From now on, you're just cracker.
Do you want to call me daddy? Is that? Do you want to call me? Is it? So maybe I got it wrong. It's not Shaka you love. Do you want to speak to me like you love me?
I was talking to a black man. Yeah, mate. Don't talk to Cracker Jameses.
You saying black man, you're God and shit. Black man, God as well. One of them ones.
Of course, you're talking about.
Well, that's gay as hell. That's gay as hell.
No fucking no white man.
That's the gayest shit.
You try your hardest to sound black. You put black people on your image, yeah, but you're never gonna be black and you're never gonna fool me. You understand? You understand? You're sitting there talking about black people, black conversation, yeah. Mr. Black Family terrorist, I see 3 black in the building.
Hey,
Shakara, get me. Cracker James loves to come in.
Black man is good.
Acting like he's black with a black man on the screen, trying to talk to Blingo. James.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Black eye on the paddle. You're the coverage. Yeah, me. Allow it, bro.
What are you saying? Is that what you running around telling the sisters them the black man is good?
Man. Yeah. Wow. You see what I'm saying? White man jokes. Don't get them jokes. You can't see no one's laughing to you. White
the hell out of that, bro.
You can't see no one's laughing.
No.
Only people are gonna laugh at you little crackers in the comments.
Oh,
they're gonna laugh.
What are you saying? You be looking at LeBron James like the black man is God. I know you Israelite.
Laughing to yourself like some fucking weirdo. You just highlighting how much of a weirdo you are.
Deviants, bro. All of you. You bondage, you bondage worshipping deviants, bro. That's what you might love your bondage shit. It's some deviant youths, man. Trust me. Big out here talking about slavery 26 fucking hours of a day. God damn it. You be out here doing a big 26 and all that. Mad guy, fam. You're a mad youth still, Ezra, man. You're a mad kid, man.
Yeah, bad cracker.
Look, that's like the third time I said your name, my guy. You said my name.
What I see as a mad guy is jumps on panels, trying to pretend he's black, trying to talk black, yeah, put black images up, yeah, one bag of black, jump in black conversations, spread bare confusion, but yeah, walking around like Pink fucking Panther, yeah, you get me, trying to fool everyone. Allow it, bro. You get me? I guarantee if you put your camera on right now, bare pinkness in your face, fam. Allow it. Bare pink. Guarantee. You get me? That's what I'm saying. Allow it, bro. And you want to jump in big black convos, chatting shit. You get me?
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. If I wasn't black, I'll be honest. If I wasn't black, and you and I did come and interrupt you and Shaka's conversation, or put it like this: if I'm not black, yeah, let's say you're right, I'm not black.
Black man, allow it, man. You just know you're not.
Hold on.
You're black. You just said I'm black.
Hold on. All right, but I'm about to agree with you. Then I sympathize with people like Shaka if these are the kind of discussions he's relegated to because of his blackness in quotes. If he's precluded from all other conversations with other races and he is limited to just discussions with people like you, then I sympathize with him. I honestly do sympathize with him because you are a grade A fucking moron.
Yes,
you are dumb. You are super dumb.
Yes, Cracker James.
Like even geometrically, like you didn't even know that was a woman. Can you not see the bra she's wearing?
It's small on my screen. I'm looking on this fucking small little screen.
Jesus, wear a bra. You fucking.
How am I supposed to see what's going on there?
You're fucking dumb, bro. You're the fucking dumbest person on these panels. That's black.
No, you're the dumbest person.
That's what you do for Negroes everywhere. You embarrass us. You embarrass us everywhere.
The fact you think you can fool people, yeah, acting like you're black, that shows you're the dumbest person on the panel. You're just another Shahid. You're just another fucking. Get me? Yeah, a proud black. No, you're not, fam. Stop acting. The gig is up, James. You are a cracker. Yeah. So everybody, when he jumps in the black convo, just remember this is a cracker. He ain't black.
How can it, but serious question? How can anyone be proud and black on a panel with you if you're black? How can anyone be proud and black on a panel with you if you're black?
You're not black. Don't ask me nothing about black.
But how could they? But I was the question: how could they be proud and black with you on the panel?
That's cracker. That's shaka. That's me, nigga.
Every black person on a panel with you is an embarrassed black.
Oh, listen.
You know about the embarrassed black movement?
Cracker.
Do you know about the embarrassed black movement? No, because they keep the fuck away from you.
Yo,
You're
the
biggest
embarrassment
to black people.
I'm the embarrassed black movement. Yeah.
Yo, you're the dumbest.
Research know this, but you ain't black though.
Smarter than you.
Talking all this shit.
I'm gonna let you get back
all
to
this
your
shit. You can't see a black man in the building. Get me. Every black man, big up Mr. IC3, big up Mr. Black Family Riggs, bad like Terry, don't know, Shaka, Ital, get me. Bun this little cracker James.
I said Ital, you know. You're a dickhead.
Bun this little cracker James.
You're an idiot, bro. You're so dumb, bro. You're so dumb.
Yeah, Ital.
You're so dumb, man.
Get me.
But anyway, I listen, yeah. Cool. I'm on the back, and I'm gonna let you get back to your little one-to-one with your with your God, yeah, with your God.
Black man, get back to black man business. How about that?
Hey, but answer me one question. I'm gone. Hey, one question, and I'm gone. Hey, listen, Ezra, please.
I told you already. Don't ask me nothing about blackness, Cracker James.
How, man? Please, man.
Ask Mr. IC3. That's what you do.
No, please. One question, my guy. One.
How about that?
Do you want me to leave? Listen. If you don't ask it, then you want me to stay then.
James, don't ask me nothing.
Do you want me to stay? Do you want me to stay?
Yeah.
Do you want me to stay then?
Officially not black. You are cancelled.
Okay, do you want me to stay or not, though?
Thing off your screen and put 4 back up there now.
All right, man. Do you want me to stay or go, bro? Do you want me to stay or go, bro?
Nah, don't piss me off. Come with your ballots.
Do you want me to stay or go, you pussy, bro? Do you want me to stay or go?
What the fuck you do? You stay here, you get your shot.
You're so shook. You're so shook, man. You're the biggest shook one.
How about that?
You're so shook, like, what's wrong with you, man?
You jump your cracker ass out the black man combo.
Such a pussy, bro. Because you know, yeah, you're done out here. Well, that means we say Terry and Shaka your God, you pussy, Shaka your God, yeah? Is Terry your God, you pussy, You pussy, bro.
Shut up, man. What an idiot, man.
I see free your God.
Yeah,
you dickhead, bro.
Yeah.
You fucking dickhead, bro. You're a clap. You're the biggest clap.
Okay. Go eat a bacon sarnie.
On a level, though. On a level. Big up the panel. Big up the panel.
Bacon sarnie anyway, you fucking cracker. Dickhead. Yo, big up Shaka. Sorry, but fuck that guy. Fucking bacon sarnie eating motherfucker. It was Shaka anyway. So what's he saying now? Big man thing again. I tell in the middle.
I'm just saying that the Africans fought against slavery. That's what I'm saying.
You say?
Sorry, I said I'm just saying that the Africans fought against slavery. That's what I'm saying. I hate that.
Couldn't hear that from me. Sound low still.
Sorry, I'm just saying that Africans fought against slavery. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you on that still. Like I agree and big up the ones who were coming to the slave camps, yeah, and trying to free us. Enough of them were successful. You get me? Like big up. You get me? I've researched a lot of that. Pickwa, the same one I'm talking about. Yeah, it happened a lot. People were turning up there, yeah, trying to fight, but those fortifying it. And guess what? Crackers were helping them fortify it. You get me?
But you know the funny thing is that some of them people that fought against it, you know, actually bought their guns from the same European. That's the reality of the situation. It's not simple. It's not a one way. It's not a one narrative. It's a very complex history from the start of the thing to the very end. So man can't make them look a blanket statement there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. But I'm still saying Africans nonetheless though. Like when I'm just making a blanket statement, I'm just saying the whole in it. Like I agree, not everybody's gonna be involved in it, but I'm saying the people that were involved in it today are classed as Africans. You get me? And like whoever it is, whatever tribal, I respect the tribal leaders. That's who I respect. The tribal leaders that have came out. Yeah, most of them are Ghanaian ones, Ashanti. But like the tribal leaders that have came out and said, "Look,
but that's not true, though. That's just not true. This is not true.
Okay, what's not true? I ain't even said it yet. Get me? So what I'm saying is, yeah, that the tribal leaders that have came out and said, yeah, our ancestors were a part of this and we condemn it, we're sorry, and come back home and all that stuff. Yeah, many tribal leaders have come out and said that. So what? That's not true.
You said most.
I said most are Ghanaian from what I've researched, innit? You know what I mean? But maybe you can show me different. I know a few Yoruba chiefs went to America, yeah, one time, yeah, me, and spoke to the black community and told them very rare. But I didn't hear them talking about, yo, you've got land back home, come back, like it's ready, waiting. I've heard the Ghanaians say that.
Even that's more complex than that. It's not as simple as you got land back home, come get it. It's not even as simple as that.
I'm just saying from my research, I don't know. Yeah, maybe you can show me different, like I said.
You know, yeah, I mean, I eat still, maybe in a bit of stuff. The old man can't give me food, you know. So I have to deal with it.
Well, I'm getting sick.
Yeah, I'm sure there's many more records that we don't have access to, like the bank vaults, and also military and trading records that have not been released yet. Well, I won't say released yet. The power has not been raised to a level where we can get them to expose those records, because I'm sure that they'll clarify a lot of things that we're discussing. You know, because just imagine the banking archives and the insurance files.
Yeah, like if you check, here's something for you to check. Maybe you've heard about it, IC3. There's the Royal Africa Company. Yeah. Obviously it's not around anymore, but it was a big thing in the time. Yeah.
Yeah,
and, they've got a lot of records on the slave ships and where those banking from and embarking from. I mean, sorry,
that's right.
You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, they've got a lot of records on their website and in their records about, because every ship had to be insured. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And
so the records are there.
Yeah, the records are there.
Yeah, and when a company goes out of business or is taken over or ceases to operate, other companies or other banks or other come and take those assets, because they're seen as assets. There's documents, and those files are assets. So, if a bank is going down or going out of business, then other banks will come and take those assets and then use it. So those records are not destroyed. Just because a business goes out, is no longer operating, don't think that those files are not there. They're in the vaults. Because the most accurate history is financial history. Because that's what everything is based on. When they're assessing the value of a company or a value of an organization, it's going to be the records. They're going to look at the records of that organization and what they acquired, what they bought, what they dissolved. It's all there.
A word of caution, though, yeah.
Yeah.
Taken from the same text I was reading earlier. A large part of the studies on the Atlantic slave trade have focused instead. And this is instead of looking at ways in which people resisted and, you know what I'm saying, and how they responded to it, have focused instead on its economics, volume, prices, supply, cargo, expenses, profitability, gains, losses, competition, and partnerships. Because the records of shippers, merchants, banks, and insurance companies provide the most extensive evidence, economic and statistical studies are disproportionately represented in slave trade studies. But a great number, if not most, envision the Africans almost exclusively as trading partners on the one hand and cargo on the other. Viewed from another perspective, research based entirely or primarily on slavers' logbooks and companies' records are almost akin to studying the Holocaust in terms of expenses incurred during the transportation of the cargo, profits generated by free labor, quantity and cost of gas for the death chambers, size and efficiency of the crematoria, and overall operating costs of the death camps. In the difference in historical treatment between the Holocaust and the slave trade, words may play a larger role than readily perceived. In the word Holocaust, if the word Holocaust is a fitting and immediately understood description of a crime against humanity that it was, the expression slave trade, by contrast, tends to let the collective consciousness equate this crime with a business venture.
Very good. Yes.
You get me? So I read this last sentence. Naturally, genocide and other crimes against humanity are not commercial enterprises, but one may argue the slave trade was only partially so. Yeah, so there's nothing that was going on here, but we only talk about it in the context of business ventures between African kings and European merchants. Like, it's that simple. It's not.
No, that's right. It's a lot more complicated. So it's a bit like the discussion I was having with Veli the other day on this channel. In that he was talking about a building site and working on a building site. And we were discussing that yes, you have your tools and you have your skill, but then there's the aspect of your reputation, and there's also the aspect of having confidence that you're going to get paid. So we was debating on whether you can work effectively if you don't believe you're going to get paid. So the belief is in an invisible realm. You can see, you've got your hands in front of you, you've got your toolbox in front of you, and you know the work to be done. But if there's a lack of belief that you're going to get paid, you can't actually work effectively. So I'm using that to illustrate that yes, the economic records are just like a toolbox, you know, of practical documents, archives, evidence, and so on. But as you're saying, it's not just about those records and economy and business. It's also about the human side.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but that human side is the equivalent of the spiritual and the invisible side of it. So in order to capture the full weight, you've got to make an assessment of what can be seen, and then use that to add evidence to the other side that you're talking about, the human side.
No, I agree. I wouldn't argue that it doesn't need to be looked into. This needs to be looked into in context.
In context, yes, yeah.
I'll read another section here of this beautiful book. It says, in addition, for this paradigm of continental Africans, quote unquote, collective culpability, quite a dangerous and devious concept anyway, to make sense. It has to be based on the inaccurate belief that the slave trade removed only people that had no parents, spouses, children, and friends, that it did not kill, wound, or mutilate more people in Africa than it deported overseas, that there were never any shifts in the military balance of power, that only certain populations were victimized to the exclusion of others, and that those who became captives never had been involved in wars, raids, or abductions that had resulted in the deportation and enslavement of others.
Yes. So if I understand what you're saying there, is that somebody could be in a situation where they see themselves as selling slaves or capturing and selling slaves, and then at some point they could end up being a slave themselves. So they move from trader to slave within a very short period. Is that the point you're making?
Most definitely.
So yeah, so they can be they could be traders one month, and then next month they're actually cargo. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. That's right. Which
beyond that though, it's also there's the family thing. That if you take a woman's son into slavery, she still exists on the continent. Yeah. How does then she get roped into this blanket African soldier?
That's right.
Yeah, it's that. So I've just been listening to his readings, so it's good information. I mean, but yeah, so I don't know. IC3, what was your thoughts on it still? Where do you come from still? So I've seen you a lot. Like, never really heard you speak about that. Like, what's your heritage?
Oh, I was born here, but my parents are from Jamaica.
Okay, yeah, same as me.
Jamaican.
I'm a Windrush.
And then my dad, he used to say that his great grandmother kept saying to him that never forget you're from the Entiki people, the Itiki or Entiki people. And so I was doing some research who the Entiki, and Entiki is actually a place in West Africa, still there. So we you know, my dad's side comes from there.
Which part of the whole?
Huh?
Which part of
let's look it up here. Tiki.
Yeah, man,
I saw it the other day.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. Go on, sorry, go on.
I think I'm pronouncing it wrong, spelling it wrong. Tiki. Some part in Nigeria.
Okay.
I saw it on the map. Africa.
I told you when I see.
Yeah, man. Yo, Terry, you're not there. Just listening in.
In it, Terry. I want my reparations. Thank you very much. And apology.
Just me, get it. Terry's got reparations from us.
Organize.
Man hiding the goods. You get me?
Organize all the Yoruba chiefs. Tell them that we want our reparations.
Yeah, straight. Get me?
We're sold.
Better go sell some musket guns or something.
And them say we. So tell all the Yoruba chiefs, yeah, that we want our reparations. In fairness to the British, we have to be fair to the British and ask the Yoruba chiefs to give us reparations so that we can be fair to the British.
I heard you,
Everyone is bothering me today, man. I don't get it. I'm like, what? Like, because I'm, you know what it is? I'm just the most, I feel like I'm just the most focused. Like, everyone sees me as just, yo, Terry, reparations time, bro. More money, bro. More money.
Ezra, you might be my brother. You might be the lost child that we're looking for.
Yeah, see, yeah, man. What happened to me, man? What? He owes me. He's got money for me, man. You have to bring me to the people, everybody.
Shakara. I found it. It's Ekiti State. Yeah. E-K-I-T-I, Ekiti State. That's my roots. Ekiti, yeah, E-K-I-T-I.
Okay.
That's what my dad used to say. Yeah, way back. So that they were, it was drummed into him since he was a child. Remember, you're of the Ekiti Nation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good movements. Yeah, man. Enough of them stories that's passed down still, you know, throughout the ages. People preserve their thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least one side of it, innit? Because you probably got more. Like in my family, they said, you know, Ashanti, but obviously, like, it's probably not just Ashanti. You know what I'm saying? You get me? And then obviously, I got to take it into consideration.
But why are you taking the probably? Why are you adding the probably? If they told you Ashanti, then I just Ashanti, though.
No, I'm not. No, that doesn't make any sense, bro. Because it would presume that that no other lineage existed in my family tree.
No, but you just presuming though that if they've told you Ashanti,
it's highly unlikely, bro. It's highly unlikely.
I hear you still. I hear you in it, but
it's highly unlikely, bro.
I hear people have mixed in it, but what I'm saying is, if they've told you Ashanti, yeah, and you're presuming that it's been this and that and one bag of things.
I'll tell you why, bro.
I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you why. No, I'm not. It's a reasonable presumption to make. First of all, I know I'm not just Ashanti because I've got a mother, right? I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about my great grandmother's line. Yeah. So coming through my grandmother to my father. Yeah. Like that's one thing. But then my grandmother had a husband. My great grandmother, had a husband. We don't know what his lineage is. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, so there's like I can't make the assumption that all of them were like that. My family was one of the only family in the whole of Jamaica that's got exclusively Ashanti ancestry. That doesn't make no sense.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like you do know that most of the people taken to Jamaica were Ashanti, innit?
I don't know.
Most of us have got that same story. Most of us have got that same story from.
I'm not sure.
What's it, Shaka, man? Like, what can't you? Like, why do you do that, fam?
Hold on.
Why do you do that, Shaka? Why?
I'm not doing anything, bro. Talk if you want to talk.
I'm literally answering. I'm literally 2 words in, and you're talking over me already. Like after I just listened.
Hold on. They were recruiting slaves from.
Say that again.
Port. Huh? Can you hear me?
One more time.
I said, if they're recruiting, they're taking people from all over from different tribes, and the port, they're going port with the Gold Coast, whether they were from Nigeria or from Sierra Leone or from Mali, but they will bring all to the port of Ghana. Does it mean that they're all
the road of no return? Yeah.
So there's going to be different types.
Yeah, I get that.
I think what I was trying to say is that
I'm not debating that, Terry. I agree with you on that.
What I was trying to say is that I think it will be true to say to a significant degree that the Akan culture became dominant. I don't know if that necessarily means that most of the people were Akan. It might have been that most of them were Akan at a certain point, and that cultural influence sustained itself over time as more and more came and them kind of things. But you're also going to see a heavy Congo influence in Jamaica. You see what I'm saying? And so you know what I'm saying. So it's not as simple as.
What I'm saying is like when you look at the Maroons, even up in like then like where my mum's from, like it's Trelawney. Most of the Maroons up there are like the native Arawak. You know what I'm saying? But you do find Maroons up there from the slave trade, and they can still speak a bit of Coromantee Twi up there as well. Still, they call it the old Patwa. They can speak it from. Even some of the younger youths can speak it from. It sounds nothing like Patwa. You know what I'm saying?
What language is that?
I've seen a documentary where a linguist. One second. I've seen a documentary where a linguist from Ghana goes to Jamaica and sits down with the Maroons and actually communicates. It says it's not the same dialect. It's a different. It is a Twi. It's a Ghanaian Twi. You know what I'm saying?
But you see one thing. You see one thing about with West Africa, and I'll say this, is that majority of them speak more than one language. So because of trade, So
yeah,
if I find that the tree or Ewe or whatever language is more prominent in that perspective, then I'm going to be communicating that to talking to other slaves. Even though
again, but even in Patois, you're gonna find Igbo words. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna find Ewe words. You're gonna find, but it might be true that the dominant was the Akan. But again, because they're speaking the Akan language now, it doesn't mean that all of them come from Akan people. You know what I'm saying? It might be just that at a particular point that was the majority.
Yeah, I get you on that point. I get you. Yeah, I agree on that.
So, Idra, you might be my brother.
You still owe me money, fam. You still owe me money. No family discount to my reparations, bro. You gotta run that, bro.
If half my people was stolen and half the other half were hiding.
Stolen by who, fam? What is saying the white man just come and invaded Africa and just took the slaves himself?
Yeah, because we didn't expect. No,
story. Hold on. Don't tell the slaves no bullshit.
We had. Hold on. In the understanding, we had a lot of people surrounding in different formats. Whether it was Islam coming with the houses, whether it was certain other people that were coming in forms of war.
Yeah, I hear that the Arabs are involved as well. But everybody's involved.
Remember, the women are not fighters. So the women are going to look after the children. So they got to be somewhere safe.
Yeah, I hear you still.
And that's why when we went to Brazil, we even saw they did a replica of that same mountain in Brazil where they knew when they were running away from the oppressors in Brazil. They created another cave doing the same thing again, where they put the women and the young children in.
People don't know yet that the equivalent of maroon communities. The equivalent of maroon communities existed on the continent, fam. People that were fleeing and went up in some hill and gully and them kind of things there to protect themselves. Some of those people then never fought back. Yeah, they would have never fought back. Yeah, but what they were trying to do was protect themselves. They ran from war situations and situations of kidnapping and people that what I'm saying or whatever. Yeah, and they ran into some hill and gully. Yeah, there are whole cities that were built in West Africa on stilts in rivers. Yeah, as a form of protection.
Yeah, I heard that.
Enslavement process. Yeah, madness, fam. Like people have to know.
Yeah, but that's because it's gone too far now. You start selling people. First, you think, oh yeah, let me just sell a couple man, and where. Next thing you go, next man's coming from there to come sell you. Yeah, that you just sold the other day. You know in one. Now this one's coming to sell that man. Now this one, now it's gone too far. White man's got big old port, everything, and he's saying, no.
Majority of the time, you may get killed. And that's what
later. Nah, you know what it is? You're conflating.
No. In the civil wars that were happening, this is you.
Nah. I'm not having it. You know what it is? You're conflating the later time where yes, the West Coast. No. Let me finish. One second. You're conflating the later time where now it's colonized to the original time when they come as slave traders trading.
I'm talking, Ezra. I'm not even talking like this. I'm talking even in the 100th century. Certain people were running. There was already wars. The Islam was already coming at us.
In what century?
When do I even talk? I can even talk about even in the 9th century. Islam already coming at us.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. Still mashed up. I think. This is why you don't see Hebrew scrolls, because there's burning them. But when you go to Timbuktu, there's wells, in Timbuktu and Mali, and other places in Mali, where the wells are digged right down in the ground, and they're finding them now. And guess what's down there in the wells? Hebrew scrolls, manuscripts, not just the Bible, books about maths, all different types of stuff. Down in the wells in Hebrew shows that.
Where's that, bro? Show you send me a link for that information, please.
I'll send it this though. One sec. What? Yeah, man. Continue, Terry, because I'm glad you touched on that still. Yeah, man. Let me get this for Shaka.
What they was burning were some shrines. When the people them say it's idolatry.
Yeah, there's burning shrines and there's burning other Hebrew books as well.
Yeah, I don't know of no evidence for that, so I beg you, like,
watch.
I don't know of no evidence of no mass burning.
You learn something new every day.
And where were they getting all these Bibles from? Like, where were they getting? We know where they were getting the Quran.
It's not Bibles. It's not Bibles, fam. It's manuscripts. Like you see a scroll of Isaiah, and then you see a scroll of like Jeremiah.
Yes, where were they getting all that from, though? Who was reprinting all them something there?
Obviously, there's Hebrews in it. What do you mean? They've already got these things. People don't travel with their things.
I know they were doing it with the Quran. I don't know about nothing to do with the.
So people were traveling with their things. Wait there. You don't know much. That's what I'm saying. Wait there. You know about the wrong thing. You know about the wrong thing.
I can't even.
It's already chase the tail.
It's funny though. I can't lie. It's funny.
It's pointless because you just keep on chasing your tail.
I just want to know. They've got their manuscripts recently. So I want to know where the Hebrew one them there. That's in the well. You know. Where the Hebrew ones them there. You get me. You know. Hey, you're not eating.
This is happening regular, you know. It's not even like it's not even like there are different wells that are being found.
And they're being found where?
In Mali. Yeah, Mali.
So
yeah, not just Timbuktu as well.
Which so-called tribes in Mali are you saying are Hebrew though?
Like obviously the original people there, innit? That were there before the Muslims come with their jihad and everybody. Yeah, you get me? And refused to pay the jizya and got killed off and chased out into somewhere else. More time. Right there.
That's how it go.
That's how it goes. The more time, you know.
So then, Israel, if you're saying that, Israel. So if you're saying that right in Timbuktu, shouldn't you be attacking the Muslims instead of the Africans?
I'm packing, yeah. You know my tip, fam. Like the Muslims are the worstest thing for black people ever. Like I don't understand. I just don't understand the black Muslim. How it complexes me. Yeah, your own books say the man's a white man with black slaves. Like it's over. It's all over. Like what kind of madness, bro? Dead. Get me? On mute, man. Like tell the truth. That's mad. Get me? You know what I'm saying? Hold me for part of that. That's crazy. No. I don't go at the Africans as well, man. Stop this. Like I just like to keep it like straight. You know them ones. If you fly straight, you know the ones, man. You like obviously I'm not perfect, but you have to try to fly straight, bro. Get me? And like you have to hold everybody. Get me? Responsible. Who's supposed to be responsible for them? That's all I'm on.
Here's some stuff. I'll post it. I'll post it in the chat. Shaka.
1 second. I'm finding loads of different ones, you know. Look.
You see it? Jews of
look. Watch
Al Sudan.
Look.
No. I'm familiar with that, bro. I'm not denying.
Let me just read this. 1 second.
Especially in North Africa. But the man is saying that there's manuscripts.
Yeah, look, watch this.
That's specifically what I'm referring to.
All right, one second. I'll send you the link as well. One of the banned Timbuktu manuscripts was in Hebrew. Yeah, this is where was this one found? So 1 sec. Get me. Right. One of the manuscripts buried beneath the sand in a cave for centuries in a wooden trunks and boxes was written in Hebrew.
Was it okay? Does that mean it was?
No, that's just one. That's just one example. Like I said, it's happening everywhere. Oh shit! 1 sec. Not everywhere, but there's lots of these finds popping up. Huh?
Ezra, Did you say that there is convert Hebrews?
Covert.
Convert, people that convert.
Oh, convert. Oh, nah. Well, in like Judaism, yeah.
Yeah,
Not
so
to
like some of the slaves that came into Americas were converts.
Nah. Nah.
Well, I don't even know about that. 'Cause I've not seen any evidence of anybody coming from off an ship talking about.
I've got.
It's like you never seen the statue. The thing is Igbo slaves for sale. It's in the posters.
I've got a name who's a black guy that said that he got converted, and people on the ship that got converted by a Jew.
The first ever church in America built by black people has got Hebrew all over it. The ceilings, the pews, everything.
What's the name of the first church?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying.
What's the name of the first church?
Huh?
What's
the name of the
first
church?
Yeah.
1 sec. I'll get it still. 1 sec. I don't know the name off my head. But that's a good thing for us to look at while we're just here chilling. I'm still posting you them things, Shaka. Bear with me. I want to find you the one where I'm talking about in the well. You know what it is? If Bigger can let me share my screen, I'll play the video of it. Still. 1 sec.
Shaka, from your knowledge of African spiritual traditions, before Islam and Judaism, were any of those spiritual traditions based off a particular book, like learning a passage from a thick book?
No. You will have knowledge systems that are based upon oral transmission, like the Oduifa, but there's no. I don't know of a tradition that says this is the book that contains all wisdom. Cetia,
right.
I'm not familiar with that. Even in Kemet, where obviously as a literal society, nobody claimed to have documented the perfect word of God.
Right, yeah, because I suppose it wasn't. In Egypt, it wasn't the word of God as such. Basically, it's a traditional story. Basically, the story of Osiris is set, and that story, and various stories were just passed down through the ages.
Yeah,
and they're just retelling of a story. So there was no actual book as such.
Not that I'm aware of. So like I said, the closest when you get to that is the Oduifa, and then you have to take into consideration things like urbanization versus rural living. So one of the reasons why the Isheshe or Yoruba or Ifa religion developed so strongly and preserves itself is because it became urbanized. Like a lot of people that were living in cities were practicing it, if that makes sense. There's a relationship between urbanization and the spread or the prevalence of a tradition sometimes, if that makes sense.
And it was easy to put it under certain religions anyway. That's why with certain churches you will see influences of it.
Yeah, right. Because the reason I'm asking this question, because I'm just thinking over the evening as I was listening to all these various things, it appears to me that it's almost like when you have a religion of a book, it's almost like a code, and I think the religion will take a different form than if it was handed down by tradition. So basically, it's almost like if you have your faith and your religion codified, a bit like a manual. It's kind of more relates to accounts, and trade, and it has that it has that kind of harsh, sharp edge to it.
Yeah, I think there's some truth to that. I think that definitely the having written texts and people that were dedicated to replicating those texts had an impact on the development of and the spread of Islam in West Africa in particular. You know, but as well, I think that one has to bear in mind as well that was coupled with a sensibility of expansionism, if that makes sense. Like, you know, the desire to get converts, to win souls for the religion, which is a sensibility that you don't find in significant manifestation among traditional spiritual systems. Like, the idea that we're going to go convert people is not, you know, a prominent sensibility, if that makes sense. So
yes, yeah. So I'm just you know, playing with the idea how it's a bit like in that movie The Matrix and Agent Smith. You know, Agent Smith he's just trying to duplicate
himself,
himself. But it works quite rapidly. You know, if you're just trying to clone yourself, it's a bit like mass production.
No, yeah, and I think I see where you're going. There are a lot of conversations within many African spiritual circles in relation to the need or lack thereof of a written text. From what I've come across, the dominant sensibility is that we definitely need scholarship tradition, but we don't want to be replicating like the word of God, if that makes sense, kind of concept. Because it doesn't speak to, unless it organically speaks to the tradition, it doesn't make sense to develop it within the tradition. It won't be organic. So
That's right.
Various traditions have spiritual text and or wisdom traditions that it might be beneficial to document, if that makes sense. And some people are doing that. Yeah, like I've got a book here on my shelf that is about what is called Hunhu, yeah, which is Shona spiritual philosophy, yeah. But what the brother that put the book together did is that he spoke to elders in the tradition and documented, you know, the knowledge tradition and them
the
kind
conversations.
Of things. Yeah, you know, as a means, you know what I'm saying? But you have to treat that differently than you would you know, an Old or New Testament, a Quran, like, or a Hadith. It's different kind of you know, thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So therefore, documenting those traditions appears or sounds similar to what was taking place in Egypt, in that they were just documenting the story or the narrative, or retelling the kind of fundamental story. And there's different storytellers.
Yes.
But they all have their slight angle when telling the story and applying it to the current time. But the fundamentals are once understood.
One second, sorry to interrupt, big boss man. Sorry to interrupt. Yo, bigger. What if you get a chance? I beg you, let me share my screen. I found it still. Go on, continue, boss. Go on.
Yeah. So, because it's a very tricky thing to even talk about, really. But there's a definite difference between it's a bit like the accountants and the artists. You know, in a company, you got those who are being creative, and you got those that are keeping the accounts. And if the religion or the faith or the culture of the people gets in the hands of the accountants, they will shape it in a certain way for future generations. But if it's in the hands of the artists and the creators, sometimes if you don't understand the artist, you may feel that there's an inconsistency among those artists that are sharing the tradition. And so that's where
it's funny because I had this I was meditating on this yesterday. A brother that I'm connected with on Facebook put up a post about some injustices, some historical injustices have manifested in the Igbo, among the Igbo people. Yeah. But he's a Muslim, so his thing was, look at this. These are ancestral traditions, and these are the traditions that they want us to follow, or this blindly following of the ancestors and them kind of things there, right? And so I was meditating on his argument and where he was coming from with it, which is stupidness. But I was thinking on the fact that the reality is that this pretension to having a perfect understanding of the divine is not a claim that is made, like in what I'm saying, African tradition. So it's understood to be an evolution. It's understood that greater understanding it will come, greater revelation. Do you see what I'm saying? This is a given fact. Yeah. So like nobody can claim to have the supreme. You know what I'm saying? You might be the person that is central at a particular point in history. Do you know what I'm saying? But nobody can claim to have, the full stop. After this, everything else must, abide by this type thing. The only thing that has that is nature. So yeah, you will get, what I'm saying, variation.
Eschatology. Because it appears to me that faith, the most popular faiths appear to be based on this eschatology kind of thing. That there's an end of time.
Yeah.
And that the one must come. So with that, once you have that belief, the end of time and the one, that no matter what shape your religion takes, that's got to have a deeper impact. You've got to head for a wall, haven't you?
And we don't really have that. Like, you know what I'm saying? The one is the best you get for that is the one is a periodization thing. So you've got a prophet for an age rather than an eternity. And the works or the actions of that prophet of the age is recorded and remembered. And whatever else. How come I didn't know about that? But you get me? Like, it's not. This is the final word, if that makes sense.
Yes. So just by believing that there's a final word and that there's a final prophet and that there's an end time, that's going to color the shape of how the culture develops. And it's going to have that same kind of sharp edge and railroad.
I agree.
Are you talking about now, like the Bible or last prophet, as in the Bible sense?
No, I'm trying to talk on a wider sense. I'm not trying to go at the Bible or Islam. I'm just looking at. I'm just trying to take an overview. I'm trying to like float off from the planet into space, and then just look at the planet, and then just look at all the people, and then just look at all the different types of beliefs and cultures, and and then think, okay, if my faith or religion is based on the belief that there's a one and there's going to be an end time, an end, that's going to shape the way I live and the way I relate to people forever, whilst waiting for this end time or for this one. So I'm assuming that would kind of create a kind of like a railroad where your culture and your life is on like steel rails. That the track has to come to an end at some point, and there's going to be stoppers at the end of that track. Yeah. Whilst if you fundamentally believe that your faith or religion and culture is based maybe on the stars, and that these are processions, and that these are cycles and circles coming in and out of each other with no end. Can you see the difference just between those two points of view? And I'm just guessing that if you believe there's going to be an end, the tracks come to an end and there's stoppers, and that your faith is based on this rail track, then that would also dictate, I suspect, how you judge your fellow human beings. I think the kind of laws you'd have would be, I would guess, would be kind of harsher, more structured, just like an accounts, just like holding accounts. You're a penny in debt, and that debt just stays there. You know what I mean? Because it's on the rails. It can't disappear anywhere. It can't dissipate. Debt you owe, or credit. You're in credit. It's harsh. It's just. It's like binary. It's on or it's off. You're in credit or you're in debit. You know, it's just it just switches from one to the other quite violently. Whilst if you believe in cycles, nothing is ever that sharp. And nothing's ever that permanent. No.
Yo, yeah, one sec. Like, Bigger must be busy, innit? But let me just play this. Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, I mean, like, they can hear it, innit? Obviously, if you want to see it yourself.
You got a link. Then post it in the back chat, innit?
Yeah, I'll post it in the back chat as well, but I'll just play it because you like can see it yourselves here as well. Copy. All right. Right there. And in the back chat for you now still, so you can just watch it on there if you want. But I'll give the timestamp, or you can just watch the whole video when you're ready.
All right, okay.
There's the link in the private chat, yeah. And
all right, thanks.
It's timestamped at basically 8 minutes. So I'll play a bit through the 3 minutes, yeah.
Which can be found in Savannah, Georgia.
One sec, a bit more. It's a bit early.
Further proof that many of the enslaved people of that time knew exactly who they were can be found in one of the oldest, if not the oldest, black church in America, which can be found in Savannah, Georgia. When this church was erected by the black people at that time, it had Hebrew writing on the pews. Ladies and gentlemen, this is no coincidence. These people knew exactly who they were. The Bible says, "My people perish for the lack of knowledge."
Oh, interesting.
When you see movies like Roots, it always showed.
You say, oh yeah, so that's just like
But sorry, he never said when the church was built. Did I miss something? Did he say the year?
And when it was built?
Date was it? Yeah.
One sec. Let's have a look. it again.
But sorry, to be honest, I thought it was going to be a link about the manuscripts in Mali. Sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's what I thought you wanted. This, give me that. I'll give you a second. I'll get you them now. So, one second. So yeah, that's for that one.
Free Blacks, the Free Blacks of Israel Hill.
Yeah,
that's
what they call it themselves. All right, then. Right, Hebrew.
Yeah, no, I run away soon still, car.
That's still.
Israel.
I need to eat something. I'm starving.
Hill.
Areas regarding for Lurianic Kabbalah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, it's life we deal with, you know, life.
Making a film about it still, I imagine.
Right now, it's life, you know.
Just life. Give thanks. You know, give thanks for life. You get me? Give thanks for the life.
You know, life. You know, life no need no illusion or disillusion or confusion. It's just life, you know.
Still, I have to give thanks for the life. Life, you know, I have to realize.
You know what I mean?
Life is a gift. Oh,
you know, life is a gift from life. You know, because it's life. Life
not to do that makes sense, Medrin.
Life is just life.
That don't make no sense, Medrin.
When it comes to life, you know, life is just nature, and nature is life. You know. So we are dealing with life. We're not really complicate life.
That's what I do with it.
And
that's what my dad used to say. My dad used to say, nature rule the world, you know.
Nature, that was said. Nature rule.
That's what my dad used to always say. Yeah, I was got to go to church with my mum.
Yeah,
my dad didn't go to church. He used to say, nature rule.
Nature rule the world, because your pops was dealing with some obia. That's what was going on. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's right.
You know? I don't know about that.
We was going to church, man.
Yeah. You know?
My dad was not into that.
You know what I mean?
That's all he would say.
Yeah, you know, all that's the life movements.
Give thanks for the life, man. Why you can't just give thanks for the life, man?
No illusion in life, you know. No confusion in life. It's just life.
Someone that talk about illusion when we say give thanks.
No illusion in life. It's just life, you know. So life is for the experiential understanding therein, you know. So once we experience life, we understand life. So through the experience of life, you know, I develop understanding within the realms of truth, you know, and appreciation and thanksgiving for life. You know, so yeah, that's life.
Thanksgiving for life, sit there, you get there, you know, the end that.
No, we give thanks for life all the while, you know. We give thanks for life. Life is life, you know.
We give thanks for life. Never know you don't know if you have wake up in the morning. If you give thanks.
We give thanks to life. Feel life.
Oh, to life. Right. Feel life.
Give thanks to life. Feel life. Because there is no beginning and no ending to life, you know. Life is just life. Life now no beginning, now no ending. Life eternal. You know? You have to know them heights. You have to go to them heights, you know?
Life not give life, you know. Nothing, you know.
Life is life. Nature get life. Nature, you know.
Everything we give with something.
The natural overstanding of
everything we give with something. Nothing.
Of all productive,
you know, like thanks for the life.
Fund this thing, you know. You know what I mean?
Because that's what he's dealing with, though. Fertility. Everything is about fertile.
Yeah, man. Sun, moon, stars, earth, you know, fire, water, wind.
Yeah,
that we deal with.
Fertile. That's all that the ancients were going on about, you know. All they're all about is life and what was fertile.
These things, though.
Fertile land.
You know,
fruitful, fertile. That's all.
Yeah, man. You know, and the nutrients therein within the earth, which is the fullness.
And all give thanks for the fullness, too, and your life. Give thanks for everything.
But we're up against a serious twist, you know, because they're saying, we can make life in the test tube. We can vaccinate you and control. You know, and they'll say, yes, that's life. So the opposite, the inversion is floating close by. So when you say be fertile and follow nature, there's the inverse or the adversary is there. So, yeah, okay, well we'll produce you in a test tube.
Yeah, man.
See, there we are. We have life because we can create it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's you know what I'm saying. That's war. That ain't life. Don't know what that is. White bag creation. You get me? You know what I'm saying? This is why Babylon soon born me. We're mad right now. Spiritual Sodom and Gomorrah. God said spiritual Egypt, spiritual Babylon. So all of that in one.
Well, we don't deal with Egypt, you know. Kemet we deal with still, you know.
Same thing.
Kemet deal with life, you know. See it, you know. That's right. Yeah. You know how you say
Kemet deal with one bag of sperm lettuce.
When you say
is a man's listen, we know in that. We know in that.
The man say Uja, Celeb, life, prosperity, and health. But you notice when you say Ankh, Uja, Celeb, say life first. Because it's all about life.
Everybody have a different idea what the
life, Ankh, Uja, Celeb, life, prosperity, and health. But to begin with, life. You know, see? That's why the whole of the day to them carry the ark because the ark represent life.
Listen,
Offset prophet now. Then Huti of the ark. Best of the ark. Sekhmet of the ark.
That's right.
All of them are the
one come is clear dark. Fire for them.
Shakara is the emissary of the prophet.
Yes,
follow them
that's right.
We don't deal with throw down right in front of Pharaoh.
Shaka, let me show you something. No, big man.
When Pharaoh come now,
the reason why.
First of all, we don't deal with Pharaoh. We don't know nothing about Pharaoh. And the suit we know about. We don't know the boy we need Pharaoh. We don't deal with them boy there. And the suit we know about. So when the suit come now and say, yo.
I'm going to get it. Listen, you get me? Let's just do the live. Live. So what we say is, right? There's a reason why Shaka live him live, so there's a reason why I'm not follow Kemet for him live. Get me? He might talk all this Kemet thing, but you know, see him wrap up like Pharaoh. You know, see him walk funny and dress up. All those outfits he's got, it's you know, say one Pharaoh outfit, cause you know that I know him live, you know, I know him that get me his spirit, now take to them thing there, cause I know him live.
We are talking about. So, you see I, you know, you see I in the eye Kente, you see I in the eye Bogolan, you see I in the eye Agbada and Shokoto and Buba. We are talking about, brother. All them something that, hey, we are dealing with. I want to know, hey, all them talk there, I came at we dealing with, you know. Pata and Newt and Geb.
I believe you. Nah. You ain't following no Kemet, bro. You ain't following no Kemet.
Newt and Geb.
All those outfits. You ain't trying to work around the Pharaoh.
Yes,
all those beautiful outfits you got, none of them are looking like the Pharaoh. The reason why you ain't trying to look like Pharaoh out here, fam. Cause you know Pharaoh.
You don't know how Pharaoh did. You watch too much Ten Commandments. We don't know. We don't know about Pharaoh dress. We don't deal with Pharaoh. We don't know nothing about Pharaoh. We burn them by there. Them boy they not fear brethren them there. We don't know about Pharaoh. Pharaoh them. We know about we know about Nesut, and that we know about. We not deal with them 10 commandments, brethren. We are watch. I guess the Ramesses, and it look like you come from Saudi Arabia. We not deal with them by them. We don't know nothing in Pharaoh. We don't know nothing in Pharaoh. And Nesut, we know about a war.
So
and
why you not just
we know about.
So why you don't want just like
we don't know about them boy.
Why you don't want just like Pharaoh, bedroom?
We not because you don't know how. Listen, we not deal with Pharaoh. You know what I say? Pharaoh we born. We don't know about them boy there. Them boy have figment of imagination. We not deal with Pharaoh. Pharaoh for where? And the suit we know about.
This chemical business.
And the suit we know about. When you check it now, and you have to look on all Nama and all Nama.
Nama Samaria. Nama and Kemet. Nama and Kemet.
Then you have to go in the Tar City. Because Tar City.
Nama and Nubian, Kushite, in the Misra, in the Kemet.
No, we don't know about Tar City we know about.
Nama and Kemet. Come again. Rewind and come again.
We are dealing with Sematawi, which is the union of the land. And from that now, we are dealing with Seruj Tar, which is the restoration of the land. And same time you say, you say life, brethren. Same time you say, you are dealing with same time you say,
you're not follow Pharaoh. You're not follow him. So stop being nice. Yeah. You follow Akan, because you know that are your people. You follow Yoruba, because you know that are your people. But you don't see a dual crown and follow Kemet.
You don't know what say.
You with no Pharaoh and Pharaoh.
Amen Ra in Europa and fun. You don't know what say.
Where's the phone?
In a Yoruba, you don't know them something. You don't know say them have Amen Ra in the West African situation and the Central African situation. You don't know say enough of them things they come from before they reach a Nile Valley. You know them come from Central Africa. Listen, you don't know. You don't know say you have images and of land in the stick when they describe river and land and God in a
post Nama Sumerian Scorpion King. Go Google that. It's the same guy, man. It's the same guy, my guy. Go Google the Scorpion. It's Nama. That's Menes. It's all the same guy, my guy. Get me? Google that. Yeah, but continue, Shaka. Continue.
We not deal with Pharaoh.
You do.
See? We don't know them boy they were named Pharaoh. Them boy they we don't know them. They can't know. That's it.
Said yeah, Pharaoh, I know your people. Yeah, Kemet, I know your people. And you know it. Stop begging Kemet. The Somalians have told you a million times, fam. Like, and I'm with the Somalians. Stop begging the Kemet thing. I know for your thing. I know for your things. Now I left the people with them things, man.
You're with the Somalis because your Bible says if you're born Kemet. Right? Your Bible says they about Kemet, right? And the issue with them there is that for them book tell them the same thing. For them book tell them the same thing about Pharaoh. So if they claim Allah in the Quran born up
Kemet looks like he comes straight off the wall. Like, it looks fresh off the wall, and you're talking about your Kemet. Yo, what? Look at your picture you got up there. You see any of them man there on Kemet Wars? No.
Yes, I.
You see them in the icon though.
You know, see the brethren.
That's your people.
Yes, I. See the brethren with them on the wall.
Best skinny man on the wall, fam.
You don't know where you are. Listen, right? The people them where they in a South Kemet right now. Yes, I them look like I Rasta we are deal with. The people them were in a Sudan right now. the culture of the Kemetu come from, the culture of the Kemetu come from Tar City. The people in Sudan right now look like I and I, bridge. I and I.
Fine, man. Show me.
Yeah, I and I. The people that were in Sudan right now have the same features that about.
Nobody in Sudan look like
nobody right now.
One person that's in Sudan look like me. I liar. Nobody in Sudan looks like you, fam. Stop making the thing, man. Stop making the people's thing.
I didn't say Sudan, you know. I said South Kemet. You're not listening to the thing. You're not listening to the thing. The people them, and I didn't say I, you know. I said I and I. You know, you see, that's why you have to deal with life, you know. Because from you deal with life, you gotta understand I and I, you know. Because I and I is not I. Zin, I and I is I, and the I was a part of I. See? So you don't know about I and I.
And at that point,
whenever
I think the goddess has got to put herself in there.
You know where Jamaica
from the goddess come, you know. The goddess represent life, you know, because from the goddess our life comes, you know. Yeah, well, no. Don't disrespect the goddess. Because the goddess bring forth life. You know, see,
I talk about the most. I talk about the funny. I talk about I am
the goddess is Nebhet. The goddess is Bastet. The goddess is Sekhmet. The goddess is Oshun. The goddess is Yemoja. The goddess is Oya. The goddess, Mother Earth, from which our life come true. Zin. So when we say life, you know, this is the nature of it. That's why I and I could never disrespect I woman and degrade I woman with the spiritual eyes. Because I and I know say when it comes to the woman is a very spiritual manifestation of life within creation. Because it's true, the woman is what nature chooses. The woman is what nature chooses to bring back life. The woman is the portal. Listen now, the woman is the portal between the seen and the unseen, the immaterial and the material. Through the woman, you know, all things are sparked in terms of life, and our life come through from the spiritual heights into the physical heights through the woman, which is the portal, the divine portal and channel from which our life comes through. Are we say are we say no? Are we say are we say Yemoja? Are we say Oya? Are we say Astateya? Are we dealing with life? You know, see? And that we yeah.
Like did that swim round.
Right now we have to talk about my woman, you know, because my woman is sure, you know, that I and I is perpetuated through the realms of this liberty, right? Yeah, so because I and I are a son. So I and I continuation is in the manifestation of I son that come through I woman. So you see, I woman is to be worshipped. I woman is to be given honor. I woman is to be praise. Yes, I praise the ground. I and I praise the ground that our life come true, you know, because I and I deal with nature. So when we deal with nature, we praise the womb, you know, we praise the womb of creation, because the womb of creation is whenceforth life come into existence. So we see the womb, we know say the creator of the creative life force of life is manifested in a certain kind of manifestation in the woman. So you see the woman, not the woman, you know, the woman, you see the woman, honor and praise and dignity is all due to the woman. Because without the woman, none of I and I wouldn't there. None of I and I would have the physical representation. Thank you. Sustain I and I life force until I and I come through the portal. Because when life sparking on the woman, you know, the woman have to carry you and nurture you. And you and the woman is one body for your whole 9 months, you know, Rasta. You know, the life, you know, life is a very serious thing, you know. Don't play with life. Respect life.
So
worship life around
everybody know these things. Everybody know these things. We got the Empress them.
So hold on, Ezra, let me ask you something now.
We got the Empress.
In your thing now, yeah, are we equal or are you above me?
Sure. You don't know the order, you know, sis. You don't know the order. Don't know that other already.
No, I don't. That's what that's why I'm definitely asking. So I definitely just heard what Shakara said. Shakara is making me know that I'm beside him 100%. I'm with that. I get that. So what's your thing saying now, Bab? Where do I come in on your thing?
My thing, you know. Yeah, the mothers, yeah, the nurturers, yeah, you get me, the teachers, get me. But, you know.
Eve and Delilah.
Definitely not.
So the reason why I asked the other day, Ezra, yeah, I went.
Eve and Delilah, them are gone with.
Definitely not take it so far.
Ezra, listen. The other day I went. Ezra, the other day I went Brixton, yeah, and there was some of your crew there, I believe, to be the case, yeah. So they were there doing their thing, yeah. It was a nice sunny day and whatever. And do you know Brixton, innit, Ezra?
Yeah,
you know Brixton. Yeah. Anyway, they were by the Kentucky, just to give you a little bit of you know. So anyway, they were out there doing their thing now. So I went up to one of them, yeah, and I said, "Where are all the women?" Yeah, cause be a man. So I'm like, "Well, where's the women?" What do you think he told me, Ezra?
How many? What's wrong with that?
Well, he went a little bit further. Actually, he said they're at home with the kids cooking the dinner.
What's wrong with that?
Nah, but that's a nice answer though, you know. That's one thing I've not gone into on these panels here. But the way I've seen some of these men deal with some of their sisters, they were horrid on the road.
No, but wait there. Before we move forward though, the sis asked the man them, where's the girls? And this is they're at home with the kids cooking dinner. Like,
no,
where's
that's
the
not okay.
Okay.
Girls.
All right, so cool.
What's the issue?
All right, wait.
See? Girls,
okay, so Ezra.
Girl and woman, you know, see it. A woman she talk about.
Shaka, I'm just saying you love
let me ask you a question then.
Shaka knew what he's doing when he loved me into the
How
bullshit.
do you hope to recruit? Because my thing is, yeah, you're there, they're doing whatever they're doing, calling it. I'm coming to listen to you, calling it. I'm asking you, where's the females? You're telling me them there, yeah, I don't look after pitting you out. You know what I mean? Cooking dinner, cool. How are you going to recruit the women then?
The women, obviously, the women, obviously, the women have to learn from the men, isn't it?
Sorry?
What's wrong with that? The women learn from the men. And obviously, it's not saying that women can't come out and listen. It's just saying that at that moment, yeah, the women are in the yard. Enough times there's women there, you have to be honest. Enough times there's women there, man.
No, but I don't see them though as well. Big and serious.
Well, you have to go and look a bit harder, man, because I see them all the time. They're there, man. Like they're there. Like,
so
man, them bring their wife.
Okay, do they say Ezra,
no, man, them bring their wives out there, like, to teach, you know? Huh?
I've never seen that.
Do I teach? I've taught. I used to.
Okay, so you agree, Ezra, that the women should be at home looking after the kids and cooking, yeah?
Tell them again.
Like, yeah, at a certain time of day, they should be at home with the kids cooking. Kids
well, this was about 2 o'clock. This was about afternoon. Yeah, about 2 o'clock.
Yeah, well, lunch, innit? Late lunch.
But my point is, though, big and serious here, because it's not even a joke thing in it. Because when I approached him, I was being very serious in terms of asking where the gal them there. You understand what I'm saying to you? He gave me his answer. Obviously, we had to start a little reasoning. Then he went into his thing about, you know, God, man, woman, and all that type of vibrations. Yeah, you know, I bun back straight away. You understand what I'm saying to you?
I know, but
so,
I don't know why. Why are you so angry?
Sorry?
Sis, can I ask you a question before we move on from there? That's a point. Yeah, I've always, like, I don't understand. Yeah, like I honestly believe, yeah, and obviously, if I'm wrong, correct me. Yeah, but I believe that you're only so anti this man stuff since you come to this Western society, and now you're in this Western lifestyle that tells you woman is God and the woman is so elevated above the man. You hear me? When you hear that. Like,
no Western life, I don't say no woman is good.
One second. Shaka, beg you. So when you hear that male dominated from the woman, the man should rule the house, and the man, you know, you get me, this and that, you get me? Like, that sounds alien to you only because of this Western society, fam. Because in our homelands, yeah, I like our grandparents, we don't even have to go back far, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, my grandma runs the yard, but when you see my granddad puts down his foot, that's that. There's no more debate. You know what I'm saying?
Here we go.
That. So, like, you get me?
Well, we have to remember
but hold on.
Grandparents were raised within a Eurocentric colonial system. When we privilege the man over the woman for the sake of preserving male power within society and all these things. I don't come from culture where dominate and disrespect and marginalize women and all them something. And also where you come from, Zane.
And I agree with that, man, because what you're saying, Edward.
Your own grandparents, yeah, you know the order. You do know the order. Yeah, grandma runs the yard and that. Yeah, but you know the order. Yeah, you know the thing. But like, let's keep it real. Yeah, it's only now, this latest generation, Babylon-driven, feminism just come about, and now our women just unruly, can't tell them nothing.
Oh, Ezra, wait.
Got bare unruly youths running around, stabby. The man the boss now. Man can't say nothing now. A woman rule the world. Bamba clap. Get me.
Unruly, he says. Here we go.
Get me. If man was in the yard, you think these things was going up? But allow it. But let's just be real with things. These things, you get me?
Ezra.
Like, let's not go there. This way, people don't take me there. Like it.
Ezra, man. You see, I'm gonna give you a quick. What can I say? I don't know. I can't think of the right word, but you see me, yeah. I think certain. Because I hear you, you know, Ezra. I hear you, you know, and I don't even just hear you. I feel it in it, because I know that's what certain man want in it. They want that rulership and all the rest of it. That's why I know.
Yeah, they're just looking for some male role models. You get me? Most of these youths are just looking for some male role model.
What?
Get me?
Okay,
big as serious. Get me? And find it where?
Okay, wait. So in order to have a male role model, does that mean that you then have to dominate the woman?
Nah, I don't have to dominate. Get me? But that's what I'm saying. You definitely not going to be dominated.
Okay.
But man, definitely not supposed to be dominated. You agree?
Okay. But within your thing, though, the woman is dominated, though, right?
Nah, like, I don't. That's yours. Feminism.
Yeah, but she knows her place, innit? Because the youth said to me, yeah, the man ain't even growing hair on his face yet, looking at me as a big woman, innit? But no problem. And he's saying, God, then man, then woman. You understand what I'm saying to you? So that's a very clear. Sorry?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The woman, then the man.
So, but God never. Okay, cool. But God never said that. We know that.
Yeah, he did say that.
Nah, I never.
What do you mean the Bible don't say that the order is woman?
The Bible might have said it, but okay, the Bible may have said it, and someone in the Bible may have said it, but God didn't say it.
Yeah. Okay. So, so how do you know God never said it though? How do you know God never said it?
Because God ain't what?
I know because there is no superiority I deal with balance. Then balance could never be a thing where I as man is superior and have more say than woman, because you say woman is the balance of man. And man is the balance of woman. So there must be equilibrium between the balance in order to sustain and bring forth life. So within nature, there is a lesson. You see, we have to have balance to bring forth life. Then in all things, between the masculine and feminine energy, there must be balance. Because balance perpetuates and sustains and maintains.
That's what I'm trying to say. She's trying to put this feminism thing on me, like I'm trying to dominate the thing.
Like, listen, Ezra, Ezra, wait, babe.
Man, don't wait there. Do you understand?
Ezra, wait, 1 minute. Ezra, listen. I don't mind you saying whatever you want.
You see how you listen to Shaka's thing? I'm saying the same thing.
Ezra, listen to me. Ezra.
Yeah.
Wait, just listen to
man
me.
Man way heavier than the woman in it, so the balance is gonna be because
Ezra, listen. Listen, babe, listen to me. And listen to me good, Ezra, yeah? I don't even mind you saying, anything against what I'm saying, yeah? The only thing that I ask you, Ezra, like big and serious, is not to bring in this feminism thing in it, because it's just not the case in it. Yeah, it's not the case. So I really ask you to stop that, man. You can say anything else about myself, whatever.
This dominating thing, then. So where are you getting this domination stuff from?
Hold on, wait. When did you hear about me dominating you? I just asked the question.
You said like
about you. Remember, I'm about equality in it. That's my thing in it. 180 makes it 360. You understand what I'm saying to you? But what I said to you is that when I went and spoke to those guys, their answer was to me, the women are at home with the children cooking food. Yeah. So I know what that kind of vibe is.
That's not a good thing. I think that's beautiful. Picnic, eat, yard, all right. You know what I'm saying? That's good stuff. Like, I don't understand the issue. That people are supposed to be happy with that.
All right, cool.
They got a wife. Their wives are at home. It's not no broken home. The thing, you get me? Family are bubble. Family are bill. That's good stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So is that the only way that the family can build? By me being at home with the children, cooking food and whatever, and then you being outside doing the recruitment? Is that the only way in which the thing's going to build?
The only way the family can build is following the natural order. Like, seriously, like, and this ain't even no jokes no more. I honestly believe this. Like, the only way the family can build is following the natural order. Yeah. Yes, you can be like Shaka for a while.
And what's the natural?
One second.
What's the natural order?
The man can be like Shaka for a while, you know. You get me? It can be like that. It can be like, yes, black woman is God. I do whatever you say. Wash the dishes. All of that. But you get me? You can, but she can only run your head for so long. One second. She can only run your head for so long before your natural instincts as a man. 1 second. Before your natural instincts as a man kick in and say, nah, take this no more. And plus, you got a next girl there just being nice. You know, you get me? Womanly. You get me? You ain't gonna be dealing with this, fam. This. That
see, Ezra. You see that last statement, Ezra, man. You shouldn't have made that last statement.
The next one pops up. It's always the way, though.
You shouldn't have made that last statement, man.
I'm just being honest, though. I'm being honest.
No, I understand that you're being honest.
At that point,
that's why I understand. Go on, babe. Go on.
I'm showing you something as your cousin, as a brother. Yeah. It's always that moment, yeah, when the man feels like he's just got nothing else to give and put in. He can't take this shit, though, boy. And then, boom, who pops up? Get me? The caring, like, one, you know what I'm saying? The one who's ready to just be caring and totally different to what he's used to. This is what I'm saying. And this is why there's so many issues in our homes. Like, if the natural order was there, like what our grandparents have, get me? Like, we wouldn't have these issues. We're trying to reinvent the wheel, follow Babylon, jump in a feminism, one bag of things. This ain't gonna work for. It's clearly not working.
Ezra, you keep using that word feminism like it's some like you need to stop it, man. Because are you up?
I never said you though. I never said. I said us. But you. Wait there. I said us as a people though. I'm not talking about you. Like, come on. I said us. Like, and this is what's happening. Like, the man is being demasculized. No. Like, the woman gets, come on, you don't know the things, sis, man. You know how to ruining the black man. You know how to bringing us lower and lower. You know.
Yeah, but that's nothing. But hold on, Ezra, though. But that's nothing to do. But that's nothing. But that's
if it's that romanticize I grandparents relationship, you know, there's enough unhappy relationship within our grandparents generation.
Yeah, not what they're together though, innit?
Yeah, right? We can't make no excuse for them something there. I don't want my woman to go through what some of my grandma, woman, and granddad to them go through with them, man.
Yeah,
I don't want them kind of man. And that me say right now. And that's not to say that the one of them did bad and wicked. Only a good example there as well, you know, but we have to be real balanced.
Exactly, I'm talking about the good examples.
Carry on certain things. You know,
talking about the good examples still.
We know them. And right now, I come from culture where I have Queen Mother, where met King, and all them kind of something there. Zane, where the grandmother is a very serious element within the family, central role, you know what I mean, run things. Yeah, grandmother is a very serious thing. Zane. So when I want to replicate them colonial family structure.
Nah, all right, and I'm gonna break it down for you still. We've had this exact same conversation. Let me show you a thing. I'm gonna show you a thing now. Yeah, big and serious. We've had this exact same conversation. My grandma's yard, grandma there, granddad there, my aunties, 2 aunties, you know. Yeah, my mum weren't there, but my 2 aunties are there, and then I've got girl cousins, yeah, and boy cousins, yeah. So that's 3 like generations basically. You know what I'm saying? So look, yeah, like we're all discussing because my grandma's basically cussing, saying, look, yeah, how come none of you like ain't got your baby fathers with you, and like you get me now? Come on, these are just, you know what I'm saying, single mums and that, like basically not cussing them, but you know what I'm saying. And she wants to know why. What's the mentality behind this? And then they're saying, "Oh, rare." You get me? They kind of explained it, and my grandma started. She's obviously meds it now. She's saying, "Nah, you know what it is? The problem is, yeah, it's you lot, my kids, my generation. You get me? My daughters, yeah." You've taught your kids this independent woman, I don't need a man stuff. You say, where you like learn that from? You get me? Where you get that from? You know what I'm saying? That's my grandma telling them now. So she's cussing her own 2 daughters and the granddaughters, saying where you get this I don't need a man, independent woman nonsense from. You know what I'm saying? So we have to, you get me? This is a thing they don't understand. That's foreign to them. That's foreign to them.
I don't cut you, but on this point, right? A similar story. Listen, right? My son is my son. You see, Ezra, watch that. I put my foot down. See, my son, right? My son is good. I'm good. Don't worry about my son. Yeah. Anyway, quick thing. Sorry, I don't want to cut you here, but. So similar family story. Yeah? I was at my grandmother's house, yeah, right. One day, right. I was at my grandmother's house, and it's like family dinner and everything. So all my cousins are there. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so you know, their things are going. You get me? Enough man got youth nowadays and everything. Yeah, rare. So we're all talking, and my dad, yeah. I just might not like this something, yeah, because I want to deal with certain things. But my dad is doing the cooking. Yeah, he's in the kitchen cooking for the family and them thing there, right? And most of us in my generation, yeah, are boys.
My family cookers are man them for cook. What do you mean? Right?
And wash plate. You get me? The only thing that we're not supposed to do is wash plate. According to dancehall rule number 670, girl could have put it like a shanty against the law for wash panty. All right.
Yeah, right then. All right.
So we were there chatting, yeah, and my cousins are going into this thing about the BMI this and the BMI that and the girl them this and the girl them that and one to the girl them, one to the girls. And my dad, yeah, stopped he's there cooking, you know, and he didn't say a word. At one point he stopped the conversation, yeah, and he said, "Now look at this." He said, "You are all young men, yeah, and you've got into relationships and whatever." And he said he would encourage us, yeah, as young men, yeah, to have more conversation about our manhood, yeah, and how we're manifesting the best of our manhood. He said, "You lot can talk about girls all you want, but unless you lot are addressing you lot's manhood, you lot ain't gonna find the kind of woman that you lot say you want, yeah." And so instead of all this time talking about woman for do this and woman for do that, talk to yourselves and each other about the kind of men, yeah, you want to be and want to become, and hold each other to account for that. And I'm saying that more time for us, and it's a real thing. Like not enough time as man them, yeah, we're acting like we're already there, like and we're just waiting for the woman to catch up. Not on the Gossa Rasta.
Nah, it's not that. I agree. I'm not saying that. Yeah.
You get me? Yeah. Right? So I sort of balance that story still, but yeah.
No, I fully agree with that still. Like I'm not debating that still. Like, man, them, go on, all I'm saying is I'm not debating that. I agree with that. Yeah, man, them have a lot of things to do with. But all I'm saying is I don't believe like a lot of black men ain't with their youths, don't even get to see their youths. And I believe, yeah, a lot of those black men, yeah, would be influential in their kids' life if they had chance. You know what I'm saying? Whether their mum and them and like I said, yeah, man, a lot of us know these things are going on. You know what I'm saying, fam? So, like, I think, yeah, we see it less in other communities. This is why, like, their kids are searching for male role models less. Yeah, hence gangs and etc. etc. Get me? All of these things are domino effects of man them not being around as much. Get me? And like I said, The evidence is clear, fam. You can see the difference when with kids that do have their dads in their life. When it's clear, you know what I'm saying. And obviously, some men are just fuck with it. 1 second, some men are just fuck with and don't deserve to be around the kids in it. But a lot of men, yeah, like get me. Do you deserve to edit? Don't say it. It's mad. And all these things need addressing. Like all these things need addressing, fam. Like the single, I don't need a man shit. We have to realize where that come from. That ain't our thing, fam.
All right. As well, I've heard you say that plenty of times. Yeah. All right. So cool. Boom. So, how applicable do you think that is to the black community?
Which, like, what?
I don't need a man. I don't want a man. You know, the things that you keep repeating.
I think that's happening a lot right now, and I think that's happening a lot.
Right. So you're saying that you believe that most black women are going on out here saying they don't need a man or they don't want a man. So you're saying, bro?
No, I'm not saying that they're going around saying it. I'm saying it's like a mentality now.
It's a so describe that mentality. What does it look like?
It's like, you know, it's woman, single woman in there, obviously. You know what I'm saying? Flipped. You know, why you not making me be the bad guy? You get me? Why are you making me be the bad guy?
Ezra, I'm not making you be the bad guy, but for me, this is a really personal conversation and this and that, because obviously it's something I hear you say regularly, no problem. Yeah.
I don't say it regularly. What do you mean? We don't have to,
like I said, I went to
obviously, if we're having the same convo,
we're not arguing, you know, Ezra. We're not arguing because maybe you can educate me and
opinions to change. Get me?
All right, you talk. Go on, babe. I'm listening.
I'm just saying I don't always say. You're gonna like I always go around spouting. No, if we're having this conversation, my opinions are gonna be the same, innit?
No, absolutely. So let's talk about it, innit?
Yeah.
Okay. So I heard you mention your grandparents, right? And what your grandma says, whatever. Now I reckon that your grandparents are probably my parents. You know them ones, one of them ones. All right, then boom. So I grew with my mum and dad, innit? Yeah. And obviously, I see the dynamics of my mum and dad, innit? You understand what I'm saying to you? So I heard you talk about this ruling thing, innit? So I'm saying when I like I don't know, mate. That's not how I grew, man. Like my mum and dad, I don't want to use the word equals because you might get offended to that, innit? But they both had their roles. You with me? But it wasn't one of the point I'm trying to make in it is that it wasn't one of dominance in it. Like if I could ever get my dad to come online and talk, which he would never do in it. But yeah, man, my dad's all about, and maybe it's the way in which I grew up in it, but my dad's all about promoting females and this and that and the other, man. So maybe it's just the way in which I grew. You understand? But it's a partnership, it has to be a partnership, man. And the thing is, even if we bring it to, even if I look back to, back in Jamaica or, Guyana, where I'm from, whatever, like, I don't know, it wasn't one of dominance, man. I don't think it was one of dominance. And where our history, in fact, Ezra, and I know you're Jamaican and whatever, so, like, the women were never under it like that. It wasn't the case, Ezra.
What's that? True, it was never under it, but you know what it is though.
The women
like I said, there was never under it, but
were fully involved.
And
they had to wait, Ezra. Wait, let me finish, man. And they had to be fully involved, yeah. And the reason why they had to be fully involved is because some of the dominant men who were going and dominating here, there, and everywhere. You get me, Ezra? Yeah, dominating here, there, and everywhere, aka scattershot. You with me? Someone has to accommodate that. Do you know what I'm saying to you, Ezra? I don't know, babe. Maybe we just have had different experiences, man. But like, I mean, in all honesty, Ezra, do you think the black man is right now in a position to dominate the black woman? I said, in all reality, do you think that the black man, where we are in England or in the diaspora, whatever you want to call it, is in the position to dominate the black woman?
Why? I don't know. Well, like I said, I don't think that like it's a dominating thing. This is what I'm saying. When we're looking at it like that, it's just wrong to begin with. You get me? It's not talking about, like, no one's talking about dominating. I'm just saying there's a balance.
But Ezra, that's not true. That's not true because wait, Ezra, let me finish. The reason why I say that's not true, because if the order is God, you know what I mean, and this is within your theology, God, then man, then woman, then obviously the woman's being dominated. That's
why do you see that? But why? But wait there, Shaka. Where does that have to equate to domination? That, you get me? It could be order of strength, knowledge, everything. It could be just the order of things. Like it is, man. Like, let's be honest, man. Men are better at most things on the planet.
Whoa! Like, wait! Ezra, calm down.
We are going.
Okay, so let's go. Let's
sanction them kind of.
Even the India man doing textiles and that in India, man.
No Rasta. We are give us the teachings of His Majesty.
Bullshit. One second. Shaka is responsible for women. Listen, men like Shaka are responsible for this feminism that we're dealing with. Yeah.
Oh, please.
You get me? You know what
there you go again, Ezra. Ezra, you see the mere fact.
I'm not talking about you, man. Stop talking about you, man.
The mere fact that you bring feminism into this conversation, or this, whatever you want to call it.
You keep mentioning domination. I keep telling you to stop doing it. I told you to stop mentioning domination.
I am going to say this straight.
Every time you mention domination, you're going to say feminism.
I am going to say this straight here. A lack of properly defined and functional black manhood is a far bigger issue in our community than feminism. Straight. I'm not take back no talk. Yeah. As far as I am concerned, yeah. If black men, yeah. Once again, if black men were functioning the way we're supposed to be functioning, then we wouldn't have to worry about no feminism around here.
But how can black men function the way they're functioning? Listen, how can black men function the way they're Listen, Shaka, wait there. Shaka, wait. Listen, how can black men function the way they're supposed to function without black role models in the home?
My brother, black women are not to blame.
My brother, answer my clout question, my brother.
I am going to answer your question. Black women are not to blame for the lack of men in our homes. They're not to blame for that.
I'm not saying they're to blame.
One second. That is not, I know of these situations. That is not to say that there are no situations in which a black woman is responsible for the papa not seeing the picnic them, and that happens. Yeah, but on the whole, pound for pound, black women as a collective are not responsible for the lack of fatherhood in our homes.
So you're saying as a whole, pound for pound. One second. You're saying as a whole, Shaka, wait there. Let's be clear. You're saying as a whole, pound for pound, more black men don't want to see their kids than can't. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying that there is a dysfunctional philosophy of manhood. Yes.
Before answer the question to.
I am answering your question. I am answering your question. Put it this way. Yeah. If I was to compare my like 3 generations, grandparents, parents, and my generation, definitely. I don't know too many women in my grandparents' generation and my parents' generation, yeah, who actively disallowed the fathers from seeing the children. Yeah, don't know of that. Yeah, this is more of a recent. That is more of a recent our generation and down situation. Yeah, so I'm saying that there's been an issue of functional manhood for quite some time, as far as I'm concerned, and whatever the case, you know, my brother, yeah, whatever the case, yeah, if black men are not seeing their because I don't know, like, if you see, if all me now, yeah, there's no way, ain't no mountain high enough. Yeah, right.
I agree. Same with me, fam. Same with me.
So straight, I don't care, fam. I don't. There's no way that I'm gonna blame black women collectively for man not being.
I'm not blaming black women collectively. See, this is what I don't like. That's the shit I don't like, fam. I'm not saying that, fam. Did I say I'm blaming black women collectively? I'm not. I'm saying, yeah, there's an issue. There's a breakdown right now. And I think the breakdown is this modern day bullshit. That's what I'm saying.
My brother.
Anything else is a diversion from what I'm
long time, bro. Yeah, it's been a breakdown for a long time here. There's been and some of that is
our grandparents. Is your grandparents wait there, Shaka? Are your grandparents still together?
Just about.
Well then,
one set. No, but that's what I'm saying, bro. If you're gonna look at it, if you're gonna
so obviously, where's the breakdown come from? Where's the breakdown come from? After the minute,
bro. If you think that parents being together, means that there's that automatically means that there was not a breakdown, I feel sorry for you.
Say that bit again. Sorry.
Because
I have to agree, man. I have to agree with that, Shakara. And that's what I'm saying, Ezra. I don't know. Like, I know you're frustrated on that.
I never heard what I said.
I'm saying because you're together with your partner, it doesn't mean that you're in a functional relationship. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. But what I'm saying is, I agree, innit? But what I'm saying is, at least the male role model is still there. Like, regardless about the relationship, we're not talking about relationships.
My brother, I know a lot of my father generation.
Go on. I'm saying at least the role models are still there. Like, I get it. You get me? Not all the relationships are healthy. Yeah, we definitely know that much. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't up for discussion. But what I'm saying is, there's a reason why they stuck it out and still made it through. You know what I'm saying? And like the ones before them, you get me? Like, I've got, like I said, in the Sri Lanka, we've got a burial ground up there, fam. And most of them are buried together, fam. The husband and the wife, you get me? They're just bare couples. You know what I'm saying, fam? So what that mean? I'm a Babylon, and this madness, I don't need a man.
Okay. So Ezra, all right, wait, stick a pin, yeah? All right then. So we've come to Babylon, Ezra. Cool. Yeah. So we've come to Babylon, and in your mind, the women have become feminists, yeah? Cool. What have the men become, Ezra?
Men have become flipping feminized, become flipping unruly, or flipping just confused. You know what I'm saying?
Are you denying that we live in a society that has historically subjugated women?
Yes.
You're denying that. So this society that we live in has not historically subjugated women, and we as black people were not inheritors of that society.
Yeah, I agree.
So you agree with what?
Well, that we're not inheritance. Well, we are inheritance of this society, inheritance. But it mean, like,
so you don't believe that this society has historically oppressed women?
This society, yeah,
right.
That's what I'm saying. And we've came here mixed up in it. That's my point.
No, but the point is that the feminists. And I'm not into feminism.
No, that's my point. Yeah.
But the feminists in this society, right? What's it called? I'm not into feminism, yeah. But as far as white women in white society, they're responding to the subjugation that they're facing at the hands of their man.
See, cutting nose still.
What?
And like what I'm saying is, it's true though. Men have become feminized. Yeah, one bag of things over here. If I'm like, yo, trust me, it's mad.
I don't know, like. The point here's what I'm trying to make. We challenge the woman them for getting their ideal of woman from white women without ever questioning whether we as men have got our ideal of manhood from white men.
Well, yeah, I'm not. I agree, but what I'm saying is, like, if there was like a masculine movement that Babylon like decides we're gonna make a movement that where we just oppress women and blah, blah, blah. If we jump up and wrap up in ourselves in it, then I'd say, you know what, same thing I'd be saying to the feminist women. You know what I mean? No, we're not supposed to be getting involved in that. That ain't gonna work for us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can hear me. I've got to jump out, so I've got a call and I can't hear nothing. Ezra, I'll be back. Don't go nowhere.
Yeah, but I'd say that. I'm just saying our woman ain't gonna handle that. You get me? If we was to mix up ourselves in some mad
Divine. I see your type. Jump on, man.
Yo. Yo, let me not start. I hope she ain't talking to me right there though. That must be it. Anyway. Shalom, brother Isaac. Shalom. So you're busy. But yeah, man, Shaka, you get me? This thing, it's not sustainable. This black woman is God shit. You get me? Your manly spirit's gonna kick in.
What does the black woman? What if the black woman? What if the black woman is God? But what if the black woman? What if the black woman is God? Doesn't have no implications on how I see my manhood?
Well, you get me. You're gonna see that. You get me.
Elevate in my woman. But elevate in my woman don't diminish I. If I elevate I woman, how is that a diminishment of myself?
Suppressing your natural manhood, yeah, the natural
How?
order.
How? In what way?
It's
In what
suppressing
way?
the natural order, fam. You get me? It's all right, man. I'm trying to show you that thing. Yeah, me. Yeah, but take it, you know. You can only suppress it for so long, but you get me.
Suppress what?
You get me? Like the natural order.
What natural order?
Allow it, bro. You get me?
No, but I deal with the natural order of life. We are deal with. I don't deal with no other order, but the natural order.
They know about that.
No, Rasta, we are deal with. You see, Rasta, you can't tell us. I deal with balance. I deal with man things. My woman is a woman. I is nothing.
Different things, isn't it?
And domination over my woman. You see, man, we fight over woman for rulership. And them boy they listen, right? And them boy they feminize themselves. You know? Man is man.
That's what I'm saying. It's not no fight for rulership. There's no fight for rulership. There's a natural order. That me said.
I is not.
You know, for fight for rulership. Woman can know the order already. There's no fight for rulership when the woman knows the order.
Man know the order. And when man know the order,
get me. You can't fight for rulership.
Right. I don't deal with my woman underneath me and all them something. We not deal with them something there. And I as a man to fulfill I manhood don't have to tell I woman say yeah here or no. Are you for come under I, you know? The only time I want to under me. Listen, right? Listen. The only time I woman they under me is when me I make love to my woman. You know what I mean?
So, the only time she make love to you. Get me. Fam, and
then certain times I forget
you get made love to you, fam. The problem is you get made love to you, innit? I bet you don't.
Certain times, that was
nah, all the time, fam. All the time, fam. All the time.
Love to I.
Shaka gets beat, you get me? Nah, you can't be getting beat all the time, fam. You have to do the beating sometimes.
Loving is not something that you do to a woman. I don't know what to them boy there, you know. Them boy there. Them feel stabbing and all them depend. Them feels making love to a woman is something where you do to her. Not something where you share with her.
That's something you give her. That's something you give her though. She not forgive you. That's something you give her. That's something you forgive her, virgin. That's something you forgive her. You get me? At that what I go when you make love. You forgive her something. You get me? What do you?
Giving and receiving is the balance of life. When I receive within the realms of balance is called reciprocity, and that we say reciprocity. Yeah, that we are. Balance. I to fulfill I manhood don't have to make I woman know say she under I and I is superior to I woman. Our I can be superior to I woman when it's I woman bring forth I youth. That can make sense. For the bomber.
Listen, the woman bring forth, but the man create. The man start already.
No, the man not create.
I have sperm in my balls, baby. I have sperm in my balls. The sperm, I swim round, it's alive already. Listen, no, listen to no.
No man can't create no without no woman.
You can't just talk. No. You have to listen sometime, Benjamin. Yeah. I, man, I have sperm in my balls. Yeah. You see in them sperm, yeah, things are swim round. That mean them live already. Things are live if them are swim. Yeah. So when me give her my live sperm now, and the sperm go swim up, and fertilize egg, yeah, and that when egg get incubate and life start. You get me? You know, the woman start incubate my sperm now. Yeah. So why you talk about? Oh,
yeah, I miss part of the process, you know. No, where sperm I go without egg in me. Sperm now go nowhere. Then
sperm now go nowhere.
Listen, without no egg in the woman, sperm useless.
Sperm fertilize the egg. Egg not do nothing without sperm.
Fertilization.
Yeah. You ever see egg?
Just like water come from
you ever see chicken? You ever see chicken hatch live egg without no cockroach in it? Yeah,
fertilize the seed. I saw it go Rasta.
You ever see chicken hatch live egg without cockroach in it? Yeah, idiot.
Of course not, but I have never seen a man.
What you talking about?
I have never seen a man bring forth a you without a woman. No man, no bring forth a you.
She need cockerel. She need the cockerel. The live egg, chicken in there. Why is gonna get bare? Boiled eggs, man. No chicken in there without cockerel, man.
Woman and man create. No man no create nothing.
There's no life in the egg without the sperm, man. There's no life there. No life there. So my live sperm gets there. There's no life in the egg.
Yeah, man, sperm.
My live sperm. No. Okay, relax. Shaka, relax.
Sperm is a complement.
My live sperm. Shaka, relax.
You see what they do, man? It's already up.
Shaka, relax. So my live sperm, yeah, fertilize the egg. Nothing not go on. Yeah, but my sperm already alive at swim. You get me? So why you are talking about? Where life begin? Yeah. If the swimmer, listen, big man thing. Shaka, big man thing. Shaka, big man thing.
And the 1540s is where life begins. Life don't begin with man. Life begin with the combination of masculine and feminine energy.
So where sperm come from?
Man.
And where sperm not alive?
So what they the woman not alive?
Sperm alive. Is sperm alive? Is sperm alive?
But they the woman not alive too.
Is sperm alive?
Sperm is alive in as much as it comes from
the foolishness, Bridget.
So the egg not alive too.
Sperm is alive.
The egg not alive too.
Argument done. Argument done.
No,
done. Is alive before anything get me a woman. Get me?
The sperm don't create life.
Is the egg alive? Is the egg alive? Is the egg alive? Without sperm, is the egg alive? Without sperm, is the egg alive?
Without woman,
sperm, is the egg alive? Without sperm, is the egg alive? Answer the question, man.
Of course, what you deal with?
The egg is alive without sperm.
Yes, I. Yes, I. Everything is life, Rasta. The thing spark off when the thing meet. There is no listen. Life is spark with the combination of the masculine and the feminine forces. There is a thing in the woman something where she have already ready to meet the sperm where I come in. And
but it's not alive. Yes, so yes, the egg. It's like the egg in it. The egg in it, like, are you a bad man? Is it the chicken? Wait there. Just like, go back to the chicken example now. Menstruation is releasing dead eggs. When you menstruate, I mean, I ain't got no sense, fam. Like the chicken, yeah. Listen, this is why you have to talk over me, because you know you're rubbed out, fam. This is what I'm saying. You rubbed out yourself, fam. Yeah. There's no life, yeah, and sperm fertilizes the egg. The live sperm fertilizes the egg. Yeah, you don't know, yeah, fam. What you talking about?
You never awake in a biology class. That is the problem.
But you asleep the whole time because you think it's egg alive without sperm. Yeah,
man feels
egg alive without sperm. You ever hear such a thing? You ever hear such a thing? Egg alive without man.
You might get life without woman. I want to ask like the way
sperm in your balls and the sperm swim. The sperm alive before you even go in the pum pum bedroom. Sperm alive. So what are you talking about?
So where the woman bring forth every month?
Dead eggs.
Dead? So what you said now, the egg dead until it meet a sperm. Yeah, that's
yes, the egg there's no life there until the live sperm first and then the egg.
You never
you don't know what about me, brother. You don't know what about.
Fertilization is not.
I read too much chemit and you don't know what go on.
No, Rasta. You see, I and I don't need to read. I and I study nature. And you see, when nature comes, you see nature. You're going like say it's only the seed in the woman. It's only the seed in the woman.
Ask you anything about chemistry, you know what go on. But ask you about sperm.
You see, you want to go on like say, you know, like the seed in the earth get fertilized. You know? The seed not dead, you know, right? When you talk about seed in the earth, the seed not dead, you know, but the seed get fertilized. It's not when the seed get fertilized. I just that's all the fertilization bring forth life. It's combination of the masculine and the feminine that bring forth life. No man can bring forth no you by himself.
No
man cannot bring forth no you by himself. No man cannot bring forth no youth by himself.
Nobody's talking about themselves. Nobody talk about themselves. Yeah, no, you talk about woman, this and that. We just have to correct your foolishness, Virgin.
Woman, we say. We not diminish the woman. And the elevation of I and I manhood is not upon the shoulders of I and I woman who is beneath I. No, I and I stand side by side with I woman and elevate ourselves within the oneness of the complementarity that exists between the masculine and the feminine.
Why you tell me this? For?
All right. No man can bring forth no you. No man can create nothing by himself. For the blows that shirt man deal with. Complementarity. Oh man, if go on like say a man run this bringing forth like I would bomb. But listen, a woman with the honor, Zane. As man, because we know say as man we can't bring forth no life without no woman. We are going like say we are the supreme being around here. We are going to say we name God one and to himself and can create things from I self one man. No foolish is that. So we dash them something there and honor the woman properly and give them proper respect. Lift the empress them tall in the rightful position. Yeah man, that we say a bumbuckler. Woman, we honor the woman them properly. Yeah, enough centuries in Rome, them disrespect I and I woman, and we free for elevate.
Foolishness.
Yeah. We free for elevate the woman them and give them their rightful respect because we insecure as man. We for dash them insecure today.
I know what this is. You go to them events, you talk all this stuff on the mic. You're just looking girl. I know one thing, fam. You're just looking girl. Yeah, me right there. You know, it's Cold War writing. Cold War, you're writing. This is just bars. This is bars. He goes to these events, Kush TV and all that. Talk to this woman, and the next thing you know, bare woman. Oh Shaka. Yeah, man, this is bars.
A woman, we need a man we deal with.
That is woman. You just woman is God. Woman is God.
Woman we deal with. Let me show you something. And me not look at woman again because me have my woman. I say my woman. You see my woman. It's sort out, it's set, everything blessed. So me not have to look no pum pum. Then me not have to look no kind of pum pum at all.
Mr. Chaka, I'm only joking. Yeah, looking no pum pum. But I don't know. I understand how you got Mr. Chaka now, though.
Look which pum pum.
I understand that it went down. Get me. Come with your bars. Come with your bars. This is just bars. Get me.
Me not go on road for the pum pum.
Yeah, I try to fold up people pick the head. It be.
Me not go on road for look nobody. That we say. Woman they are yard. Then woman they are yard. All right.
Another thing.
Look pum pum. Let me have a look. Look which part. Look pum pum.
I'm joking, man. It's a joke still. I'm showing my screen. Oh wait.
Them something there. The man properly. Yeah, the way the ancestor them honor the woman and the man tell me say I look pum pum. Bumba.
I know bars when I hear. I know bars when I hear them, fam. You get me? You can't kid a kidder.
You can say anything you want.
I just say you can't kid a kidder.
You can say anything you want. You know what I mean? Yeah. Encourage her for deal with for respect and elevate the woman.
Definitely.
Balance we are dealing with. In this society, the people them have disrespected and degraded the black woman for centuries. Are we for praise her? Are we for honor her? Are we for give her the big up? Oh, if I know we want to give her the big up. But no, we want to tell her, say, yo, you have to know your place in a girl. That we want to tell her. Before we big up, we tell her, say, yo, you know your place in a girl.
You big her up, innit? You big her up, what you mean? Like, stop stripping this from me. We never talk about no bad up girl. We never talk about that.
Woman, we
too much feminism in our head bedroom. Too much Babylon feminism in our head.
Woman.
Yo, hey, listen. You man, listen, yeah. Obviously, I was looking to go bed still, man. So I'm done at it still, man. You get me, cuz?
Yes,
what you man saying?
Well, right now,
yeah, man.
I just live. We are saying,
as I come back, you're gone.
I just
life. We are right now. I just life. We are saying straight. Balance between the masculine and the feminine. We're not taking no bad up on the woman. We're not taking no domination of the woman. A straight complementarity, reciprocity.
You notice that we're not taking no domination of the men, no.
But to be honest, though, Ezra, in a real life, though, I do believe that what you are, that's not us naturally, Ezra.
Not at all.
What is your thing there naturally? What is naturally?
Ezra,
I don't need a man. Is that naturally? Is that natural?
Ezra. If you look out, oh my Lord, man. Ezra, if you look at our recent history, that is not us.
But what recent history since our mums? Which recent history?
Right, so in our recent history, Ezra, when has the black man been dominate over the black woman?
I'm not saying dominate. Why do you keep saying? I've asked you repeatedly to stop saying dominate.
Because it is, Ezra. All right. The reason, okay, Ezra, I'm gonna tell you, innit? Because if you go by a theology, that places the chronological order as follows: God, then man.
Man God as well. Not God, you know, man God.
There you go.
Man
and
God.
then woman, then that's dominance as well. And the Bible and the Quran uses this to dominate women. That's a fact.
Dominate what? Uses what to dominate women, man? Like stop that, man.
Okay. Let's try again. All right. Let's try again.
Because it says that the house is the man. The man should be the man of his house and should rule his house. Yeah. Because obviously, man is the strongest. Man is the the provider. The this, the that. Like it's always been that way. Wait. Why can't I just say a little sentence, man? Why do you have to pause me into one little sentence? You get me? All I'm saying is.
Right. So hold on. All right, let's go a step at a time. The man is stronger.
The man has always been in our history. Yeah, the man has always been the provider, the this, the that. You get me?
That's not true, Ezra.
Ezra, that's not true. So wait there.
Ezra, that's not true, man.
So what has the man been at home looking after the babies?
As the woman, so hold on a minute. Are you telling me that
in our history, has the man been at home looking after the babies?
Man. Ezra,
answer the question.
Oh my God, man.
See what I'm saying?
Ezra, in our history, has the woman not always gone out and looked her thing too?
Yeah, I'm not saying the woman has to sit down.
So then what are you talking about then?
Because if you listen to what I'm talking about, instead of keep cutting me off every 10 seconds, if you listen to what I'm talking about...
Alright, you know what? I'm going to go on mute and then you finish. Go on,
man. If you listen to what I'm saying, instead of keep cutting me, you might understand instead of keep cutting me and then asking me what I'm on about. What I'm saying is, like our history is not about dominating women. This is why I keep asking you to stop using the word dominating women. It's always been about men providing and men going out, whether it's even back to the time of hunting. You get me? Like, it's men that were out there doing the hunting. You get me? You know what I'm saying? Women obviously played their part, which was more time the cooking. and then nurturing kids. You know what I'm saying? Like if we're taking it back, if we're looking to take it back, we have to keep it real with what it is. You know what I'm saying? No one's saying
So
it has
let's
to be.
keep it real then, Ezra. So let's do exactly that. Let's keep it real. Yeah? You're a Jamaican. Yeah? Let's go back to Jamaica. What are women doing in Jamaica, Ezra? Even if you go back to
What?
Hello?
Like, yeah.
Shit, my phone went.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me as well?
Yeah, we can hear you still.
Oh, mate. I'm gonna have to. You're
Yeah,
a
we
big
can
league.
hear
I'm gonna have to go out and come in again, man.
Now we can hear you fine, you know. Oh, see. Yeah, man. I'm just saying, like, sure. I don't know, man. Bad guy season still. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's just the truth. I don't know. It's just my truth.
But you're not. It's not the truth, though, bro. Even just as far back as our grandparents. Did your mother work, bro?
Yes, my grandma worked as well.
Right, and you know, enough time, yeah, them woman they came when they came over and was working without husband and them thing there, you know, them something there, family. Like it's mad, like our thing don't just gossip. Woman stay at yard and look after Pitney. Like it's never been I and I, fam. Like we're taking up it's our reality. It's not our reality. Plus, enough times, yeah.
I never said stay at home, Shaka. Like I said, my grandma worked, my mum worked. So where's this woman stay at home business? Like it's funny how people have to debate stuff that I'm not actually saying. It's
you
weird.
said that before, though, bro. Like
I said the woman should stay at home. Oh, I said it was good that woman was at home feeding her kids.
All right, bro.
Flip it out, man.
But my thing is not even that it's bad to stay at home and look after Pitney. The reality is, yeah, that ain't nothing wrong with that. But we live in a society.
Wrong with it. I do it myself.
One second. We live in it. We have to be conscious of the fact that we live in a society, yeah, that gives one role superiority over the next, yeah, and so the man being the so-called breadwinner, yeah, is a superior role, yeah, to and a role worthy of more note and having more say in society than the woman who stays at home and looks after her children.
Shaka, all right, and put it this way. Like, let's just go. Like, you wanna like? Let's just be real now. Like, you're so knowledgeable about West Africa, yeah. Like in West African culture, where polygamy marriage is acceptable in many places, yeah. Are you gonna deny that the man has authority in his yard in African culture?
Let me answer your question like this, yeah. If I said
straight and direct,
I'm going to answer your question. Just bear with me for a second, yeah. If I said to you, yeah, that traditionally, a man does not take on a second wife without the permission of his first wife, who has dominance in that situation?
Obviously, the man's still in it. Obviously, the woman has a say in it, get me, or how, but she don't have dominance, does she?
I didn't ask you. I didn't say one of them does have dominance. I'm asking you who has dominance in that situation.
Oh, seeing, yeah, nobody, get me. But is that always the situation? Like, let's be real.
It may not always be the situation. I'm saying that's what it was traditionally. Yeah, so as traditions develop and there are different influences, the way things are done changes. But what I'm saying is, and I'm going to be the first to say that there are many instances in which polygamy becomes an oppressive institution to women. It doesn't necessarily mean that it always is, but yes, it often is.
Okay, then. So there you go. Then a lot of our ancestors were doing that. So now, what are you going to say to that?
A lot of our ancestors were doing it. It doesn't mean that they were correct. Like, no, and it doesn't always mean that they were following the original intention of the ancient tradition. It doesn't always mean that. So if at one point, first wife, if at one point first wife has a say in second wife and all subsequent wives, and then that tradition dies out for whatever reason, then it can be argued that tradition has now become male dominated. Does that make it correct? Not necessarily.
Shaka, You know what you're doing, man. Like I hear
No,
you.
I know I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. In
big man thing. For a man who knows so much about knows so much about West African culture. If I ask him directly, yeah, like, does the African man have authority in his yard, and he has to go through all of this? Yeah, it's funny.
Well, you don't want to take the answer. That's up to you. I'm answering. I'm
asking you. Like, you never, after all that, you still never answered the question.
Bro,
one second. After all that, you still never answered the question.
You know you're asking me a funny question because
let me ask you again.
You cannot tell me. No.
To save you talking about all loads of stuff that I'm not asking. Let me just ask you again.
You asked me a question about a culture. So the culture and what men do may not be the same thing. Yeah, so you can't ask me
according to West African culture, man. I'm asking you about the culture, though. Stop messing about, fam. Like, why are you doing that?
So I'm answering
according to West African culture,
again,
does the man have authority in his yard?
Culturally speaking, yes. If we're talking about culture, sorry, the man has authority in his yard, and so
all right then. There you go. There you go then. So what am I talking about? When I'm business, what am I talking about? When I'm smiling, what am I laughing about?
And so does the woman. The man has authority in his house, and so does the woman.
So, bro, yeah, stop listening about, bro.
But you asked me traditionally, yeah. And we're talking as though the majority of us in this day and age are living an African traditional culture and way of life. No, we're not. Yeah. So what are you talking about? Just because a man who are African do certain things doesn't mean that they're following African culture. It's nonsense.
But that you're messing about, man.
You say what you want to say, bro. But the reality is, yeah.
No, it is like I said, like I've got a lot of African families around me, fam. You get me? It's clear as day you got
You're not listening to what I just said.
I didn't hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying is like if I ask anybody else now, yeah. In fact, let's just maybe see if I can call Glenn also. Yeah,
call them.
Man, I'll tell you straight. They're gonna tell you. This is why Hector says he's not African because he don't know what I'm. This is why people are telling you. This is why people are telling you African.
Why you don't go authority? Why you don't go witness? Why you don't go Terry? Why you don't go Macron? Why you don't quote Iro Monchele? Why you don't quote them Monday? You want to quote me Hector? Yeah.
No, it's not even just Hector. I'm just saying this is why I'm saying you're gonna meet a lot of Hectors, fam.
But look at Hector's situation.
You're gonna meet a lot of Hectors, yeah. You're gonna come into a lot of Hectors in your time.
Seriously, what is Hector gonna teach me about marriage and relationship?
His actual culture, because you don't know what culture. You don't even know what God. You're telling me nonsense.
You don't know what I know. You don't know what I know.
Ask me questions. Asking you questions, then you tell me nonsense.
If I told you, then if I told you, yeah, if I told you,
questions, then
if I told you that what I just said to you, yeah, was taught to me by elder women from West Africa, what are you gonna tell me now?
Ooh, say that again.
If I tell you that what I've just said was taught to me by elder women from West Africa, what are you going to tell me?
That what you've just told me?
Yes.
That what about the
elder women from West Africa? What are you going to tell me?
Tell you that they run the yard.
I didn't. At what point did anybody say anything about women running the yard?
Because that's what I'm talking about. So what are you
I said the man has his authority in the yard, and so does the woman. Listen,
yeah, she has her authority over the kids, like we said. Cooking her yard, like I even said, like Shaka. The woman runs the yard.
Sorry, can I butt in?
But the man has ultimate authority over the yard. Like the woman runs it day to day. Listen. The woman runs the yard day to day. We get that. Yeah, it's her yard, it's her place. She runs the place, isn't it?
Can I bring a balance?
Like with authority in the yard, when it comes to things and authority, yeah, the man rules the yard, fam. Stop messing about with the people.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
Yeah,
because obviously, if it's the domain of the woman where the kids are and the other family members on, and the day-to-day running of the household, the finances, all that is controlled by the female.
Let me show you something. Yeah, you see, my great grandfather. One thing my dad told me, yeah. When we was young, right? You see, when he used to work here and come in, yeah, right? What's it called? He would work. He would bring in food. He would bring in milk. He would bring in certain things every week, yeah. And you see, most of his paycheck he gave to my great grandmother.
Right.
no questions asked. Yeah, traditionally, in West African societies, it's not unusual to live in a society whereby the market, as in the central economic institution in society, is run by women
only.
Yeah, only because women, oftentimes in traditional West African societies, farming is women's work.
Right. He's not listening. He don't understand. Yeah, they run things.
So
even if you was gonna say hunter gatherer,
I said authority. Like I'm not debating all of these other stuff, man. I'm not debating all this other stuff.
But even if a man, all right, then what happens when a man passes away?
Yeah, I get it. Then obviously the woman obviously has authority. Then get me.
Or then she has authority, or she always had it, and she can just continue in that vein.
Maku, are you telling me, that in West Africa,
my grandma was the head of the family, fam? You get it?
So is my grandma.
No, wait.
So is mine.
No man. My granddad, was under manners, fam. It's facts. You get
so mine until he's had enough. So mine until he's had enough.
Let me finish, bruv. Let me finish, I beg. You get it? You've been talking for hours, bruv. Just let someone else talk, man. You get me? Especially someone who knows what they're talking about. You're having hypotheticals about Nigerian or African or da-da-da-da. Man, I'm
asking the question. There's no hypothetical in the question.
Bruv, it's hypothetical what you're saying, bro. Like, you don't understand what you're saying. Yeah, you already got the answer. The answer is no. The answer is they are equal. The answer is when he comes out the yard to go and work, it's her house. She run things, bro. Simple.
Yeah, when he comes out the house.
Not even claiming. Hold on.
You just said when he comes out the house to go to work, she runs the yard. So what that mean?
Bro, man are not even claiming.
That's not being honest. That's all it
is.
Is.
Man are not claiming. All right, but I'm saying at the end of the day, my grandma was the head of.
So is mine.
Family. Head of the house. Head of business. 1 second.
So is mine.
Head of business. She's a businesswoman.
So is mine.
So then, cool. Then who run things then?
My granddad still has authority. My grandma runs, like I said, my grandma runs shit day to day.
Doesn't even make sense, bro.
Well, let me answer them.
Women outlive men anyway, don't they?
So what? So does that mean? So what does that mean?
Ezra.
That means at some point she's gonna be left on her own.
Yeah, Ezra, listen. Can I just one quick interjection? Ezra, the only reason why you could say that about your granddad, would have been because of the financial vibrations, because obviously them times it was primarily that the men that worked. You understand what I'm saying to you? But now it's 2020.
No, it's not even that because my grandma's always worked.
Not even 2020. You know what it is.
She's a nurse in Jamaica.
Imagine sis.
Exactly, Ezra. So that's why you done slipped up already, man. So
not once did I say that women can't work though. So why?
Hold on. Why are we judging everything by European standards?
Exactly.
We're not. That's what we're trying not to do. That's the.
How are you trying not to do that? Hold on. How are you trying not to do that and talking about work and this and that and that?
We're talking about back in Jamaica actually.
No, I'm talking about back in Nigeria. Yeah.
Well, we were talking about Jamaica.
Hold on. My grandma was considerably more wealthy than my granddad. So even on that score, it's not about he has to go. He's got to go and do what he has to do.
My grandma runs things, fam. Nobody don't tell my
grandma things, bro. Mine as well. I'm never.
Nobody. Nobody tells my grandma anything. When she talks, that's it. Yeah, that is it.
That's not my granddad. Still,
my granddad's run away, bro.
My grandma runs the yard. My grandma runs shit. But when granddad's had enough, and granddad says, "No, Shirley, this is how it's going," then that's how it's going. It's just as simple as that. Yeah,
but is that African?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about African.
You know what though?
We've been talking about African.
You don't know.
We've been talking about Jamaican this whole time.
You know what though? There are things
that's
like
Jamaican in England.
Even in my relationship now.
Jamaican in Jamaica.
Nah, fam. There are things, even in my relationship now, that if I said, you know what, this side's going. That there are also things that if my woman say, you know what, I say it, I go. That's just what it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Equal,
I agree with that. I agree with that. Everyone's trying to like not listen to what I'm saying. Like,
all that is my house and all of that. It don't even make sense. As I said, it's not really necessarily a man's argument. A man's not arguing that. A man might got into a marriage. And remember, our thing is about dowry and status and all of that. So as I said, if you're a chief and you marry a princess, yeah, and she has more wealth than you, it is what it is, fam. It's down to you two how it's going to work out. But unfortunately, in a lot of situations, the woman is the breadwinner. The woman has.
All I'm saying is, and this is the reason why black people are in the state we're in today, yeah, because we don't know the order, and this is why our families are so mashed up, scattered, one bag of dysfunction, because we've got no order. Yeah.
But that's here. That's here. That's here. I mean, you can say that here, but that's not for everyone as well. You're generalizing as well.
So all right, then, Ezra. So let me ask you a quick question then.
I'm just saying that's what I believe.
No problem. So okay then, Ezra. Then who fell out of the order first? Then
so that's a good question.
The woman or the man, Ezra?
Good question. Possibly the man.
Okay then. So if we're gonna say possibly the man, then obviously there's gonna be domino effects from that, then, right?
What I'm saying is the man is targeted like black man. You don't know is an endangered species.
Yeah, but we are targeted also.
One second, man. You see what I'm saying? Like, why can I not? You get me? Ask me a question. Let me at least answer the thing, man.
All right, go on.
Like the black man's an endangered species, isn't it? Like you don't know the thing already. From like,
but who birthed the black man as well?
They go through black women to get black man and
who birthed the black man as
they
well?
They also go through black men to get at black women as well. Like I don't know
who birthed the black man as well.
Obviously, the black woman, obviously, isn't it?
Oh, is it obvious? I know, but sometimes listening to a certain man, you wouldn't even think it's obvious that we actually birthed the man.
Right, of course, obviously,
yeah.
Man, I go on like say man create.
Oh, you get black man with
I know. I heard.
You get me? Man, I go on like say man create. No, Rasta.
I said man. No, I never said man create. Listen, why do people have to lie and change the argument all the time? All I said was man. Yeah, life starts with the man because it's swimming around with balls already.
This just sounds dumb. That doesn't even make sense.
Life is swimming around in his balls already. That's what it is. Simple as.
Okay, life is
say what you want. The life is already in my balls.
We already established.
Go and bust off that
already
sperm
established.
into nothing.
Half of that is
see what happens.
We already established.
The ceiling
and you go and sit down and fuck. You go and fuck with fucking dildo and see what happens. You get me? See what happens when you fuck a dildo.
We already established that half your sperm is female. So I don't know. We already established half your sperm is female. So
yeah, and the sperm is contained where?
But you done that here. Once you got
man,
but your sperm, your man sperm is not man sperm.
But only man can make sperm, which is male
and female. Ain't man sperm, boy.
But only man can make it.
Your man sperm ain't man sperm.
But only man can make it.
It's carrying both.
But can female make it? Can woman make it?
Well, obviously, because a woman's involved in it. It's got the X in there.
Woman can make sperm. Are you really going to sit on it? A big man like you, wait there. Big man like you, gonna sit there and say women can make sperm. Women got sperm now. Women have sperm.
You saying that? You saying that?
Do you man have egg though? Do you man have egg?
Don't put your ignorant.
Don't put your ignorant comment. That makes sperm back.
When did man start getting egg though?
Look at it logically, Ezra. Look at it logically. Look at it. Let's have a little chat. Let's take away the books, Ezra. Yeah. Take away the books. I don't know if you can do that, but let's just try and take away the books that say it went a particular way, yeah? And then let's just use let's just then use logic, reasoning, and understanding, Ezra, yeah? Take away the books. Okay?
Good.
You have man and you have woman.
Now I need for dropping them Easter quotes. Logic, reason, and understanding.
Swear that.
We got to share Easter still.
We got to share Easter. Don't know.
Sorry, Daddy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, Ezra, yeah, because obviously, Ezra, just like yourself, I was taught that. You know what I mean? I remember being at school and being taught that, you know, that what was it that Adam, yes, Eve got the fucking rib from Adam and all these things. You know what I mean? So let me ask you. Let me start there, Ezra. Do you believe that we started from your rib, bruv?
Woman is spare ribs. So you believe
You
the woman
do,
is spare
yeah?
ribs?
I do.
We're not dealing with them spare ribs argument.
You know what?
We're not spare ribs argument.
That's spare ribs. It's
We're
not
not dealing with
done
the spare
from
ribs
there.
argument.
Done from there.
You can't get out the book. Spare ribs argument. No spare ribs argument around here. No spare ribs thing. No spare ribs around here.
Ezra,
I'm going to be it, man.
Ezra, but you're not. Yeah, you're not coming out the book though. That's
No spare ribs argument.
We understand your biblical reference, but you don't use science. But then you do use science. It makes no sense.
Listen, I don't listen.
X and Y.
From a book.
But you know X and Y though. Yes.
What? X and Y. Both of them are inside men. Both of them are not inside women.
Yeah, but hold on.
Listen, Maku. Listen, no. I'm saying. I've already explained this the other day, and we went through and read it. Yeah, men's sperm have X and Y. Yeah, the egg inside the woman is just X. Yeah, and when the X sperm or the Y sperm gets to the egg and fertilizes it, that decides the sex of the baby. Facts.
Is the woman's just X or XX?
The woman's just X.
No, she's XX. There's a difference.
No, she's just X. And then the other one.
No, Ezra. No,
let's get it then. Let's get it.
We are XX.
You read it the other day?
You read it the other day?
No, he means the egg. He's trying to say the egg is just one X. That's what he's trying to say.
We read it the other day.
Trying to say the woman. He knows the woman is XX. Yeah, he knows. He knows he's XY. Right. He knows he's XY. Right. And he knows why he's XY. Because the X is female. In it.
X. The woman's egg is X.
So okay, but you are XY. Yes.
My sperm is XY. Yeah.
No, you are XY as well.
Huh?
Did you think you was just Y?
I'm XY. Right. Obviously, that's male. XY means male, isn't it?
Okay, what does X mean in the Y? I mean, we know the Y means male. Yeah, but the X means female, innit? Yes or no?
Say that again. Yeah, the X means female, the Y means male, innit?
Right. So you have X and Y.
Yeah.
So what are you?
And women have just have XX. So where the Y come from?
So what
women
are
came
you?
first. One second. If women came first, where does Y come from?
Y seems to be a defected X. I told you this.
See the line you have to go down. You see this foolishness you have to start talking.
Really?
Defective. Male is a defective woman.
Go look
Shaka,
it up.
do you believe that? Shaka, do you believe that male is a defective woman?
Yeah, but Ezra, calm down, Ezra. But let's get back to.
That's not what that means.
That's exactly what he said.
Can we get back to applying the logic and the rest of it, Ezra? Yeah, because I know that you're mocking what Snips is saying, right? But okay, let's look at some of the other things, though, Ezra. Yeah, in terms of what he's saying, because you agree that there are similarities between male and females, right, Ezra?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, you remember the other day when I read something to you, yeah, whereby it suggested that at a certain period, that's when a signal is sent, yeah, to make it be a male. Do you remember that? I mean, I'm not explaining myself very well here, but do you remember what I read to you the other day when I was saying that up until a certain time, that
the egg is X. Yes, we get it. The egg is X until a certain time where the sperm comes and gives it X or Y.
No,
this is all I can tell
no, Ezra, no.
That's not bad.
You don't even get it. You don't get it, man.
Wait.
Can we?
I know what she's talking about.
Yeah, I know what she's talking about as well. We read it.
Yeah,
no, but Ezra, that's not what it said, though.
So then you're female before it decides. Before at a certain stage, before it decides to be a male, isn't it? So
yeah, you're female first, the egg is X, but it makes sense because the egg is X. Yeah, and it when the Y gets there,
no, because by now
it makes no sense.
You lot talk, man.
Because remember that every sperm don't turn out as a male.
Like what?
I never said every sperm does it. Like if you listen to what I'm saying,
happens when that happens? What happens?
See, if you listen to what I'm saying the first time,
wait,
you start making stuff up that I'm not even saying.
No, we're making
so
stuff
why
up.
are you doing that?
Wasting
time.
Use your brain, bro. Use your brain.
You use your brain and listen to what I'm saying. Then argue.
No.
You
You obviously don't know what you're
saying. Sitting there making up arguments that no one's even saying.
I'm not making an argument. I'm just.
So what are you on about then?
I'm telling you what it is, bro.
I'm telling you the egg is X. Do you agree that the egg is X?
You're saying that the egg is one single X?
One single X.
All right, I don't know about that, but I'll take your word.
That's why when the Y or the X from the sperm gets there, that's when you get XY or XX.
Okay, so now you're admitting that the sperm can be male or female.
Yes, that's what I've been trying to explain to you, Maku. Listen to what I'm saying.
No, you ain't been trying to explain that to me.
That's exactly what I said.
Why all the time? No, you've been talking about coming and the male and the man and the man's sperm and the man and the man.
I said the egg is X.
But then you're just banging out women. What happens when that happens?
Say that again.
When you're banging out women, you get me? When you're banging out women, like, oh, you busting out your thing. Oh, babes, we're going to have a girl. What happened?
Yeah,
bro?
that means that the egg is X, and then the fastest sperm to get there was an X as well. Then you've got XX.
Cool. I'm just glad. I'm glad. Man. Huh? You made your own point, man.
Nah, exactly. That's it. I mean, it's like this ain't even.
All I say is that the woman is very important to the balance of all these things, right? So we don't have to degrade the woman. By the way, and beyond that, yeah, you know there are many societies, yeah. You talk about traditionally, yeah, whereby wealth is passed down the female line, not the male line. You know that's not unusual, right? It's not ubiquitous.
But the thing is, Shax, even in the Jewish thing, they trace it by the woman, right?
DNA and that's above his pay grade.
Yeah, we'll leave the matter for you for now.
Yeah, it's above his pay grade. I know some of these numpties out here, like runaway slave team.
The light team.
You know you're not even as smart as me, you dumbass soldier. You want to give me cheek in the comment section? Just unmute your button, innit? And just come and get this work, bro.
Ezra, do you know about the female mitochondria? Do you know about that, bro?
Yo, I've been getting super trolled today, Mackie. They're mad Pakistan.
I know. I saw.
They're mad about the whole thing.
I can't be getting trolled by man on the panel. That is totally retarded. How am I going to get trolled by man on the panel? Just unmute yourself, innit? And say what you got to say, innit? And let me brush you. Fucking idiot.
No one's on the panel. It's just us.
What?
It's not on there.
Who's not on there?
Thought you said the soldier geezer.
Got it, Jacob.
Oh, got it. Oh, see,
well, Jacob run away. I can't lie, fam. Jacob stays doing that. If you're on the panel, gunning man in the chat, like
it doesn't make sense.
Like he's not here.
So Ezra,
he has a regular that.
He knows who I am.
So,
he knows
Ezra, wait, man, I beg you. So Ezra, I'm trying to ask you something before Ezra, yeah.
Oh, smoke is
I'm gonna try again, Ezra, yeah. So, without the books, Ezra, yeah, without the books now, okay, without the books, yeah. Logically, which would come first, man or woman?
Man, obviously.
How so?
Because sperm comes first, isn't it? Man has the sperm, and the sperm is alive.
But you're not.
What's the point in asking me a question then? What's the point in asking me a question and 2 seconds in? Yeah, 2 seconds in, yeah, Bumba clap, man. 2 seconds.
All right, Ezra, he's off for that, man. Just talk, man.
All I'm saying is, yeah, like flipping.
Don't try and bad me up.
I'm not trying to bad you up. I'm saying don't try bad me up. Yeah, if you're gonna ask me a question, at least have enough manners to let me answer it. It's just manners. Yeah.
The black woman's gone.
Yeah, Bumba. Anyway, all I'm saying is like.
I mean, no, so that you wanted off. You had to tell me about my Bumba clock. I'm gonna say, oh, yeah, baby, my Bumba clock. But go on still.
Don't worry, Omar, man. I'm good, man.
I don't know about all that. Yeah, all I'm saying is, yeah, like it would only make sense, yeah, that life starts with the male, because what do we see in nature? Yeah, it's the same thing. Life starts in the sperm. Yeah,
But
no matter
that's
which
not-
way you. 1 second, sis. Surely you can just restrain yourself. Surely, surely. Get me? I don't.
No, Lady D is not. Ezra's not ready
Like
for
the
that.
man them don't like to
Lady
get
D
touched
is
at
not
all.
ready.
Go on, Ezra.
No,
Go
but
on,
like
man.
I'm saying, like if you're
I'm
gonna ask
going
me,
on
then
mute.
you want to
I'm
understand what I'm
muted.
saying. If you're gonna ask a question and you want to understand my answer, it makes sense. Just listen to it, innit?
You basic
So
soul
all I'm
essay
saying
is some people. You get me?
Yeah, all I'm saying is, yeah, like
basic.
It only makes sense that
the man they don't know about Dr. Rebecca Khan and them.
All right, man. All I'm
Don't know
saying
about-
is, like, let me
don't
answer
know
your question. Yeah, all I'm saying is, for me, it makes sense that life starts with the man because that's what we see in nature. We see that the first sign of life is in the sperm, yeah, where sperm are alive, swimming around. That's the first sign of life. So it only makes sense that life starts with the man because it's the first sign of life. But continue.
So you believe that the egg in the woman is dead until the man's sperm brings it to life?
Mad thing.
No.
So what's
The man-
happening every month?
Listen, the man's sperm
flushing
gets
it out whole.
fertilized. The man's sperm gets fertilized by the egg. The man's sperm fertilizes the egg. That's it.
Yeah, fertilization though is a process. Yeah, but I'm saying. Yeah,
but it's alive before it's fertile.
Is it alive before it's like?
Does it
I
say
don't.
Hold on. Doesn't it say that
you never answer questions, man? I swear.
Sorry. Doesn't it say the woman's body attacks the sperm? Why does it
Ezra,
do
that
the
you know
egg
that sperm
the
that
egg
you
is
keep
the- or
banging
the-
on
the
about,
woman's
Ezra.
body?
Yeah.
No, these
Can I,
bitches
can I
gonna
get
die.
can I get a one word in, gentlemen, please?
Go on, sorry.
See, thank you very much. I appreciate. You see that sperm that you keep banging on about, yeah, that's bringing all this life and all the rest of it. What gives it life, Ezra?
Do you mean what gives it life? It's already alive in the balls.
No, whoa. Use your logic now. What gives it life?
Do you mean birth? What like gives it birth?
No. What's the difference, Ezra, between you bussing on the ceiling and bussing in a girl?
Obviously, like I just said, the egg gets fertilized, innit?
Okay, okay, cool. So what gives the sperm life?
No, what gives the egg life is the question.
No.
So you don't think the egg is alive?
Then, okay. So you wanna bring it back to that then, okay? Okay, so
Yeah.
you're saying what gives the egg life? All right, then cool. So that's what I'm saying. If we were to use logic, you understand what I'm
Because
saying?
think about it, those eggs would have got dashed away at the end of the month if the sperm never came and gave it some life.
But you don't. So you don't think the egg in the woman is alive, yeah?
Huh?
That you don't think the egg in the woman carries life. You don't think it carries life.
I'm saying it's not alive. It's not alive until it's fertilized.
Yeah,
the actual egg itself is not alive. Just
so
like a chicken egg, just like any other egg that you eat in the morning, it's not alive until it's fertilized. Same thing, same process.
You see with the egg, yeah, like a chicken's egg, you know, like fertilization has already happened before it's formed the egg shape. You know that, innit? So that nothing else has to happen. No sperm is gonna come and penetrate the egg or nothing like that. It's already been done. You get it? This is why when you cut open a chicken, you see small, tiny eggs inside the chicken itself, meaning that the sperm has already fertilized the to make the egg. Do you get it?
Without the cupping
It's a
around.
different process. It's a different process. Basically, with
the
the
conversation ends here. The man said, yeah, that the egg is dead. Yeah.
I know he's done. He's done it. Yeah.
No, he said it's dead. I said it's not alive until.
Oh, sorry, it's not alive. It's not alive. Yeah, but you did say dead before.
Your sperm is.
You did say dead.
I'm saying you shed the dead eggs into the month, innit? That's what I'm saying.
But
your sperm is.
That's probably correct. But in terms of the every month, yeah. But
So who's doing reanimation?
Right, so let me
You're saying the
can I just
sperm.
quickly cut in again, gentlemen.
You're saying the sperm's doing reanimation.
But Ezra, you see that talk that you're giving about the egg being dead and all of that. That's not true, bruv.
Let's
Because wait, because if you know what you know and you know yourself, yeah, then you know what powers are in that monthly cycle, yeah, and that's without it being what's the word, Snipes, without it being, you know, without a child being born from it,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm only saying that just to sort of say that you know what? I'll come back to
the process is death. Is the death of the egg. Do you get it?
Okay, my bad. I'll correct myself here. The egg is alive only during the ovulation period of 3 to 5 days. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
So then that egg has to travel to a location to meet, and so does the sperm have to travel to a location.
When it says live, it doesn't mean actually like it's alive. It means like it's a live egg.
Boy,
it's not alive. It's live.
Boy. It's about as live as
live and alive.
It's about, as I'm saying, it's no less or more alive than the sperm.
It's a live egg. Listen, during the ovulation period, it's live. It doesn't mean it's alive. Okay, so it's after that period. Obviously, it's not live anymore. It's no good.
Yeah, but then Ezra, at the same time, your sperm is only alive for a certain time, but
big up Dean Jackson.
I agree.
Sperm's not everlasting. Once you bust a nut and whatever, it's not everlasting, Ezra. It dies also, right?
I agree, but what I'm saying is the sperm is alive.
But now the egg's alive. Hold on one second. We just established the egg is alive now. So
no, the egg is live. Listen, there's a Shaku, do you get it? Shaka, do you get it?
No, not really.
No, Ezra, listen. Ezra, this is real.
Let me explain it. Let me explain it.
They are both alive, Ezra, man. Stop it.
No, it doesn't say alive. It says that the egg is live, like it has a period where it's live.
What says that, Ezra?
Listen, well, look. I share my screen again.
What says that, Bab?
Share my screen, innit? It's the first thing that I just Google it. Are women's eggs alive?
Yeah.
And it says, sperm can live inside a woman's body for 3 to 5 days. However, a release egg only lives for 4 to 12 hours.
And how many eggs does a woman? Okay, Ezra. And how many eggs does a woman release?
In her lifetime.
In her lifetime, I don't know. It doesn't say.
No, well, not even in that lifetime, but in that.
Every woman's different, and that there's no specific.
In that cycle.
Oh, one egg. Of course.
Every now and then you get two. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sometimes you get two.
Twins and everything.
Mostly one egg at a time. And as it said, wherever the eggs are sitting, they're alive, bro. That's it. Plain and simple. One pops out, bam. If it doesn't get fertilized, it's gonna accept sperm. It's gonna die though.
It's live. It's live, ready to accept sperm only during the ovulation period. Yeah. Apart from that, it's not live. There's a difference between something that's live and something that's alive.
But bro, the same thing goes for sperm, though, bro. The same thing goes for sperm.
You sound crazy, bro.
It doesn't live forever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you sound crazy. Get the definition.
Once it releases, it don't live forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's sperm is not eternal.
This is madness. This is madness.
But the sperm is alive, actually swimming around, living. It's alive. You get me?
Right. So the sperm is alive and the egg is live.
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 There's a difference between living and live.
Yeah, living and live. Sorry, my bad. So, you get it? Like, where was I all this time?
Like, you know when you go out, and somebody says to you,
"What the hell did I go to school?"
And you say, "Yo, fam, it was live." Yeah, that's
what it was live.
Yeah.
Like the egg.
Yeah.
That's actually more live than just
the man know exactly what I'm talking about, but they want to play dumb, so it's cool.
No, but no. We want to play factual. That's all. We're not playing dumb. We're playing factual. We're playing on the evidence you gave. Live, live, whatever, mate. You get it? Potato.
Alive.
You know. Yes, just as alive as your sperm is. That's what I'm saying. The two are the same. Otherwise, it can't work.
Live wire. Listen, I've got live wires. Does that mean it's alive?
No,
or is it just live? Ready?
What live as the sperm is? The sperm
It's alive for how many
That's an
days?
interesting one, there, you know. When they say you got live wires, what does it mean?
It means that there's current passing through there.
Oh,
right. Okay.
Doesn't mean that it's
energy.
alive.
Okay.
Energy. It's alive, bro.
Well, energy determines whether you're alive or not, it seems.
Okay.
And energy is definitely expanded in a sperm. You got to swim, you got to do bare stuff, bro. You get me? You got to get to your destination. You got to borrow your way to the egg. It's peak, bro. It's not
no one to give up. Get me?
And they bury you trying to do it. You get it? Only one of you can get through, though. There can only be one. And obviously, we're having this conversation because all of us made it.
What that means is that women are more resourceful than men. It takes 10 million sperm.
I'm telling you,
to fertilize one egg.
One egg. Yeah.
Oh my god, this is a funny conversation, you know.
And that's a very good point that you make.
That's a
Shakur.
significant point.
Yeah, that's a very good point in which you make. To be fair,
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying to you, but I know that they're not going to see it like that. But yeah, man.
Like, we wasn't talking about that though. We're talking about
Sperm count, baby.
Who came first, and talking
You
about
know
who came
what?
first.
At the end of the day,
We can make all these little side arguments. You get me? But when we're talking about the actual debate, yeah, like obviously the
All
sperm
right,
is
let's
alive.
go for it. Let's go for it. Listen.
So, like I
if
said, I'm gonna just.
Oh no, wait. If you bust anywhere outside of the pum pum, you're a wanker. Plain and simple. So, like, bro. So that's our point. That's our point. You've got no standing unless it goes in the pum pum. Unless it goes in the pum pum, yeah. Wait. Wait, let me finish, man. I beg. You get it? Yeah. Unless the sperm goes in the pum pum, yeah, you, me, whoever, we're wankers, bro.
Unless the sperm goes in the pum pum, exactly. Unless the sperm goes in the pum pum. All right, then.
So then,
right.
what is the sperm made for?
Going in the pum pum, obviously, isn't it?
Oh, now you're getting it, son. Now you're getting it. Yeah. So that the sperm's home is the pum pum, yes?
Yeah.
And you're just holding the sperm. Wait. You're just holding. You're incubating the sperm, if anything. You're holding on to it.
You always have to start this philosophy, balance.
No.
Why you, man, are incubating sperm?
No, you said
big man
said
like
you
wait
said
there, big
that
man
the
like
woman
you,
who she
they are
does
saying that man are incubating sperm.
Right?
Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you said? Is that
Yeah,
what
yeah,
not?
yeah.
You said the woman incubates the picnic.
Big
Right?
man like you said, man,
All
are
the woman
incubating
does
sperm.
is incubate the picnic. That's what
Men
you said.
create the sperm,
These are your
men make
words.
it, women incubate it in their belly, idiot.
Right. That's what you said. Incubate, right? You said.
So what are you on about men incubate it?
No, I'm saying men incubate sperm. You get it?
How?
You're holding it.
How do
You're-
men incubate
unknown.
it?
It's
Men are
unknown.
creating it constantly. Men are incubating
Yeah.
nothing.
For what though? For what purpose? To go inside the pum pum? Nothing
allow
else.
it, bro. You know what it is. Your arguments are just daft. You get me?
Nothing
Sperm
else.
is being created. Obviously, to go on the pum pum. Obviously, like what's that? What kind of foolishness you are asking?
So you got to bow down to the process. Be
What you
humble
mean?
and bow down to the process. No, say that you're just a cog in the process, isn't it? And what your body does is create, and facilitate that system.
My body creates. Okay,
Yeah.
that's my point.
Yeah.
You've collapsed yourself.
So does the
My body
woman's
creates.
body.
But remember, you're half woman
Woman's body
anyway. So
incubates. Woman's
it doesn't
body
matter.
incubates. Body
because
creates.
you're half woman
Relax.
anyway, though, Ezra.
Relax.
It's
Huh?
as though like, when the picnic barn, it carries more life from the father than the mother. Like the DNA, like is literally
Why?
50-50. Like it literally carries both parents, makeup within itself.
And what's the strongest determining factor if it's a girl?
The mitochondrial, right?
And
But
the
it both
X.
actually. Yeah.
And the X.
And the X, yeah. So I don't know if I'm that.
Them man is, look, every man is carrying their mama's ex. That's what you're doing, bro.
You're on the panel.
You're carrying your mama's ex. Pass it on, bro. That's it. That's why sometimes man can have a daughter and it will look like their mother.
Yeah,
or
I'm not debating none of this other stuff. I'm not debating none of this other stuff. Like, man, I'm not gonna switch to debate
Ezra,
stuff
you
that
know in the Bible, Ezra, you know in the Bible, and you know I'm not a Bible, like I'm not big on my Bible, innit? But I remember one and two things, right? So back in whatever book it was, yeah, when they started speaking about the begatting, yeah, was it the man them begatting or was it the women them begatting?
It's a man them.
Sorry?
Man them.
The man them.
Yeah, this is man.
Sperm. It talks about the seed of Jacob, the seed of Abraham, the seed of this one, the seed of that one.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
All of that. It's all man.
Okay, cool. All right, then, cool.
Yeah, I pure man MD with still. I pure man. Wait. But a good book or good translation of that book will always have the females. Will always have the females. This
So,
is why
all right, but Ezra, let me ask you something. Does that make sense to you, Bab? Does it make sense to you that?
Of course, it's gonna make sense to you.
Okay, wait. Ezra. Let me ask you a question. Yeah, did you begat your children, Ezra?
Of course, my children begat in my balls.
No, Ezra.
Yes.
No, Ezra. Calm down, babe. Calm down.
Sis, let me answer, man. Why you always gotta do this leading?
He ain't gonna have it.
You don't have to lead me.
You know what? You lot talk, man.
No, you asked me why they begat, and I'm trying to answer you, innit? Like I've been explaining, the first sign of life is in the man's balls. That's just
Ezra. Did you begat your children?
Yes, because they come from my balls.
No, Ezra, I didn't. Ezra, listen to me. Ezra, fuck's sake, calm down, man. I didn't ask you where they came from, Ezra. I'm asking you, did you begat your children, Ezra?
Yes, because they come from my sperm.
So does begatting mean coming from the sperm, Ezra?
Yes, because that's where it begat, innit? That's where you begat in your dad's sperm. Use one of those sperms. Use one of those sperms in your dad's balls, swimming around. Like, it might be breaking news, but that's the facts.
So,
Ezra.
Man,
them argument there is fundamentally homosexual, you know. Why you know that? It's fundamentally homosexual. It's fundamentally
Ezra, can I ask you one question? And then I'm gonna mute up in it because I'm gonna let the man then go on chat, right? But Ezra, whilst you was watching your wife have your child, did you think, right, I'm begatting that child?
That's a serious question. That is a serious question. That is a serious question. That is a serious question.
Good question. You know what I thought? When I saw my child come out, I thought, rare. That's my sperm. That's my child.
That's what you thought, Ezra. That's what you thought.
Yes.
Ezra, was he in the room? Was he in the delivery room?
I was in the room.
Huh?
What?
You were in the room, yeah, and you saw the Umman push out the pitney, and the first thought that entered your mind was, "That's my sperm."
Yeah, not the first thought. Obviously, not the first thought. But before, I thought, it's the woman. The woman begat her. I definitely thought that's my sperm.
I'm just saying, yeah. I was in the delivery room, yeah. I was there the whole time, yeah, and I have never felt as much love for a woman in that moment. Yeah?
Come on, that's appreciate.
Like to watch, fam.
But why are you talking about love for a woman when we're talking about begatting? This is
no, I'm talking.
Like I never had love for a woman.
No, listen. Understand what I mean. Understand what I mean. Understand what I mean.
Yeah, Ezra. Pause.
A man don't get it, innit? A man don't get it. I'm saying there's no way you can watch a woman go through that, yeah, and not like understand something deeply about womanhood, like, and just woman.
Yeah.
There's a level, yeah. We don't go through that, bro.
She incubated it. Yo, she carried my sperm for 9 months, yeah, and incubated it to a beautiful child. Yeah,
man, don't give no credit to woman.
Let me finish. Yeah, she carried my sperm for 9 months. Yeah, she incubated it. she grew it healthily, grew it safely, grew it perfectly. And my daughter and my son are here today. You get
so
me?
she was doing you a favor, yeah?
Huh?
She was doing it all for you, yeah? She was doing you a favor.
Yeah, idiot.
No, man, that's how you sound. Bro. I really apologize. I really do apologize, yeah. I really apologize. But that's how you sound like. You sound like the woman was working for you.
You just sound like one living funny. I'm not gonna get personal. You sound like
2 minutes, baby daddy.
You sound funny to
I'm
me.
not trying to get personal. I'm just saying that's how you sound. You sound like the woman was.
Let's not go there.
You sound like you had the woman on the clock, like on the schedule. You know what I'm saying? Like she was working.
I mean, it's like I said.
That's funny.
It's all about strong women. You think like how women are weak and that. No, but what I'm saying is, for it to be successful and for it to flourish, there has to be an order. And if you don't listen, you will feel. You get me? It's simple.
Yo, Ezra, I don't want to break it to you, yeah, because I feel saying in your mind it's a little bit more, Ezra. But you see, from you shot your thing, yeah, and I accept it, yeah, and the conception starts this, that, and the other. The rest is down to me, right? You would accept that. You're at least gonna give me that, right, Ezra, or not?
So Ezra lucky.
Give you what? Sorry.
Give you
I was looking for my life bill, but
Nani was talking about accepting the thing and that.
Ezra lucky had pregnancy pains and all sorts. Like them, and they went to the meetings and everything.
I didn't go to all the meetings.
I went to the meetings. Well, I tried. Which one?
I went to a few of the checkouts, but I didn't go to all of that. But for real though, I don't know how you like when you're in the room and you see that, fam. Like it's magic, bro. Like the thing is magic, my G. Like there's no